started arguing about something. It was quiet. As soon as I was punching in the information for this stream, they started snapping. It be like that sometimes. The point of contention within social circles. It seems very on theme, on color for 2026. Is that the heat, radiation, is radiating. Life was lifing last year, but now radiation is radiating this year. Lord help us. Thank you for joining my channel today. Shout out to the brother that's sending E. Yo. It's 10:23 somewhere. February 1st, 2026. Oh shit. We made it to 2026, y'all. Officially. It's a whole new year. Now when you say, oh, last month is still 2026. We locked in. I was looking to see what's happening, and I remembered, like, it's the weekend. Sunday doesn't normally, I don't think they can afford to drum up the content they need for 7 days a week, to be honest. So they kind of don't do nothing on Sunday. And by they, I mean like the White House, the Pentagon. And by proxy, the platforms themselves. They won't dwell on certain things. So it's the most organic day of your timeline, unironically. But Monday, that's TV prime time to start over. Tuesday seems to be when social media, I guess they watch it on Monday and then start spinning narratives for clicks by Tuesday. So between now and Tuesday, and it's a new month, yeah, all of it all at once. New month, new billing cycle, new rent, new contention, new job data, you know what I'm saying? Like, this like the Super Bowl for what the, and the Super Bowl in February too, usually, ain't it? Look at God. Look at God. You can't make this shit up. You couldn't make this shit up. Of course you're going to use that energy. You're going to use Aries energy going into Aries. So it's war. Y'all remember the lesson from yesterday about polarity, degrees, and gender, and rhythm. Remember they renamed a department of whatever, a Department of War. So there's a time for war and time for peace. Well, the White House said last year it was a time for war. Don't worry. This is that, you know, the craziest shit about this whole story? I told people that was Benjamin Banneker's idea. And I said that, and I showed it on my streams. So see, the White House or the Pentagon, they heard a nigga. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all the hell I'm gonna say. They heard a nigga, because that's Benjamin Banneker. That's Benjamin Banneker, like Soldier Boy. That's bar for bar, Benjamin Banneker's playbook. But he's a Jew, so it's an ancestral playbook where God says, like, it's a time for war and a time for peace. So back then, in Ben's younger years, shit was rough. There's a lot of wars and skirmishes and bullshit. Not even just like physical violence, just wars, like niggas saying fuck you. You know, sabotage, you know what I'm saying? No more flow, no more support, like fucked up. And that was his idea. Like, while things are the most fucked up, go ahead and invest in something about peace to teach the generation, like teach them about peace. And then when shit is really good, go ahead and create that other thing to teach fucked up shit, war and all that. I think he was trying to help them with the law of rhythm. When shit is too good, you know it's going to change, right? Like Solomon, this too shall pass. So Benjamin Franklin was trying to play double dutch with these niggas. So yeah, around the turn of the United States being properly hypothecated, that shit was already in motion. Even during the Reconstruction era, I think it's WAP commission. Yeah, that's funny. But one of those commissions they had in Reconstruction for Indians and black people, it's kind of like they created these little scout programs, like Boy Scouts for us, to go help. And it's weird because I don't understand why we would want to help them. But they're telling the story. Never mind. But anyway, they rounded up people who are not their people, right? Like people of the land, to create these national parks and stuff and blah, 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 blah. Give the kids something to do type shit. And I guess also start rewriting the narrative about what these kids are seeing because they're kids. They didn't have time to, you know, go in the trenches of the history of their people because of the conflicts and migrations. So before you can even like land and go like, yo, what the happened? Why is my mom and dad here? Your worldview ain't even like, you're supposed to be somewhere else, by the way. You're more so concerned about where is everyone else. You're not concerned about the story. Like, did England finally get their tea back? Like, none of us isn't, you know what I'm saying? None of us, like, that would mean nothing. That would mean nothing on a day-to-day. We want to buy a newspaper about that, you feel me? So we're kind of at that point now. Again, none of that shit got nothing to do with us for real. But now they ramping up for Department of War. I don't think you got to be a genius to realize that they hit the wrong button. So it's supposed to be a Department of Peace. And then while the war's been going on, I mean, since they act like Palestine and Ukraine wasn't happening the whole time. The shit's crazy for real, bro. These niggas been at war the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've been in a war the whole time. What the fuck is everyone talking about? We about to go to war? What the fuck are people talking about, bro? For real. Right there, just that feeling right there is just like, you just gotta hold it. You're like, what the fuck are people talking about? We've been at war the whole time, Chief. And if you're Indian, you've been at war the whole time, Chief. Because we've been at war the whole time implies by default the United States has been at war the whole time. That's just one beef. But just in the last 7 years of shine, Russia, China, already a trade war. Nord Stream pipeline, gas, Germany, already an oil and energy war. And motherfuckers worrying about like guns and stuff? Oh my God. I'm telling you, they got some of that Ukraine war footage on the internet if you care. I'm talking to those Mark Lamont Hill horizontal axis thinkers, that's all. If they cared, they'd look up that footage as much as they can find, the drone footage and stuff. I'm not talking about the soldiers either. Oh no. The drone trying to chase a soldier down. Thank God they're learning how to counter them, right? Shit, can you imagine? Being the first generation of people trying to counter a drone grenade. What the fuck are y'all talking about, right? But then there's other aerial footage of like people just running into the field type shit. I find that to be the most interesting. Because I'm like, what fucking year is this, my nigga? And that's real time on the planet with us. Moment of silence for them. For us, shit seems grim. Over there, man, they live next door to the Grim Reaper. While we're debating who the truth is, like Jews and Christians, the Grim Reaper been over there for like at least the past 7 years, bro. We're so dramatic, theatrical, our politics, our media, our talking points. We throw educated, emotional tantrums. But I want to say it one more time. I'm on code switch. The angel of death is already here. People be talking about like we might go into World War III. People be talking about like, well, it might be like the end of the world in terms of the clock of God's judgments. Could you imagine? Some people speculate like there's an awakening of people and chosen ones and awakened beings and star seeds and tons of variables to describe else. Everyone's speculating like one day if we pay attention, stay woke, don't get distracted for much. But damn, it's expensive for lunch. But at the end of the day, Big Bang, nigga. All right. I fucks with it. I rock with it. I got all the language models downloaded. You know how I am. If I got to get that vocal line bullshit and they give me the one little Japanese girl voice, you know I got to unlock all of them. It's just off GP. You know what I'm talking about? You be in a video game, they offer you a DLC. And that's some wild shit with like pets and animals. I'll go ahead and download it. I know I ain't gonna fuck with it, but I might. You feel me? You might catch me, and I'd rather have it than have to wait 15 minutes later. And that's what I'm saying. I got all the DLC packs of everything motherfuckers is talking about. I got all the DLC packs of what everyone's talking about. And it's crazy, because they're all kind of talking about the same thing. So we're going to keep it very Holy Roman Catholic. The angel of death is indeed here. I think that's my biggest concern. I don't know about anybody else. It's Sunday, so it's a Sunday church theme. Yeah, God has an angel of death, guys. And so I don't think we can fathom what they meant when they meant it then, but it's timeless. So I'm trying to explore the ideas of it. What would be the defining characteristics of an angel of death? Well, we use our universal laws. We can almost, do it. All right, angel of death. Well, what is he not? Let's start with gender. He's not an angel of life. Huh. Do we know any angels of life? Does Monica know? Does Brandy know? What someone knows is there's an angel of mind, but is there an angel of life? The closest we can get is Archangel Michael. He's a medic. All right, so Archangel Death. He's not a medic. Nope, that's counterproductive. Well, what does death mean? Well, who's asking? Aha. It depends on where you're standing. Well, if the angel of death is not from this realm, is he really the angel of death then? If he's taking you with him? Angel of death is bringing them to his realm. If there's just death, be no reason for an angel of death. I won't say it again. I know it's really complicated. Our ancestors were intelligent, boy. Because that conversation I'm trying to have with y'all is not a surface level conversation. I swear it isn't. Because that theme keeps showing up with resets. And like, the Bible starts with angels of death, bro. They're walking to go find Abraham and Sarah. There's three of them. And they're three sons of God. We got to start there. I don't care what they call them after that. I don't care what they call them after that. We started with three sons of God. They're the ones that made the commentary about humans in the Tower of Babel and snapped their fingers and fuck it. Pow! Angel of death. And then when they got to Abraham, two of them was like, we'll be back. We're going to go check his nephew and them out. We heard there's like some giant kings in the town next door and people wilding and shit. We'll see for ourselves. You already know. Nah, we don't need three. Matter of fact, I'd do it by myself, but you know how this nigga is. He ain't gonna let me go anywhere. So we'll go. We'll be back. And we'll get Abraham's nephew and be back too. They got like mad people there. Yeah, we're gonna have a little squad real quick. Watch. And then the two sons of God walking now. Hebrews 13. They signed in. Just like Raziel does. They're walking. You see how wild this shit is? Like you do in the United States right now. They're like, oh no, we can't handle this. Disrespect. Read about it. They're being disrespected. They're sons of God, by the way. You hear anything I said? Them people were so reprobate that they were trying to rape the sons of God. Just rest. Just relax on that for a second. Because we be skipping that shit. You worrying about homosexuality. Hey, it's not the story. That is not the story. That is not Sodom and Gomorrah. No, this is kingdoms. Giant kings are there. And the people, whoever they are so reprobate that they would violate whatever cosmic treaty you think this story means. I don't give a fuck who they are. I don't care who you are, Lot, and all your clout, and Abraham's your uncle and them, your family, straight off of Noah and them. We don't give a fuck who you are. We want booty. That was the problem. Those people at Lot's encampment were the booty warriors of Sodom and Gomorrah kingdoms. But the angels knew about Sodom and Gomorrah for different reasons. That was personal. The disrespect was personal. And Lot reasoned with them. Here, take my virgin daughters. Like, damn, nigga. Like that, him doing that, that's his final offer. Like, that's his kamehameha. If you just don't take something inside. Because you know in the morning it'll be different when they're not high no more, right? All right, but for tonight, these two peculiar men, we can't have none of that. Swear to God, bro. Yo, you bugging right now. Swear to God, this is not that. No, they're not from this neighborhood, bro. I know what the rules are, but we can't do that right now. We can't do it, no. You're gonna get everyone fucked up, bro. If you put your hands on me, listen, I'm gonna close this door. And then big homie moved him. And he blinded them. Close the door. So anyway, what we were talking about. Abraham sent us. It's a whole different speech now. It's a whole different speech now. It's not the intent. When they were talking to Abraham and Sarah and about the babies, it's a whole different speech now because they went to go get his nephew just to get his nephew. They didn't go to Sodom and Gomorrah to get violated. They didn't go to Sodom and Gomorrah to get violated. They didn't go to Sodom and Gomorrah to tempt anybody. They went to get homies, brother, nephew, cousin, family, folks, and bring them together for some other reason. Fresh off of Babylon too, by the way. And something else happened. Another force is present. That's what you gotta understand about math and science. There's another force present. That type of reprobate right there is a dead giveaway because they echo it in different stories. Like there's this type of thing that one of these adversaries would do that lets you know it's not just like you beefing with your cousins or niggas being greedy or selfish or jealous over bitches. There's something else that goes a few stages beyond that. And that's one of those stories. Sodom and Gomorrah is one of those stories. It was already bad and bleak. As soon as they stepped on those streets, it went from bad to fucking worse. It went bad to fucking worse. That story wasn't gonna go that way. Thank God for the authors of showing us the intensity change. Because he blinded them. Now you can step back and do the Christian Science thing and look at it metaphorical and all that shit. Obviously, it's the same architects behind the story as the linguist. So these are universal principles. So the more darts we throw, the more strings are connected. Absolutely. But that's not what the writer of that book's talking about. He's saying, nah, this shit really happened. Like niggas could really see sons of God. Niggas can really see if sons of God and find them attractive enough to lose their fucking mind at all means necessary, even put away virgins and go, I gotta have this. So there's something different about their light. But the problem is, the thing that acknowledged it couldn't really see it. It reacted the wrong way to it. Because you got it one more time. Sons of God just walking any other day, bro. Minding their business. These things noticed it, and instead of being like, how Daniel and everyone is, they fall to the ground and like praise mode, wait for a download mode. No, these motherfuckers trying to kill, destroy, and rape it. One more time, one more time, one more time. So imagine the angels that came down on Daniel, and Daniel was like, oh shit, let me take my pants off. Understand? So imagine like some of the angels that showed up in other situations, like Elisha being trapped and stuff, and they need backup from over the hills. And like soon as bro seen was like, oh my god, let me take this toga off. So you understand what I'm saying? You gotta understand everything. Sodom and Gomorrah wasn't trying to rape dudes. Now if you read Enoch first, and you understand like what the perversions were, and why God just shook the dice and flooded the whole shit, like, all right, what's stuck? Now, this story is what stuck. Sodom and Gomorrah, kings and giants. They stuck after the flood. You understand everything? Abraham is Noah. So this is off the boat. Or this is another world. But if the continuum is another world was flooded, this is what stuck. Or this is what we encountered. This is what stuck. There you go. So, nah, that's something different, bro. Nah. That's a weird story, bro. That's a weird fucking story, people paying attention. So, the brothers, sons of God, angels of death. The whole Bible starts with the angels of death, bro. I don't know what y'all be on. Them Sunday people, man. Grandma, she could read a little bit. But nah, you don't understand. Those two boys right there killed everybody. There's 3 of them. But don't miss what I said. One stayed behind. All that other shit is just 2. 2 or more come together. The third's in the midst. All right, I guess. Y'all better read Genesis again, bro. That's off like the first 2 pages. They don't put the right Tarantino in the Bible, I think. We need a little Tarantino, Breaking Bad, and like allow the people of the Bible to be black people as they are. And then we can do that shit. We can even get Tyler Perry involved. He can do gritty. Bro, that's a gritty story. That the angels of death can just walk right amongst you, and you wouldn't even recognize them. Aha! Exactly. I get it. They did this story before. Someone know a little something. Someone told somebody something. Somebody told somebody something because, you know what I'm saying? I'm pulling from the survival scrolls, and I was like, oh shit, I remember something. They tried to do that story with Breaking Bad, with the twin brothers, the Mexican boys with the weird boots, with the little, you know, skulls and shit on them. Real dapper type. Real dapper type. You feel me? 2 boys, real dapper type. Maybe a little bit too much money, a little too much flamboyance, but you know, they're quiet. They don't talk a lot. They read minds and shit. But they're absolutely angels of death. Yeah, Breaking Bad did that. Oh yeah, they landed so many of them shits. That motherfucker who wrote that script must have went to Sunday school or just religious, you know what I'm saying? Catholic, Mexicans, all right, it's the Catholics. They take that shit in another direction, right? They candles take it in another direction. If you pay attention to anything. Well, it's a shame that they make all those paleos, and I'm looking at every Mexican with those candles. I'm like, come on, guys. Like, niggas, we gotta take a pause real quick. Wait, they be worrying about us and what we be buffooning and cocooning and shit, but nah, they be having like white Jesus and all of white Jesus sisters. Like, the whole cast be white. Yeah, they be Mexican as hell, whatever, you know, whatever it means sound, but come on, fam. We trying to do ice and boycotting. Y'all letting these candle shenanigans go down like this. I'm just saying, I'd rather see a Mexican marry abuelitas. I'd rather see them for real. The Latino and Hispanic kind. I mean, you only get 12. Like, how all of them the same white women, Harpo? Y'all let this shit slide since you learned English. Don't do that. That's a white woman from the mountain of Caucasus. And you got her whole candle collection, bro. On Martha Stewart, y'all do. Can we talk about it? We ain't got 3D printers? Y'all afraid of using a Photoshop paint bucket tool on one of your grandmas and just, you know, just spice it up? Like, just spice it up. I just want to see how other cultures respond to that. I do. Because motherfuckers have a bitch fit if Jesus is exactly as described as a bronze man, right? People throw a bitch fit if you try to bronze wash Jesus as the bronze man that he is, right? But what about Mexicans? I see Mexicans, right? Like, them candles ain't Mexican, so what if the Mexicans like led the Santeria charge of disciples and saints at least? Looking like their grandmas. Hey, fuck with it. They'll get kind of dark if we're honest, but we can start. We can start at the bottom of the graded. We can start slow. I want to get behind that, man. I do. I love botanicas and candles. I love what they represent and what they're getting at because it's a memory. It's like I remember once upon a time, a long time ago, that we had access to these gifts and these protections, and we needed them because look what happened, type shit. So like, yeah, all right. Remember the Alamo? I get something. That's part of the Alamo, nigga. So let's play Tetris. Like, why are they still white girls? Y'all don't do that. I go straight to Moorish Latin. I tell you, all the earliest saints were Moors. So there's no even reason for it. It ain't even no reason for it. It ain't even no reason. The earliest saints on God, Maurus, Latin dictionary, is going to tell you the earliest references of saints are Moors. Like, all right. Hey, oh, I think the earliest saints ought to be Israelites, and Israelites are Moors. Hey, oh, hey. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it's easy money to me. That makes sense. The earliest use of the word with the earliest etymon has to be the right meaning. Oh my God. Gotta call Richie Stevens, like, give me the lie. Morus. And in the definition, it goes to saints. One more time. Morus. And in its definition, it points directly to saints. The end. Flawless victory. Y'all know who niggas are. Fuck all that. But when they're talking about Morus and Mars and Saint Maurice in the Roman Catholic time, they told you off rippy, nigga, they're Moors and they're the saints. So you have a church or Catholics or Christians or ain'ts. In the definition, nigga, the earliest reference of saints. On St. Benedict, the Moor, nigga. Wake your dumb ass up. All the churches then, if all the saints are Moors, and all the saints are Moors, all the religions and churches and all that shit should be Moors, even more than before. Like, ass niggas. Man, nigga, you killed the devil with just 3 dictionaries of the etymology there, boy. I swear to God, you would. You wouldn't even argue. You wouldn't do no think pieces. We would be on CNN no more. Type shit. Woods conserve a lot of energy. Just by knowing how to fucking read. My babies can read. We're deadly now. God sent us down here to learn how to read. Message. I don't want y'all to miss that one. I would be reprobate and amiss and unhinged if I don't highlight this hero's journey for real. The real elephant in the journey is that you're down here so you can learn how to read. Then I want you to bookmark that as its own quest log. It's not your main quest, but that's one of the active quests to get you to the final chapter. Reading comprehension. Why? Think about it. In our dispensation, think about it. Think about all the things that we heard specifically. This is our escape room moment. So in our escape room moments, especially in the 80s and 90s particularly, think about how big a deal reading was being projected to us. Your grandparents didn't finish 6th grade, although newspapers at a 6th grade level. Can you imagine? Education crisis, lack of access, costs, books, qualities, libraries, applications, filling out, name, presentation. Remember, you niggas were Indians the other day. Like, everything was about, even the computer, like, you had to be able to read in order to type, right? Like, think about how much, maybe y'all don't remember, but I do, like, how many years of just teaching people how to type had to happen. And then as they got comfortable typing, they were able to access more information. but you couldn't access anything on the computer unless you knew how to read. And more importantly, not only just know how to read, remember people walking up to that shit and they have to know how to type those words. And they have to spell them correctly. Like 80s and 90s and early 2000s, like people had to know how to read. And at their reading level, that'd be their discovery level, because that's how that shit's always been. I'm telling you something. And it still is. It's worse now, but let's not do that. Reading comprehension. And everything else. Why people love Bobby Hemmitt's little conventions. Those usually be at cultural and art centers where there's a lot of books. So you don't even know those brothers exist unless you like to read. So Bobby coming in with books and Xerox copies of rare books to make sure he can leave something behind for the people who are interested in reading. Like discovering the tablets and stuff, like everybody in Egypt do. So it's a mass collection of reading. Even Harlem and all that shit. That whole thing that Harlem got there, 80s up, like during coke and crack, there's also this consciousness thing going with niggas with books. And now the coke and crack, now niggas could really buy some shit from the Jews and everybody else and really start learning. Enter Sa Neter and all the other ones you haven't heard of. That's all Harlem. You feel me? Like that was reading. So when they talk about, oh, you know, you guys ain't educated. What they're talking about is, do you know how to read? And then you go to like, some of us go to certain colleges in the 80s and 90s and so on that emphasize certain literary things and blah, 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 blah. Or we get some of us who become news people and politicians, very few. But they learn how to read an extra degree over us. But the dismay is that once they learn how to do that, they're no longer in our circle. Because for several reasons, but if they ratchet down their awareness to be able to talk horizontally, they'll know like it's the effect. It's the effect of not knowing the truth, right? And if you tell them the truth, they get mad, and then you get into the emotionalism that we're all used to. And going back and forth, that's bad, and then you're the bad guy, you're the coon, you're the idiot, because you learned how to read. And he likes white girls. So you understand, so that made sense, It's not easy. We didn't like it. I watched it the most in the 90s. But it made sense that those brothers walked away once they learned how to read. Mm-hmm. For the 90s, it wasn't because the 90s because we were black in the 90s, no. It was the 90s plus drugs. And not just doing drugs. How many people sold drugs? How many people robbed people who sold drugs? And how many people died because of that? Y'all be forgetting there's like 13 different ways to eat a drug pie. You don't gotta be a drug dealer. You can just rob drug dealers. You understand something? A lot of your rappers and gangsters that be talking about that shit, they're not drug dealers. They rob drug dealers, though. Probably the weak ones or the young ones who just, you know, try and get money. But you understand, like, that's where that energy in those songs come from. So you got drug users, obviously. You got drug dealers, probably. And then you got people that rob them. Wait, there's more. Travis Scott was trying to borrow that with Jack Boys. I guess. I don't know. It is what it is, but that culture, that where it really comes from. It's in every dimension, too. It's not just Houston. It's in every dimension. It's in every dimension in every book in the last 500 years of history, actually. So Jack Boys have an underground network, usually. I've heard it confirmed exactly the same by 3 different generations of Jack Boys. So what'll happen is, Jack Boys go to barbershops and things like that and hang around people. Everyone smokes weed. Some do cocaine, and they don't like talking about it out loud, but it's obvious because those are usually the Jack Boys. So you cannot get the Jack Boy I'm talking about, Indian descendants, without weed and cocaine being in their dance room. That's a minimum requirement. Jack Boys do not like to drink around Jack Boys or those environments. So I don't think alcohol is going to be a big pull for them. You know what it'll be though? The Jack Boys will be the people around all the drinkers not drinking. There we go. That's how you know you're at a Jack Boy party. But not party like something's gonna happen like you know, a video game. You're in a party with Jack Boys. They smoke. They might do coke. Stay awake. they're not going to do anything where they have to compromise their reaction time. Right. So you understand, like, every group has something like that or equivalent. I think they recognize each other. So someone will say, hey, so y'all something. Some people call them missions. Like a video game. It's very crazy. It's just like Oblivion if you think about it. Remember, Oblivion was based on a long time ago. These their kids, my nigga. They outside still, trust me. Oblivion style. And so they'll be like, well, you know that boy Eric and they selling a lot of weed, man. I think they got it in their little south there. Them shits that people put in their backyards. Like little barns. There's a word for them. But that. It's like, yeah, you got that back there and all the shit, man. And they always fucking falling asleep, blah, blah, blah. You can just jump over the fence, get in there and get everything out and run out. And they do just that, and it turns out just fine. And they're like missing iPads and extra shit because niggas don't know how to fucking read the room. Then niggas get away with it, and then niggas get pulled over because they have an iPad that has Find My iPad on it. Then niggas, one or the other, has to get locked up. And then the survivor, obviously, I know the story. I'm just like, what? Fuck all that. There's an underground railroad for you niggas? Hold on, run that back. Somebody you don't really know like that whispered on your back. Set the whole play up. Cool story. You and your boy got greedy. Dumb story. But almost got away with this, dude. But the problem isn't who went to jail for what or like missing iPad. That's the least problematic part in the getting 3 stars because the cops are worried about an iPad. So that means the people who reported this incident didn't report the drugs. I want us all to stay awake here, right? I know it's a long story, but it isn't. Like, that no one's talking about the drugs. You understand? iPad, oh my God, you must also have my laptop. So the fact that the heat is on that, like, oh, you fucking little electronic thieves, you little pawn shoppers, you know what I'm saying? Like, you little pawn shoppers. Like, they're trying to show an example of his boy, little pawn shopper nerd, who, you're so stupid, you don't know about iCloud. Like, that is not the story. But they ran with it. But now you got a red alert on you now. Now we got to listen very carefully. Now, your boy or somebody is caught up for some pawn shop type bullshit. You know, it's not too bad if he doesn't have any priors. But the relief goes to the person who owns the iPad, I think. So as you get whatever type of misdemeanor of bigotry that is reduced, you have to come to face with the person whose iPad you took. Now you have to come face to face with the people whose iPad you took. They may have known you before. You've known them enough to feel like you can do such a thing, right? But maybe they didn't know that you would be the type of people to steal their drugs. Now he knows who has his iPad, but now he also knows your face and who you hang around. Amongst you, some of you probably steal my drugs. Now I and my iPad get to tell the person I get all those drugs from who be stealing drugs. Because he, the person I get drugs from, has been talking about being careful because people are stealing drugs in other areas. So now I and you know each other. Now me and my guy, once I get my iPad unlocked, he and I have a conversation about, yeah, this guy is stupid, but he didn't do it by himself, and I don't know how they knew. I only seen them at a party or something. They wouldn't have known where to go, where to look to make sure they got the drugs. Not the iPad, not the laptop. You understand everything I'm saying? You gotta understand everything I'm saying. And I'm like, damn, Tyler Perry to me, shit, I know the real life stories, right? And I'm like, but wait, hold on. Who is this whispering guy? Who just had random missions to hand out? And that's what everyone misses. Fuck the idiots. Fuck the niggas who got robbed, man. That's at least his version. You gotta understand what kind of drugs they're selling. Fucking iPad. Ooh, bitch. And then And you get to the root of the shit. Like, these kids were minding their business until this other guy walked up. And it's kind of like, it's eerily reminiscent of the devil. Same thing with the cartel kids. They actually had a black guy walk up. And they called him Demonio. But granted, whatever the fuck, he was the same role player. He's the one that knew exactly how to get what you needed and wanted for your little makeshift operation, which is already out of pocket. Because if you're good with intellect, you know that these type of people, the devil that walked up and offered that, and Demonio, who's going to a trailer park of Mexicans and Puerto Ricans, giving them bricks. Like, those two characters have to be intellectually aware that those people they're dealing with are not on their level, first of all. So now I need you to understand everything about math and science. Then you understand that devil is a degree in the underworld. Before we get scary, before we get Holy Roman Catholic, before we even leave 3D reality, when a person earns a nickname that rhymes with devil and demon, you got to start studying their characteristics. You got to start studying their characteristics. And then be like, oh, a genius, an evil genius. Okay. They always show up like they say, like the devil will tempt you. Do not tempt me. Get thee behind me, Satan. These are those. It's not one, you understand? And fundamentally, if it's a spirit, it can take whatever host is able to be taken. But when it does in these stories, it plays the same role. Its hands are always clean. Like, its hands are always clean. Like, that's how demonic it is. You can never point to it. You don't never know its real name. You don't know who it knows, like Charlie's Angels. Even if you wiretapped and got them caught up for a mission assignment, that wouldn't link them to, like, the other 120 missions that are happening as he's getting caught up. The cops and investigators will know that. The streets wouldn't, the barbershop wouldn't. But he do. He's the one handing out contracts. You feel me? There's people in our societies that hand out contracts. I never even heard about it. I might be the first person to talk about it. I don't know if I'm not supposed to talk about it. I don't think anyone's ever talked about it. Like, do y'all know what I'm talking about? 3 in the chat if you're familiar with this thing, that there's people out there who know all the people, and they're the ones who provide the intel, the dossier, on the next string of events. Like, can you put a crew together to rob this guy, or to deliver this there, or to go to that storage container? Like, do you know a guy? How much do they want to be paid? Like, oh, y'all just need some bricks of weed? Okay, all right, well, come meet us here, and we need you to move this over there for us. And, like, there's always, what I'm saying is, there's everyone I know who's on the other side of righteous, they all tell a story about that type of guy at least one time. Listen out there and out. Shout out to you. Shout out to Chuckles. Shout out to Harut. Shout out to Empathic Veteran. How you doing, Track Addicts? We don't give a shit what the world say. Inhale what y'all inhale, and like so like dust. Oh shit, Kiddo Shin's on the building. Oh, you okay? Derek. Sounds warm. What's the temperature there? It's 60-ish. Kostugan. How you doing, brother? 25. Kiddo Shin ascending E. My brothers in the building. TBFB13, salute to you and Infinite Tribes. Proud of my brothers and sisters on this day that God has made. Ain't we in here, Denmark? Root says 3. Oh, so even in y'all cultures, y'all have that same type of phenomenon. Yeah, man, that's the devil, bro. That's the devil we're talking about in our book. I mean, like in those contexts of stories, when the devil shows up around people, that's the degree that they're explaining the beginning and end of that story in point of contact with the devil. I think that's where people get confused. They be code switching like heaven and devil fights. But as humans, niggas, by the way, like my people, they're talking about these degrees of people in the story, and then you can see those degrees in your story, and you go, oh, that guy. Okay. Seemed like a great guy. always seems like, inconspicuous. And it makes you wonder, how the fuck they even know these people? Let alone the people I know that tells me they met this guy. Why is this guy meeting you niggas? What the fuck? Why the fuck would he even say that out loud to y'all niggas? Like, why would he even, like, I had asked him, I'm like, what about you? Does this person lean into you and put you up to some shit to throw your freedom away? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, young brothers don't think all the way. They don't have all the degrees of thought, like this way, and that way. But, you gotta lean into our little brothers. Like, what is it about you that would make this person sign you up to throw your fucking life away with some people you don't fucking know? What about you with this person you barely know will lean into you and put you in a position to throw your fucking life away, messing with some other people that you barely even know? The person leaning in you barely know you, you barely know them, and you barely know them that they're telling you to wait. How the fuck does this person leaning into you know them? So many of our younger brothers will not be locked up if they just had that one fucking thought experiment before they did anything fucking stupid. It would all fucking make sense before it even happens. You would swear to God we were psychic. Yep, it don't matter if it's jack boys, drug dealers. They all have that same mysterious football coach. They do. I haven't not seen it yet. Yeah. One was called Demonio, and the other boy, his name was Angel. Talk about Roman theater. His mom actually named him Angel. He's twins. Can you imagine? Twin angels of death. There it is. I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it to show up. Why do I know that thing? Oh, I know that. I know angels of death. That's why. Angel was an angel of death. He brought death everywhere he went. Gen X or millennial. Probably 5 years older than me tops. Puerto Rican. Twin brother who's locked up in Puerto Rico. And I think when he got out, he stayed in Puerto Rico. The angel of death. Ended up in Raleigh. And like I said before, got an innocent person from work, from Food Lion, killed, knowing that people were after him. He's has kids and, got locked up, and the money and all the shit got fucked up, so his daughters ain't got shit. The relationship with the people I know he's their cousin, nephew type shit. You know how Puerto Ricans are. So just death to the family. Death to certain horizontal relationships too, because you sleep on everyone's woman. So that's what I mean by angel of death. Death to trust, death to bonds, death to progress. It is not always, Breaking Bad. It's not always guns and fires. Although if you talk about it later, you're like, yo, there's guns and fires in this story. Absolutely. But time stretched over time. They're angels of death after all. Store I used to go to with the red door, I think the week I decided to come here. So at the store, doing my little last day of school thing, taking inventory of the environment and pictures, just in case I get nostalgic when I'm old. And sat there thinking about something. And the angel of death pulled up. In some type of gray or white van, like an Astro van, but a version of that. And that's his favorite. I remember 12 years ago he had one, but this is a different model. And he's driving, he has his hat on, he has his glasses on. Oh, it's a Puerto Rican. Like, oh shit, that's Angel. And he looked at me, he turned his head, and he kept going. Wow. That explains a lot of things. I got a cameo from the Angel of Death before I left. I didn't get a chance to really think about it like that, metaphorically. Known about him since 2008. He's one of the last people from that story. No, he's the only character directly from those stories in that decade. And he wasn't even close to me. But he's, you know what I'm saying, proxy. He's the only person I saw, actually. And that's crazy. Out of all those people in my past, the only one that seen me, or said goodbye, if you will, was the Angel of Death. And I'm being literal. And I'm being hyperbolic. And I'm trying to figure it out. But I'm almost certain that he's the Angel of Death. One of them. But I don't even mean it like role in his family, obviously. Everyone got one of those. But nah, this one is different. This one actually has blood on his hands. Like, this one actually gets people killed. You understand something? Like, he actually pays his dues, is what I'm saying. You understand something? Like, he actually is an Angel of Death. And it was weird because the people in the family that I knew, and he's like their cousin, like, you know, back and forth to jail, Puerto Rico, other places, and he finally settled here in Raleigh. I was already on my way out. But he wasn't close to nobody because the guy I knew was dead. His uncle was dead. So it's like, yeah, all he has to worry about is his kids. So, I know too much about him. And I know out of all of them, because his uncle is dead. You feel me? His uncle is dead. You feel me? Angel's back from where? He getting back with Betsy. What about this nigga? Why is she still worrying about his ass? He went to jail. He was fucking all the friends. I think he was fucking you too. And she still want him back? That's a crazy story. And this is before Kevin Samuels. So I'm like, damn. These girls are trying to be very mad faithful with their actual baby daddy. Puerto Rican mixes, but you know how it is. And I'm like, damn. So where you at now? He's selling mattresses? Like real ones? That's ironic as fuck. This nigga had a mattress store. They always are. And I go, okay, so you got a truck. All right. So I ran into him in the Astro van. He took us on a mission. Wasn't advertised as such, but I'm from the hood, in the hood nigga section. He needed other people with him. And mind you, I already know he gets people killed. If things go left, I mean, right? He's not driving us to die. That's his cousin, and I'm with her. So, but he's still an Angel of Death. So he takes us to this place called Snoopy's. It's a hot dog place, one of the oldest ones in Raleigh. It's like in this little V-shaped street, and he's parked there. We're, you know, we fat, so we ordering some Snoopy hot dogs and fries, nigga. And I go out and do it by myself because I'm a real nigga from a real nigga section. But I know Puerto Ricans, and I know Angel. Nothing ever good happens when you tell me a story about this guy. So he's watching across the street. There's a white people bar. He's just clocking. And white people in bars love cocaine in Raleigh. So what happens? I turn around and I start watching. I notice a black person. A black person that I went to high school with. A black person that changes bus stops. A black person who dresses odd. Because he sells drugs. Oh, okay. Angel is watching this black person that I know. All right, whatever. I used to see that guy a lot. I haven't seen him in a long time. So Angel's back. All right, that's just years ago. Years go by. I think something else. Angel goes away. You don't hear about him. The father dies. So I don't, who cares where Angel is, for real. But before all that, maybe a couple months before that, Angel was coming around Poppy's house, his uncle. Makes sense. Makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. That's his point of contact, and regardless. That's his point of contact why his family's even in America, actually. So that's OG. He's the one that Grandma sent first with his uncle to plant all the flags so that they can come. So makes sense. Bobby's not in that point in his life no more because he's older now. Nigga, you've been in jail for a long time. You forget niggas get older. So I know he's not on no bullshit because Angel and all of them got locked up and went away and blah, 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 and the murder, blah, blah, blah. Angel death. Poppy had to fuck around and actually work. And, but Poppy always worked with greasy white people. And I'm gonna explain that and qualify it. Greasy white people in Raleigh and the South in general, they get those blue collar jobs that are usually state or federally funded. They give them, in this case, the recycling industry. Very nondescript, very mafia-like if you understand all the themes on TV. So greasy white people will work in those type of environments where the money is kind of cash overhand and ambiguous in the reporting. If you have the right white girl, you get away with it for a long time before it's a problem, right? So all of these recycling plants. So Poppy was always hired by them as a little Puerto Rican Mexican to them that could speak English. Can you imagine? And he was good with the forklifts and all the things you need in those environments. He's that guy, obviously. So because he's that guy, of course he has to be the guy, because he's the dark-skinned one, that does all the fetching too. And I have tons of stories about that and what that looks like, and I'm sure you can copy and paste it to your cities. But what's interesting about that is that he finally he went past local greaseballdom, but then he leveled up to who that greaseball looks up to. And they both have the same name. It was crazy. But the older greaseball, they do weird shit, like everything. The only shit that I know about with that setup is how you can flip recyclable stuff for cash. And then as a side effect, because it's all cash in hand, there's a lot of pills, all of them love pills, a lot of pills, and and there's people who know things, like these devils that show up. Hey guys. The state, blah, 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 this contractor is abandoning this particular building project. There's a whole bunch of copy in there. And it was already paid for and stuff, so eventually the city or somebody's gonna buy it or demolish it, da, 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 da. But it's not accountable no more. Thanks for the heads up. And before you know it, someone, bonfire, has this type of material burning off all the stuff and basically smelting all this copper. Or something like it, or anything like that, and everything like that, everywhere, in every construction site ever that's ever been, and hotels and motels and everything in between us. So those type of grease balls. You understand? So he was close to that man, cutting down his trees, doing yard work. Like these type of grease balls really, really be fucking having niggas fucked up for real. But Poppy's a Puerto Rican, so it don't hit him the same as it would hit me. He accepted a long time ago when he came to this country that is what the fuck it is. And that ain't gonna stop him from getting money. So thus, so I understand everything. So because he was like that, he was able to be part of a cleaner way of getting the same things. Whether it's his beer, they love going to the bar, as long as he can afford to go to the bar and trick off on married white women buying drinks. If he still, I don't think he's still doing cocaine, but if he did, who cares? Like, and then he didn't really do nothing else. It's beer for him. It was beer, fun, being the life of the party around these white girls, something, and helping these grease balls get away with shit. So he invited me to their house. It was mind blowing because he had a half black daughter or granddaughter. I was confused. I was like, hold up. I need some fucking backstory. Because there's a nigga in this house. So, he married a younger, obviously with a white man, so let's say he's 60. His wife is 50. And the wife had a daughter already. And that daughter had a baby with a black man. That daughter couldn't raise that baby. So now grandma, white one, took the baby, black girl, and he, Greaseball, and her are raising this girl. Wow. That sound like some niggas I know for. Y'all from New Jersey? Y'all sure y'all not from New Jersey? I know, I've seen that arrangement before. Crack and heroin is a hell of a drug. All right, so it hits everybody. But this guy has a nice house. He can afford not to be a greaseball. You know what I'm saying? Or get caught. So, not like any of us. Well, per capita. I wasn't judging him though. It's not how to judge Poppy. I couldn't do that. I know his story. But I can watch it play out, and I can help guide him and pray for him, and all that kind of cool shit. He was cool around me. But I heard stuff about that demon. So anyway, around that guy, meeting him and, you know, reading the room and figuring out where the black kid came from. You know how slavery was, so I had to be sure. And then go through time. I got my own life. By the time I get back around, it's like, Carl, Poppy, and Angel was over there. I was like, what? Yeah, Angel and blah, 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 blah. I hope he ain't trying to put the band back together, because that's a stupid fucking idea. Well, of course, Angel's an angel of death. So he has to get to know the new network, if you will. The new way to do things, if you will. The new lay of the land. Calvin's dead. What do you mean Calvin died? Some. He was old. He was white people, but he wasn't old enough to just die. They got a nice house. He had a wife. He had his daughter-ish, you know what I'm saying? He had a younger energy, you know, that looked up to him. So it wasn't like the nigga was, you know, he wasn't slated to die. He wasn't, you know. I don't know how that drinking and cocaine got caught up to him. Anything's possible. You understand everything, but no. Nah, he was alive before certain people started getting around him. He was definitely alive before he met Angel. Just saying, who knows? Timing is impeccable with these types. So, Poppy coexisted through losing that guy. Now he has to hang out at a new bar. And he decides to bring Angel to this bar. Poppy dies. Once he starts going to that bar. Wow. Yeah, so the only person that was close to all those people, closer than I was. Remember, I had a middleman that could tell me stories. I didn't have to be there. But the only person I know that was there and knows all those people, like high five, beers, cocaine, and whatever else they were doing to get money, the only one guy I know in common with all those guys is this guy. And that's the last guy I saw from Done With Stories the week I left Raleigh. I don't know what the fuck y'all supposed to do with that information. But I understand something. Symbolically for me. So that's what happened. I felt like I was dying. I felt like death. But not the dramatic kind. But like everything was just dying. Like fall. Like a fall of Granada. You just tell. And it's a hell of a sign, man, to see somebody, a cameo from someone who's always seems to be around people who are dead. But it makes sense because of what those people get themselves into. They let the vampire in. So it's not like, he's not he has some innocent bystanders, but they did that. The third party got the innocence, but the people that I'm talking about, they were not innocent. Message. The people I'm talking about were not innocent. It's unfortunate as fuck. Bad timing and everything, but no, they're not innocent. So you wouldn't be like, I guess. But this guy right here, man, there is no guessing. He's all of that and more because he did everything that they did with them, and then he was able to do more. So he's still here. He's still standing, bro. Out of all those people on that side of the dime, I got a confirmation on my way out that he is still standing. What? He ain't locked up. He ain't fucked up. He's driving around nondescript in a van as if he's not an angel demon. And that man looked at me. That man remembered me. I'm a big nigga. He remembered me. He was crossing through the gas station, so he wasn't on the street to get out to the other side, and he stopped and turned his neck to look at me and look me in my face and opened his eyes and turned his head and pulled off. He didn't say hi. He didn't stop to talk. But he recognized, like, oh, you're still standing. He like, oh, you're still standing. Damn. Because nobody else in his wake is. Nobody in his wake is standing. If he met him and they were sitting in a chair, they asses laid down on the ground somewhere. Like, nobody that met that man right there on the side of his story in Raleigh is standing. So God be the glory, bro. How is that possible? What do you think it is? I ain't got it. With him, I ain't got it. Listen, I can tell you what it is. That's the illest shit about it. I knew, I had a hunch, I should say, because I was so much younger. So much younger. I didn't have enough references yet, but I knew what the book was. So when I heard things, I still remember them now, because I heard shit before I even knew what it was. He was the one that brought the book directly from Puerto Rico. He has someone in Puerto Rico. First of all, you just gotta start there. He got a twin brother, you know what I'm saying, still in Puerto Rico, so, maybe I didn't even see him. Maybe I saw his twin brother. Man, his twin brother, like, I recognize this guy, I never seen him. But my twin is telepathic. I don't know, no, that was Angel. He has the face, you could tell. Even if he had a twin, it wouldn't have that expression. To me. So, yeah, he has a person, he knows a guy in Puerto Rico, or a woman, because he came to Raleigh with a book of witchcraft written in some weird version of Spanish. And he was studying it, and the others, the Mexicans and stuff, who could read better, reading comprehension. That's why he got them together. That's why the one whose mother is darker was part of that. Because a lot of it was the masonry, if you will, of decoding these things. It's quite possible that, I know, it's quite possible that he wasn't even given that book. You understand everything? Because if he needed help reading it, then the person who would have handed that to him would have known if he was competent enough to handle that, let alone read it. So I have a feeling Mr. I'm locked up in prison probably got it from someone in prison in Puerto Rico, took it on his way out and got out, took it to America, linked up with competent Latin, Spanish-ish people familiar with the phrasing and the parsing of this witchcraft, and then, you know what I'm saying, try to, you know what I'm saying, try to, you know what I'm saying, I don't know, man. I don't know how far he goes, but I know when he started. I know that everybody that's ever touched that book is out of Raleigh. Except for her. Just him and her. She's the one that's trying to read the book. Didn't think nothing of it. Wasn't a big deal. Didn't come up again. And no profound way. Until I met him. Made me really think about it. Like, oh, the book disappeared. She said, I don't know what the book is, blah, blah, blah. Like, shut up. Yeah, you do. At first, I thought she was hiding it, but it came up. We moved so many times, it came up. It never came up. So I'm like, nah. Better story. Tell me one more time about the night he got locked up. He took all the money, all the bricks, and some stupid shit. Maybe he took the book with him. Even better, what happened the next day? Oh, his wife came to get the scooters and all the other shit because she about to go pawn wars. Because she know he ain't getting out no time soon. Though he did. And maybe she took the book. Maybe she took the book. Maybe your cousin took the book because she came and got the money in the stash. I think the book would be close to that. I think she would know about the book if he brought the book. Like, he got off a plane with a book. Crashed at her house with a book. Came to your dad's house, brought the book, and left at your dad's house. And then all the other shit that y'all doing, and all the cool shit y'all had going on. And then when all shit went to hell, as it does with angels of death, she comes and retrieves some stuff, jewelry, you know how it is, in the goddamn book. I bet you for $100, I bet you your cousin got the book. She might act like she ain't about that life, but she from Puerto Rico too. And she from Puerto Rico, I met bro from Puerto Rico. What's good? Hold on. All right, man, you take it easy. Let's see if she's all talking. She's never met me. She's talking to me, but she's never seen me. Psychic. It's always interesting when you see another mutant. can't make eye contact. I'll figure out what that equation is one day. But that's not my business. So, I was talking about something. Oh, angels of death. I gotta pay. Sometimes you gotta pay attention to everything and not pay attention to anything too sometimes. Especially when you're distracted. I'm straight. I'm talking, wondering, figuring out stuff. And the theme was angels of death versus angels of life, which are kind of implied. Because you always have a law of gender. There's a bad angel somewhere, there's gotta be a good one nearby. So, my last day of rally, I saw the angel of death. And I think he said goodbye. That's all. That's all. Whatever that magic circle, spirit, the gathering type shit they were on, it just didn't have a grasp on me. They couldn't do shit with me. I didn't have no choice but to go. I'm too much of a witness now. You know what I'm talking about? I had no choice but to leave. I know too much. Just on the side of the spirit, I mean. It knows that I know. They know that I know. Angel knows that I know. He took me with him. You know what I'm saying? Like, he knows that I know something. Or I want to be that close to his uncle. He was trying to figure out why his uncle trusted me. His uncle didn't trust me because I was one of those niggas. His uncle trusted me because he loved me. And he didn't fucking know why. I went and drink with him. You know I didn't do coke. I wasn't smoking weed at the time. He knew I was as square as a black. He knew I was probably more of a white boy than he was. And he loved me for it. He knew that nobody could make me do shit that I didn't want to fucking do. Not even his ass. And he's never heard of no shit like that. No one ever has told him no. And I'm a kid, you know what I'm saying? Like, nobody, men don't tell him no. So you understand, you meet a 23, 25-year-old is like, nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. I'm talking about like for hours in a row because they drink a lot of beer. And then when they get to that point where I'll kill you motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? When they start, feeling themselves. Come on, hey, Puto, hey. I'm like, nah, I'm good, bro. Come on now. Let's be reasonable here. I'm from the civilized tribes and civilized nations. Let's be reasonable here. I can't do that because then y'all can't watch me. So who's gonna watch you? I gotta watch y'all niggas. Y'all got too many stories about jack boys and drugs and cops and all kind of shit. No, I can't drink around you niggas. I'll have to fuck somebody up when y'all are not paying attention. You understand? And I think he understood that I didn't do that because I was judging him or I thought I was schooling him, but because I was making sure that everyone was safe. And that kept getting co-signed by his daughter. All the ridiculous shit I had to do for her and save her from, and he kept tally because he didn't have to do it no more. So I think like that's how we get caught up in certain groups of people, because it's not because we radiate some type of naivete or they're not looking at us. They're not looking at us like that. They wouldn't have us that close. They wouldn't have us that close if they looked at us like, like a victim or like someone stupid. They know that we're ignorant to their fuckery because we say no. So there's only but so much you can get past. You know what I'm saying? They know you only know so much. But they know that you're trustworthy because out of all the things you know and they're showing you, you still have a smile. You're not making it awkward. You know what I'm saying? There's never a story of you judging them or telling someone, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's never a bad vibe when they see you. And I think women encounter that more than I do, because women have good vibes, and then they attract a bunch of interesting people. You hear them, used to hear them bicker about that, but, the world's their oyster now. But that's what that is. It's trust. It's a spiritual trust. You can't fake it. can't fake that. That's what people call families. When you have their spiritual trust, that's your family. But once you break that, once you betray that type of shit right there, Lord have mercy. I don't think anyone can ever fix that. That's how sacred that is. Those are sacred connections. I think that's what a lot of people confabulate soulmates with. They're trying to categorize everyone before and after they get here. Nah, just do that shit in real time. Those are, however it happened, why ever it happened, and those connections are sacred. That's why they hurt like that, or that's why they break or explode like that. They're not like everybody else. You don't leave the last day at your job, there's like 20 plus employees in the building. You're not driving home crying, going like, Brian, and then there was Emily, and then Ashley, and then Tiffany, and then Derek, and then like, you cut it out, nigga. Cut it the fuck out, right? School the same way. You in high school with like at least 100 people. Oh my God, what is Brent Dorr ever gonna do? Like, nah. You don't know the first person you saw that day or the last person you saw that day from that school. Stop fucking playing with me. But then, other people, you can remember everything forever. Yeah, those are sacred connections. And it does seem that we squander them in past tense, like on the other side of it. Seems like it was squandered. The potential was squandered. Yep. That potential that you feel afterwards is exactly what you're squandering. Yep, exactly. It's the same story, but you gotta turn yourself. Yeah, all that energy you feel when it's all said and done, that is potential energy. But you're squandering it looking backwards. You're trying to take present energy and move it into the past. You can't build the past. You can revise it, but you can't build it. You're not going backwards. So we squander the energy remaining, looking at it and filtering it and trying to push it backward. You can't do that. Out of bounds. Y'all gotta play Virtual Fighter 4 or something, nigga. Y'all gotta learn about this ring out shit. And that's what that is. That's what that principle is. You're sitting on a lot of energy to move forward. Shout out to the chat. Making dinner. Ah, shit. Listen now. Chefing. L Cool J says, yo, ain't no Uzis made in Harlem. Nino Brown. Greetings to all child 433. Haruan track. We back on the 3. We don't lose not one. Come on now. The guy called another guy. Yeah, man. It's a wild life out here. Especially on a Sunday. Chuckle Nuts is a crazy name too, man. I don't even know why y'all do that to yourselves. This is where it gets wild. So what are we talking about today? Anything in the refresh wars? I see the Epstein thing is not as loud, not hyper novelty. So like, yeah, they leaked the list and blah 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 blah, and everyone's like gasping for air about what they're finding, but it's not as loud as it was for Bubba, and it's not loud as it was when it initially started. It's not as loud as it was when Pam Bondi went to mainstream and covered it. Now it's kind of like puff. I'll be surprised if people give a fuck by Tuesday. They don't have enough energy. That's what I'm saying. It's not enough potential energy behind it. And I think that's because Epstein is listed as dead. It'd be different if he was alive, getting away with something actively in the psyche. But because he's proposed dead, it ain't gonna go nowhere. Because it's named after a dead person. It's the dead list. And if you end up on that dead list, you understand everything? That's an angel of death list. It's the same story when you think about it. Like a death note, that's what Epstein list is. It's a death note. And if your name is getting revealed on it, that's like them burn noticing you in real time. It don't matter if you go to jail. You understand everything? You can't afford to be on that list. Y'all be forgetting Trump got a Willy Wonka card in his back pocket. He a president and all kind of other shit. So he's buff, you know what I'm saying? But now his physical, he's tanking physical damage to use his mana to keep him out of trouble for real. Cool story. That's what warlocks do. But that everybody else on that list ain't Trump, bro. As soon as their name come out, what do the white people do? They send their autisms out and their doctors out. Oh my God. Like, oh, this person did that person did that. That person, oh my God, can you believe that she knew what was happening? Oh my God, Ivanka Trump. No. Think about all the little conservative girls and little Nazi girl granddaughters looking up to her and like, you let your daddy do what? Damn, sis, same story. And then you just go through it. We go through all the characters that are being implied and how that's going to affect their business. Tom from MySpace had to, mute his comments again for some silly shit, supporting someone who's on the list type of shit. Elon Musk. And you have anything affiliate with Elon Musk, and now they're joshing on him because they said when you realize Elon Musk wasn't cool enough to go to Epstein Island. Like, what type of nigga? Wait, yo, we gotta talk about this one. But what type of nigga gotta beg Epstein for a visit? You know what I'm talking about? Like, remember, he's part of the PayPal mafia too, so he wasn't like a kid in college who had a cancer wish. Elon wasn't a cancer wish kid, you feel me? So for Elon to be a rising PayPal mafia star, and then, petition, right? Like, he was trying to pass a paper bag test, so he took that shit in black and white with a flash on. You know what I'm talking about? Elon, one of them kids, so he tried a paper bag test, like, come on, let me in, coach. And they're like, nah. This Jolly Green Giant nigga weird, boy. Yo, can you fucking fathom how weird you gotta be to white people for Epstein to be like playing you to the side? Yo, that's the only breakthrough in the human psyche happening about the Epstein list, is that people are starting to realize what type of character, the worst type of characters think Elon is. Epstein didn't like Trump, but he had too much money. He had like $1 billion transferred. But Elon, it didn't matter how much he could transfer one day. He's like, nah, nigga, you're not coming to this island with us. I don't think because he thinks he's Russian either. And then, of course, they have the little racist emails. They probably made those up just to get the hood going. And no, don't invite no niggers to this island. First of all, niggers are Indians. And a geneticist knows the difference. So even if I could fathom that he did say that, I know he didn't. I know he didn't because we know black girls go missing. So there's no reason for us to cap about them capping, about him capping, because this is private email. He knows what type of genetics he needs to do what he's doing. It cannot be white women. So what are we talking about? Is he a scientist and a mathematician or not? Is Epstein a mathematician, banker, a scientist or not? That's all I need to know. Is he better at math than Elon and everyone we talking about or not? He absolutely is. And his wife's father, absolutely better than him. And he's the one that got this started. So Epstein a lot of things, but mathematically stupid is not one of them. And if he's dabbling in genetics and vaccines, trust me, brothers, there's no way in fucking Hades he has some type of when it comes to black girls. Now, if he's talking about some ritual or abuse type thing, then think about it that way. Absolutely no Indians. And then black girls going to take that as offense. Like, wait, you're offended this morning that the pedophile guy didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all, Democrats are going and liberals are going to try to spin that into a civil rights movement. And like, that was a seal of protection. If he said that. But if they try to just throw it in there for the fucking spice up the timeline, then fuck him. But if he said that for real, nah, you didn't read the room correctly. You don't know what he's doing those children, stupid. Not because he was racist. Like, being racist is not, like, bro, what are we talking about racism for? If people are manipulating, using, abusing, discarding, kidnapping children, I don't even care if the white boy is fond of my people or not at that point. We got a whole. We talking about something different. Why are we doing civil rights? Why are we doing Black Panthers? Hold on, slow down. Hold up, wait. I don't care. I don't care if he loved black people. I don't care if he hated black people. I don't care over there. I don't care anywhere. And this is the Epstein's list. Why do niggas got to be in the middle of everything? Why does he have to love or hate niggas in order for us to get to the bottom of why the fuck this list is important? Like, we don't need DEI on the Epstein Island, guys. We don't need loving people on Epstein Island. You know what I'm saying? We're in a world of all the things going on. Do black people, you know, on the political side of it, try to fit fondness and love of themselves into these stories? Like, come on, let's do it one more time. We're in the stories about Trump and Epstein. Do black people in socialism, liberalism, politics find room to squeeze blackness into the conversation? Like, what I'm saying is, I'm talking about universal law here. Where would it matter if blackness is valued or undervalued in any of these stories? Where in these stories does your skin color matter? Real quick, run it up. Go ahead and run that up for me. Y'all go ahead and run it down for me on where does class and racism matter in anything about this Epstein story. Y'all let me know. Y'all run it up for me. Let me know when it becomes black and white and when it becomes rich and poor. Y'all let me know real fucking quick. Y'all fucking please let me know. Y'all fucking please let me know what the fuck about race, gender, color, and finances have shit to do with why the fuck the Epstein list is important. What the fuck does your race, your gender, your homosexuality, what the fuck does any of those topics, DEI, have shit to do with the Epstein list? You see what I'm saying? You see how stupid the program was? How college got these kids stupid, high school got these kids stupid. They hired them, they're in the news, they sound stupid. They hired them, they work in the social media networks, they sound stupid, because this is DEI. DEI is not the paperwork or the benefits. DEI is the effect of the program on people's smooth-ass brains. They can't fucking fathom the Epstein list without putting DEI virtues and values in it. They're making this classism, socialism, communism, tyranny. Like, they're describing all the errors of renaissances that they learned about in college. Shut your stupid asses up. One more fucking time. What the fuck does the victim's skin color, age, and financial status have shit to do with an island of niggas who are either trafficking, peddling, fondling, fucking, hunting, sacrificing, kidnapping children? Let me know. Let me know what the Dems and the Republicans think. You understand what I'm saying? Let me know what the Dems and the Republicans think. Like, what are y'all talking about? Do you understand what that island is? That island is not a fucking era in the United States Civil War book, you faggots. It's an island that everyone you know go to do everything I just fucking listed to children. Doesn't matter how much money they have. Doesn't matter who their daddy is. Doesn't matter if they're black or white. Doesn't matter if they're a girl. Doesn't matter if they're gay. Doesn't matter if they're straight. Doesn't matter if everyone was there. Doesn't matter if everyone knows. Doesn't matter what the email said. Doesn't matter if Hollywood kind of knew but let them come around them anyway. Doesn't matter who groomed the children. Doesn't matter who wasn't there. Doesn't matter if, he didn't like nigger girls, but Ivanka was right there. Doesn't matter. Is that the root issue of Epstein list? The DEI and the politics? Why are we talking about the DEI and the politics of the Epstein's list? Like, listen to all the white people and the black girls who grew up with white kids talk about these topics, and they talk about it like a social political issue. What are we talking about, guys? What the fuck are y'all talking about? We got President Trump involved, yes, and the White House has to cover it because a president's involved. If Donald Trump wasn't the president, the Epstein list would still be there, and other people around the White House will be involved. First of all, the FBI is involved. Stop. It has shit to do with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is involved. President Donald Trump, obviously. But I'm talking about Donald Trump's involved. Donald Trump and Epstein were guys. This ain't got shit to do with fucking the president, then now does it? Look, one more time. Fucking listen. They're playing, that's why we got to vote him out. We got to impeach him, and no, he has to go to jail. This is all his political ties. No. No, y'all fucking, no? Wrong. Please come again. Like, and these people went to school and they think they want to be politicians. Y'all don't even know how to think about this correctly. Not y'all. It's the spirit of the matter. You know they be listening still and shit. Y'all don't think about this shit fucking correctly. Who the fuck is Jeffrey Epstein? Let's fucking start there. I have no fucking idea why the fuck. Talking about Jeffrey Epstein, I need to invoke red, blue, boy, girl, black, white. Stop, cut it the shit out, my niggas. Jeffrey Epstein ain't got shit to do with none of that. His influence and impact is on all of that, yes. But that is not what the fuck, that is not what the fuck is going on. Like, which side was supposed to win the last election? These people are some dickheads. I told you about Trump. Nigga, wait. You need to talk to these white women, bitch. They're the swing vote, stupid. The fuck you telling me for? I'm an Indian. Dickhead? So you know what I'm saying? Like, they get U.S. citizens topic of interest exclusively through that filter. You missed the whole thing. Jeffrey Epstein is not a fucking United States citizen, dickhead. Maxine Ghislaine, that's not a founding tribe, Maryland and Northern last name. Can you fucking imagine? She's not a U.S. citizen, dickhead. Her father that made this happen, Mr. Former Mossad agent. That rhymes with Tel Aviv, nigga. That shit didn't exist before 1940. This is first generational post-Israel psychological warfare department. First of all, let's start there, nigga. Jeffrey Epstein is second generation Mossad. Israel ain't that fucking old, stupid. These are white people. Israelites are black Afro-Asiatics. So you gotta follow the date on when they got together to have a Mossad in their own state. But they didn't get their fucking state until 1940. It had to be recently on Martin Luther King, right? Alrighty then. So Jeffrey Epstein's second generation them. What were they doing before they got in Israel in 1940? Does anyone remember, class? No one remembers? I know, because you said something about Jewish people, extermination camps, and Hitler's. But nothing about Russia. Nothing about Japan. Just the United States went to war. Did we win the war? No. All right, so why did they teach us? Why did they teach us about Germany and Jewish people if the United States didn't even win the war? We don't know, but they're definitely moving them here.
Why did you need that?
They're definitely moving them here. They need a good, sad backstory so they can buy up all your property and gentrify your areas, and you can't question them because they're victims, and especially you black people. Because you know how it was during the Civil Rights and before when white people, us, were telling you this, were treating you like that. So don't you get on your high horse and start treating this other third-party group like that. So much so we're going to treat them better than we treat you. Now, you better just eat that. That's the only reason why we know about World War II. So that black people and Indians don't react to these foreign immigrants who've never lived here in human history outshine us because the federal government are bankrolling them since the Bush family. First of all, if you studied anything, you know George W. Bush Jr.'s grandfather, Wall Street, New York, was a big rolling Hitler. So you know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't in the crates deep enough to have this conversation about Epstein. Yeah, most people are not in the crates deep enough to even, you know what I'm saying, to recognize all the connections that Epstein is. Like, he's not just a freaky fraud with a cool $1 million deal, dude. No, the fuck he's not. No, the fuck he's not. Y'all don't understand nothing about math and science. Jesus Christ. Epstein was managing money for everybody. Epstein's that guy I'm talking about. Epstein's the devil in their crew. He gives out the missions. He moves the money around. He gets in position. He compromises the problems at the top of the ladder. His wife, or his arranged marriage, helps him. Her dad is Mossad. extra large varsity. Everything they're doing is blackmail, extortion, and coup d'etats socially. That's her fucking dad, nigga. One more time, y'all gotta stack this shit up. We be saying Mossad out there like these are just like FBI agents or like regular people. Nigga, there ain't no fucking Israel before 1940. How the fuck niggas couldn't fight Hitler but end up with a fucking Mossad CIA agency? They couldn't do shit with the Nazis or what was going on with Anne Frank. But fresh out the container, you got Maxine's father, and all of a sudden he's the super duper varsity Mossad agent? Y'all gotta walk that shit down one day when you use your brain about it, right? And I'm talking about the politicians and White House people and all people act like they give a fuck about voting. Like, you gotta think. You don't have none of these stories going on right now on your TV until after 1940. Meaning none of these were the stories prior. So it's like someone else took up all the airspace. Yeah, Israel, Jewish people. Epstein. Remember, I'm gonna say it one more fucking time. The Mossad person is Maxine Giseline. Her and her daddy. This nigga is Epstein. That's a whole different Jewish family. I want y'all to recognize everything, man. Neither one of those branches come from this damn country. Don't even look alike. Neither one of those branches come from this country. Neither one of those branches come from here. The land of Israelites and Jews. So, imposter amongst us. We know that already, but I need you to understand the imposters in question. It's Epstein and Maxine. Those are two different Jewish families. What happened before 1940? Rumors of Jewish families undermining the German statehood at that time in a proliferation through their social order of transsexuals, masculine females leading the social charge at clubs and brothels. There's the underworld of the kids being compromised because a lot at the time, in that time, in Germany and Poland, those people, known as Steens and Maxines, didn't have a lot of money, so they became so reprobate that they were selling their children to eat, to get drugs, to dress up, to party. And this was a known thing. Their clubbing was going to, what do they call it, burlesque, masquerade type, you know what I'm talking about, like, you know, cute and glamorous, but with mostly men dressed up like women, and mostly women pegging each other. Like, guys, I'm describing 100 years ago in Germany. Not the Germany my dad made, the Germany that they lived in 100 years ago. Those families, can't go nowhere else. They got, both of them got to take their ass back to the story I'm telling. They wasn't here prior, so their families from that story over here now. Cool, don't worry about that. Let's go back to their story 100 years ago. Their granddaddies and stuff. They're in that society too that declared war, like we're hearing now, on the local populace. So that means those families that came here are not even from Germany and Poland originally, because their sides of the families declared war on the local populace. Hold on, that's what gave birth to Hitler, by the way, whichever real Hitler it is. Basically, when you do a national movement, you're saying our mothers are from this territory, yo bitch ass just got here. How the fuck are you running shit? And that's the same question me and you got today, but we're looking at the wrong people. If you, my color, everybody, you know who the wrong people is, but amongst the wrong people, you're looking at the wrong people. So pause right there. Out of all the things going on with us right here, why are our people looking at the people that are our problem, talking about that these people are the biggest problem? Epstein says. Don't want you to forget that, man. Walk it down. The president of Mexico right now, walk her down 100 years. She from over there. Donald Trump, your president right now. Walk him down 100 years. They over there. Epstein, if you can walk him down, wherever it walks to, it has to be over there 100 years ago. Maxine, come on now, her daddy, walk him down 100 years ago. You'll notice that everything we're clogged up with socially, politically, would not be an issue right now because it could not have been an issue 100 years ago. One more time, let's walk this shit down. Every character slowing down the United States, money, decency, justice, all of them in clogging the justice system, clogging the executive branch, clogging the financial, everything, all of them in those positions, down to Jerome Powell. If you walk them niggas back just 100 years, none of these motherfuckers are on this island. So y'all gotta start there, please. All my Black Panthers and pro-Black foundational black, shut your ass up. You're pleading your case to people who don't have ancestors here greater than 100 years ago. You asking for reparations from some niggas who flipped Germany and Poland upside the fuck down 100 years ago. You're reasoning with those people who are only here 100 years ago because they ruined their own fucking country. Y'all gotta start there, bro. This is not our country. They are not from our country. They literally got here less than 100 years ago. I don't want to hear that we the people bullshit out of their fucking mouth. But unfortunately, you voted for some foreigners. Y'all get it? Y'all get it. Don't tell me the United States was formed by foreigners 400 years ago. Wait, your parents was not there. These people were not here 100 years ago. So what the fuck are y'all talking about? They were not in the Constitution. Why would they uphold it? They were not in the Constitution, so how could they fucking uphold it? What are y'all talking about? How can a foreigner go to a foreign land that has a certain rule set, I don't know, like 10 Commandments, and go, yeah, I'm going to honor the shit that y'all created? Y'all retarded. What are y'all surprised about? Everybody in the United States policy are foreigners. None of them have been here longer than 100 years. Not one. These are all foreign immigrant kids. Grandkids at best. And that's me being reasonable. Because I know they started in the 80s. Maybe some of them had motion since then. But all the ones that crashed the economy in the 20s, these are their kids. They were not here 20 years prior. Ain't no one was living in New York. What the fuck y'all talking about? Y'all did not build that shit. That shit been there. Stupid. So there was no New York City for you dickheads more than 120 years ago. Shut the fuck up. There was no post office box. Dummy. You could dispel all the mysteries of the history, talking points and headlines by putting yourself in perspective of what was going on the land and what the Indians were doing. Why do you think they integrated us into their system? They did not do that until the 1900s, guys. Indians were not part of the United States things and issues until the 1900s. You can tell. They didn't call us African Americans 100 years ago, did they? They didn't call us black 100 years ago, did they? All right now. So 100 years ago, black people and African Americans didn't exist in this country, now did they? Walk them down. Where your grandmothers stay. Because 100 years ago, black people and African Americans did not exist politically or even locally or even in our word lexicon model. There were no black people and there were no African Americans in the United States of America in Reconstruction. True or false? African Americans? 3 in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. Black is after the 60s, African Americans after 80s. 120 years ago, there are no black or African Americans to describe. So, black and African American people were not in the Constitution either. Hence, civil rights. What year is that? The 60s. Oh, y'all weren't part of civil rights prior to the 60s because you weren't black or African American prior to the 60s. Y'all gotta start taking shit literally. If you think the Bible's a doozy, you should check your law. You're literally not a United States citizen. You're literally not black. It has no legal meaning. And you're literally not an African American. So you literally have not had representation in the system since the 60s. And 60 years before that, you weren't even allowed to be part of it. Who's the asshole here? None of you Negroes were part of the United States. Y'all talking about slavery. I said 100 years ago. Y'all ain't listening to shit. If and when you were a slave or someone in your family was a slave, your grandmother and great-grandmother wasn't, and they were not part of the United States. Do the math, nigga. What are you talking about after the Civil War? I ain't talking about masses. There was no masses. My father's the king of New England. They're time locked. 1611. You can't go further than that. So if you were slaves, okay, when were you slaves? What were slaves?
You ever see motherfuckers have a full conversation and get silent when you come up with
Yeah, man. Sometimes it'd be private. So you don't have any black people in the Civil War. You absolutely have no black people in the Civil War. They didn't exist. Black is an adjective. So that's not a political thing or civil rights thing to even matter in a civil war, right? Because a civil war is a war of civics. You understand? You know what civics are? Of course we don't, because we went to school with people who were not in this country 20 years before they made our school. First of all. And they'll tell you it's based on some Persian bullshit. Persian sucked. So, hence. But when you get to when you get to us, you know what I'm talking about? Like, nah, these people were not here 120 years ago, fam. Those federal censuses did not keep track of black people or African Americans, fam. Then it does. That's when you got to study the date of when they flipped that shit. That's when your ass got caught up in the matrix. So if you're not any of those things described on the census, you just were not part of the federal system. That's most of the people in this land as of the Civil War. Stupid. They're in a civil war because they're not part of the United States. So all those people everywhere but the northern 13 colonies, hypothecated, are not United States anythings. They're not even they're not even doing anything where they would need to consider being part of it either. The United States doesn't own land. Thus, it does not own the people on that land they don't own either, right? You get it? That's the Civil War. They're saying, who died and made you my HOA? Take your bitch ass back to D.C. Faggots? That's the Civil War. 1868, annexation of Texas. Why are we talking about Texas? So now imagine you're in Texas. Through the American Revolution, ain't got shit to do with you. Through the Civil War, ain't got shit to do with you. But now it's over, and now they're talking about your ass. Meaning all the niggas in Louisiana and Texas who had nothing to do with Boston, had nothing to do with Virginia, had nothing to do with Philly, had nothing to do with South Carolina. You do know you have niggas on every state at once like you do today, right? Who I now think about the niggas in Texas in the 1800s. You think they're federal citizens on the census? You're fucking retarded. You feel me? And that's how they get over on us. We don't go into the depth of what these things are, with these licenses and itemizations of people. Why are you itemizing me? You're not my dad. Are you going to do our family tree with all this data, nigga? Why the fuck you itemizing niggas? Oh, because we're about to introduce taxes to you. Why are you introducing taxes to us? Because you're our citizens. What do you mean? You're foreign. So you're going to have to pay a subscription fee to be here. Why the fuck would an Indian be in that consideration, dickhead? Why would an Indian be paying taxes to a foreign government, to his land? United States citizens got to work with that man. Indians and Negroes ain't got to do shit. You're not slaves. You don't have to be a citizen, Dred Scott. Do you remember? You don't have to be a citizen, Dred Scott. Do you remember? You don't have to be a citizen, Dred Scott. Do you remember? And you never were a citizen Indian. Who was your grandmother again? Is your grandmother before or after Dred Scott? So your grandmother knew she was Indian after the whole thing, trying to trick niggas and Indians into citizenship, right? All right, then. Shut your ass up. We had like 20 kids. We had like 20 kids and shit. Like, imagine all the Indians had like 20 kids and shit. They're not citizens. They be out here, like, and having kids and shit with citizens. You know how niggas is, so it's like, birthright and naturalization starts happening when you start fucking on Indians, stupid. When you start fucking on Indians, dummy. When you start fucking on Indians, goofy. Like, why do they don't understand that? Why is it so hard to believe that black people are Indians? If the civil rights is about us, why would we need civil rights, stupid? We're not Africans. Africans are not fighting for civil rights. Indians are. Go back to the 60s. Look at those people and look at their hair. They have afros or not. If they have afros, they are Indians. They're from the branch of Asiatics, which is why our hair is like that. It's pedigree. So you go back to that time period, you see all them brothers out there, and the warriors and all that stuff. The ones with afros are Indians. There's other brothers here who don't have afros. Cool, they're probably South American or Islander. Via Congo. Not via Nigeria. That's the trick bag. They're via Congo. I have all the books about it. So whatever African disbursement, all the white dynasty overlap too now. So you got Muslims on one side, Christians on the other side, business. They're in the middle, Christian kings up north all the way down that bitch. After my grandfather's kingdom. And then they were bringing people here, going back and forth to Brazil, working those plantations and cane fields and pushing them up to the coast because they can ride boats like they're not fucking aimless. And of course the problems that come with that and the territory disputes and defectors who could defend themselves because they learn how to work and what you gonna do about it? That all that's the birth of that shit, nigga. Like starting from the bottom. Now we're here. But by the time we get here, with all of that, it's the 60s. Go back to those pictures and those photos and look for all the niggas and girls who have afros. They have an Indian mother or grandmother in their family. Now, if they come from a territory with Indian grandmothers, then possibly, dickhead, they have Indian grandfathers. And if they have an Indian mother and Indian grandfather, then bitch, you're looking at an Indian. You have none of that intermacing jungle bunny shit before annexations. So shut the fuck up. So if any of these niggas got Indian hair and their grandmother, or at that time, mother is an Indian, she been Indian all the way before any faggot brought their ass here. And her grandkids are talking about civil rights because it's not fair that you have all this eminent domain, all the shit that our fathers just built, all the people that you locked up as prisoner of war to repair and clean the streets out, and now we're here, Wilmington riot. Now we here Rosewood, now we're here Tulsa, now we back here Philly, now we back here Durham, Haiti, now we're back here Oklahoma, and now you have these new immigrants burning our shit down, and you got these new blacks running the politics, your fucking Coons and Sambos, you fucking Rockefeller, Rothschild ass, first generation ass Du Bois students. Y'all not from here, y'all not Indian. I could tell by your hair, nigga. So, you understand, nigga? So like, they conflated these things on skin color, and they told a Jewish person did that. They're very used to it, nigga. They were just in Germany making the case about gender. They were just in Germany making the case about sex. They were just in Germany brainwashing kids. Those people, their kids, are the ones who led the civil rights movement on the paper legalese suit side of it. Same thing with Soros today. Same thing with Black Lives Matter. Same thing that any time they mention the word black, you have to know, and I need you to know, that there's a Jewish person behind that trademark. Wake your stupid ass up. But for me and mine, my brothers, we're Indians because we have enough sense to know we're descendants of the original people of that book that are known as Hebrew Israelites. And that's exactly what the fuck they found in New India. So, yeah. People gotta wake up. It's not hidden. They're fighting a psychic attack. Like that can't be what that means. Why would they? Someone would say something. No, they wouldn't, because you can't accept it. And it's crazy that so many people have to wait for someone else of authority to accept it before they're allowed to give themselves permission to consider it. Like you can hold both of those in your head. You can go, he's completely wrong, mainstream narrative for the win, and your life still sucks. Or you can go, maybe these things are right, and what does it look like? It'll look like it explains why it sucks. That can't be it. Nigga, what are you talking about? That's what the words mean. Yeah, but why are you talking about anyone else? That's what it means. You asking, why would I think something like that? Because that's what it means. You're trying to figure out why you should accept something like that. Are you anyone? And that's your problem. Most people interface with new data and new situations and start considering what everyone else thinks. Even in their language model, they go, why would anyone? Why would, whoa, this is your brain I'm talking to. Why are you considering the data? Why are you going to the consensus algorithm? Why, when someone's presenting us information for explanation, relief, and additional depth to consider, just considerations, we go, What would someone else who never talks about these things or ever consider these things, why would they not notice it? All right, so what are you really asking? Why are you asking? You're actually asking. You're used to this with women. You're not asking me that. You're asking me, out of everybody you know, why would I know that? Damn. So not only you're anyone, you're not yourself, and then I'm just whoever you think I am. You can't receive the answer. You cannot get the message from the messengers because you are judging God's messengers, aren't you? Cliche, right? Like this is the oldest story in the Bible. This is the oldest story about Micah. This is the oldest story about Jesus. This is the oldest story in the Bible. Do not judge a book by its cover. Well, first of all, what's a book?
No, you don't. You got your stuff. You got your.
Motherfuckers retarded, right? It says don't judge a book by a cover, and people were talking about where they put their no parts. It says don't judge a book by its cover, and it says judge titties and ass by its covers. It says don't judge a book by its cover, and yes, it's a metaphor towards people. All right, the metaphor fixed itself on book though. So what people are like books, information, knowledge, wisdom. Don't judge the source of the message based on the messenger. Right? I ain't got my polo on right now and my Nikes. Don't judge me by my cover. I'm gonna be rich. I'm gonna have it all together one day. That's not the fuck what that's about. That's vanity anyway. Why would something so deep and timeless be about vanity? People don't even know how to do the genders of what that quote is. It says don't judge a book by its cover, nigga. Why the fuck would you be looking at a book cover, nigga? Because you're trying to get wisdom and knowledge and understanding. Don't shoot the messenger there, nigga. Same fucking story. The messenger is the book. The book is the messenger. Metaphor for the person providing knowledge, wisdom, or understanding. Period. All you have to do is consider what's in the book. You know, it's a book, nigga. It's already third party. It's off of you. You can't do nothing by accepting it or not accepting it anyway, fundamentally. But all the social chasms and schismatas is based on that surface level, concrete. What does the cover say? What does the cover mean? And then it's so interesting that even with a good cover and good cover meaning, they still don't open the fucking book. So it's they call it a canned response or cognitive dissonance. It's before cognitive dissonance. It's the canned response or the threshold before cognitive dissonance. People are just chatting. Watch. Go to A-Marie's book club. She has a channel. And she reviews books. Very powerful books, too. If you read the descriptions, as ladders. But anyway, you're going to notice something because she notices something as a reader. And I'm saying that A-Marie knows how to read. And I find this to be problematic. I haven't talked about this before. But I want to talk about it now, just put it on public record. That woman right there is not who the fuck y'all think she is. I can't put my finger on it. I don't know her parents. I don't know what secret family of Asiatics she's part of. I know every famous fucking person I deal with Jewish people got a cover story. But I noticed something, that she's a reader. And that's the scariest thing ever, bro. Because it's right in the fucking open air. Like, she's a fucking R&B star, still touring, knows all the cool black people, Tink and everyone in between us. You guys like to listen to her and look at her, and if she's right there, right? Like, hold that right there. Don't judge a book by its cover, right? Like, I'm doing the same degree. Fuck with me. You shouldn't judge a book by a cover, even when the book cover is talking about book covers. Like, you can't stack this magic higher than Solomon his damn self. And I'm telling you something, y'all haven't been paying attention to shit. Not y'all. I'm just talking about the spirit of this world that we're in and how someone like me would sound crazy and ridiculous, but when the shit's dressed up like her, it's still just as ridiculous as me. And no one notices it. Because she learned how to change covers. Like a woman would. What the fuck? We need to change the covers again? Well, you wash them. The fuck? Nigga, I can sleep on the floor, on a carpet, on a cot, on a pallet. The fuck? You do it. If it's that damn important to you. It caught me when I was reading. I was like, oh shit, she's a reader. Remember, I might be accelerated reader ass kid. She's one of those. She's absolutely one of those. First of all, start there. Then she's in the music and blah, blah, blah. It must have been her hair. But wait, when you look at her books, when you look at her books, bro. when you guys really pay attention, so for whatever reason I'm calling your attention to it, when you really pay attention to the books she's covering, you're gonna have the same feeling that I have. Like, how fucking convenient is that? And she's a reader. We don't have a different word. So everyone misses it. Like, oh, so what? She writes books, she has a book club. Nigga. She has a reader club. Her club ain't for the books. Her club is for readers. It's not a book club, it's a reader club. First of all, y'all better love this English language when you're looking at readers use it. Mary's book club. All right now. So then I was like, and I thought about something else. I will bless the Lord. Like, I was like, I gotta look into this. Because I have angel eyes overseeing shit, right? And I had to make sure I wasn't, you know how psychosis is. Let me make sure it's not psychosis then. All right. Go to one of her pages where she's talking to other people, and they're all Asians. No surprises. Hold on, stop. There's no surprise with her, right? Talking to this Asian dude, and she asked him, when other people come to your country, I think it was Japan or something, can you imagine? And she's Korean, alleged. Whatever that means, right? Because like I'm New Jerseyan, but I was raised in North Carolina. I'm in Vegas. Like, what the fuck does that mean? That don't say nothing. But she's talking to someone in Japan, and she said, "Do people come to you for your reading services? Like, how common is it?" And he's not even talking in English. How common is it for people to come to you for these things? Blah blah blah. And you imagine this girl's doing book reports and books. Like, what the fuck is she talking about? Why would anybody come to him in Japan for a service about reading things? Wait, hold the fuck up. What are we talking about? Someone help me out. What are they talking about? In the open air. In the open air they're talking about this, man. Like, what are y'all talking about? No one would pay somebody. We talking about now, because they did the video now. No. Nobody with a phone and some apps going to another country to find another guy who don't speak the same language as them completely to help them with anything that rhymes with reading. Unless reading is code for so many other things, as I just described to you. And then I look at the books. Then I read the descriptions. Then I seen the human trafficking. Then I seen the Palestine. Then I seen she's locked into the same exact targets. But she does it as an R&B reader. Weird story. And then they drop a song with Mr. Lucas. What's his boy? What's that man's name? Troy Taylor. And he's talking about he only work here, and he headed his ass to Italy. Hold on. Wait a minute. Slow down, champion. You got the same dog as this other kid who sent me a picture of him with the same dog you got. I'm talking about the same breed. Everybody went to Atlanta, but every nigga ain't got poodles. Okay. All right. I'm following something. I noticed something. And mind you, these people that I'm noticing aren't conscious of what I'm noticing. They're part of what I'm noticing. And I'm telling them, yo, I noticed something you're a part of. And you may not know how noticeable you are playing your part in it, but because of social media and how we're all interconnected, if I'm looking to read something, I'm going to find a goddamn map, nigga. I'm a more for real, the king of them. So I'm like, oh shit, this a whole nother thing going on. Let me test the waters. Let me press the issue. Let me say this, let me do this, let me post about this. And sure as God made green apples. It was like playing a game of Clue. This package shuts down. This temple phone don't work. This person disappeared. This person ain't appeared. This man posted a picture again. He's just traveling again. Like, whoa, what's going on with him? But I'm really pressing the issue on Troy Taylor because, nigga, that's my fucking beat. Don't fucking play with me. I'm used to it, nigga. I'm a YouTuber. That's my fucking beat. That's my fucking beat, nigga. You done ghost produces an mgthefuture type beat for Amory? Nigga, okay, here we go with the bullshit. Atlantic Records, go fucking figure. Can you imagine Atlantic Records and Young Berg and all of them being behind a group of people that are always behind something like that? All this chismes about who really that beat comes from. You notice? I noticed it as soon as I heard it. Because that's my favorite song that I did. Show me, show me, show me, God, show me, yeah. let me show y'all. Maybe, you know, I'm biased. I only been teaching everyone how to make beats for decades. I shouldn't be surprised. But I'm not surprised by that happening. Duh. I'm surprised by who it happened for. And what happened when I went to seek and read between the lines and connections between people. That's why they kill people like this. Nigga, we can be used in other polarities. Just pay us, faggot. The fuck? What God gonna do? Tell me. Like, I want to figure out something at the best. I ain't trying to stop people from surviving occupation. I'm trying to figure out why they fucking playing in my face while they do it. I don't like being played stupid. My mom a little too brilliant for that. My mom is a little too brilliant for me to be stupid. Her mom is a little bit too brilliant for me to be stupid. So I hate when people solve me for stupid. That's my trigger point right there, bro. Ain't nothing I teach is stupid. Ain't nobody stupid can talk about these things. Don't even do that. First of all. Nobody stupid get their discourse straight. No, they don't. Nobody stupid get the messages I get. No, they don't. They wouldn't be able to read the message. But listen, this is when I was tripping in. This is how I knew something was wrong. I was like, hold on, niggas. Because I noticed it before the song came out. Before I knew there was a song, before I knew she was going to do another song, before I knew he was going to do a song that reminded me of me, I was like, no. That book club has some interesting persons that like it too. Remember, I'm from around the way. I'm leaving here for something. Like, who likes this kind of shit? Because I don't see it. I ever see these people on her music channel. First of all, it'd be a bunch of niggas. What are these white people and Chinese people, Harpo? Why do a bunch of Chinese people and white people know this girl for anything but music? So this is my version of the obvious.
Next move.
It's not going to be the melody of his song. It's my beat playing. I just want you to hear the beat part of it, the construction of the beat. And I know Drake and Noah and all of them. Yeah. But you got to remember, I'm the YouTuber making those beats. She's posted at the bar. So Marvin's Room is just that loop. It doesn't do nothing. It's not produced for an R&B song, but this one is. Why do you do this to me? You wanna tease me? Because it's low pass filter, you can't hear it. It's like 18 elements, right? All you gotta do, but it'll brighten up. Come to my spot, girl. The tempo and everything. Take it from the top, girl. You know you want that, girl. Then I break out of it. All the instruments are changing, but they're filtered. It's kind of evil when you think about it. You hear the hats and everything, and then you'll hear the snare. That right there is not in Marvin's Room. That use of percussion and arrangement and unfiltered drums after filtered drums is not in nobody's toolbook but SoundClick and mgthefuture, who taught the world how to do that one. Don't fucking play with me, boy. Don't do that. The reason niggas was making underwater tutorials, because who did that? Don't, right? You understand? We talking about me. So I'm like, alright, people won't come across this technique, man. People won't come across it one day, but then I'm doing all this reading, nigga. And then 10 months ago, I'm speeding it up, but just to get to the point. You're gonna hear the same sounds and everything. Same effect and everything. So it's all Maybach music, it's all Marvin's Room, it's all mgthefuture, it's all that. Everyone can do that, trust me. We was outside when we did it on the internet 20 years ago. But this part. Add a bunch of other low-pass filters behind it on the pre. Okay. I study Atlantic Records. I have a video called The Atlantic Record Hit Formula, and T. Taylor is the Atlantic Record lead producer. See the sounds? Breaking out of the filter. He takes the drum out the filter on the next part. Come on, dog. Come on, dog. Come on. Talk to me, God. You want to take all your sounds out? You want to do a bridge? He should do bridges, but on a Marvin Room beat? Who does that? That's the end of my song. It's one thing to borrow a rhythm. You heard reggaeton before. It's another thing to love honesty. But it's a whole another thing to wait till the second verse to introduce all your instruments on a track just like that one. So you understand? So like the universe is like, listen, whoa, hey yo, Troy Taylor, let me holler at you. He on a plane to Italy. I only work here, nigga. What you? I don't know who you're talking to, but I was pressing an issue on his comments and his DMs. Like I had to do with Russ. Like I had to do with all the white boys and Cody's and everyone else who keeps doing that shit. Why does nigga worry about witchcraft? Nigga, I'm talking about the goddamn beat. You produced this song, and I know this is word that the Beatles had for where, like, when you listen to stuff and learn stuff, your subconscious mind will put that together. So he doesn't have to have the system up in front of me looking at my face and making my beat. Hoo-ha. No. He just been influenced by watching me and playing that song on streams and 3Ms and stuff. He could have thought it was nice and then took that as a motif and ran with it. With Amory? That's the only R&B girl I ever mentioned in Charlotte about making a song for her. Do you remember me? That's why I was pressing the issue. I was like, oh, not only did you hear me say that shit, but you went ahead and did it without me. That's what I wanted to know about. But I noticed her reading before that song came out. 2 different storylines there, boss. She's dropping books and reading and the themes of the books. Wow. Y'all should check that shit out. But whatever. She sings love songs. Cool fucking story. I'm doing R&B mixes with R&B girls, and I'm like, yo, early 2000s, Amory, how come if then, why then, and then Mr. Atlantic Records has a very spooky similar arrangement and beat style, and she's on it. Get the fuck out of my face. Man, these niggas, boy, please. And if you've been listening to me, you think I'm talking about the music industry for some reason. And nothing I had in this conversation was really about the music industry for real. I was saying, how is it that warlocks are always on my damn channel and never say hi? That's all I wanted to know. I know these niggas ain't gonna pay me. For the last 30 years of all of our lives, we know them niggas with those labels don't pay niggas. Especially not no ghost producer, influencer guy. Unless it's Kanye. He'll put everyone in the studio a point just for being there, right? For the vibes. He understood Marvin Gaye science. But this ain't that. This is YouTube, open internet, blah, 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 blah. Yes. Anybody can copy my beats, blah, 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 blah. That ain't what I was talking about, though. I wasn't talking about being copied. Technically, I'm teaching everyone else someone else's style. But not really, because we were doing that first on SoundCloud. But you understand, it gets known, you know what I'm saying? But so I'm teaching it using that SEO to draw attention to how we used to do that. And now it's a bigger thing, bigger songs attached. Yes, absolutely. But that ain't what that song. That song I just played you. That's not what that song is. That's not that. That's not one of those. Like Troy Taylor hopped off. He hopped off of the vocal engineering seat and went into production to make that. You understand? He's normally doing vocal production arrangement. Nah, he jumped into Logic and he made that beat. You understand? He used to sign producers and writers. He made that beat for that girl. You gotta understand everything, man. That's like you gotta learn how to make beats to do that. You know what I'm talking about? Like Troy Taylor is known for, I know all the producers that produce for Trey Songz. Troy Taylor is known for putting producers around my age group and singers and songwriters together and making that shit a hit for sure. Gospel church and everything in between. So he can do that. He's a vocal coach for sure. But he made that beat in Logic. You see what I'm saying? Like how I know how to read? Like I'm reading him. He's using Logic. I remember in Charlotte, I was on my Logic season, and I had that weird ass kid from California being weird about Logic for some reason. He was triggered that I was teaching Logic, but it wasn't to his season. I was like, can I warm up, nigga? I'm barely getting the audio in my goddamn stream, bitch. Like the fuck? Right? They wouldn't understand that. They never streamed before. So, but anyway, around that time, and that's the same time I was making those comments about R&B, A. Marie, You Can't Break My Soul remix. That's all 2022, 2023. Let's wait for it though. This is my favorite part of this crazy story I'm telling you. This is Donnie Darko, Johnny Leonardo DiCaprio on the island, the insane asylum type shit. When I talk about it backwards, right? And I said, hold on, I thought about something else. That's precisely the same time period, 2022 to 2023 in Charlotte, that my Instagram was hacked. And it's Facebook and Instagram at the time when they were linked. So my first account, like one I didn't use for mgthefuture, like just when Facebook came out. And I guess it automatically had an Instagram attached to it. So I signed into it. And I went through the messages to see who was using it, and it appeared to be Hindu or Indian hacker type thing. It's silly. They love D-skills for some reason. I don't know what that is. Like Desi or something like that. But anyway, they signed in from, like, the messages were old, but the hack that I noticed was 2223 Concord, North Carolina. Indians could live everywhere. But the Indian chatting was years before the login attempt. So years ago, Indians got into that account somehow, used it, stopped using it. Then it's dormant. I log in. And then there's a login already. Concord, North Carolina. I didn't live in Concord. I lived in Charlotte. It would say Charlotte. It say Concord. Concord is north of Charlotte. You know what Concord is? That's why you have Concord Jordans. Concord is where Michael Jordan's house was. And what I'm saying is, it's the affluent side of Charlotte. So if someone's in Concord, that's usually people who would also be back and forth to Atlanta. So like if you don't want the whatever exchange rate, you know what I'm saying, you're older in Atlanta and you want to go somewhere else, but you still have business in Atlanta, they'll come to Charlotte and Concord for the prices. But Concord's the nicest. I was like, so someone from the nicest part of Charlotte logged into my fucking old Indian, imagine me being Hindu, Instagram account and renamed it. Excuse me. They renamed it to Straight Facts 9 Trey. So Black, Blood, and Concord, North Carolina, logs into my oldest beatmaker name, updates the fucking username, and just logs out while I'm in Charlotte. While I'm in Charlotte, someone in Concord, fucking around with leaked data, I guess, you know how these stories go, and found my account and found it wise to change it to a name about Bloods. That's a lot of steps for an Indian dude from Pakistan. I don't even think that would matter. They would change it to something like D-Skills, because that's what the name was. They would have changed it to something Indian, like if they were scamming it, or a white name. No, they did not do that. They did Straight Facts with a Z9 Trey. I saw it. Yeah. Same story. I was like, why would anyone that's not me know that name? The only people that say Straight Facts like that are people from the north. 9 Trey, New Jersey, from the north. So only people that say Straight Facts, originally, be northern, New York, Jersey, that stuff. It's a time period. And then 1993, 9 Trey Bloods. Yes. So yeah, that's where I was in 1993. Absolutely. Straight facts. But who the fuck signed into my account and updated my fucking username? Bruce? And that's when I want to log out the chat. I'm like, I feel like Kanye. You got me. Digital footprints be damned. You can't make up these stories no more. Back in the day, they tried to tell us some crazy shit going on. You're like, nigga, what are you talking about? You can't prove it. Not me. Nah, I'm forensic with this shit, nigga. I used to be a hacker. So I don't need to hack to remember what to pay attention to as a hacker. Like this, that, okay. That's how you would do that if I was trying to do that, maybe. Okay, who would be that sophisticated? Not a dumb nigga. Nope. This is not a dumb nigga operation, actually. So now I gotta look at smarter niggas who are aware of New Jersey and 9 Trey Bloods, who are in Concord, North Carolina. Very possible. I said Michael Jordan lives there, so it's very possible. But not likely, bro. That's not likely. Having your account hacked, very likely. Having someone hack it from there and name it that and not say nothing? No. Nope. So my whole life was a red flag since I moved to Charlotte. I was a red flag the whole time I was in Charlotte. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I spent my whole time in Charlotte as a red flag. So nobody know that. I barely know that. That's what I'm saying. There's something else going on. I'm related to a lot of people in North Carolina too. I told you Gabriel pulled up on me and he was gave me the book and everything. So I imagine if Charlotte's way more affluent than Raleigh and way more blacker than Raleigh, and it looks like Queens, New York. Yeah, family. I can't call it. I can't assume nothing about it. I can just tell you that really happens to people. It happened to me. That it'd be hard for me to say that's God, but it is God in the sense that when that started to be noticed, me and God were noticing shit. And that was one of the shits that came up that I never solved. So I'm just sharing it publicly. Like I waited a year to let it settle to make sure it wasn't the weed, if you will. No. This one now was there. He would have noticed if something was weird with me about that. He would have said, nah, maybe he would have nudged me the other way. He didn't nudge me another way. He went to those accounts too. Mr. Down went to those accounts too and noticed something. I'm trying to see if I can find pictures about it. Probably not on this. Yeah, it's not on this. But I had pictures once upon a time. I don't know, y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's just whatever, man. I can't put my finger on it. I went to go to experts in transformation as accounts. Site went down and all. Yup. It wasn't just me that they responded to weird. It wasn't just me. It wasn't my name or my likeness. It was someone else. It's like every time you went to inquire direct to the point, they shut their account down or make it private or something weird. I was like, bro, you can just afford to lose all your business in the same 30 seconds that we had an inquiry? Like we're the Inquisition. You know what I'm saying? We're the others. We're the Inquisition on the other side. We're their Inquisition, right? And people felt like we're a little too inquisitive and started shutting down websites. That's not an easy feat, by the way. There's not a button for that. You can't just shut. That's cap. But there's a possibility that a lot of these cap-ass fronts are connected to something else that will allow them to do that. And that's when that story gets way more interesting than what we're talking about. Then one dude came in live, dude called CIA type thing. You're talking about Mr. Saucer. His name is Patrick Booth. He lives in D.C. I think he's African. First generation here. Family working in D.C. He's into crypto, signal, and CIA stuff. He's in D.C. Not part of the 50 states. So to be an African in D.C. and entangled in crypto and black channel stuff, even on the innocent nerd side, what I'm saying is his family then, you know? You don't go from Africa to that. You don't, no, you don't. You don't go from Africa to DC and then that. No, you don't. Not for the first time in human history. Your ass ever been African in America, that's not what you do. Unless your family different. So, yeah, his last name is Booth. Booth killed Lincoln, so I can imagine everything. It would not surprise me if the real Booth was an African. Because that's who was here. White people having the wrong history helps the black people who are in that history stay hidden. Which, when you think about it, it's kind of clever. Like, let everyone else be a victim, but you're the one that was really the demon, and now we're projecting on the wrong people. Although they live up to it. So, you know, you missed the monkey, or you missed the elephant in the room with us. That the people who overthrew the United States, beginning-wise, are black people. That the first presidents were Moors, and it was betrayed, because Moors don't know white people yet. So for Moors to be betrayed, Boston Tea Party is a betrayal. The American Revolution in the letters is about, thank you, sorry, can we get our captain back? Thank you for letting them live. There's tension, because there's a betrayal. Those are all black people, the way that we use black today. All of them are brown and black, all of them, every last single one. You might have 10% else, and that's fine, by the way. That is fine, by the way. You have white people amongst them, absolutely, obviously. They started somewhere, but the top of that tree of these stories, it starts with black people who are not Indians. Which is why they wouldn't be, you know what I'm saying? That's why they would need citizenship. They're not going back to whoever sent them. It's a jug. It's a free passport. So you're not even looking for king to king, royal to royal, noble to noble in this story. Because the people who took over discarded titles of nobility, royals, and nobles. So the betrayal did not happen from, well, to let them in it would happen. The people who let the vampires in are from in the house. But they let vampires in. That's what's most important. You can have stories in your family where you warn someone about someone, and that's not detrimental to you. It's detrimental to them because you warned them. But then there's other people you warn about, and you know more intensely. You're warning them for everybody, including you, and your sanity, and you don't have to hurt somebody. And they don't listen, and then it plays out accordingly. But then there's other situations where you have people that you're warning outsiders about. You're like, hey, don't fuck with them. And then they do it anyway, and they end up being like critical. Or the coolest story, or an important branch in the whole family story. Bronx tale type shit. So the initial betrayal, Adam and Eve and the serpent, is what did God say? What did your dad say? What did we say? Nah, you want to do it anyway. You can. I mean, you have a claim to that there, yeah. No one's contesting it because you're selling it. You're selling the dream to them. All right. Don't say I didn't warn you. That's 1750s. 1775, 25 years after motherfucker we warned you, then these others or their kids or, you know, same conglomerate, next generation show up. And they're writing about false flagging, wearing paint, having secret societies, different taverns, different greetings, different handshakes, and being critical, instrumental in the architects of the American Revolution through the Boston Tea Party. Deception. The first false flag event on this soil. By black people. The fuck? False flags come from pirates. The best pirates in history are black people. Barbary pirates. They're black. They're black. They're big and black. And they're little and black. There's all kinds. Those are the pirates that George Washington was writing about outside of the United States coastline. He's talking about black pirates because he's talking to Sidi Muhammad, a black man. Remember, the Caribbean is black people. That is the pirates of the Caribbean. They would be black people, right? Since all the slaves are Africans, all the black people are Africans, all right. So the Caribbean is all black. The Barbary Coast is all black. Jamaica, Louisiana, Texas, Florida, Black, 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 black. And then he's like, but wait, MG, what about the Indians? What about the Indians? Yes, Indians are black. What about the Indians? Yeah, the Indians are black. Copper colored, 1828 now. During the time of pirates. 1812 to 1828. The definition of niggas, what Americans are, is black people who are Aboriginal, Indigenous, and European. They're writing that during pirate wars. I know we want to take our time with this one, Webster. Webster's during the time of pirates. So in a definition book, for pirates, by pirates, foreigners, travelers, tradesmen, an American. How do you know the difference between an American, white boy? These Americans, they're going to be Aboriginal, Indigenous, and copper-colored. So if you come to this land and you learn these words, an American, remember they're teaching you what an American is for the first time in 1828, can you imagine? An American is, because this matches the paperwork for the United States, which is piracy. All right now, so Indians would not be worrying about these books, but we're in them. So American, Aboriginal, Indigenous. So anyone that's not Aboriginal, Indigenous knows what Aboriginal, Indigenous is. So far, so good. If you go to New Zealand right now, you see the white people that speak British, and you go outside, down the road a little bit, and you see somebody mind their business, you're like, oh, that's probably Aboriginal. Now, if you go to a town full of white people on a colonized land, and you see some dark-skinned people, you're like, I wonder if they're indigenous. But then you have people who speak English, the same color. You're like, are you European? You from London? You're Nigerian in London or something? No, I'm Indian. Oh, yeah, my dad brought books here because he's the king of New England. English is his language. Oh, that's interesting. All right, so that's Americans. After 1828 Barbary Wars, Thomas Jefferson, all that shit leading to killing Lincoln. There's a bunch of pirate battles first. The Civil War is largely a battle on the water. Pirates. So pirates from the Barbary, pirates through 1775, pirates through 1812, pirates through the 1820s, opium wars. To get opium here, you need ships. Pirates. Pirates in the Opium Wars, Boston Tea, you got pirates on the north, you got the pirates on the Gulf, you got the pirates on the West Coast. All of them niggas are black. The fuck y'all talking about? Ain't no white boys and no goddamn ships on the West Coast of the United States to be on no Barbary coast named Barbary on Hanna-Barbera, nigga, on Almarac, Beverly Hills, nigga, Algiers, nigga. What the fuck y'all talking about? The Kingdom of Maratha. Been the Kingdom of Maratha before you faggots found a map here. They even got a map of it. That's on the East Coast. Maratha over here, nigga. Your map ain't got that, Columbus. Fuck out my face. So, Moors and Barbers, and Moors and Barbers down there, and Moors and Barbers up there, and then a land full of Indians and Moorish associates. Come on, Moorish people and Indian associates. However you want to flip-flop the ratios depending on where you are and what land they're talking about. New England was Jews. So you understand, like, how that's a little different than the Mohammedans who are not. And yes. On City Muhammad. Which one is he? All right, now, so we got it all tied up. We got the whole thing tied up. 1775, 1751. The population of the whole world is smallly white. We don't know what that means, but we know what Swarthy is, we know what Tawny is, we know where they are, we know where niggas is, and I'm niggas from all those places. So he's saying anything else, if it's anything else, is very small. 1750. All right, Barbary Wars. Ooh, how can there be a lot of white pirates if there's a little bit of white people? Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Benjamin Franklin, he's alive during that. When he first saw it, he's like, there's a little bit of people, not niggas. And then Barbary Wars is everyone but niggas. Shut the fuck up, nigga. What the fuck y'all talking about? Oh, God. The fuck? Read. Learn how to fuck up. See what I'm saying? When you learn how to read, you don't even have to fucking read the story anymore. Because they taught us all the stories. They just gave us the wrong variables. They whitewashed, it wasn't the color. They whitewashed the variables. I need you to hear me now. They whitewashed history. Did we say white people whitewash history? It's not quite determined who did the whitewashing. Two things can be true. Something can be whitewashed, and it can be whitewashed by a person that's not white, especially if the thing they're whitewashing is not theirs. Do you think it's for the first time in human history that black Jews or Israelites would have an enemy that's of black skin? Oh, you haven't read our Bible. You get it? This ain't a mystery if you read the Bible. You can prove it. Look up iconoclasm. Look for the date that is mentioned as that word. That's not a new practice, but when they want to determine a word and add English to it, it's relevant. And then look at the date of relevancy to, like, why would you categorize this as iconoclasm? Whitewashing is iconoclasm. So then you go, what system, what people, what tribe, what place do we pinpoint iconoclasm? Find a date, find a region, and then look at the history or the motion of the world at that time and who is likely to be the victor if they're erasing other people's histories, and then go forward from there. McGraw-Hill, Maxine's dad's company, and his staff. His staff ain't got to be him, but he's going to give the final push on what should be in those books. He, a Jewish something, whitewashed history. He didn't Jewish wash it. He didn't take himself and his likeness and put him in those stories. He ain't no fucking American Indian. But he put white people in those positions. He put white people in Egypt. He put white people in these stories. But he's Maxine's father, a Jewish boy. They don't contest that they're white people. So you see how, like, a Jewish boy taught us whitewash history and he himself is not a white boy? So who is he affecting by whitewashing us? And you're trying to figure out if Jewish people are friendly or not. They're in charge of whitewashing your books, and they're not white people. But you're thinking white people decided that. No, they did. It's their companies. Jewish people decided to whitewash our books recently. Now go back in time, and we're trying to figure out who the real Jews and Indians are, and everything was just fine. 1600s, everyone knew who we were. 1700s, very clear who we are. 1828, bookmarked forever in time of who we were up to that date. Then the Civil War. They skipped the Barbary Wars. It's crazy how none of y'all know who that is. And then you go from there to Reconstruction. And around the time of Reconstruction, ooh, let's open up the World Fair. And all these Jewish people are here. And during the World Fair, that's when white spray paint came out. Again, Jewish people have been genociding, paper genociding, erasing the history of American Indians because they know they are the tribes of Israel. There is no other reason for it. It's not because we're black, it's not because we're Africans, it's not because we were slaves. They were not here during slavery, so thus. And it wouldn't matter because Africans were slaves. We're Indians. One more time. Jewish people came to the Americas talking about anti-Semitic from Germany in 1880 when they're fucking on children, but they're worrying about why people don't like their ass. Maybe they don't like you because you're not a Smith. I'm DeyZan Smith, king of Jews, grandson. So we know who the Jews are. Now, the Jewish people come here after the Civil War because they don't fight and they don't know how to. Definitely not Israelite, right? But all my fathers are in that battle. And then after that, they get in control of politics and paper and media and the burnt down cities, take over the printing presses, white man's Declaration of Wilmington, Jewish people, and you see it all. And then you go, oh, Jewish people have been running this jug on us. And that's why Jewish people are putting up to the jug of civil rights. That's why Jewish people put us to Black Lives Matter, just like Jewish people telling us to fight ICE. Y'all gotta stop listening to these niggas pretending to be you. Stupid. They're pretending to be you, first offense. They're whitewashing you, second offense. And then third offense, they can't fight, they ain't got no squabble. You gotta stop fighting their battles, bro. Ain't none of that in the Bible. Dead giveaway. You ain't gotta harm them, you ain't gotta hate their kids or the people who are just as fucking ignorant. Because I'm telling you, even amongst them, they have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. Because they live the mind of a beneficiary. They're not in charge of their own culture or their own shit. They just get the privileges of marking that on their fucking benefits package, on their paperwork, on their ID, which is all federal, by the way. They're only special under the federal system that funded them. George Bush's grandfather. I told you that, Project Paperclip. Like, stop fucking playing, y'all. They're a specialized class. That means your federal government of we the people invested in them, and then they took advantage of that. Enter the Epstein list. JFK been trying to get rid of them. Dead. Malcolm X caught on. Dead. Martin Luther King caught on. Dead. Then we went into entertainment and niggas tap dancing on color television. Sleep. Distracted. Then hip-hop. ODB caught on. Dead. Prodigy caught on. Dead. The only thing they all have in common is Jewish people. They don't even have white people in common. They have Jewish people in common. Everything I just said, from the mafia to assassinations to CIA to FBI to Trump to Epstein list to McGraw-Hill to whitewashing histories to Alex Haley to Roots to all those stories. That's all Jewish engineers. Every last single one. Einstein, the lie about Tesla, Edison, Jewish. Then you have Henry Ford, 40-hour work week. He was before that, and he was like, I have an international Jew problem. 5 volumes. He could have been talking about us, but maybe not. But anyway, as of the date, he ain't American either. So take his ass to whatever island he came from, and it's not America. So even the people not from America have a problem with these people known as Jewish people. And both their asses got here. So that means they must have been a real fucking problem and an impact on these people's grandparents for them to be in America starting over Dearborn, Detroit in the middle of the land and go, not these niggas again. His grandma ain't from here, faggot. Is he an Indian? Again and again and again and again. You see how common sense this is. We've been watching white people and Jewish people beef in front of our fucking face like either one belong here. They can only pivot off of an African. Okay, cool. You can take the African back with you. You, Jew, white, and African can go home. Trust me. Y'all built the boats to get here, didn't you? If the problem is the United States could only be former slaves. So white people, Jewish people, and Africans. You emancipated former slaves to make citizens. Yeah, so all of you are the groups of former slaves. If I recall correctly, I'm an Indian. So if white people came here, they had to be slaves, because this is Indian land. If Africans, and this is a trick bag about African, you don't have to be from Africa to be considered African. A dark-skinned, here we go, a non-Indian, and we'll do it even better, we'll make it even tighter, a non-Afro-Asiatic descendant of the land. Why would you be here, not in the land where you're descended of? You're a slave, but not a slave because of the story they made up. No, slave like, this ain't yours, so you're working for someone else. To people who own their own land and are sovereigns and nationals and Indians, working for someone else is slavery. Working for your own friends and your family is servitude. It's service, meaning it's enlisted, meaning it's compensated. Slavery is when you don't have a choice. Servitude, you can go work for someone else. It's called labor force. Slavery means you don't have your own stuff. It's not even your name. It's not your land. You're not real. You're dead. Necro. Slave. Black law. Black law means you have nothing in the law that entitles you to property where you stand. That's why the laws are evil like that. They're not even evil. They're common sense. You're in a land full of nationals and Indians and people who have treaties. You're here for opportunities, whether by force, but it sounds like more like because you heard something, you wanted to be here, and you have a little hustle to get up and get out and go sideways because you heard there's other places you can go when you're done. Harriet Tubman. That's all the same time period, man. That's all Civil War and after, bro. Like, don't fucking play with me, boy. Don't tell me there's a Harlem Renaissance full of former African slaves in suits and Cadillacs doing witchcraft with Sean Puffy Combs and all the gangsters of fucking New York, fresh off of slavery, my nigga. Shut the fuck up. That don't make no goddamn sense. As many guns as you saw in fucking 1920s, 1930s Harlem, that you gonna tell me all these niggas were slaves waiting for a financial and fiscal outcome between Lincoln? You goofy as hell, bro. All them people in DC and those bitches are black. Where the fuck was Lincoln, boy? I said they're all black. I didn't say they're all Indian. Don't miss nothing about who killed Lincoln, boy. All those black soldiers you seen on those horses in the North, that's after Lincoln, the Republic, tall, copper-colored guy, was killed. If Lincoln was tall and copper-colored, do tall, copper-colored people come from where? Where would Lincoln come from, that Jew-ass name? Where did the Jews come from? Europe. So were there tall, copper-colored Jews in Europe? Crazy. Then where the fuck would Abraham Lincoln come from? Abraham, Jew. Lincoln, Jew. Tall, Jew. Copper-colored Jew. Where would he come from in this story? All right, then. Now you understand why that painting don't make no damn sense. But the nigga on the penny. But he was killed by black people. An Indian Jew killed by black people. That's what happened. That's the real history. That's why white people don't have it. They weren't here. And if y'all were here, y'all could not be in the Republic or in charge of senates because your ass ain't got no land or no houses to be part of a senator. That ain't your land, that ain't your house, that ain't your building. So how the fuck can you be in the Senate if you don't own the land or the building the Senate is? Dumb nigga. Ain't no fucking body taking no former slave or foreigner and putting them in their big house to sign paperwork. Bitch, you came here illiterate. I remember it. You didn't get a board of education until the 1900s. So how the fuck can your ass not have potatoes? How you ain't got no bitches? You don't know where the fuck you are? You need a citizenship and you need a post office box code. And then also if you can sit in the Senate of a building that existed before your ass was dragged here, you are goofy. Did you ever stop to think who the fuck made such a beautiful Roman record building? An African? Then why ain't that shit in Africa where you said these niggas came from, nigga? All right, shut the fuck up. Meanwhile, Indians been living in like that. So, yeah, man. That's why I use the word Moors to describe everybody that's not Indian already in the history of the pirates in the paperwork. They're trying to say the people who, as of this paperwork and these laws, there's still people coming here. They're Moors. The people of the land who ain't coming here, already here, they're Indians. And between them, there's mulattoes. Those are Christians doing that. And Masons. Both groups are black people. The Christians of the early Americas and the Masons of the early Americas are unanimously black people. White people come from America. So please, use your common sense when you do history. America doesn't have that much time. 1751, the world is black. 1828, an American is black. Civil War, Abraham Lincoln is described as copper. He's an Indian. He's tall, in fact. That nigga they showing you is not a tall copper-colored Indian, is he? Correct. Then after that, Reconstruction. So they reconstructed Abraham Lincoln's story after they killed him. Because white people are telling us. White people weren't there with Lincoln. They weren't there before him. They can't tell us that story because that's in my black Jew colony, Pennsylvania. And white people don't know who Jews are. So they could not have been in that story with Lincoln, a Jew boy. My client may not be a Negro, but he is a Moor. That's Abraham Lincoln doing law. Abraham doing law because he's a Jew, stupid. You remember what year it is? There's no Walmarts. There's nothing else for slaves and indentured servitudes and people leaving gulags and famines to do, but he knows how to practice law already. He's Lincoln the lawyer, not Lincoln the attorney. There is a difference. You haven't had a lawyer since. Welcome to Frederick T. Gates and Rockefeller. We no longer need any more lawyers amongst these rural folk. The rural folk of his time period with his immigrant bitch ass is Indians. The fuck y'all talking about? Rural in the land. The people of the land. Indians, yes. How would white people be rural in the land in the 1800s? Y'all waiting for real estate and mortgages and banks, nigga. We didn't have none of that. And we lived in these villages and towns and cities, remember? Y'all need the fire department, the police department, and all that shit to protect you from niggas and Indians. We are niggas and Indians. So we built all those cities without any federal infrastructure guidelines or postmasters. We had our own horses and our own trains and our own cars. You saw us in them. We did not need white people to open up a car dealership. How the fuck do we get cars? Oh, that's right. We know how to build them. There's a network of us all across this place. Remember, the first brothers to create a car was jacked by Henry Ford. He saw them work modularly and then took that and made your factory for the white immigrants. No, did you hear what the fuck I said? He saw two Indian boys build a car like that. Not that the Indian boys' car was an oil car, but the fact that they're building their electric cars modularly, which is why those Indian boys were building cars modularly, because they're dealing with electronic components and not oil guzzlers. Do you remember what time Ford is? That's after Tesla and Edison. Do you remember what the niggas were doing in Alabama? Yes, they had electric cities and trolleys. Do you remember that the same niggas in Jamaica in the 1800s have the same thing? What do all three of these regions have in common? Indians and Jews. Part 5, Ark of the Covenant. That's us. Anyway, so even them white boys who made the country what it is, full of slaves who have labor, was stealing from niggas. And y'all know that. Y'all know that. A cotton gin. Only Indians pick cotton. You don't need a slave story, you dumb bitch. Your money's made out of it. Eli Whitney. My whole life. He's a black guy. He's actually Indian. But today, what is he now? A white guy. Did they whitewash it? A boy named Eli from the Bible is a white guy. Who invented something to make the work of the fields of the Indians easier. White people be like, oh, the little black babies used to prickle their fingers because they didn't know what they was doing from Africa. So why did you hire millions of them to do that work, you dumb bitch? Anyway, if you're an Indian where cotton grows naturally, you've been making Levi jeans for years. Did you see our fringes, you faggots? Every fucking Indian fabric from the 1600 drawing up until today, these motherfuckers are already building their clothes out of cotton, you stupid motherfuckers. Wool and cotton, striped designs in them, fringes at the bottom. The girls, their dresses, as of the 1600s, while holding a bow and arrow. What are they talking about, y'all? And then when they go to battle, they have leather or pork. So suede and the stuff like that, it serves kind of like an armor to deflect things. And it's water resistant. Since we're swimmers, and there's nothing but creeks and canoes and rivers here. You know where Indians live? Yeah, because you got to stop talking about the niggas on this land like they're from fucking Africa. And the fact that they've been Indians for hundreds of years. I think they would know how to navigate their fucking homeland. Thus, I think we knew how to pick some cotton without prickling our fingers, nigga. We have gold tip arrows. These motherfuckers are stupid. Because just to be evil and racist and mean, like all their filters is evil, racist, mean, and stupid. It's not even true, based on a true story. And you burst their bubble just by going to a fucking museum and looking at the picture. A picture's worth 1,000 words. But culture and traditions is timeless. Why they talking so ill about our grandmas? She the bitch that told their ass to get dressed. You can't be in Indian land, then our ancestors taught your ass how to dress. Fuck out my face. Taught you how to eat, taught you how to do everything that you do today. You didn't learn that from nothing. One of my grandmothers, I swear to God you didn't. Because you ain't built shit since you've been here. Everything you got is a derivative. You motherfuckers are copyright infringement artists. Hence, citizens. For real. For real, bro. I'm not being mean. I wasn't hanging, killing, infracting, breaking treaties, and reclassifying niggas as something other than what they are. Because nigga means Indian. Message to all the dark-skinned people of the world. The etymon of nigga is Indian. So Indians had to be what, dickhead? If the etymon of the disrespectful word for American black people is nigger, and the etymon of nigger is Indian, then what were the Indians, niggas? One more time. If the etymon of nigger is Indian, it's a derogatory term towards Indians in the 1800s during the Civil War between white and black people. Cool story, bitch. They're calling Indians niggers, though. We're not in their corporations or citizenship, so why do they have slang and slurs for us? Oh, because they're moving here. They're gentrifying. They're stealing. They're scamming. They're jugging at our weakest as Indians. So from the Civil War until the 60s, all those people in afros being yelled at by foreign white people, nigger, those white people and their grandmothers knew they came to America, a land full of Indians. Who were they yelling nigger at? All right, so during that time period, the 60s and backwards, everyone that came here to have a picnic, to barbecue, some niggers came here to eat Indians. Or they could have stayed in Africa where they were since 1812, couldn't they? All right, so everyone that came here, 60s and back, Great Depression, Orphan Annie, after that, they came here, it's fine. Now all of you dead and in poverty, and you got typhoid, and you got Spanish flu, You had tuberculosis, you got polio, niggas can't walk, doing the stank leg. And then fresh out of all that death and destruction and gloom by bringing all your funky asses together, then you have the audacity to get to the 50s. You finally healthy enough to have a third generation. Boom. And y'all calling everyone niggers? Cool. I guess your grandmother's not Indian then. Cooler. Why are you here? None of that shit got to do with United States history. Why are you here? If you know what niggers are. You know what niggers are. You know we're Indians. So why are you here? Fuck the United States black and white bullshit. You know we're Indians. You didn't call nobody else niggers. You call Indians niggers. That's what the word is. And those Indians that you're calling niggers that are here, they come from Mama Inga's territory, South America. That's where you get the spelling and phonetics for such a word. Nigga, N-I-G-A, Inga, anagram. It's our fucking language, not theirs. We won't use vowels anyway, stupid bitch. So if you would have said Inga or nigga, what's the difference between N-G and N-G? Phonetics, bones, the root etymon of the word, the matrix, womb, why the word was born. N-G was always meant for kings and niggas. Hence, that ain't no sweat off my brow. You know who the niggas were, you know who the Indians are, you know who the kings were then. All with one word. And isn't that all those different meanings that you try to trace to that word, whether you try to go to Africa, to Neger and Niger and all that, and you come over here, go to Inca and Nigga and Inga, like, okay. You're gonna tell me we're the kings on both sides of this water. And I'm going to tell you the same fucking stupid story all over again. Who was the queen of Ethiops? Sheba. Who the fuck did Sheba marry? A Jew. Where's the Jews at? Mama Inga. Those are Inca. Those are niggas. Those are Indians that you put in ghettos. What's the etymon of ghetto? Place where you put Jews. Why do all the words mean the same thing? Copper colored. So it could have never meant dark skin, black, or African. But you can definitely have copper colored Jews all through Africa because Solomon married Sheba. More. It makes sense. Because we weren't waiting for white people in English to do what? Fuck on bitches, spread empires, go back and forth, beef, siesta, Sabbath. Like, this an old planet, bro. You think we waited until the Civil War? Nigga, we the ones who invented boats. Your education system and your leaders are dickheads. Moors created boats. Hebrews, in fact, from Egypt. Where's Egypt? America. What are Hebrews? Israelites. What are Israelites? Indians. They're telling you over and over and over and over again that the people history that they're erasing in their modern Jewish history is us. Who are we? Indians. What are Indians? Israelites. What is Tartaria? A kingdom of Israelites. What is Amexem? Same story. What was Amarok? Same story. Plus Sheba. Y'all keep thinking Sheba's grandparents are something different than us, though. As if the flood didn't hit everybody. But we'll let you have it, but still. You saw Mama Inga? Don't fucking play with me. You think that's different than Europa? No, those are the same type of niggas. We're not from this planet, so we wouldn't begin with a name rooted in a landmass. But that's exactly what all those words mean the same thing. The kings were Jews, and niggas are Jews, and the Jews were kings, and the niggas were black, and the blacks were kings, and the blacks were Jews, and the Jews were niggas, and the niggas were ninjas, and the ninjas were samurai, and the Morai were Moors, and the Moors were... The fuck you talking about? You're talking about Israelites. You're talking about Semitic people. And you're talking about Semitic people that speak Semitic languages. Yeah, duh. That's what the whole world story is about. That's why all those stories around the world. We had an empire around the world. The Smith family. We're the ones with the worldwide empire. It's not random kings and emperors. Nah, what the fuck y'all talking about? Y'all speak our language. My family had an empire around the world.
They're just selling and doing shit. It wasn't, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't like all this land and all of our people. That's not what an empire is, nigga. Same thing like a corporation in a country. The state ain't your house, but your house is in an estate. You get it? Like, you gotta be very careful because these people are stupid. The people that came here took over these positions in reading and comprehension, they're good at the thing that gives them good grades at that. My problem is, it's fake. It's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're really good at creating very heady and intense variables to describe something that's not true. That's witchcraft. They don't know that, but that's what witchcraft is. You got to spin, and, you know, hypothesize and hypothecate, like, you know, come up with a hypothesis about why it is, like, and everything's a theory. Nigga, I'm an Indian. That's not a theory. I have their color. You only get this color if you're Indian. So it's very easy to see who the Indians are, who the swarthy people are, who the Africans are, who white and everything under it. Like, you could tell, like, there's something different about these people. Now, if you come from somewhere else and you come here for the first time and you see people who look like me, you'll say something. There's something different about these people. Y'all remind me of so many other similar people. Let me guess. You come from a region that had Jews or Israelites. That's what those are? I know it's in a different language. Go to Vietnam. Same. Y'all know Samson? Big niggas. We the little niggas. Hey, how you doing? Israelites. Samson's a Jew, David's a Jew, Solomon's a Jew. And there's 12 tribes of Israelites. You think the descendants of Israelites wouldn't recognize a tall, black, Afro-Asiatic Jew boy? If I walk to Japan, nigga, if I walk to Vietnam, if I go to Singapore, if I walk to the Southeast Islands, I ain't talking about the cities or the airports. I'm talking about getting on a train and get lost. You think they're going to triangulate me to Africa? You see how obvious that is? If I obviously went to Southeast Asia and I interface with them and I start showing them pictures on my phone and shit, and they really look closer at me, you think they're going to go, Africa? Or are they going to try to triangulate America first? Because there's more Africans that travel there than black African-American Indians anyway, right? So they know what Africans and black people are. But if I walk through that town, you think they're going to treat me like an African or Somalian or Ethiopian? At 6'3", copper colored, chinky eyes, fully connected beard, like all their pictures of their heroes. We're the only people who look like the gods that they have in their temples. You're trying to figure out what a son of God is. Who are the gods of Southeast Asian temples? Tall, big-boned, copper-colored people with bellies and beards, who have ships and boats. From America. Mike, Canadian here. What's your opinion on the worsening relationship between Canada and America? Y'all got the same bank. Y'all got the same central bank. Y'all don't have a problem with us. It's not a people problem. It's a financial problem. These are board members. Your president and Trump are board members of the Federal Reserve. Y'all have to ratio your credit together. And your guy's going, well, we still owe that. We didn't use as much as DC did, but we could probably get our 360-deal contract bought out by starting to work and start release songs under bricks through China. And China chimes up and like, hey, okay, y'all kicked out Hyundai out of the South. How unfortunate. But maybe we'll bring something similar to the North. And all the Northern people, Canadians, talk about y'all need jobs and opportunities. And China's like, perfect deal. We'll loan it to you. We'll do the infrastructure. We'll talk about profits and whether or not you want to get out of this deal later. We still have to deal with that central bank. So Canada, you don't have a problem. You have a problem with the Canadian Parliament, whatever the fuck they call it. Y'all been dead. Y'all been fucking burn notice from the Queen since she died, and since the Vatican said, "Yo, fuck dumb diversum sanctum low key," and no one in civil rights knew what that meant. That's why I'm disappointed with women. But you guys are going towards Asia. You guys are going towards post-Tartaria. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Because Mexico's doing the same thing. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And now the Native Americans who are, they call them Siberian, but they're always native from Siberia. But all they're saying is they crossed from the Pacific, the transatlantic Pacific slave trade. They only say about the Atlantic one, but there was a trans-Pacific slave trade too, obviously. Because there's a lot of non-Indians here on the West Coast. So the people who migrated from the West migrated from Russia and Asia. That's what all these people are. Most of the people who fill up the United States and cross the borders are Russians. Y'all call them Mexicans and Hispanics and stuff like that. No, they're from Asia. They're from Asia recently. Nobody from Asia is in any of those wars or those rules. So after 1828, we're not saying Asians weren't here. I'm Asian. I'm talking about these people that come together and work and get citizenships and do the things that people do that come here. Genetically, they're not Americans. American, the people that cross the border, not American. The whole world is black, 1751. Moors and Indians, that's all West and all South Central America, are black-ish and black. 1828, Barbary Wars. Those are the Kosa Barbers. They fuck on bitches. Barbers are black, like African black. That explains all of the African Mexicans. Your fucking dads were pirates. It's not a slave story. But when it's all said and done, I'm Indian. Those people coming here from South America should be Indian. That's my grandmother's territory, the Inca, the niggas. So at the very least, niggas should be crossing the border, right? The people crossing the border are not niggas, but they come from nigga territory. They're not niggas. They're not from nigga territories. They don't know Cherokees. They don't know Saponi. They don't know Choctaw. They don't know Muskogee. We're talking about all the tribal names that exist in the Americas when they first come to do their little paper shit with the church, Christians. But that means the South American Indians who have trade routes up and down would have known who we were for hundreds of years. And they would, if they were Indians. So Mexicans and Central Americans and all that stuff, you have to identify them by their citizenships. Not who their blood is, not what their grandmother says. You gotta understand, when they cross a boundary, the United States, they're playing them by their citizenship, their status, their bank status. If people are crossing already associated with banks and statuses, they're not indigenous or natives. If the federal government determined what a Native American reservation was, that reservation and those people were never part of this land. Now we're talking about law. I'm big homie. It's a word game. That's why we call it black magic. If they're saying one thing and you interpreted something else and you made it okay. I'm an Indian, so it's like none of it's okay anyway. It don't matter what the rule or the law, all that. That's ass. If you're an Indian, this is your land. They have treaties with you, not citizenships, not rules, not judges, not police. Now we know they overstep those boundaries. They don't give a fuck. They hope you don't know. They hope you don't have enough support to push back and make it worldwide. But silently, they kidnap us one at a time because we're Indians. They don't do that to Africans. They don't do that to Haitians. And Haitians eat people, burn people, and eat animals. They sure do. Do all Haitians do that? No. But we have videos of Haitians that do that, and they're fine with them coming here to those cities, not using the justification of why you were hanging and arresting niggas. That's the only thing I'm pointing out. I was like, what did Indians do besides live on their land that you're squatting on? But Haitians have gangs and witchcraft and warfare. And you're like, hey, here's a free license. Most niggas are locked up at DUI since they don't have licenses. But black African Haitians come here. Here's a free license. Here's a car. And here's a job. But Indians, pick yourself up by your bootstraps. You see how white people are? Y'all helped out a bunch of Haitians. Got them free IDs, got them car notes. Yeah, they got to pay for it. Nigga, so do we. The fuck y'all talking about? They got to pay for it. Bitch, we would have had to pay for it. The difference is you gave it to them. You grandfather them into the system. And they have no history there with you or me. And I'm the fucking Indian, so. Yo, white people, your political banter is weird. You be forgetting y'all not Indians. And the craziest shit about Canada, Toronto, Jamaica, it's all a Jew territory. And Jews are copper colored. So what's a Canadian? Y'all start code switching to Queen of England or Queen White Girl and all that shit. Queen of Alexandria, yeah. We're eating all the children that were Indians and Siberians. The cannibals that brought y'all here. That means they brought you here after the Civil War. Ain't nothing but Indians in those wars during the Boston Tea Party, remember? The French-Indian Wars is Toronto. All those Victorian-era city buildings that my grandfathers built that look like Newark, Charlotte, and everywhere else, that's because that's where we were, New Jerusalem. That's Tartarian architecture. Tartarians are Afro-Asiatics. We're Black Asians. So what's a Canadian? What's a Mexican? What's a Brazilian? These are all chattel subcategories under citizenships. Sovereigns and Indians don't have citizenships. We're not a member of something. Citizenship is membership. Flags are memberships. This whole continent is ours. And from the top to the bottom, this whole world, if you will. This is a world, actually. This whole world is ours. 1611. Everyone else is a legal alien, an immigrant, or a visitor. And if they're friendly, they'd be an associate. But y'all start talking about what's going to happen to our politics and our money and our land. And I'm like, which one of you are the Indians? Remember, the Indians need reparations too. Like, we're Indians. We have a different prayer than most people. We have a different prayer than black people. We have a different prayer than white people. People only know crayons. We have a different prayer than Republicans and a different prayer than Democrats. You know, people only vote for tyranny. We have different prayers than people who just want some money off a fake fiat system that's dying every day. But we can still buy shit. I understand everything if you understood what I mean. But if you find yourself to be your grandmother's Indian, that means you're Indian, by the way. You're not praying. We're not praying and looking at this game the same thing. And that's the unfortunate thing. It'll make me sound mean. But I'm like, bro, this continent was 100% Indians just in the 1600s. There ain't nothing I can do about that type of racism and evil. I can never match y'all. I don't think Genghis Khan can match y'all for real. Our sisters alone aborted 75 million people. Potential energy that's not here. What about their souls, though? The soul enters at the time of conception, I heard. We can get deep about it if you want to, but I'm just saying, like, that might not be 100% of the time, but out of 75 million, they'd be ashamed if any of those were. Because you know they're not all early. So 75 million child murderers amongst us. And you're trying to figure out, and I'm just saying, like, shit happens, but I'm saying 75 million of it. Meaning that's a part of the subconscious psyche collective of all women, indoctrinated through this system that has taught them that that option is cool based on your current social conditions that Jewish people created, with the same solution that Jewish people created, with the same outcome that Jewish people created, meaning they get your blood, your enzymes, your placentas, and your baby stem cells to work on their Pfizers and their vaccines to become billionaires, while you get 10 years older looking stupid, feeling ill, and your ovaries are bleeding too much. Y'all need to connect
manliness in a female, masculinity, especially an Indian adjacent descendant, to how many abortions she had. And then it'll tell you the whole story. You think it's because men ain't shit. She saying men ain't shit because she got abortions. Now look at the younger girls who are hyper masculine, hanging out with the idiots who don't know how to use condoms or pull out. They're the ones who get the most abortions. They're the ones about I got Plan Bs and all this. They make rap songs about it, so don't play fucking with me, nigga. And we got all these college educated girls subconsciously listen to these dumb bitches rap about it. They think they're better when they go on Tinder. And then fuck around and have an abortion for some reason because they ended up pregnant by a nigga that didn't care about him. And they knew that before she got pregnant by him. So it's not a surprise, it's not disappointment, it's you're walking in the code that they gave you. And all those artists were signed by Jewish women. So that's what I'm saying. If y'all pay attention to real life, y'all understand that we don't miss because we know who's shooting at your dumb ass. Hunters get to notice other hunters. Hence. It's not deeper than that. I'm sure there's great Jewish women out there. I never met one. But me pointing out that they're Jewish is to show you what that means. Is that Jewish people are behind the scenes at every turn. There's an Indian. Indians don't forget they're Indians until Jewish people are around us. I thought white people was doing cowboys and Indian films and shooting Indians and stuff. Like, white people, y'all thought that y'all going toe-to-toe with niggas my size with guns? Y'all niggas are pussy now. Y'all need cops and militias now. What the fuck you talking about? In a world with no cops, in a world with no sheriffs, you are not going toe-to-toe with none of my ancestors. Are you retarded? Your bitch ass need a law to lock us up now. We talking about when we shoot back, nigga. You wouldn't have this whole system to protect your punk ass if you were doing that to niggas. Thus, you're civil, using paperwork and laws and juries and little rules and signatures. Y'all some faggots. Like little girls, that's some little girl stuff. Y'all some faggots, y'all grown-ass faggots. Your system is produced and co-opted by grown-ass faggots, Mamelukes, eunuchs, and pirates. So it's in the gender of the equation, that's all. Atrazine makes the frogs gay. So does the United States. The United States created atrazine, the Jewish people. I know. Everything that they do, it becomes gay, it becomes gray, it becomes ambiguous, it becomes genderqueer. Welcome to Germany and Poland, 1920, and that triggered Hitler. And, you know, not Hitler, fuck him, because that's not him. But the thing, how people feel to this day about them, that's all we gotta follow. And then you go, oh shit, nothing changed in 100 years. There's nothing new under the sun with these niggas. Oh shit, they're doing that here. Absolutely. That's what we all been nervous and talking about. Absolutely. That's why it's black and white people talking about it. Y'all are trying to describe the effect of what Jewish people did to your society. Thank you. Finances. Thank you. Credit. Thank you. All the shit that got hypermaxed and supreme and gentrified. Jewish. Thank you. Like, what do y'all think this is? Aiden Ross. Thank you. The people behind Cashapp. Thank you. The people behind Kanye, his handler. Thank you. Like, have you noticed? Like, you know how like you think they're just buddy with white people? Like, no, they're buddy with Jewish people. Now wait. Now flip white off. So that's why y'all are confused. This is so simple to see. Now do the same thing with my people. Which one of us are Jewish people? Understand, y'all have been indoctrinated gold dress, blue dress so much that you don't know the difference between white people and Jewish people. And you're not going to be able to judge a book by its cover, right? Oh, here we go, Sunday service. So if you can't judge a book by its cover, you can't judge a white person or a Jewish person by their covers. You could probably judge them by what they're doing under covers now, what they're doing in business, what they're doing around niggas, what they're doing around real Israelites. Maybe you can tell which of the white people seem to favor Israelites more than the other. Jewish people. Error. Are Jewish people Israelites? No. Are Jewish people Judeans? No. Are Jewish people from Jerusalem? No. They're from where white people are from. Yes. Germany. They're from where Trump is from. Yes. Germany. They're from where Hitler's from. Yes. Germany. They're where Edison's from. Yes. They're from Tesla. Yes. Picard. Yes. 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 But white people and Jewish people from the same place, I guess, don't know the difference between each other. Now come to a land of Israelites and Jews and tell me, which one of these Indians are Judaical? I think it's the tall, handsome ones with copper-colored skin and beards and curly hair with the updated weapons with gold tips and purple dye. I think it might be them because the rest of them don't have that. Now you look at white people and Jewish people. Which one are the Jews? The one that has a radio station, politics, philanthropy, universities, drug companies, private islands, private equity firms, crypto scams, pyramid schemes, gentrification, $5,000 seminars in Hawaii. Since white people old history is killing niggas and Indians, and all they can do is build a house that's shitty that their mother is going to get after she kills him because she's son of him, and then she's fucking the milkman while the kids grow up and say, fuck it, we're going to sell this heritage. We're living through it. So white people y'all can't say shit. Y'all been white for 400 years and y'all don't own shit? So that means you squandered your head start if you're heritage. Y'all like, I don't know, no, I'm not. Exactly, you're not heritage. So you wasn't here before the Civil War. Got him. Got him. Exactly. You're not heritage. That's why y'all ain't got shit either. Y'all keep telling us y'all ain't got shit, y'all ain't got shit. Why are you telling Indians that? What the fuck are you supposed to have? And what the fuck are you supposed to have from a foreign occupying tyrannical imperialist force that you're describing today in the open air about your own daddy, and I'm the Indian? So like, if you don't like the bullshit, why do you think that we like the bullshit that the bullshit created? You. None of these fucking foreign immigrants ever invited me, an Indian, to their Thanksgiving dinner. I thought they were thankful for being here and sharing our fucking food that we were letting them have. What changed? Thanksgiving is about Indians. I'm Indian. So Thanksgiving is about the niggas allowing you to be here and showing you how to eat. Since this is not your environment, and most of this shit's poisonous if you don't prepare correctly. We don't have Bill Gates and GMOs yet, or all the fake preservatives that keep you alive. This is what happens when you eat it organically. And most of you turn into vampires with little teeth and die. Thus, saith the Lord, is it not written? Who could have prepared the first Thanksgiving dinner besides a nigger? Keep calling it soul food and slave food. Nigga, we're Indians. Our Indian grandmother made soul food. The fuck are you talking about? They make soul food in Africa? So why the fuck would an Indian know how to make soul food if an African didn't teach her how to make soul food? So how the fuck you attribute our food to black people in slavery in the lands of Indians before the Civil War? Are you stupid? Do you know how many black people you miscategorize as Indians? No. So you gotta understand, all those Indians are in the South. Yes. Should they be slaves from Africa? No. So you think they weren't cooking the same 400 plus years, nigga? To this day, right? All right, so we're Indians. What the fuck? The United States citizens came here on bullshit against Indians. All of them. Black, white, and everything in between them. This is your laws. These are United States slave codes, all that. Are you Christians? Are you believers? You believe that you belong here? You believe that we're not Indians? You believe that you deserve something? You believe that you're righteous? You believe you won wars? You believe that you're entitled? You believe you built these buildings? You believe that you belong in them? You believe that these cities are named after someone in your family? And half of these damn cities and states are still named after Indians. And Indians are black people. So, to my chagrin, I moved to a state named after one of our Indian mothers, and I have everyone but Indian mothers there talking about me like I'm the fucking immigrant. Get out my face. Indians always been niggas, bro, so fuck out my face. So all these Indian territories, Minnesota, Sioux, and all this, Indian, black, 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 black. These are all black Arabic-speaking people in Hebrew. Shut up. Hence, why they have holy vowels in their Indian language. New England, King James' grandson, John Smith, my grandfather, the Jew, and his Indian wives. Like, come on. We're all Israelites. We stay within our family, get it? So if a king of Jews can only marry within his family, and he moves to a new land, who the fuck? I said a king of Jews, not a nigga that has a Jew church. Not a nigga whose grandma was a Jew and kind of read the Torah. No, I said a king of Jews created New England and married Jews. You call them Indians. The probability that those Indians are Jews, then a king of Jews from Europe comes over and he found a probability of Indians and Jews. Like, he want to know the difference. What difference could it be? They're all Israelites. Stupid. And anyone else on ships are Moors. Stupid. And he's a descendant of Ethiops. Stupid. Which is why his ass... We said Solomon and Sheba. They're like, all right, and he came to America? He came to America. My grandfather's the immigrant. You know how it is in the Bible. Mary, where your dad come from? He came from somewhere else. No, he didn't. My granddad came from somewhere else. New England. Keep that in mind. My grandfather in all these Indian stories is indeed an immigrant. And his immigrant as a Jew created, listen very fucking carefully, what did he create specifically? New England. Is England white? No. Europa's a black titan. Dismissed. What on the color game? Because what color is the world as of 1751? Black. What color is the world as of 1550 then, dickhead? 200 years prior to a little bit of white people or something else. You think it's more white people or something else going further back? All those black Moorish crests over the Holy Roman Empire. Before 1828. Before 1751. You think the world is less black? Alright then. So everyone fucking playing games and pretending shit that never happened. That's my point. Hypothecation. They don't know an answer, so they have to fit it in. Like, I know the fucking answer because my grandfather's the king of New England. And kings of England are always Jews. They're never anything else. They say her has a secret Jewish banker. Weird. Queen Elizabeth and Victoria would have to be Jews, and they're not. Weird. They're too little, too small, too ugly, and they eat children. They're wild people. Their eyes tell you. They look kind of scaly and reptilian. That's because they're cannibals. Alright, so they die different. But they didn't build those castles. Look how little and ugly they are. Now go back to the portraits of the people who built those castles. It's not hard. You got little ugly people in the castle. In the museum about the castle, you see a bunch of Moors. It's not that hard. You go to their damn castle, look up their crest of arms, find out the name. The name comes from the legacy, and you do the etymon of the name that ought to be on that crest. They'll just do colors, but you'll find the colors and you'll find the name, the family name. Family name. Kind of like a plantation where it's your daddy's name. So people who have family names in their castle, and everyone related to daddy, came to the Americas, had a family name on their plantation, and you're related to your daddy. You see how nothing changed? That's how you know it's not white people. White people don't have names. Or they wouldn't be using a fucking book to make them. A book about black Jews and Hebrew Israelites and Moors. White people got their names from. We're slaves? You don't blame it on the church? Shut up. Europe is run by Jews. Now it's Jewish, and that's why it doesn't work. America was run by Jews. Now it's Jewish, and that's why it doesn't work. Germany, Holy Roman Empire of Jews. One of the biggest and richest ones. Right there is Sweden, where our bank is. Now Jewish people are there, and it doesn't work. Where's the mystery at, Bruce? There's no mystery, right? We solved this up. We tied this up real perfect.
So you see that all of our problems is because a bunch of people know this too. I'm not the only person that knows that, you know that. But the people who have to know that, and it doesn't matter because they're not playing the game about honor, bloodlines, or none of that. And they can't, guys. Because whatever game they're playing, whatever time, whatever name, whatever position they're in, they know first things first. And this helps everybody under the sound of my voice in the United States. Everybody who seems to be at the top of a pyramid of bullshit, they have to know they're not American Indians. As soon as you become a Mason, they tell you something. So I'm saying there's way more people who know a little bit more than the public. And they might not give a fuck how far that goes. I did. But no matter how far they went, they all have this consensus that the beginning of this country was none of them. So if you're not the beginning, you are not we the people. One more time. If you're not we the people, you're not the beginning. You're not the first families. You're not who that Constitution is talking about. Cool. Then you become indentured. All right, let's roll with me. To be part or launched to this thing of we the people and the families of that land in North New England, Jews and Israelites, and Indians, obviously. If you come later, what do? They amended you into it. What's an amendment? Not part of the original idea, right? So who did they amend to something? Who benefits from the amendment? That's all you have to do. Do you or a loved one, not from this, you or a loved one that's not Indian. Are you or a loved one specifically not Indian, and then your benefits come from civil rights? Okay. That means you, your loved one, and your inscription is after the amendment. So far, so good. Cool. That means whoever benefits from that amendment, not Indian, were not the founding fathers of this country. So you are not we the people if your group is considered for we the people privileges after an amendment. You don't gotta go to college to be a lawyer. This is common fucking sense 101. If you're not we the people, 1828, so 1775, the whole world is dark skin. And there's a few white guys around. All right, let's include them. Then go to 1828, who are Americans, Aboriginal, Indigenous, copper-colored people, later applied to the Europeans born in America. That makes sense, Native American. Where your grandma say, right here, nigga. My daddy got an Indian bitch, and I'm Indian and European, hence why I would be included in the American definition, because natively, my fathers picked Indian mothers already on the territory where we're defining these things, only those 13 colonies, because they married in. And they've been born here ever since because pirates don't bring sand to the beach, nigga. Passport bros. My grandfather, King John, is a passport bro. So Passport Bro came here and created a new England kingdom. All right. So Passport Bro is a direct descendant of the Holy Roman Empire of Europe, and his families are the kings and queens of England, Kent, New England. Elizabeth Smith is my grandmother. They're Jews, though. Who's this white woman, Harpo? And it's not like when they came here, they stayed here. They can go back and forth, nigga. They got to build this shit up. They just got here. So they're back and forth for all kinds of reasons. And then the rest of the United Kingdom of that time ran by Jews, hence the Blackamoor family crest of those times. Scott, Ireland, blah, 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 with their little white girls, Circassians, and redheads and gingers too. But we're talking about the bloodline of royals. And if the bloodline royal king and prince and emperor are all black people, then the bloodline royal nobles of all the family crests have to have what type of blood in them, nigga? Okay, and if a nigga has nigga blood in him, nigga, what does he look like? We got from Steph Curry to me, nigga. None of that is white or Jewish. So those were the Europeans that came to the Americas, nigga. And they were not Christians because they came with the king of New England, a damn Jew. You would have the same Bible. Can you fucking imagine kings of Jews in Europe coming to America with a King James Bible about the birth of the royals of the Bible, who you call England? You got to get that shit all the way popping for you to understand history. It didn't start with no Christian kingdom. Nigga, ain't no Christians in the Bible. So the Christianity and the things in the Bible didn't create the kingdoms, dumb bitch. That Bible exists with kingdoms way before that, doesn't it? There's kingdoms in the Old Testament before there's a Jesus. You see how everyone's fucking retarded? There's kingdoms in the Bible before there's a Jesus. So Christians cannot create those kingdoms. One more time, the kingdoms. And we're going kingdom for kingdom in the Old Testament. Kingdom's already here. It has nothing to do with the religion. But the religion that talks about hypothecations and Christianity and spreading, it never happened. It couldn't have happened. Because y'all keep saying Christianity spread through Europe, and then the Christians had something with the Mayflower and came to America and started the King James Virgin Mary colonies because they're Christians. So you assume that Christians came here, and you assume that Christianity was well-to-do. Follow Granadas in 1592, you dickhead. Fall of Granadas is 1592, nigga. Come on. 1611, 1592 is what? 18 years, 19 years? Y'all some dickheads. You can't turn a whole black continent into white people if by 1751, the majority of that same fucking continent is swarthy. Blood types. So, once you get that out your fucking goofy ass head, researcher, you fucking citizen ass people who be watching these videos and don't say shit, your goofy ass will understand that it's not that you didn't know, it's that you didn't know how to fucking read. And all you're doing is understanding. Yeah, you got the knowledge, you got the facts, you got the tests. But did you understand it? I'll be the first one to tell you, all those tests I passed, reverse engineering the questions and the story last, I didn't understand anything that shit was about. I remembered a lot of facts though, hence Albert Marley. Oh, my family, how you doing, Jews? Yeah, all that shit's named by Jews, bro, because they have English. So everything in America after 1611 named in English is because Jews created the English language. Because the King James and all his kids are the kings of Jews and they speak English. So everything named of a imperial majestic colony with imperial majestic counties is from a kingdom and not a bunch of hungry white people who eat babies trying to show Indians how to do the jig as the African slaves move in to do what? Pick cotton and build Victorian era Tartarian buildings from Russia? In 20 years. And then 100 years after that, those of you who didn't come here were 100% balls to the wall fucking kids already. Y'all doing brothels, you got boys dressed like girls, you got girls pegging niggas, and you said you just came here by the 1820s. So same family, nigga. That's where you said you came from. So the family you left behind, fucking kids, you putting dicks in all kind of places, and you decide to sign up all my brothers and sisters to go fight and die for them faggots, who ought to be your family. Because there ain't no other place in the world where white people would come from in the last 200 years. Not impossible, I'm just saying, as a collective, for you to be speaking English, to have a story and a family and a last name and a church, you would have to have come from over there. Doesn't mean you got it from over there, but I'm saying you would have to have come from over there with that bullshit. Right? Whoever brought you over here had to come from over there with the bullshit, with your ass too. 1820, 1920, it doesn't matter. Like, how much of the world y'all think fucking changed? Did they have electricity and fucking trains yet? You sure? They just trying to get oil popping. Indians had oil popping though. So shut the fuck up, right? So anyway, you go back. You just gotta go back in time and realize these motherfuckers ain't got lights, so they can't read and write either. Why the fuck would a bunch of faggots over there be speaking and reading and writing in English, but then have to come to here and change their names to something English? All right then. So how can those people coming over in the 1900s not be speaking English if the theory is they all came here in the 15 and 1600s to create New England with English? One more time. The same people who created New England with New English, with an English Bible, with Christianity, error, but let's go with it. Their same cousins and aunties, 100 years removed, remember, they never stopped going back and forth, but the ones they immigrate from the same place, and they don't speak no English. One more time. The same people that came from Germany Switzerland, Denmark, the Holy Roman Empire of the United Kingdom, not the United Kingdom of corporations, the actual one. There's kings there, I mean the niggas are Jews. So the actual kingdoms came here with English, can you imagine? And then they did all the things with the Bible and blah, blah, blah. That's 1611, it's locked into stone. And we know they're over there because 1599, their other Bible, Geneva Bible, is there. That's the same people, same time period, same Holy Roman Empire of Jews. I'm not following the population. I'm following the people that are naming shit. The people naming shit are the kings. The kings are Jews. Okay. 1611, 1599, 1611, locked into time. I went to my ancestry.com. I went to that part of the time. Where the fuck my family come from? Switzerland, Denmark, Ireland, like, the Holy Roman Empire of Jews. Yeah. New England. But people are coming to New York, England, New England, who don't speak English. How the fuck can you come from an English kingdom from 600 years ago and then be the people responsible for why America's English, and then when your cousins come over here, they bitch ass don't know how to wash their ass and don't speak no goddamn English? Make it make sense, white people. Why the fuck would any fucking German be fucking speaking German, nigga, if the fucking king of England is German, nigga, and he already decreed English? 1611, King James English Bible, nigga. We're German. That's why our first colony, nigga, is Nuremberg, Alamance, Alamy. We're German. We're like Germain, like the name. It's Jewish, right? Alamance County, all over this bitch, ain't it? Allegheny, River, all over this bitch. Almanac, all over this bitch. We created Almanac, nigga. That's German. Did you notice that it's Almanac, you dumb bitch? Did you notice that's Al-Lemony, you dumb bitch? Did you notice Tallahassee, you dumb bitch? Did you know that it was Tuscarora, you dumb bitch, you dumb bitch, you dumb bitch? The Germans are Moors. So what the fuck are y'all speaking in 1920 anything else than Moors, stupid? You must have been a kingdom of slaves and whores when we left. Why the fuck are you here if you're not Indian then? Because you're not Jews or Israelites. None of you supposed to be here. You're not even supposed to know what the fuck here is. So much so when your bitch ass parents came here, they didn't speak fucking English. But guess who grandma was when you came here? Guess who granddad was when you came here? Guess what slave master African, whatever story you talking about? Guess who was still speaking King James English? My entire fucking family, nigga. 400 years in a row. How the fuck are white people coming to America who don't know fucking English? All right then. The story writes itself. Someone started lying once they got here. When did you get here? 5 to 7 generations ago? Why are you here? All you have done is kill niggas. You're not gonna lie to us. You play benign. The citizens play benign neglect because the citizens that run for office and citizens that work for corporations and citizens who join the boards, y'all don't have leaders. That's what a corporation is. It's an idea. It's citizens that are in our way. Y'all don't have kings. Y'all don't have authority that is vertical. It's for citizens by citizens. Slaves and pirates. That's why they call it a pirate bay. And the only people who are pirates are the people who don't come from here. That's how you get that name. That's why you have a flag. I don't bring a flag to my grandmother's house. I don't have a flag for visiting my girlfriend. I don't have a flag when I go see my son or my daughter. What is a flag for? Why would you have to put a flag down? To say that, hey, this land or this region here is ours for commerce or whatever it is. All right, that flag's an Indian land? Is that an Indian flag? So what does that flag mean? You're a hostile occupant. You don't belong here. You flying a foreign flag here in America, Indian land. You see these old fucking white people throw the flags in their neighborhoods in front of their trucks and their cars and their houses? They telling you, I'm from another place, and this flag represents that we made it and we colonized these Indians. Why the fuck would you have an Irish flag or anybody's flag in the United States of America after our 400 years of united history of being a nation? How the fuck can you fly a flag of anywhere else? Unless you're a fucking immigrant. You came here with a flag, you're a fucking immigrant. That kills the Murs and Moors things right there. Which Moor had a flag? If you had a flag, you're an immigrant. I don't need to fucking fly a flag here, bitch. I know who's supposed to be here. I'm Indian, and I'm the king of Indians. The fuck would I need to show them a flag for? Those are my niggas, Israelites. You saw the flags of the Israelites? Exactly. And we've been doing this civilization thing for how long? At least 2,000, 6,000 years. So who the fuck has flags in the United States of America? Foreign immigrants. I pledge allegiance to the flag. That was we the people. But after that, who are all these other flags that never existed? Check their founding dates. I'll show you how to do research. It's a shame so many people have doctorates. This is a hostile occupation by the entire non-Indian world. If they're not an Indian or a Jew, then they don't belong here. They all are Barbary Wars, Cali Wars. And yes, it's behind their church that stole our books because they're the only ones that can read them. But those are our books, Judaical. So they're using Judaical principles, brainwashing people to attack Judah. And that's Attack on Titan, ain't it? That is the Attack on Titan, the whole thing. This is the end of Attack on Titan. It really is. So if you have an Irish flag recently coming to America, when was your flag created? Catholics, 1848. My father's the King of Ireland, 1611. So Ireland got a flag after the niggas left in the Civil War time period. We're going back and forth the whole time, nigga. They betrayed us worldwide, in Europe, in America, in Canada, in Brazil, all at once in the 1800s. Every last single white person, white-skinned person, and any dark-skinned person who's not Indian. They came here together as Christians speaking Christianized English, which is why they don't understand nuance and can't rap and don't have good songs or poetry. It's because they learned a Christianized version of English after they crashed Europe, 1848. When's the Civil War here in America with they same faggot asses? 1668. So between that and 20 years later, you get all the flags of the occupiers. Unanimously 100% of all white-skinned people. Sadly, including everyone else that's African adjacent that hasn't mixed in with Indians in 400 years. Make sense? So 200 years in a row, we have white, whitish, Jew, Jewish, black, blackish, African, African-ish that don't have a drop of Indian in their blood. How do you pull that off for 400 years in Indian territory? By fucking lying about how long you've been here. You're not older than the Civil War. Your flag ain't older than my grandfather's kingdom. All of you are liars. All of you are hallucinating. All of you are making up the history of the white people over there. That's why all the quote, because y'all don't understand time. And that's what it is. They're retarded to time. They can't fathom how long it takes for something to go from beginning to the end. You know, dynamic thought. They're not dynamic thought enough for me. They think everything just manifests because you believe. No, nigga, shut the fuck up. You need time first. Y'all don't have a fucking enough time to be the fucking kings of fucking Ireland and Europe and Mauritania and the Holy Roman Empire, and then have a flag without a Holy Roman Emperor family or crest on it. Why the fuck would you trade hundreds of years of battles and histories and degrees and colors to find a centralized flag color to make peace with the Catholics? Why do Catholics have a Hebrew Israelite Bible if they're not fucking Hebrew Israelites? We keep running into the same fucking stupid fucking math problem. And I'm tired of everybody in fucking the United States of America acting like it's not a fucking math problem. Why the fuck would a Catholic have a Jesus if Jesus is a fucking Judean? What the fuck do Catholics have to do with Israel and Judah? Why we give a fuck about Jesus and Mary white Catholic anything? Is that white bitch a Judean? Hell no. Is Jesus a white boy if he's copper colored? Hell no. So what the fuck are Catholic white people coming to America with new flags after the Civil War, inheriting the history of black high Roman priests who are all Moors even now in your damn decrees, who are all Moors even now above your Pope? White people, just tell us you're Christians and that you never even looked up what that word means. Go ahead, black people. You never even looked up what the word Christian means. And that's how I know you're not Indian or Hebrew, because you were read it backwards first, you dumb bitch. Antichrist. Synagogue of Satan, you dumb bitch. Dumb bitch. What is a Catholic, you dumb bitch? Why is it using King James English? That's a Jew language. Are those Jews, nigga? Dumb bitch. How the fuck a Catholic got a Jew language about a book about niggas from America? You dumb bitch. And it's those dumbass niggas who came to America with that dumbass book, with that dumbass cover story, with them dumbass flags, all false flagging pirates. None of them bitches know what Rome is. None of them bitches been to school. All them bitches were illiterate. All they had is a flag and a couple of tools. You dumb bitches. That is the history of the United States. That's why the rest of the world hates you. Y'all ain't never been shit everywhere you been. That's why you stuck here with niggas. All of you. That's the story. That's the story of the United States. I'm a fucking American Indian. Our daughters made this nigga. Red and white Mayan, and the blue European Jew with the 13 stars, kings, descendants of angels. New England, Mayan and Jew. You know, Carlos and Mary Ann Jew. The red and white by itself is already ours, you faggot. That's the Mayans. Must have been two other bloodlines here once upon a time. And then the blue came over, the Etruscans, again with stars. 13 of them. They merged. New England. Inga and England. Inca and England. New England. It's very simple, dude. The red and white is Mayan God, son of God, M. Maya, Moor, M. Mauritania. Mayan God M is red and white. This Etruscan blue is Jews. That's why they have stars. It was 13 of them, right? Jesus and 12 disciples. Blue. Moors, Ethiopians, blue blacks, demons, Solomon, royal blue. So royal blue bloodlines with Mayan God bloodlines united and had kids. Hi, I'm the descendant of John Smith. I'm fucking American, bitch. That's what American is. You don't have American in America until my father gets here. It's an English concept, bitch. He's a king and shit. You don't have America or American any fucking where until my father's here, you dumb bitch, in King James English, America. That's the name of his goddamn kids. He's a European. What is Mama Inga? An Israelite from Peru. With our powers combined, we're the whole fucking continent, dickhead. The New World was for Jews and Israelites. It's their Masons using that reference point. Those Masons are reading our Kabbalah. Jews, those Masons are in our land. Indians, those Masons are in King James English. My grandfather. Everything you do is ours. That's why you're doing it wrong. You're fucking stupid people. That's Talking about all their governors and all their faggots in power. All their Elon Musk and all their Neuralink people who download these things. Fuck you. You're fucking idiots. Because you've never met someone smarter than you. Rookie mistake. You celebrated before you actually got a piece of cake. You thought that you were smarter than people because you let the smart niggas get murdered by their own people. You really love Jesus Barbers, don't you, niggas? You know we don't really hit our stride until we're 50 now. It must be the pre-shadow period or some bullshit going on with me then. Because they saying I ain't even get started yet. Can you fucking fathom it? Still gotta learn language. I read all their books about us. I was like, who are these niggas talking to? Who are they talking about? Oh, they keep alluding to Jews. But you know, you're a kid, you're thinking about those Jews, the secret Jews. Nah, they are talking about those Jews, the secret Jews. Well, who's the biggest Jew secret in America? Who's the secret Jew families, guys? What's a Jew? An Afro-Asiatic, an Israelite? Hebrew? Alright. Who are the secret Jew families? Well, who do they tell you who the Jews are publicly? Wrong. And hence why you have a secret Jew family. Alright. So if the public Jews are not Jews, who are the secret Jews? The real ones. Okay. So who are the secret Jew families? The black families of Jews that came to the Americas. Okay. What's secret about them? White people and Jewish people are lying about us. Cool fucking story. Who are the secret Jew families of New England, Holy Roman Empire, reconfigured with my grandfather? I'm all the Jew families that came to America in one. Beasley, Leidy, Thomas, Roberts, Smith. I'll go through all 13 if you want me to. That's us. That's the Masonic secret. I am not a secret royal family. I'm so much bigger than those faggots. This wasn't about castles. Do you know who King John is? Why, he can create a new angel land with Mama Inga. And none of them have ever done that in human history. Just my dad. My dad merged the old world empire with a new world empire. Y'all ain't got that in your story because y'all don't have fucking kingdoms or empires. So you could never have that in your story. Get it? They don't come from kingdoms and empires, or they wouldn't have citizenship to this day. Why would they just now be experimenting with socialization and education for the first time in thousands of years with people? Meanwhile, we built libraries on every fucking continent already. How are you starting over? Because you're a fucking idiot. Pretending you did any of that. You didn't. Ain't nobody not black in that damn time period. How many fucking books have to tell you that shit? Y'all don't want to figure out where white people come from. That's on you. I know where neither one of you niggas come from, though. This fucking side of the world. Y'all are not from the New World. Please go back. If you're not a New Worlder, please go back. You skipped a fucking step somewhere. You're on the wrong planet. These are two different planets. Y'all ain't supposed to know that. That's why they have Space Force and Cosmic Clearance. I am talking to you from a very particular planet. I am on Europa. Everybody ain't on Europa who's connected to this internet, since it goes under the waters. Y'all don't pay attention to how you immigrated here. There's no trace of how you immigrated here. How does an orphan train land in a port next to the Statue of Liberty? Y'all don't know how y'all get there, and that's why y'all are dying off, because there's no other ones of you coming here to reinforce your genetics. So your white supremacy from your stupid ass fathers and brothers kills you off, because you're not from this planet. Y'all don't come from a place like that, because all my family did. My dad's the immigrant. My dad didn't draw or talk about you. None of my family know who you are, and that's all his kids. Y'all liars. Anyway, y'all don't come from that planet, is what I'm saying. And I know that, man. That's all that talk about aliens is in that book, and there's nothing but aliens in our book too. Y'all don't come from our planet. It's the only reason why y'all don't have Asiatic features. This is an Asiatic planet, by the way. So me being a black Asian, it's just like, oh wow, just another day in paradise since black people are the dominant genes. But no, I'm a black Asian. This is an Asian planet. It was called Asia. If you go back far enough, stupid. That's why there's so many Asian stories and empires and kingdoms. They're talking about the whole planet, dickhead. Why they keep limiting empires to a fucking city? Like there's someone else here. Like there's something else to be. And that's a fucking, the immigrant blueprint. Because you have to travel thinking you can be something else. Like, no, nigga. Sometimes it's okay just to be your fucking self. I'm Indian. And I want all my brothers who are Indians and grandmother Indians to proclaim that for yourself. Even if you have to do it privately in the shower, just lean into that shit, man. There's a lot of power behind it. Think about all the lies and all the bullshit and all the treaty breaking, all the shit that goes behind Indians. And then when you say they have you fucked up, then go ahead and multiply it by Indian. They have Indians fucked up. I know. You're Indian. They got you fucked up. That's what I'm trying to bring back. Don't forget who got you fucked up. Who got you fucked up? A bunch of people not related to Indians after 400 years in a row of not fucking us? All right, so they never came to mate. They never came to create unity, because you cannot create unity without sex, you dumb bitch. It's a plantation. How you have a unified plantation if you don't have racist, xenophobic, bullshit ass people creating classes and colors? That goes against the whole idea of a plantation. That goes against the whole idea of a nation. You need plantation before you get a nation. And everything that's valuable from the blood of the people in it together, whatever screams out when it's all said and done, should be one people. United under God. Israel. Like, now we have all, after the Civil War, everything else. Betrayers, backstabbers. And it's crazy, if they're not Indian, how do you betray something that's not yours, in a place that's not yours, in a language that's not yours, and stay and inherit something else? Nah, go to hell, nigga. They eggs and they sperm could go to hell. We don't need no more of that stupid shit. We have all this internet and all this AI, and motherfuckers still fucking stupid about where the fuck they come from. The Titanic was about 3 boats. One boat left and never returned. Another boat came back full of everyone else. Lusitania, Olympia, Titanic. It's 3 boats. The one with all the Moors on it was the one that never came back. That doesn't mean it hit an iceberg. There was no drone footage back then. You have to imagine. But we know 2 large boats at least brought a bunch of other white people here who are not American Indians. Why the fuck are y'all here? I don't give a fuck about how nice the boat was. Why did it bring your bitch ass to my fucking world? Y'all be sending them pictures in the 1800s. You realize that the backgrounds and all that stuff is not this world, right? That's why it looks so weird. Y'all haven't done the. I studied photography and editing and this. It's like either they're modifying these real bad. Why is there a bunch of fake painted backgrounds? But when you finally get to see like the form, it's like these niggas don't fit that suit. So I know they ain't win no fucking war. They're just wearing they're cosplaying. That's what their kids do now. Imagine if we were the kings. Imagine if I was Nefertiti. No. Why would I have to imagine if you're a Jew or not if you don't know that Jesus is not a white boy? You're an idiot. Like, if your mother was Nefertiti, you wouldn't be a fucking idiot, is my point. You're a fucking idiot. Jesus, skin of bronze, hair of wool. Unanimously Indian. The only people who are copper colored with hair of wool are Indians. Well, Africans have woolly hair, or Africans copper colored? No. Then shut the fuck up. Who is, for 400 years in a row, labeled bronze or copper? Indians, Jews, Israelites. Is Jesus an Indian, Jew, or Israelite? Yes. Indians are what? A Jew. Who's what? Copper colored. What are Indians? Copper colored Jews. Okay. So Jesus Christ was a what? An Indian. A book full about American Indian Egypt. A book full of arrows, tents, feathers, and angels. That's why we wear the feather. So Jesus Christ is an Indian. Mary Andrew is an Indian. Virgin Maryland colonies are in New India. Jesus Christ, Virgin Mary, all of those people are Indians. That entire story took place here. On this world. The people who came here in the 1800s are not from this world. Period. Where they come from is what I'm asking them. They said they came from where King John comes from, my dad. My dad did not come from this world. So how did you follow him here? See, that's why there's so many secret societies with them. They're keeping their origin secret too, but they're stealing our history and repurposing it because they thought like, because niggas was chilling, that they was off bullshit and would let it happen. I wasn't there. I would have killed everyone that came near me. But the wisdom of the ancestors eludes me because we don't even know when the fuck they got here. So from 1611 to 1812, seems to be fine. Regular nigger drama, regular trying to put shit together, rebuild, and get lit. That's what we're gonna go through no matter what. But then after that, there's a whole bunch of other people, a whole bunch of other ships. And then it parlays into a Titanic. Like, you went from little rinky-dinky ships, you can't even draw the ship you had for slaves, let alone the white ones. But then you go to a Titanic boat? What you still making boats that big for? For leisure? How the fuck you have leisure if all of you niggas was fucking legs falling off, fucking chlorella, syphilis, gonorrhea, all kind of death going on? Y'all have time to make fucking cruise liners? You wouldn't make a cruise liner to a new land. You'd make a cruise liner to immigrate a bunch of people at once. They call them casket girls. They're suitcases. Rose, casket girl. Had no room for a man on her suitcase. You saw it? That's their story. They're not from this land. They're not American Indians. So if they didn't leave to go on that boat mixed with American Indians or black people, and they came off the boat that returned a bunch of white girls, those white girls never left our ports because the port they left is full of Indians. Black Wall Street, Tulsa, before the Trail of Tears. That's all black Indians. Up to Wilmington, black Indians on the East Coast. So the Titanic went anywhere in Southeast or Northeast America, those ports, all in Indian territories, because it's the Indians that are building the ports. It's in the Americas book. Those Indians built those ports before anyone else got here, and we have their paintings of it. And the Indians are in it, and they're all black people. So it's like, you didn't leave white people on a big boat full of that many white people in any of those nigga territories in that day. Shut the fuck up talking to me, bitch. So you brought all these white people back. Oh, these are the ones we saved. Oh, all the white girls. So why are they moving into our territories? Something hit an iceberg. That's very Jewish. Y'all ran into something German? Iceberg is German, Jewish. Y'all ran into a bunch of English people in America since King James English colonies of the United States of New England got on a boat and ran into something German and came back to Indian Southern territories. Hold on. They rich families. All right, so you came from the royals of England, came to North America, and spread down. Okay. And then you have a leisure boat suddenly. Niggas, you didn't have an electric car yet. You didn't wash your ass yet. We read the letters from Napoleon. Don't take a shower until I get home. 6 months in a row, nigga. What about your period, bitch? You niggas came over and then you got on the biggest boat ever. Fucking crashed it into an iceberg. Wait, how do you skip slavery? Hold on. New England, antebellum slavery for like 100 years. Big ass boat. Who built it? We know white people don't know how to build shit. And then who's playing the Moorish Islanders and music on it? We know white people don't make Moorish music. They don't do algebra yet. Remember, there's no school system. Why would you speak in a Moorish language or Moorish math doing Moorish music on a Titanic full of white people who just called something an iceberg? You ain't go to school yet, so shut the fuck up. I know Jewish revisionist history when I see it, but the one thing that's in common with all the revisionists is that they keep documenting why a whole bunch of foreign white people are in and out on boats. Yeah, you can fall for the story in the romance, nigga. No, why was there that many fucking white people on a boat coming to our country? Fresh off a war. It ain't time to party and bullshit and look at niggas frolicking in their dresses that wasn't here before the war. That all of us going fucking crazy, killing people who we don't know who's who, but they're just here in our ports going, oh, you niggers, you can't come with us. Why the fuck would we be even knowing about? Why? What do you mean? You think we logged on? It's like, what's it? Damn, they just killed my granddad, my dad back. He kind of shell-shocked crazy. Little young boys got hooked on heroin. Niggas got arrows in their back. We gotta clean that up. Where the bitches at? Damn, did y'all hear? What? All the white people we never met before are going on a boat trip somewhere and they're about to die in the middle of the Arctic. Aren't we jealous? Oh man, I wish I could have killed myself with these bunch of fucking people who are idiots. And they'll tell that story today backwards like, what? It's a false flag, bro. They left a bunch of niggas and Indians thinking they're going to Monroe, Liberia, and they brought back a bunch of white people instead. The end. Stop forgetting that this is a Jewish pen writing it. The fuck? They're not Jews, nigga. So you can't trust anything that they're writing about. They're name stealers. So it implies that everything they're writing about is in code. Titan. Titans are where melanin comes from. Bobby Hemmett. Lusitania. Lucifer. Venetians. Olympian. Jews. Jerusalem. Hello. Why would a bunch of white people speaking German name their things after black people themes? And they know that in contemporary time. It's in their laws, in their books from London that I keep showing you online. Lusitania, Lucifer, Titanic, Melanin, Saturn, Olympia, Zeus, Jupiter. Mount Olympus is the mountain where all of Judah's kids live. All 13 angels. Why would white people with icebergs interface with any of that data? And then you're going to tell me because they're Catholic, Lutheran, and Christians, all based on a King James Royal Jew Bible. I'd say that 100 times because y'all missing this shit. Intelligent people, royal people, kings and shit wouldn't fuck that up. They did. They're liars. They don't know how to stack it correctly. Y'all still don't understand empire. So you know they don't. Y'all don't understand England. So I know they don't. They say it every time they say they're from there. Drop the vowels, nigga. E. NGL. What's the prefix to England? NG. What's the prefix to Inga? NG. What's the prefix to niggas? NG. What's the prefix to kings? NG. So what is England? You can't spell England without NG first, correct? Like, after the holy vowel, you get to NG, right? And NG is unanimously black niggas. So far, so good? So England, a land of what? Niggas. So white people left old nigga land and came to Indian land where niggas are and created a new nigga land full of white people? Why would you even name it nigga land? England is nigga land. Mr. Now, is that good math? The prefix is NG as soon as you get the word. Like, you can name it anything you want. It's new. You name it nigga land. As soon as you lay down, with John Smith, a Semite, y'all named it nigga land, a white Semite in a nigga land. A white Semite naming something new nigga land around Indians from Inga land. Mama Inga. Well, what's that land called? It's Inga land. This is New England. So Old England is South America. New England is North America. And land is NGL again, because of nativity. Where do niggas come from? The land of niggas. Where's your grandmother stay? She's an Indian. Oh, she's a land of niggas. Oh, that's why you're a nigga. Yeah, I'm from the land of niggas. Same story. That's what I'm saying. England and New England, specifically, the word tells you it's a land of niggas. Inga, angels, Israel, Jews, Israelites. That's where England comes from. It doesn't come from white people or Europeans or Christians. It doesn't make sense. It's only talking about niggas. It's in the name, dude. Since Greek and Latin letters. They know how to build roots off of Latin, bro. And the root of that is nigga. King. Inca. King. Like, it's all going to say the same thing. New King land. Old King land. Why is this called a New King land if these faggots are just doing trade with pirate ships in cities? Shut the fuck up. And then Christopher Columbus is Portuguese. White people, y'all Portuguese? White people, y'all Spanish? White people, y'all French? Or y'all England? Y'all nigga land? Y'all Swartland? Y'all Swadeland? Y'all Sweden? Y'all Swarthy? Y'all Switzerland? Y'all England land? Nigga land? All of the Holy Roman Empire territories say nigga. That's how I know y'all fucking idiots and evil. Y'all stole that shit. Y'all probably never even went there back then. Because it's not on this planet. You can't name that shit after you get there, bitch. Faggot. The real one wasn't on this planet.
Where are you? My father is an immigrant. And my father, the immigrant, created a new land for angels. Where do angels come from? Exactly. So this is a new land for angels. All right, so where do they come from? Exactly. You see how mind your business works? Up until Benjamin Banneker? And that's why Benjamin Banneker, aka Sidi Muhammad, sold you all out. He's not sold you out, he sold you up. Benjamin Banneker put you on the illest dummy mission ever. Because that was Sidi Muhammad the whole time. He was the emperor of America. That's why the White House is his. It wasn't white though. It'd be like Casa Negra, which is why they spray painted it white. Benjamin Banneker, Banks, Banneker, Mecca of the land, in his name, he's a Jew, an Indian, a nigger, a king. Sidi Muhammad. Married into the Castile family, Moors. And what they say? He's half what? He's half something and half Indian. Same story. He's half Jew and half Moor. Solomon and Sheba. You're gonna keep seeing that play out in Benjamin Banneker's wiki, nigga. They're confused about African American. African American didn't exist until 1980, so Benjamin Banneker could never have said, or any of his family ever said that anything about Africa or America, stupid bitch. There's not even a United States of America yet when he's born, you dickhead. So there's no America in the damn lexicon to identify what the fuck his damn mother is. You dickhead. So anyway, he's an Indian Jew. Because he's Sidi Muhammad. He's Sidi Muhammad. That is who George Washington is writing a letter to. Benjamin Banneker. Benjamin Banneker knows that Thomas Jefferson is a slave and a Mameluke. Because he is Sidi Muhammad. And he's looking at this Mameluke telling him he's on official business from his kingdom. Y'all don't do action movies and plot twists good enough for me because I've told y'all this for 10 years in a row. That's my grandfather, Benjamin Banneker, the Sidi Muhammad. It's in his name. Benjamin, Jew, Muhammad, Banneker. What is Necker? Ask Morpheus. I'm flyer than Nebuchadnezzar, nigga. Zion, he's in New Jerusalem, nigga. He's the emperor of New England, Sidi Muhammad. Hence, Nuremberg, D.C., Alamance, that's where he put his capital at. It wasn't called Washington, D.C. until the 1880s. There is no District of Columbia here. You guys are faggots, we're Indians. But that house that you call the White House, which wasn't white when he built it, faggot, that's a mosque. And they're telling me that an African faggot with a light-skinned Siberian bitch that turned out to be the same color as me with Prince Hall Masons built a mosque in Nuremberg. And white Christians moved into it to do business as a government of a bunch of Indians and black people and Moors. Y'all are the stupidest fucking people that existed on Life at Once. If you believe some stupid shit like that. After all that I just pointed out to you. It's a mosque. The whole city is designed by Benjamin Banneker. And he's Sidi Muhammad. And that's Nuremberg, the Holy Roman Empire, which is why it looks like Rome. One more time, Washington, D.C. is a District of Columbia. Foreigners, faggots, Mamelukes, eunuchs, addis, check the statues, with big dicks over around because they're little boys wearing aprons, getting fucked by dildos and pirates of their captains who are women, Moors, barbers, little stupid black bitches from France. Yes! Now check your islands. Okay. Now, these people are hypothecating Nuremberg and called it D.C. Nuremberg was Nuremberg during Benjamin Banneker, and he told you that the Holy Roman Empire, including myself, is still swarthy. Why are they bringing new people to my plantation here that can't mix with us no more than we can anglicize them? Why should I allow these people into this new territory under this, and he uses this metaphor, under the sign of superior beings from Mars and Venus? Martians and all lords, all white, all alien, all blacker than you. Venusians, all colors, all lords, all Medusas are copper, they're blacker than him. So why the fuck would he say, why are we bringing Africans here to make them blacker to all the copper colored people already here? And how did you get white from that when we're talking about a Jew who's an Afro-Asiatic Semite, you dumb bitch? Thank you. Word to Muhammad. Remember Noble Drew Ali? Word to Muhammad. Yeah, both of those are my grandfathers. That's why they're word to Muhammad, you dumb bitch. It is 1700s, nigga, not 2000 BC. Mind your fucking business. Hint. Which is exactly why Assassin's Creed exists. Benjamin Franklin is, Benjamin Banneker is Sidi Muhammad. The end. He's playing them. He's in captivity. Just like Carlos V, by the way. His grandfather. He built Nuremberg, stupid. Nuremberg is the chair of the Holy Roman Empire, which is why Nuremberg, stupid, looks like a Roman Empire. The Roman Empire, as of 1611 and 400 years prior, was ran by Jews. Benjamin Banneker is a Jew in Jewland, Myersdale, Pennsylvania. Next to Nuremberg, Jew word, Berga, right there, nigga, with a bunch of Casablancas, with Moorish architecture and golden ratios on Mama Inga, his grandmother's. After she said, y'all can take the north. And he did, nigga. All the way through built more, nigga. It's right there, bro. There's nothing but black people in America. What y'all talking about, bro? Y'all getting on my fucking nerves. There's a lot of white people here related to those black people, though. We just gotta figure out where your grandmother come from since you're white. That's all. Your color and your blood come from your mitochondria. That's why we're saying what your grandmother said. You should be the color of this land already. We're red. We would notice. Y'all be talking about this shit without asking the Indians, like, did you notice that these motherfuckers are full of shit? How come you don't never get those documentaries? You, Indian, your perspective of the last 400 years of bullshit, what do you think? Did you know that black people? Did you know that Africans? Did you know? And you ask anybody who lived in the South, when they're asked, and this is on video, back then in the 60s and beyond, they're like, you know any Africans or anything? No. How are you asking an African American if they know Africans and they go no? Exactly. But when that video came out, there was no category for African Americans. So you weren't talking to African Americans, now were you? Now who the fuck are these people trying to do Black History rules? Who don't know what the fuck where the word comes from because they're a fucking idiot. So they weren't asking black people, they weren't asking African Americans, you colorblind piece of shit. They're asking all these Indians who are sharecropping on their own fucking land. They see the fucking Africans move in. And the ones that said yes. When my grandmother was sharecropping, there's these Africans that came, but we did not talk to each other. It was just a few of them. The white man brought them in. That's after Reconstruction. That's after Liberia. That's after the Civil War. That's after the Barbary Wars. And your Indian grandmothers in the South with these mean white people, whatever that's about, bringing these Africans in still after slavery. Shut your dumb ass up. I'm every woman, it's all in me. Everything you want, hold on. I'm every woman, hold on. Shaka Khan, hold on. I'm every woman. She has it all in her, she's the mitochondria. Shaka Khan, I'm every woman, they're all in me. Shaka Khan, like, okay. I'm every woman, they're all in me. And every other woman I've seen, every other territory, they got a Shaka Khan ass grandmother in the picture with them in the 1800s. Shaka Khan, like, what are you talking about? What you talking about? Her name's Shaka Khan, nigga. It don't get no more Indian than that, does it, bitch? Through the fire, to the limit, through the wall. Ass niggas. Her name is Shaka Khan, you dumb bitch. What's a Khan again? What is Shaka again? All right, now put it together, Egyptian. Shaka Khan. She look Afro-Asiatic as fuck, don't she? You see her Indian hair? You see Shaka Khan's Indian hair? You seen a Khan with Khan hair? You seen a Khan with Khan eyes? You seen the Khan and her Khan eyebrows? Do you see her cheekbones? Do you see that Khan right there? Shaka Khan. Like, oh, you get like it's right there. Her name is Shaka Khan. I'm every woman. Exactly. She knows the story. You can find Shaka Khan dressed as a chief somewhere. Watch. So if you saw Shaka Khan when she was 20 and she was in an interview, what did African Americans think about the music and entertainment industry back in the 50s and 60s. Now, we want to let this famous black singer describe racism around when Malcolm X died. What? What the fuck is wrong with these people, dog? They gonna classify Shaka Khan as black and African American. And her fucking name is Shaka Khan. And that's what I'm saying. If you know language and you really from somewhere else that had a nationality and people and families, it wouldn't surprise you, right? When you read the person's name, it would surprise you that they're not a Khan. If you ask them like, oh shit, you're a Jew? And she'd be like, no, I'm from sub-Saharan Africa and I have a white father from Boston, Massachusetts. Around the same time MG's parents created the Holy Roman Empire in North America, and they're all black. But somehow my white daddy culturalized my black mama from Africa enough for us to pick these cool names out of books like they do. I'm Shaka Khan, Doja Cat. What? They don't identify Shaka Khan and Doja Cat as the same type of bitch. And that's crazy. Doja Cat is a black woman. She's colored. So colored people don't have any rights unless they have civil rights. So Doja Cat's a perfect example. She has a white foreign mother and an African dad. None of them from America because they're white from somewhere else and African. So you can't apply American pedigree, heritage, story to her. She's in the Americas as a United States citizen, and in their legal system, she's classified as colored. Cool. That just means she's black. So it means the laws are black to her. She doesn't supersede the laws of civil, meaning she can't do the we the people thing. She can't move the government off the land. She can't pack the gun. She can't travel freely. She has to follow the United States federal codes, or they can deport or do worse to her stupid ass since she's their chattel property. Specifically because she don't have none of the genes or the passport to be on this land without them. That's the key right there, white people and black people and colored people. You don't have the keys to this land without. You don't exist with any privilege, that is, with any classification, with any protections, without citizenship to the federal government. So Doja Cat is a federal government citizen. She is not a local. So she can't say nigga. She's not a black woman, which we meant Indians and Jews and Israelites. She's none of those things. She's white something, doesn't matter, foreign, and she's African. Cool story. Shout out to the cousins, if there's some of them. Now, she's none of us. So you call her colored, you call her black, whatever. She'll spell it out for you in the racial chats. But Shaka Khan is what? An American Indian. She's every woman. They're all in her, since we're the oldest people on this goddamn planet. This is a no contest shooting from the gym right here. No fucking contest. No confusion. And you'll notice all the ghetto, world star, super duper, super stupid, super ignorant, super nigger shit is always someone from somewhere else. Playing blackface in our fucking face. All the stupid nigger shit is always from someone who ain't niggers. None of these faggots are Indians. So that subculture of reprobate, stupid, kind of gay, kind of cheesy, kind of masculine, kind of whorish, kind of conniving, kind of always around the Jewish people, yeah, those are black people for sure. None of them faggots are Indians. But the culture they're borrowing is definitely Indian. So it gets kind of confusing. Now, do that with white and Jewish people. You'll see it. Like, yeah, oh shit, yeah, there is a difference. There's a stark difference. A different backstory too. That's why you gotta figure out where your grandma stay. Oh, my grandmother's from Africa. Why didn't you just say where she stayed? I said, where does your grandmother stay? I didn't say what continent you come from. You think I'm not sophisticated to know districts or lands or countries? Where does your grandmother stay? Oh, she's in Kenya. Oh, okay. That's obviously in Africa. They're not even smart enough to answer us. They're not even smart enough to answer us. They haven't thought that much about where the fuck their grandmother stay to say anything else about her except for wherever it was that their dad said was in Africa. But they don't come over here and question us talking about your grandmother Indian. Why do black people what are you talking about? We're not black people, we're Indian people if our grandmother's Indian, you dumb bitch. But you look like what? I look copper colored like an Indian? I look like I have curly hair and woolly hair like an Indian? I look like I have high cheekbones like an Indian? I look like I'm 6'3" like all the Indians? Yeah, nigga, I'm Indian. That's what I look like, you dumb bitch. Now, what part of Africa you from? I'm not from America, nigga. That could be Canada. That could be Mexico. That could be Ecuador. That could be Brazil. You get it? What part of fucking Africa you from, you dumb bitch? North, Central, South? Like, where part of Africa are you niggas from? Black people? Like, you know, now you see how, like, when you add it all up in all the questions about black people, no matter who they are, even Indians, like, all right, so which part of Africa are you from, niggas? And like, not one nigga educated, not one black bitch educated in civil rights and patriarchies have ever got together on God's Wikipedia, internet, and ChatGPT and ever resolved, wait, what part of Africa are we from, nigga? A bunch of dumb motherfuckers. About 300 million of them. Where you from? Europe. Where you from? Africa. Where you from? Asia. Where you from? India. The fuck, nigga? Obviously, bitch. I'm Indian. The fuck? We've been dealing with y'all asses in all them places you listed for 400 years in a row, according to you, dickhead. So where are you from for real? Why they name continents, guys? Africa's not a country. So when you sign your papers, when you get your passport, if you get your local African IDs, it's not going to say that you're an African citizen. That's not a thing. Nor does anyone that comes from Africa, if you ever ship something there, does it start with Africa. So when we ask all these niggers playing cosplay, wearing Air Force Ones, listening to hip hop, covering their hair up, getting braids, and saying nigga in the street, then you ask these faggots, where's your grandmother from? Africa. Bitch, then why are you speaking Haitian? Oh, no. We have African blood. Okay. Let me check in for all the fucking people who swear to God they paid attention to blood. Question, guys. If the idiots that Democrats bring here start with Africa, African blood, African diaspora, this is all Jewish terms, by the way. If the theory is that every last single person on the world today is an outer African of theory, then what's the fucking point of telling me that there's a diaspora of Africa in this planet, you stupid faggots? If every motherfucker here out of Africa, latest on the DNA test, the Chinese already confirmed that they who they're testing where they are currently have genes that go to Africa. So out of Africa theory so far is good for niggas in the Africa and Chinese people out of the Africa. So what's the fucking point of telling us that the diaspora is out of fucking Africa, nigga, if the whole living world of humanoids is supposed to be Africans, nigga? So one more fucking time. Where the fuck are y'all from, nigga? You non-Indian niggas? And no one has an answer, bro. Because Indians are not part of their politics, therefore Indians are not part of their identities, thus Indians are not part of the social, Democrat, left and right, DI, anything. Y'all talk about all the black people you're gonna help. You talk about all the other little Jewish people you're gonna help and all the Palestinian Jewish cousins you're gonna help. Same people, just like Donald Trump and Kushner are the same people. They treat each other through classism, you dumb bitch, and that's the experiment on you, American, you dumb bitch, part 3, right? So one more fucking time, if you think about everything that you hear all the time, what happens if you take it literal? I don't give a fuck about your African blood, you faggot. I asked you, where your grandmother stay? Niggas wasn't just staying all over the world willy-nilly 200 years ago. Remember, faggots? You didn't have freedom, so you didn't have boats. So just by telling me where your grandmother is, I can kind of tell you, based on what your ugly ass look like, how long she been there. One more time, where your grandmother stay? Your greatest grandmother, and when we ask you that, and anyone asks you that in an Indian land, we're asking you, first roll call, where your grandmother stay? Let's see if this nigga gravitate towards the Indian one. No, he's about to say something else and it's unclear, but he's black. Okay, thank you. Passport denied, nigga. You don't need to say nigga then, because niggas are exclusively Indian, faggot. So you see what I'm saying? That's if you're standing on business on some G code, but we're not. But I'm giving you the rules so that you can see how easy it is that people slip through it.
on black codes. Nigga, I'm not black code, I'm Indian. One more time. But your name is English. The king of New England. So that's what I'm saying. What your grandmother say? Cause you on the king of New England's territory. First of all, right? We ain't forget is it 1611 or 400 years later? You're on the king of England's territory, named prettily in English all over this bitch. Helpful for you to read and how to get places, huh? That's us. That's us. That ain't y'all, because y'all talking about Africa, diaspora. Y'all niggas talking about Europe, which side of it? Like, y'all niggas talking about Catholic Church and parishes? No, bitch. Our story does not start with a church. Dumb motherfucker. So, kingdoms. So, the Jews have kingdoms. I don't know if Christians had kingdoms, because Christians don't have kings anymore. Kind of weird. Your royals just said, fuck it, let's just choose Elon Musk. Like, shut up. Your whole story made up. Shout out to the Board of Education. They really made a whole story up for you stupid people. That you forsake your own nationalities to be here full of slaves and niggas. My God. As Olympus have fallen. Because you notice as I keep talking about it and repeating certain themes, it falls apart quicker. You want to see the themes of the conversations when timeline change even quicker. I told you already, run into Moors and Murs, and they run into this, and they run into that. And that's just the people on our grid. But they're not supposed to do that. I want to get that clear. I will never tell them to stop doing whatever the fuck they're doing. I'm going to straighten out what the truth is, but they got to do it. They got to express themselves and get closer to something else, because they can already see, again, new generation, that the United States doesn't give a fuck about them, us, again, for like 5 generations in a row since they bitch has been here. So you know it's not going to get better no time soon if we can go to the internet and see them since the moon that they've been mistreating us politically, at the very least, nigga. So yeah, people won't have to talk about this, talk about that, black war, whatever, Indian, whatever. But the problem is, and follow me, because on Kings and Solomons, that's already the spell. Remember, about 100 years in a row now, through education, they don't talk about Moors, Jews, or Israelites, or Indians, as a rule. In a contemporary, amongst us today type of rule. They refer to different epochs, reasons why they have this stuff, and who they stole it from, and why it was justified by a king that don't exist, because none of the kings were white people. But once they're done with that setup, to kind of like, you know, why are you even raising your hand about that? And the sociology of why you don't raise your hand, and that you never got clarity, and of course your teacher didn't know the answer anyway. Yeah, once you get to that, you get to this, and hopefully if you live around us long enough, you get to one of us who go, no, my grandmother Indian. No, we're not saying that. No, we're not making that up. Trust me, it has nothing to do with my esteem. I fuck up anybody I want to beat the fuck up. I don't need Indian to add to my esteem. I'm too tall and too big my whole life in the hood nigga section to need Indian to be the reason why I'm that nigga. So, no. People don't even know what Indian is. So, but my grandmother specifically, the Indians I met, they are still Indians. And that's today. So, I can kind of guess that I'm being betrayed every day in school. You feel me? I can go to my grandma Indian house and go to school and watch them talk greasy about Indians. The end, nigga. That's not an African-American story. I mean, they're the royal families of New England, too. They ain't a white person story. They got those slave last names of the Jew royal families of England. Wow. The royals of England put us on our plantation and let us have their royal last names? Wow, that's how you treated Africans. We have the royal Jew family last names on a northern plantation from New England. That's the only way they can rationalize why this nigga and his mothers and all their Indians have those same Jew last names and still are Indians. You heard what the fuck I just said? My grandmother Indian with a Jew last name. You heard what the fuck I said? I'm a Smith. You heard what the fuck I said? If you go back for 12 generations, all those Indians have Jew last names. None of those are Christians. Thus, white people, time's up. African, whatever the fuck, time's up. The United States ain't coming to save y'all. You feel me?
The United States is not coming to save y'all. Y'all are the United States. Y'all are not trying to save yourselves. There is nothing separate from you. If you're not Indian, you are the United States. That's the point, guys. If you're not Indian, you are the United States. That's why anyone that is Indian more cannot be part of the United States. Because the United States, as of the Civil War, is a bunch of foreign pirates and immigrants. To this day, ain't nothing changed. These are black people, bro. If y'all can't tell the difference, that boy right there is clearly a black boy. Ain't nothing about him Indian. But he dresses with the tees and the sagging jeans, and he would not look like that in Africa. I'm Indian. Different hair, different beard, different cheekbones, different skin color. So Jesus cannot be an African if they're very specific about his skin color. That is not copper colored. Now, it's no crime to be a Negro, but my friend there is not a Moor or an Indian. You see how easy that is in real time? How you saw two black guys and one of them, could you guess which one would proclaim that his mother is an Indian? Rewind the video, nigga. You'll see it. It's very clear. It's a gold and white dress, bro. There's blue and black dresses and there's gold and white dresses. I'm a gold and white dress, bro. That's what that story is about. Blue black is Ethiopian and African. I'm gold and white. Holy Roman Empire. Those are two different dresses, nigga. Why you cosplaying? Why you dressed like us, nigga? You get it? Isn't that the theme of this week? What do you see? I'm colorblind. All right, here you go. I don't see color. I know that's right. We gonna reverse engineer their fucking brain and synapses soon, boy. We won't understand how their fucking brain works if they keep fucking with us. This shit ain't get evil yet, but it's about to if we figure that shit out. Because you ain't got no answers, but now I can deduce why you don't have answers. And y'all ain't even get started yet. So you feel me? Iron sharpens iron or something, nigga. Where the iron at? So you tell me those black people from some random fucking island or South America recently is the justification for why white people and foreigners can treat me and my Indian family so brutally? Yeah, they gotta go to hell, bro. What's that nigga gotta do with me? Because I'm Indian, I see him, the white person, and the Jewish woman all the same. None of y'all have ever spoken to me or gave me your name or helped me or came to a Thanksgiving or did shit for me ever in my human history. I'm saying I can see it in black and I can see it in white. But the only thing y'all have in common is that y'all not Indian. So it's way safer for me to be around Indians and Afro-Asiatics than anyone else in this world that didn't exist 300 years ago. Hence, the story writes itself. Black people and Africans can have a different diatribe and not be such hostile or, be in my position or my attitude. Of course, they didn't lose anything. They don't have nothing now. But I'm Indian, and the whole Americas belong to Indians, and the whole North America belongs to the Moors who are in our empire. Thus, us. So we're the only people with something to lose, per se, if we don't get the facts right. It's not a war, it's a civil war, meaning you need to look at these words and get the facts right. Civil War 2.0. Ain't that what you asked for? We them niggas for real. Ask my grandfather, Benjamin Banneker. Where did City Muhammad? Where did John Smith? We got that Jew thing locked down twice. John Smith, the Jew. John Banks, the Jew. Dwayne Smith. Sonia Banks. Same colony now. That's the craziest thing about it. What is the chances that the King of New England is in the same place that Benjamin Banneker's City Muhammad is born about 100 years later? Damn.
Black people be everywhere. No, they exclusively seem to be very particularly in New England. Speaking English, doing treaties in English, I mean, shit. Where else would you go for that, bitch? Which island should I go to? That's all the recorded languages of 1600s backwards by anyone else. You can even say what the fuck they're on. They have no holy vowels, so they have no holy Roman emperor. Thus, they're nowhere near our cities or metropolises. If their language don't have our vowels by now, they didn't go to our universities. They only got 200 years to do it now. Go ahead and lie to me. Go ahead and lie to me. They only got 200 years to fucking exist literate in our language. Y'all, not Indians, not Israelites, not Jews, only have 200 years to get that stuff. Because you're not Saudi Arabian, Moors, Muslims. Y'all don't claim Allah in the Quran like you're supposed to. So you come from a place with a Quran, or do you come from a place with a Bible? Because if you came from a place that had a Bible in English, you came from my grandfather's house. And you came here where I'm at, and now you're in my grandmother's house. And I noticed when you brought your bitch ass, evil ass, and all your friends here to this stupid ass place that you created in my grandmother's house, that all you faggots lied and said you came from my grandfather's house. Then where the fuck's my grandfather and my grandmother, the kings of both islands? Where's that story? You left my grandfather's house, come to my grandmother's house. They're the emperors of both sides of this island. Where my grandmother and grandfather at, faggot? Fuck where you come from, because you don't come from none of these places. It's my grandfathers and grandmothers. Damn it. That's why we have English. They're Inga in English. Matches, pairs, gender. You can't break it. Shut up. That's what Jews are. And one more time. So, y'all from Jew England, and y'all are also the founders of Jew New England with a Jew language, a Jew Bible, but your story starts with Africa, probably Christians? Guys, Christians never existed in history. Christians cannot have 2,000 years of the King James Bible. Christians can't have 400 years of that Bible. Christians never came to America. The Bible came out in Virginia. King James Colony, Virginia, 1611, John Smith, my father. That Bible was assembled in Virginia, Nuremberg, Maryland. So they cannot come from Christian lands with a King James English Bible if they weren't or discovered America yet. Now, can they? I know it's going to hurt your brain. I know, because so many people believe the wrong thing. And they're mean to you if you didn't believe it. I know, but the problem is you didn't need them to believe this shit, my nigga. Were you or were you not a motherfucking accelerated reader? King James English, King James Colony, Virginia, America, Indian land, England. How do they have Christians speaking English with a Jew Bible then anywhere else? Take as long as you need. Take as long as your goofy ass need to believe. Take as long as your goofy asses need, bro. Gotten us fucking killed and fucked up and betrayed. Niggas playing in my face now on King James. Like, that's who I am. I have no other character to pick. I'm Mama Inga's grandson and I'm King James' grandson. They came together in this bitch, 1611. Ain't no room for none of my ops to be any of those places, origins, or names. But all my ops came here talking about they're now American something. So much so that when you think of American, you see a fucking white immigrant in your head, and then you have to put a prefix to describe everyone else already here. Meanwhile, I'm fucking American Indian. That's the type of Indian I am. I'm an American Indian. Ooh, the Indians the same no matter where we go, dumbass. So like, I'm American Indian because the King and Queen of America are my parents. That's where we got our pedigree of American from. From our family, not a map. From a family, not a book. All the names and all the words spoken by Jews. America, Amerique, was named by Jews, Moorish Latin. Carlos V is the king of Jews. South America, Mary Andrew. Mary Andrew
Virgin Mary colonies. Mama Inga's granddaughters colonies of the North. That's old and New England. How you doing? Everybody else is cap. Every story that don't start with that story in the America, anything hypothecated after, turn white after it, all of it's a lie. It's not a continuum. There's a bunch of dead ends. It fills in the blanks, and you don't know anybody related to none of those guys. Yet all these faggots who only been here have all these stories about them niggas over there, yet they're not related to them. And then they say they came to the place where the niggas were kings of, and say we never even heard of them. Moors were a long time ago, and they all say the same thing about Moors. Oh, those are the guys from Northwest Africa. Okay, that had a kingdom and empire. So yeah, that's one of them. What about the other places, Grenada? That was ruled by Moors. Yeah, is Grenada Northwest Africa? No, that's in Europe. Okay, so you think it stopped at England? Well, they were Muslims. There's no such thing as Muslims. What are you talking about? In law and treaty of the time period, correct me if I'm wrong, they were Muslimin. So you heard what the fuck I said? They don't have the word Muslim. And this is very important, just like there's no African American in Egypt. And there's no black people in the Amistad. Because none of those concepts existed or ever happened. We could talk about it. Y'all watch video games and play with Pokemon cards. You know how imaginations are with a bunch of fucking retarded people. We're talking about kids who went to school and college and got peer reviewed by a bunch of fucking foreigners who eat niggas on Sunday. So don't get confused. Don't get your feelings hurt. You gotta understand how fucking stupid the United States actually is foundationally after the Civil War. So think about it. That's all you gotta do. A bunch of Christians came to America with King James English Bibles to King James colonies full of Indians and Ingas, red, white, and blue, since the 1500s and beyond, by the way, and beyond. That's not our first migration there. Hence, those buildings are older. Hence, and beyond. But the bookmark of who you would clash with in the Northeast would have to be these stories, because this is where they're hypothecating DC at. So they have to enclose themselves in the Nuremberg High Roman Empire Germany headquarters and pivot and squat there with the black people, those soldiers, and then they put these white people in here, Ellis Island, and they got your education not a year later, and then they pivot off of that, and then the movies come out after that, then the books come out after that. These motherfuckers couldn't eat 10 years before, trust me. They'll have a treasure trove of fucking opinions that matter about history when they haven't even identified why the fuck they have an English name still. How the fuck you come from anywhere, Russia, Tartaria, Germany, whatever the fuck it is, and have an English name here? You went to America and got an English name? They don't even understand that. Why would anyone move into America and convert their names to English if they just portrayed the King of England? American Revolution, Boston Tea Party, a betrayal of King of England. The British are coming, the Redcoats are coming. All right. And action. Game over, right? You have people coming here who still have British English last names from the Kingdom of England. That's weird. Where did my grandfather come again? He came to New England. Okay. My grandfather, the King of England, John Smith, created New England, Virginia, and northward. Where's that at? Everywhere. Virginia and northward. New England. You gotta fill niggas up there first before, you know what I'm saying, before you start subdividing niggas is beefing. No, it's just a few niggas. Clean this shit up. Shit that used to be there. Oh, we back. It's defrosting. All right, we're gonna do this and we're gonna get shit popping and go back and forth. 1611. New England. 1611. King George of England, 1775. Do y'all see the problem? Do y'all see the problem? One more fucking time. King John of England, of the Holy Roman Empire, New England, New Jersey, New Jerusalem. They're Jews. Don't lose that. But we don't even gotta do that story. We're just gonna follow the story of England. 1611, King James colonies. King James is the King of England. So it's a King James English-speaking England colonies of planters having England kids with Indians in the America. So far, so good. That is okay, because those Jews are related to those Jews you call Indians. So far, so good. So far, so good that the books about it are from London in New England. That would be somewhere in Canada. All those books about Indians, Jews, Moors, and kingdoms were written in America after 1611, after we had a new King James English printing press, meaning it had to be stencils in King James English for all of his press. And that's 1611, nigga. So all of those books on those printing presses in King James English, talking about niggas after 1611 in King James English with a book that is a printing press under a kingdom of James English pressed font letters, Solomon's kids with his own font. Can you imagine something like that? Can you imagine that one of Solomon and Sheba's kids has his own font? King James English Bible, first printing press, 1611, Virginia, in Sweden, because that's the Holy Roman Empire. And this is the New England, Nuremberg. So same. That's an empire and not a castle, not a city, not a state. That's an empire. Both of those are mine. Both of those are my printing presses. Both of those are in English on a royal city level. These people can't wash their hands and ass, nigga. They're not in those city buildings there. So come over here. Who built these city buildings then? If they're printed and pressed in King James English titles on their Holy Roman Empire design, my nigga. Come on, let's do this shit one more time, nigga. Let's wake up your stupid ass mind, nigga. 1611 King James English. Go to the north and all those buildings printed and stenciled in King James English. Happened fucking when then, nigga? After the damn language was created, stupid. So when did those buildings go up? All right, so all that energy, all that time, all that King James English to build a new Holy Roman Empire-esque cities here turned into a bunch of little white people talking about black people to say, ask a question. How did you go from New England to betraying a king of England to, I have United States citizenship, but until 1828, I would still be a black person. Oh, and then after the Civil War, I have United States citizenship that was grandfathered by white George Washington, the King of England. Boston Tea Party, Masonic Lodge, Green Dragon Lodge, posing as Tomahawk Indians, throws tea tariffs into the Boston Harbor. They had to do this because they're afraid that the people in that city would take the sides of the people they're pretending to be. So they had to do it false, flag-like. That false flag is going to trigger a financial injury to the King of Britain, England. But mind you, I said king and not president. So a royal, a bloodline. But King George III of a royal bloodline whose business is on Indian land and Boston. I don't know if you looked at a map before white people got here, but the reason why you would have so much shit going on in Boston right there is that the water on the other side of it. Have you seen it before? Do you notice like that Boston doesn't have like a terminating line where land stops and people stop living and maps don't stop drawing cities and names up there? Have you noticed that? Like, you ever seen like Canada and like Toronto and all that shit over there? You ever notice like that's not divided because there's no white people here yet? So can you imagine if you go back in time, bitch? All right, so so King George III, right? And this happened. This was inspiring. So that, check the dates, please. Boston Tea Party leads to, check the dates, please, French and Indian War in Canada. Walk with me. A bunch of faggots posing as Tomahawk Indians throw over some tea or opium. Word gets around that the Indians did it. It gets back to King George III of, what, across the ocean? Okay, let's keep him over there. But then the result causes French and Indians to be fighting in Canada. Is there a London in Canada, guys? That would be in Toronto, correct? All right, so where's Emperor George Washington daguerreotype from? Connecticut. Is that closer to New England? Yes. Where's Toronto, London at? Canada. Is that close to New England? Yes. So King George III of what? King George III of what? Canada? Toronto? Connecticut? Hartford? It's King George III of the New England colonies, right?
Y'all betrayed a descendant of the King James colonies, which are New England. You don't have to put him in another country no more. The redcoats are coming. It's coming from the north, coming down to where the Indians are. The people who are saying that have their redcoats turned inside out. Look at George Washington on the Delaware. They're wearing redcoats turned inside out. And that's a whitewash version, but they got the coat wash right. Do you understand what the fuck I'm telling y'all? I hope you understand what the fuck I'm telling y'all. These are the New England colonies, and King George III harbor tea and tariffs between Canada and the rest of the New England colonies. Can you imagine? But the beef, if it's initiated by Indians, treaty, then it turns into another issue, French-Indian War. Were the French Indians it during that time period, you dickheads? Let's think about French as it's used historically and not a language or a place that's created a flag less than 100 years ago. Let's think of it in terms of the story of French-Indian relationships on the land where the Boston Tea Party would take place. Okay, I remember something. Louisiana Purchase. So the first thing that the French want to do is buy some land in the Midwest, but when they come up with this treaty to acquire it, it's a mortgage, of course, to do business. But when the French do that, listen to fucking me. French-Indian Wars, fresh off of Boston to a Tea Party incident, Toronto, London, New England, you dumb bitch. And then my grandfather's the king of it, right? And then that turned into Benjamin Banneker, Sidi Muhammad as Benjamin Banneker. Shh, something's weird. They just betrayed George. Which one? That one. Oh, okay. Watch them. Then they said, the French said, all right, well, we want to acquire some land now since we don't have to worry about these Indians anymore, or the King George of England. Can we buy Louisiana? You went to New England, dressed like some Indians, threw some tea into Boston, and as that conflict civilly goes through and the Indians are triggered, Chicago's right there, you dumb bitch, ass sex, and you come down to the Gulf of America and have a treaty with a nigga from Philadelphia about purchasing Louisiana where all the slaves are? How do we go from Philadelphia and Boston to a Louisiana purchase, is what I'm saying to you. If DC, Nuremberg, New Jerusalem, and London, and Charmexham and all that, because that's Mohammedan, but Northeast, New England colonies of Jews and Israelites, if they are Jews and Israelites and Indians, and they are something from over there, and then they betrayed us by acting like a nigga from over here, and then they get in a fight with all the niggas up there from the niggas over there who are none of them, and then they come downstairs and say, yeah, we'll buy Louisiana, where Ottaway Plantation is, where all these French Geechee Creoles are. Finish him. See how like the French have fucking nothing to do with a place called France that wasn't named France until after the story I just told you? Because if this is already New England, you dickheads, then this is already New Europe. All those places we're talking about over here, that's saying France, England, Russia, any of it. If it's in the story in the Americas before the United States got to your soft ass brain, all of those places are well represented as kingdoms right here where you stand, you dickheads. That's why the news went so fast across 6 months across the boat to get to King George one day. He got to wait for his birthday before he can come to America. And then he comes back on his birthday a year and a half later and says, what happened to my tea, niggas? Where's my terrors? I'm here now. I didn't get my tea back, so now I want everything. Fuck the 10%. If he's a king way over there and it takes him a year to figure out that you betrayed him, he's sending all the redcoats in because the redcoats you just beat are going back and saying, hey, you got a fucking rebellion. They're going to send their whole admiral fleet, the strongest one in the world, to your fucking what, nigga? Park where, nigga? Park Place where, nigga? The park in Boston to deal with you little niggas? You are stupid as shit. You little niggas wouldn't have a fucking Boston tea to trade across the other side of the goddamn ocean ever to fucking again if that's what the fuck happened, you dickhead. He's still King George, bastard. So if you believe that was over there and you just betrayed him, what did you accomplish here? Where are you going to get tea from, you dickhead? One of his other alleys of access? Y'all betrayed King George? Y'all fucked the price of the brick and opium up? Shit, I'm never going to Virginia. I'm never going to Boston Harbor. You would have shut down the Boston Harbor over that dumb shit, you dickhead. How the fuck are the French and Indians fighting though? The Indians are the niggas that have always been there, and the French are these, we'll figure out who they are. I have a feeling they're African descendant. Cool, but they want Louisiana, where all the African slaves are? Okay, that's the rest of the story. Ass niggas. Africans betrayed us, you dumb bitch. But niggas don't know how to read. French, Haiti, those are African blood people. All that means to you is that they're not Indians. Why do they have an island in America? Why is there prince names and point dues and all this shit coming out of Haiti? I could have sworn, if you're Haitian, that's in Durham, by the way, but if you're Haitian island, which would go to the Jews at the Black Wall Street in Durham, by the way, but if you're occupying a Jew island named Yamaka in Haiti, and that's Indian, by the way, and you're not Indian, you're not Jew, you're not Israelite, then where did your princes come from? Y'all were Congolese or West Sub-Saharan Africans, right? You don't have kings and queens in America. Why would you have an island in America named after African kings and queens then? You wouldn't, because Haiti is Indian. But what I'm saying is that today, in real life, Hillary Clinton and Epstein and everyone between you has this very fondness of Haiti. Have you noticed it? Have you paid attention to it? This French-speaking African populace with Kool Moe Dee and Bambaataa descendants. Have you noticed that? A beeline in New York and all the homosexuality and child trafficking and child abuse rumors about these hip-hop kids who are all Haitian descendants during this time. Correct me if I'm wrong. Have you noticed it yet? They're in Haiti, in America. They're not American Indian, not Arawak, not Taino. They're African blood in Haiti on an island in America with an Indian name, with French African genetics, with a weird dispensation with the light-skinned Dominicans who time to be Moorish Latin Catholic scholars the fifth like, and then you skip the islands and you see it kind of change and fluctuate. But Haiti was right there though, and y'all be missing Haiti all the time, boy. Haiti is not an African word. Haiti, North Carolina, is like from hundreds of years ago. So it's telling you that the people that did Black Wall Street, the Indian tobacco kings, that's the island named after them and their migration to the island. So we have a different one to Puerto Rico, a different one. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like your resort for your family, stupid. You forgot there's 13 kingdoms. So anyway, you got Haitians there that are French and African. And then you got to think about this logically. Well, let me think about this. What are Moors? Northwest Africans, okay? And they're French Montanas. Today they are. Oh, French came over to Northwest Africa where the Moors were and made them light-skinned girls. That's why there's Northwest Africans, ancient Mauritania, that speak French, but they're Moroccan, but they're not really Moorish, but they're Moroccan. So they're Moorish because they're Al-Moroccan, but that's after their flag was created in the last 100 years. So they're pirates, yes. Okay, but French Haitians also from Africa speaking French, but they did not get more light-skinned, I guess. But they're not from Northwest Africa, I guess. So why do the Northwest light-skinned Africans who were formerly enslaved by the Alawite dynasty have the same fucking language and the same fucking blood as the Haitians in America who are not related to Indians? I wonder what they are, ass niggas. And you wonder why they get to go to Jew Colony, Pennsylvania, and why they get to go to Jew Colony, Boston, and why they go to Jew. My nigga, like, come on, bitch. Stop fucking playing with me. It's the same niggas. It's the Haitians. It's whatever the fuck white is. It's whatever the fuck Jewish is. Whatever the fuck French is. Whatever the fuck African is after the Civil War. You got the French Suaves wearing fezzes. Northwest Africa has these French-speaking people who are acting like Moors, but they're not really Moors because they're not us. You know, Al-Andalusia Moors would have been King James. So Al-Andalusia Moors would be the Al-Moroccan French Montana Moors. We would be the same thing since that's the kingdom bloodlines that come from Northwest Africa, that cross Al-Andalusia, that gave us King James, who came back to America, which is my grandfather. But them bitch-ass niggas ain't me. Them Haitians ain't fucking me. Have you seen our faces? None of them niggas are me. But both of them niggas have the same backstory. French, Napoleon, like the Alawite, the Arabic slavery and the fucking bullshit everywhere where you ain't supposed to be fucking being, nigga. Because Mansa Musa, Montezuma, Ansamori is Carlos V. So how the fuck your king is Moorish Latin and both of you faggots speak French? How all your kings that start this story speak fucking Spanish, but all these faggots talking about they using our names and they in our fucking islands and they in our fucking kingdoms, but these dickheads are speaking French? Your damn king invented Spanish and English, but your dumbass the only odd, ugly motherfucker in Africa and motherfucking islands, but your dumbass an African that says you know French. Then you ain't got no kings and princes, you dumbass. So, you know what I'm saying? If you ever wanted to solve for like what the real story is, I got you. If you ever want to solve for the real story, I got you. Do y'all know what the fucking Indian is? Good. Then you know they're not fucking Haitians. And you know they're not fucking white. And you know they're not fucking Jewish. They should rhyme with Afro-Asiatics. And everywhere we've been, like a visa. The Holy Roman Empire of decency, nigga. Not barbarians and heathens and pagans. You get it? All that can coexist. Yeah, that's what I thought. They don't know nothing. They don't, Lord. These people who took over our education and our schools and corporations and banks don't know nothing about their damn selves. So how the fuck, you know what I'm saying? Where do you think the United States is going to go with these idiots? They don't even know their own damn story. It doesn't matter to them. We know, nigga. They're a parasite. So why should they fucking matter to us? We're the fucking Indians. Don't tell me that shit don't matter to them or them or the system. Don't tell me about the system that don't belong here. Don't tell me it don't matter in the system. Yeah, you, the system, and them can go to hell. That's what I'm saying. We're cursing it. It's never going to work again because Jews are cursing it. Y'all missed the whole memo about who the fuck we are, bitch. Yeah, we're cursing this system. Because no one could fucking do Edamon. No one could fucking read. No one could do the common sense thing. No one could do the right thing. Everyone knows who the faggots abusing their kids are, but we're talking about an election. Curses and hills of ashes to their whole fucking system, governmente. It's going to cause a reprobate mind curse. And if they already have a society with a reprobate mind, those type of variables are designed for you to die. Tower of Babel. That's what they were talking about, bro. But I'm talking about Jews, man. I'm speaking for my ancestors. I'm sorry. I'm taking too many liberties in someone else's culture and someone else's language or someone else's land to try to Black Indian explain Black Indian things. I'm Black-splaining the Black Bible written by Black people who created English. I'm using a white man's Black English Inca Indian manuscript and talking about it because you don't see white boys in movies that never existed in the world, let alone the movie. So I get it. I'm throwing it off. I'm fucking up the Disney spell too, ain't I? Now you understand the Disney spell, stupid. Disney buttered you up as kids to whitewash everything. So when you jump into school and actually do the history, you're remembering the characters you saw in your favorite Disney movie or your favorite picture book, all made by foreign and illegal immigrants. Dumbass. Right. Then when you take history seriously, your first neuron about anything Roman, you see this white boy named Hercules. Weird story, but all the demons are black, purple, and blue. Weirder story, Ethiopian Moor. So why is this boy not a Jew? If his daddy is Zeus. Hercules would have to be a Jew if his dad is Jupiter. We get Jew in Jerusalem from Jupiter. That's who our daddy is. So how do you have a story about a kid that's a descendant of Jupiter, Hercules, and how the fuck is he not a Jew, an Afro-Asiatic Semite, a tall black person? You understand? One more time. The story of Hercules, Greek, Roman, whatever color or flavor you want to call it. He's Hercules because he's Mercury. His father is Jupiter, a planet, a Titan, Mount Olympus. So Jupiter comes down, has a baby with another bitch. That ain't the only baby he has, but the story of the Jew is following Mercury, Jesus. So Jesus, a Jew, Jesus, is right there. Justice, judgment, Genghis, giant. Jews are the giants because they mix with God. Get it? So a son of God. If all the other men of renown have a father that's a God, do you think Jesus is a little bitch-ass white boy if his dad is literally a God? Probably the fuck not, bitch. So Hercules, not a regular white boy, but he wouldn't be a white boy no matter what year it is because he's a goddamn Jew, you dumb bitch. That's what a Jew is. Men of renown, descendants of Jupiter. For he is a jealous God. He would be the only one who allowed to have sons here. Judeans, Jerusalem, Mount Zion, Mount Olympus, all the same things, for all of it is Hebrew. Our Father throughout in heaven. There ain't room for nobody else. But they made it about everybody else. That's called blasphemy. The curse of blasphemy is a reprobate mind. Be right back. I'm back. But I'm back in one more time. Shout out to Cool J. I see you. Shout out to, you said click. You said Ben is Neptune. Well, you go off the coast of Andalusia to this day. There's a copper corroding statue of Neptune. Because Ben is our lawyer. Judah is a gangster. So Ben is his lawyer. Ben is our Saul. Judah, Genghis is the gangster. Ben is Judas. He's the writer. He's the one that knows the paperwork, the laws. He's smaller, so he has a pen. Judah is taller, he has a sword. It's yin and yang. It's literally yin and yang. It's yin and yang. It's yin and yang. Like, that's what that is. I'm Dwayne. From Banks. I'm Dwayne from Smith. Ben and Judah. My dad is Judah. My mother is literally the tribe of Ben. Ben and Judah. Ben and Jerry. They're kind of gay, so they fucked it up. So it'd be like Ben and Judy. Judge Judy. It's right there. They keep fucking playing with us. There's always Jewish people behind that, but they keep landing on that because they're using our language. This language created by Jews, which is why all the cool titles are Jewish. It's witchcraft. Not like spooky witchcraft. No, that's the effect of witchcraft. Our language. It's not like demonic. Like it's not supernatural. It's literal. It's literally black magic because it's weaponizing the way you think and see things through our words. If you cannot describe it with your own words, then you're limited by what our words mean. So you always get a lot of important, nuanced things wrong through a whole society of 350 million people. Just by limiting what their word use is. That's why when we started this game, you'll notice that the well-to-do Negroes always suggest in school that you need to read the dictionary, you need to read the dictionary. We would not need to read the dictionary, bitch. We created English. So only a foreigner would have to read the dictionary in English. I'm not saying this because my family, my tribe do all the words at any given epoch or era. It just wouldn't be a strategy to survive as an Indian in Indian land after being a survivor of Indian land for over thousands of years. It wouldn't start with a dictionary. It'll start with a hatchet, an arrow, a knife, and a bunch of dead bodies. And then maybe we'll build another library, since the entire continent of mausoleums that you converted into museums and libraries we built already. But it's crazy that these people that are in my color, if you will, are talking about like how important education is. And the only people I've seen push that are the French. Webb du Bois, Passing White, Chantal, what do they call it? Creole. It's all French. It's all French. It's all Haitian. It's all Napoleon. It's all FBI. It's all agents. It's all federal. It's all Northwest Africa. After kingdoms, because they don't have no kings. So these are the people who betrayed those kingdoms. They're the ones who overthrew France. And the stories they're telling, these are the black people that did that. That chopped off the heads and everything. That's them. The only problem is they did that here. Because we already moved the Holy Roman Empire to America. 1600. So these are the black slaves who rebelled against tyranny by killing the kings here in America. They've never been across there. That's why you see none of their ugly ass names, none of their ugly ass black mothers in France ever. They never been to what you call France because that France did not exist during these stories. Now y'all understand what a hypothecation is? You can't tell a story about France over there. France wasn't over there. You understand? You can't tell the story about New England. Where? Where's New England? Okay, so if you have a New England, would it reason to you that something was abandoned in the old one? Because instead of calling it New England, you would have called it something else. That would have meant England of the West. You would have added some flair to it, but you didn't do that. The map says New England. All right, so if you had an old kingdom in Old England and it's across the water, and you make a new castle, a new kingdom across the water, and now you call it New England, would it stand to reason that the same king at that time lives there? All right, so that king that lived there in Old England, who came to his castle in New England, let's imagine this is what kings do. They end up having kids They're not faggots saving money for a rainy day for the retirement. He's in his New England castle, and then he's going to want what? Sons. All right, so you think he's going to swim all the way back 9 more months to get to Old England, where the plague and the famine and the death and the people who don't wash legs, the wild men, you've seen the paintings and all the other bullshit with the magic and chicanery and those little ugly French Africans fucking those fat white girls when we told them stay away from pork. While we got Palatine Boers coming over here. Then you understand the whole wordplay of a Jew, nigga. Don't eat pork, nigga. All right, so then boom, 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 boom. And then, and he had kids back in New England. And he created New England in 1611, and not one royal or noble came back to America ever since. It's New England, bitch. That's the same of a kingdom, faggot. It's the new kingdom of England. It's implied if you know what England is. We're talking about the 1600s. Medieval. Holy Roman Empire. It's no other time period before that. I'm saying there's no other time period. There's nothing else. Like that imagination why the New Testament is about Rome, that's the time period. Jesus is like 500 years ago. They're in the Holy Roman Empire, who he is the king of. The Holy Roman Emperor is Jesus. Like, and these people don't believe in Jesus. Why they got on Jesus' piece? That's my point. They don't believe in Jesus, but they got Jesus' piece. So your Holy Roman Emperor is Jesus, but you don't believe in Jesus. You got Christians and Catholics and Baptists who don't believe in certain doctrines because they're not Catholics. But you're Catholic because the Holy Roman Empire that was hypothecated, the Catholics are using that decree. Unum sanctum, dum diversas, inter caetera. So no matter what 501c3 federal, an allegiance to the church, the Catholic one that brought your bitch ass here, that's all Christian, Catholic, rah, 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 rah. But the law about the dum diversas, you'll catch it if you pay attention to time. 200 years before them, the Holy Roman Emperor is Jesus. What color is Jesus? Skin of bronze, hair of wool, okay. So the Emperor of Rome is what? If the Holy Roman Emperor is Jesus. One more time, read the Bible, bitch. That's where they got their English from, right? What did the Bible say? That Jesus is the King of Kings. Let's walk. I'm gonna walk this one down one at a time. We're gonna do ones in chat. I want to make sure I get each degree right. Make sure I'm not just starting crazy. One of one. Put a one in the chat if it's very clear that the New Testament is talking about a Holy Roman Emperor-ish timeline. One in the chat if you caught that. Because all the debate is about the Roman Catholic Church, the Pisos, the whitewashing, Council of Nicaea in Rome, right? Okay. Holy Roman Empire seat was Nuremberg. One in the chat if you've seen the map and the facts that Nuremberg is Washington, D.C. Because D.C. is District of Columbia. That's that when the same thing happened again. So Nuremberg, the seat of the Holy Roman Empire, is in northeast America, right? That's the one in the chat. All right, Jesus and his Holy Roman Empire story in King James English. That took place in Virgin, Maryland in that language, right? They're translating Aramaic. America, Michael, Aramaic. So they're speaking in Aramaic in the Holy Roman Empire that looks just like North America. All right, but if he's over there, Jesus was in Italy because Pontius Pilate and all these niggas, are they, because he's going to see the Roman Emperor because he's the King of Kings, and the guy that's offering him the kingdom has to be the King of Kings in that demonstration if he's trying to get him to negotiate and bend his knee. So you're telling me that Jesus was approached by the Holy Roman Emperor privately in a mountain near fucking Israel and Palestine, somehow ended up in northern and southern Italy just for one day, and walked all the way back with his swords without his friends? But St. Petersburg is on the east side of Asia. See how no one knows how to read? So Jesus is the King of Kings, and everyone is saying that that's what he is during the time of the Holy Roman Empire. So if someone who's not the Holy Roman Emperor or Roman Emperor of the timeline where Jesus is a captive or, coming up, and he's the true King of Kings, what are they saying? One in the chat, they're saying he's a pharaoh, because a pharaoh is a king of kings. A pharaoh is an Egyptian.
And the head of the Holy Roman Empire has to be a bloodline descendant of an Egyptian king, which Jesus will qualify for because that's where Abraham, Jacob, Sheba, Ruth, Boaz, all of them are descendants direct of Judeans that come from Egypt. So he would have to be a Holy Roman Emperor descendant or eligible for it because he is the bloodline of all the former kings, including Solomon and David, who come out of Egypt where the pharaohs were. Then you have Joshua and Jesse, who grew up in the courts where pharaohs were. And pharaohs are uniquely in all of these stories Egyptian, correct? So all the Jews in the Bible grew up with what? Egyptian pharaohs. Right. We're not in that time period of politics no more. So then enter what? Greece, Persia, Rome. Same time period. The fragmentation of what? The Egyptian Empire. Whatever name it was, that's an older language. But what we know it as, why we see it all over the earth, is because it was all over the earth and then divided. Now the division called Holy Roman Empire, we're reading a book called the New Testament Holy Roman Empire book about Jesus and King James colonies of the Holy Roman Empire, Nuremberg. And in that book specifically, he's in the Holy Roman Empire. And they're like, what is this nigga doing? Who is like, what is this nigga doing? The Jews. Stop. So the New Testament in King James English tells you that there's Jews, Afro-Asiatic, Semite, Smiths, tall black Asians in captivity during the Holy Roman Empire, correct? One in the chat. If the book's about Afro-Asiatics, Judeans, bronze, wool of copper, Jesus says, you're my brothers and sisters, so everyone he's looking at looks like him, a bronze boy, in the Holy Roman Empire captivity of Jew boys, correct? And there's a Kohen of Jews who would have to be a Kohen or a king of tall, black, Afro-Asiatic people that look like Jesus, but maybe they got a different daddy because he was very clear about that part. But they still his skin color. So we understand that the Holy Roman Empire has a bunch of black Indian Jews in captivity, and the true Roman emperor, they said, was the black Jew Indian boy named Jesus. 3 in the chat if that added up. That the King of Kings ought to be a direct descendant of Pharaoh or Caesar, and that would be Genghis, Jesus, a descendant of Judah, King of Kings. So once we 3 in the chat, I appreciate y'all. So you understand where my madness is at with this. That was just reading the New Testament. You didn't even have to go to school for nothing. Oh snap! That the real King of Kings over the Holy Roman Empire is a nigga named Genghis Khan. Khan, Jew, Israelite, Judean, Semite, DeyZan Smith, from the bloodline of who? The Holy Roman Emperor. King James, the Holy Roman Emperor. Sir Knight John, his son, the Holy Roman Emperor. Nuremberg, New Jerusalem, North America, 1611. That's why we're writing that Bible. We are the Holy Roman Empire. We're Jews. Jews is not a religion, so that wouldn't change anything about the Holy Roman Empire, now will it? We're Jews no matter what empire we're in. We're Jews when we're in captivity. We're Jews in Egypt. We're Jews in the field. We're Jews in the desert. We're Jews in the ocean. We're Jews in Galilee. We're Jews in Rome. We're Jews in Greece. We're Jews in Africa. We're Jews in America. I'm a Jew in North Carolina, and I'm a Jew in Nevada. Do you understand something? Jesus is a Jew no matter damn where he lives. Because a Jew blood is something totally different, which is why they're the real pharaohs and emperors. Jesus is a real bloodline emperor. They don't give a fuck about his job or his 401k. And that's what normal people programmed in our Western system don't understand. And they don't understand, like, you're supposed to be just like your dad. He built coach, you built coach. Like, why the fuck you breaking? We didn't break from the model. Until pork and bacon came over here. I seen something. Judean sports is in the name. It is. It is in the name. It is in his name. He's the King of Kings because he's a bloodline pharaoh first. Since the oldest culture is Egypt, they're saying you.
that Jesus is a direct descendant of the last good known pharaohs of Egypt. All these bodies you digging up, you stupid motherfuckers, however you cut that shit, the king of those things is his damn grandfather. That's why he's the king of kings of this world. Because you dig up everywhere in this world and you see Egyptians, our damn family members. No one else here on this planet lived in that timeline. Hence why they're discovering it. And that's a weirder movie if you ask me. You're digging up our shit. You haven't found your shit yet. Because you weren't here. Just like John wasn't here. That's a Holy Roman secret, I guess. It wouldn't be. If to be a Holy Roman Emperor, you would have to be a son of God first. What is Jesus? A son of God. Who's the King of Kings? A son of God. Who are the sons of God? Judeans. Jesus, Justice, Genghis, Ishu, Isa, Heru. All the Egyptian stories about what? A son of God. Oh, they stole that from that. Stole what? What are you talking about? Oh, the story, the framework, the archetype. What's the archetype? These Egyptian people, pyramid builders, Moors, are encountered by something with more technology from a ship from the waters above. And when it comes down, however many come down, they get bitches. Hashtag hypergamy. Those bitches have kids with them. Types of new technology. We then get along with them because they're fucking brothers and our cousins. Nothing changed. Jews have half-brothers from space. So now you have to understand like this thing about religion or Jews. I'm gonna say it again. Jews are half-brothers with people from space. We don't have to know what space is because we know NASA, Hebrew, deceive, doesn't have a fucking clue on Psalms 19:1 Veneron Braun Tombstone in my family land in Pennsylvania. So they can't get out of here. Doesn't matter. Our book starts with people from out of here come down here and they have kids. Those are Jews. You're in this world, not of this world, because they're Jews. One more time. My daddy has to come. My dad gonna come see me this summer. No, he ain't. That's our story, correct? That's the pattern of all of our stories, if we're Jews. My Father, throughout in heaven. Where's the heavens? Above the firmament. We defined where we are, what the firmament is, what's above, what's below. There's things below and there's things above. Where's our Father come from? Above. Ain't is that the Genesis? Did I describe Genesis again? How a Jew described Genesis? Now you understand why Jews wrote Genesis and why Genesis is telling you that angels had children who taught them how to read and write and do magic and technology. And the ones writing are talking about how that happened as they are writing and reading with weapons and technology. My Father, throughout in heaven, holy is your name, Holy Roman Emperor. Jews are hybrids. They're not hybrids with monkeys. That's called an amalgamation. Get it? Listen, it's very common sense. Why the Septuagint is Greek, and how the Greeks and Romans have all these stories about Zeus. All right, now, start there. Now go back further. You find some other shit white people who say something about Sumer or something, and then you get this concept from these Jewish people who've never been to Judah land, and they say, oh shit, the Anunnaki had kids. What's Anunnaki? The priesthood of Anu. What's the priesthood of Anu? Israelite. Damn, yeah, that's the same thing, but this is a little bit older than Egypt. Egypt and Africa? It should be. We're from America. No. I'm saying the order. It seems like the Sumerians and Anunnakis came down here, and then the cultures of Egypt came. What did the Bible say? The Bible said the Anunnaki created Egyptians? No, the Bible says the Anunnaki created Adam and Eve. And Adam and Eve is the father of Noah. And Noah is the result of other angels during the time of Enoch making a bunch of hybrids. But Noah is a descendant of Adam and Eve.
He's unsure who his real dad is all day, but he's still a descendant of Adam and Eve. And that doesn't even matter at his point, because the story about us is following Noah first. Whoever Noah daddy really is after the garden, after Adam and Eve. That's why we're following that bloodline. Then Noah has 3 sons, and they go somewhere else, and we end up with Abraham, where all the language and religions and all the black shit we're doing now is about. So it time locks something. We've been doing Abraham's story since Abraham's story. Otto the First, 21 generations. So Abraham, as of that story, is already Adam and Eve descendant. Cain and or Seth in both descendant. Noah, Enoch, Lamech descendant. Because remember, Enoch is one of Adam and Eve's grandkids. That's why we start with the order. So that you're following very specific people who were put down here by Anunnaki. He changed the language. Enki was very concerned with Marduk, his Hercules. Just like Zeus was very concerned. Jupiter is very concerned with Mercury and Europa and Miraculous. Because that's their grandfather. So if you're speaking the language of your grandfather, then that story ought to be about what? His damn children. King James Bible. Jupiter literally has people. Just like Earth has people, Jupiter comes down here. Literally. They're the huge, terrible UFOs. Jupiter's a huger and more terrible planet, even in the NASA scale of trying to reverse engineer what's above the radiation field. Composite. But however you scale Jupiter, it's so radioactive that it's melting the ice of Europa. And don't we have a new skyline that looks like there's new radiation and new colors that represent the sphere of color is changing with this Europe, this Jupiterian radiation influence? You see all that magenta and fuchsia and purple that's showing up in your horizon as Jupiter's wings with healing in it. It's causing everything to go crazy, just like our Bible said, right? Our Bible based on Jupiter, telling you that Jupiter's radiation will increase and get rid of all the dumb shit. And right now, the radiation is increased because Jupiter is melting Europa, and then the Hillary Clinton emails are like, hurry up. The firmament over here, McNerdo, is melting really fast, and it was in Chinese. So understand something. I'm not damn bluffing, bro. I've been studying this for 25 years in a row. There's other people and other planets. Whatever a planet actually is. No shit. That shit right there is older than prostitution. The idea that there's other places and other people is older than prostitution. Older than money and prostitution. You can't have prostitution without money. The idea that people come down here from somewhere else is older than the oldest job of humans. Now you understand why the oldest job of humans is fucking. Because the whole book, Genesis, is about someone from somewhere else came down here to fuck. 3 in the chat if you read it. Enoch. We're Enoch's grandkids. The one that's telling you about all the angels that came here to fuck. Go forth and multiply. Replenish the earth. Agriculture. You cannot do 1 times 1, faggot. That's where all that comes from. It comes from Jupiter. Weed comes from Jupiter. Where y'all not under fucking standing? My fathers come from Jupiter. We're on Europa. This is like his granddaughter's planet. I'm not bluffing about that. That's what the King James Bible is about. It's about Jupiter. That's why you don't recognize anything. You're not a Jew from Jupiter. Jews come from Jupiter. Boys come from Jupiter to get more stupider. But where your mama stay? My mom's from Europa. So what am I? My dad visited Europa and had a kid. I'm European. It's easy. We do it now. Enoch is Anglo, like English, like Inga, yeah.
I told you they were giants. No one fucking listens. They're giants because they come from another giant planet. They're angels. They're angles. They're English. They're England. The land of England. A land of people from another planet. Jupiter. Ptah, Petra, Hakupta, Egypt. Egypt is the civilization from Jupiter. All of that's dedicated to Jupiter. It's a sun on their head. There's one for Saturn and there's one for Jupiter. You just gotta figure out which one are you. But it wouldn't matter to us. We're Egyptians. From Jupiter. We're the oldest race on this planet. That's why it's named Europa. It's in our language. From Jupiter. We named a planet from Jupiter in English from Jupiter. English is from Jupiter. Everyone on this planet speaks a Jupiterian language. They go to school for Jupiterian degrees. Ptah, Egyptian, everything starts with Jupiter. You need Jupiter, then you get Egypt. What is Jupiter? Another world, another planet. I know, my Father in heaven, holy be thy name. Okay. What's his name sound like? Some holy vows. Yahweh. Mm-hmm. David. Mm-hmm. Peter. Mm-hmm. Keep going. Venus. Mm. Isis. Osiris. Osirian. Assyrian. These root races from somewhere else. Jupiter. I bet you Jupiter got different continents. It'll fuck niggas up. Like, damn, there's like a China in Jupiter, an America in Jupiter. So you could say a name of a person that means from Jupiter, and they get confused that there's another person that says something else and it also means Jupiter. You know how like you can say like I'm from Africa? Or you can say I'm from Kenya, I'm from Congo, I'm from Togo, I'm from Benin. You're like, is that Central South America or is that Africa? Oh. But all these things I'm talking to you about is it's starting in Jupiter. NASA knows that. The Apollo mission is about Jupiter. All those landmarks on the Mars and all those landmarks, I'm talking about NASA's writing on the map shit. Their hotspots are Jupiter. Egyptian pyramids don't come from Mars. Jupiter is Mars' dad or uncle or stepdad. We don't know. That's what the Bible keeps telling you. At the end of the day, it don't matter because both of them have the same grandfather. So you understand? So what I'm saying is Mars and or Mercury are a smaller degree than Jupiter. So there's pyramids here, pyramids on Mars, pyramids on Saturn. Do you think there's pyramids on Jupiter? The nigga that Egypt is named after. What are those pyramids aligned with again, class? Since God, Zeus, created the clouds dedicated to where he's from, right? It aligns with Orion's belt, doesn't it? Orion, like Assyrian, like Orion, like Orion, like Assyrian. Like Assyrian, like Osirian, like Osiris. The pyramids of Egypt dedicated to Osiris. Who's Osiris, class? Listen now, who's Osiris? Real quick, I'm confused. You know, Greeks, Romans, Egyptians. Like, oh my God, it's so hard to keep up with when it's the same fucking story in every fucking language and it's already in the fucking Bible. Who's Osiris? God of the underworld. Who's Temujin? God of the underworld. Who's Benjamin Banneker with all his names? God of the underworld. And who are we Indians? Underground Railroad. Gods of the underworld. Who are we Mayans? Mayan God M. Gods of the underworld. Who are we Moors? Granada. Gods of the underworld. And where are you at? Marada. Mars. Gods of the underworld. So Europa is the most beautiful women in our galaxy. And they're badass kids by gods of the underworld. Tartarus. Hades. Hell. Those are all underworld degrees. That's where our fathers are from. If my father's throughout in heaven, that means he came down to me. What's below heaven, dickhead? And then you understand how, like, amongst the world below heaven, we are the pharaohs and kings because our dads are above heaven. Our dads come from above to below to have women to have kids like us here. And when we're left here and he goes back upstairs, we're the king's heir. Because no one on this planet, there's no fucking brain on this fucking planet that knows what the fuck I'm talking about. And none of the shit that I read. They haven't even dreamed this shit. Yet all the UFOs and spaceships are outside. Every fucking minute you get. Where are they coming from? Error. You don't know the answer yet because you don't know where the fuck you are yet. You're in Europa. Galilean moon. There's 4 of these niggas traveling together somewhere. I assume since the Pentagon E-ring is trolling you, then we're in the E-ring of Saturn. Let me call them. Oh, you're here on this Earth? Hang up. Error. What? I'm just trying to figure out something on King John Smith. You in King John Smith's homeland in my grandfather Benjamin Banks' damn buildings. You don't know who we are? Ain't enough reason to ask me what planet I'm on. I'm trying to figure out, do you know what you're standing on? I'm a Smith and a Banks. Dwayne Smith, Sonia Banks. I'm both of them. I'm both of those Jew families. The Holy Roman Empire Jew families. Ben in Judah's names. I'm Ben in Judah. They travel together, nigga. Banks and Smith is Ben in Judah, bro. I'm Ben in Judah. Literally. I like to fight and I like to read and write. Multiplication. Get it? I didn't like math. Can you imagine? I can already fight, I can already read. Now I gotta do math problems. What do you think, I'm Dan or Levi? But I might be. Think I should live in Zebulon, North Carolina? Because I might be. What about the tribe of Manasseh? I noticed they got split in half and had territories on the west and the east of America. I might be. 1611. Highly likely. That's the point of this. New England. We do it every 400 years. We move our plantations because Indians burn the fucking fields to allow the nutrients to pick up again, nigga. Like, that's our whole science, bro. And they're wondering why the empire and kingdom is moving around the world. Yeah, bro. Like, this truth is self-evident. We the only ones with that science. We're the only one with a book about genetics. Like, that's not a history book. But it is, because if your history is about blood and genetics, it would be a history book. The book's about genetics. It's about here we go. The Old Testament is about the history of genetics. So it seemed like, you guys think you're so special. We are, yes we are. But no, we're special in that book because that book is telling us what makes us. That's what's special about it. The crazy thing is, no one on this planet should not be that. But here we are. How do you get a runaway genetic experiment for something that's been linear for 2,000 years? You can't get an offshoot. You can't get recess. You can't get 7 billion recessive people from fucking organically in a dominant gene planet that always lands on Afro-Asiatic. Even 5 generations later, like my ass. I'm tall, black, and Indian all over again. Just how they saw in 1775, just how they saw in 1611. The same literal person. Then you understand we're talking about reincarnation and stuff? In a book about genetics. What do you think we're reincarnating, genius? The genetics. So you can erase us. Our genes have a failsafe. No HIV, bitch. It'll epigenetically create a king or a David or a Solomon or any of them niggas and any of those women when it needs it. So the same way you're in a fucked up season and there's too many girls being born, China, that's because your genes know you need it. You need more ovens out here. And then when the shit go the other way, you have too many boys, that means you need it. Motherfuckers are overstepping their boundaries. Now do that over 400 years, times 400 planets, times 400 books about the same damn story, nigga. Genetics is the source code of the Matrix. One more time. This is our blood.
You didn't hear anything I said. I'm gonna say it differently. Everything outside of you is being interpreted in real time inside of your mind. It can't do none of that without your blood. You're experiencing reality because you have living blood. The moment you don't have living blood, you don't have reality senses. Hence why teddy bear isn't Toy Story. Hence why a computer can only go so far. Hence why a quantum computer all of a sudden, and he's melanin on the microchip called a qubit. You can't be a living thing here unless you have living blood. New oil or new wine, new holy oil, and new wineskins. That's New England. Old England is the blood in the old wineskin. They were giants. So white people are trapped in this story no matter what. Before my grandfather, it wouldn't matter who I am, because before that, the world was ruled by giants, twice our size or bigger. There's no room for a smaller group of people in different color to show up to rule anything. Y'all not smart enough to look under your feet. So you understand? The flooded the giants, and then there's smaller kingdoms, even some of the giant castles, but little niggas in it. I find these truths to be self-apparent. That's like over 800 years ago. So ever since, it's been. Then we have newcomers. The only thing we have is that the only time there's a historical artifact of a UFO invasion, and you ask Mr. Now, all of them, the only body, the only person who reports some fuckery amongst sky people and wrote a whole newspaper about it and did several angles and drawings about it was when UFOs invaded what, nigga? The Holy Roman Empire, Nuremberg. The fuck? Where Jews are from. Like, come on, dog. Come on, dog. Like, come on, bro. Be reasonable with us. Do you know what a Jew is? They're Egyptians. You know what a Jew is? Well, my father has many mansions. Who's his dad? Zeus? Jupiter? Oh, yeah. If these are just one of the mansions spinning around Saturn, can you imagine Jupiter? Something that's not cold. And you know how niggas are about the cold. All right, so if you know how niggas are about the cold, why do so many niggas manifest in hell freezing over with beards? Niggas don't like that. But Jews do. We're from Jupiter. A desert doesn't mean sand and hot, nigga. You gotta learn the meaning of words. Now, learn the meaning of words when the Jews use it. A bunch of black people. We don't need sand to be black. Jupiter's a black planet. Them tall, black, obsidian niggas are Jupiter. And I told you, Jupiter is here. Whatever military, whatever cousin, whatever citizen from Jupiter, whatever they are today, because just like our story's fucked up, I can't fucking imagine. They're here too. That's what Wakanda Forever is about. You saw how they had their black light effect on their lip to identify their bloodline? That's because they're from another planet, not from another country. Wakanda's in America. But that degree they showed you, you only have that if you come from somewhere else. That's what they're borrowing it from. Jews per usual. But I forgive Kugler because I know he's one of us. But he got to do what he do with these Jewish people to get his movies out, right? Ah, there goes that theme emerge. Shout out to Kugler though. It's a cool kid. I am HH Hip Hop, all best friends. The more that comes to our thing, talk about Noble Drew Ali a few years ago, he grew up with Ryan Coogler. He wanted him to do a movie about Moors. Notice how long it's taking. There's something else going on that story. Why no one can do it. Or get funding or approval. Or, they'll play you stupid. Like, oh, it's not, it's not, we're not really into that right now. Like, all right. We have to crowdfund it, don't we? All right, so when we're going to do it? Waiting for the perfect opportunity on Tubi? On the Zeus network? On the Jupiter network, can you imagine? As ratchet and reprobate and African as that is. Africans invert all of our Jupiters. Then you get white people. Then you get Jewish people.
Africans, leave that shit alone, please. Because you don't want me. You don't want me knocking down Africa's history. It'll be so easy since you don't know English. No time before 1611. You shouldn't have a history, actually. You only have a history of the language. They don't have a language because they don't have holy vowels, now do they? There ain't nothing right down there. You can't sound it out without phonetics. So there is no African kings and civics without a written language. You can't have kings and contracts without a written language and signature and name. But then you can't tell me those are all Christian, Jew, Israelite names from the Jew English Bible from America in 1611. So Africa, you shouldn't have a history before 1611. Remember, it's all passed down by sounds. Now think about the bones of your language. Now pass that down by sound. What are you passing down? Alexandria? How are you gonna pass down something you don't have the vowels for? You can't pass down the names of people that have vowels in their names. It's not in your language. So how would you tell the story about that? Which is why you don't have a story about slavery. It never happened. There were slaves and captives. It wasn't because Africa was booming with slaves. No. Don't tell me that shit was named Jesus. There's no J in Hebrew in the 1500s, where all the Moors navigators are using Hebrew compasses. Don't tell me they named their shit J Jesus. At peak Hebrew. Don't do that. You can't do that. You're breaking rules. You're breaking too many rules. You're too willy-nilly with trying to fit yourself in a story that don't exist. And the only story you want to fit yourself into, that's the only reason why it don't make sense to you. It's because you're racist. It's a white dress, not a black one. I think ET is going home. It's Morse code. Morse and oh, it's on what? That is very pretentious. But I get it. There's money involved. Oh, see, that post right there, man. That's an override right there, man. Now it's regular. I'm trying to see if I can keep it irregular. Da-da-da.
That's what the problem we got is. Everybody want to be a chief, and nobody want to be an Indian. You know, it's not like all black people came up with that. What the fuck do black people know about the difference between chiefs and Indians, right? Welcome to school, Sunday. How you doing? Humans can't speak to me. They literally cannot speak to me. It won't even matter. I can have $500 and 3 Cashapps, and they will not speak to me. They won't even look at me. And I have no idea what that is. I'm like, I'm as nigga gets. And I have the videos and photos to prove that I know niggas for real. They just won't make eye contact with me. There must be something else about us. And I'm gonna find out what it is, man. I'm into niggaology and anthropology and all those things too. We're gonna figure something out. I'm figuring out where these other aliens come from, since it's not fucking Jupiter or Mars or Mercury. It'll be the top 7 of our bloodline, since we mention it all the time in our Bible. We are multi-generational, we're multi-dimensional, we're multi-planetary, we're multi-country, we're multi-intercontinental beings, Jews. So like, I don't know why they don't understand they came to this planet and they're dying off. And it's like, well, how did the Jews survive? Because they mixed in with what's on the planet they go to. Oh, we can't be racist, xenophobic, and fucking pedophiles and killers and bullshitters if we want to survive somewhere new. Exactly. You didn't learn that coming to America? When you met Indians from Atlantis? They didn't teach you how to be decent? That's weird. They gave you a constitution. Iroquois Confederation. Frame constitution for everybody who's never been here before. Did you follow it yet? Have we tried unplugging the Constitution and then trying it again? We have ChatGPT and language models. You can filter all your laws through it right now. Swear to God you can. Have we tried doing that data center yet? Just as a reference, because you know they don't fucking follow it. But have they even thought about it yet? Is what I'm saying, bro. Lawyers are worrying about losing their jobs. You're not a lawyer, nigga. You're an attorney. Only the living can do law, citizen. You're considered dead. That's why you're attorney. Even when you're representing the bank and the CUSIC numbers of frying and charging your own citizen group, which outside of citizenry is your bloodline and family, but since you're wearing titles and nobility to get paid for it, you dumbass. And you tell them very logically that that's what that is. Well, a girl's gonna make a living some way. You niggas just jealous. I'm an Indian on Indian land, jealous of cosplayers who are gonna get fucking killed here. Nah, we're not working off of jealousy or envy, bro. We don't want what you got. We want you to leave. That's not jealousy. Jealousy is when you want a thing. When you want something that someone else has. Envy is when you envy the attention that someone else has. No, we're so anti-envy, anti-jealous, anti all those things that we don't give a fuck if you live or die. We just don't want you here. They don't have, you know what's crazy about that? Every other group but us, they don't have a language model for what that is. They don't have a word for what I just said. When a person isn't envious, isn't jealous, doesn't want an apology, doesn't want money, doesn't want to piece it out, doesn't want to forgive, doesn't want to forget, just doesn't want anything but you to fucking leave. There's not even a word for that because they're all fucking immigrants. They don't have a word for leaving. The word for leaving is Jewish. I'm not anti-Semitic, I'm a Jew, stupid. So anyway, the word that we're looking for is Jewish. That's what Jewing is. That's what Jewishness is. It's not quite Jews. We come from other planets and terraform it. It's Jewish because we come from another place and then we terrorize it. Schismata operations. That's all they do. That's all they're good at. And they're only good at it if you're stupid. So they're only good at being bad if everyone else agrees to play stupid. It's like kids, little girls. Them kids, like Pinocchio, all them little gay boys on that island, that's their daddies. Not the straw man. Them little boys, they're popping booties on them islands, come up here, those are white people. You saw Pinocchio. Them little gay boys with Captain Hook or the other, the Moors, Or what was Pinocchio? Pan, the demon, the Pied Piper, that's known for molesting children. Greek. Okay, white people. Yeah, whatever color he is, the decision between the Moors trying to free you, Barbaries, or to the white people who are about to poke you in the booty and send you to Pinocchio's house. That's the time period of pirates. That's the time period of the Civil War. That's the time period of white people coming to America with their little orphan boys with a bunch of gay pirates called Mamelukes and eunuchs. Thomas Jefferson. Hi, how you doing? Look like we got left off bad and bougie. Well, look like I got left off bad and bougie. Why I watch all those movies, study all those books, and do all these histories. The only way to fix it is like, well, what time is it? Oh, shit. You can't have the emperors in the same fucking day, let alone empire. Oh, one of these ain't right. All right, what are emperors? The sons of pharaohs. They're pharaohs from Egypt. Who left Egypt to have pharaoh kingdoms all over the world? The Jews and Israelites? All right. What are those? Afro-Asiatics or Afro-Asians? Tall black Asians. All righty. Let's look at these pages. Any of this shit rhyme with niggas? No. There's one that does, though. Genghis Khan. The only one they don't talk about. Tartaria. The only place they don't talk about. Jupiter. The only planet they don't talk about. Okay. It's right there. These Jewish people, you're not Jupiter-ish. You're not Egyptian-ish. You're not American-ish. So how the fuck you get Jew in your name? I stole it. Faggots. All of them. With stolen last names. Their last names ain't stolen, y'all. Language is stolen. They're uncivilized. They don't have last names. So what I'm saying is, saying they stole your last names is implied by niggas who are not civilized enough to have a language, let alone names and a language. All of their names are stolen if they're not Indians or angels. Aboriginals wasn't given written language. Indigenous were given tools. Europeans are doing civics. Remember Anunnaki raised up a group of people to do trade for rare earth minerals to take off planet, probably back to wherever, including Jupiter? Yeah, that's the same story, ain't it? Now mind your business, Imperial, Majestic, and then you get to Malachi 3 and 8. And it says it all over them. Shall a man rob God? Where's God from? At least Jupiter. So how do we rob you, God, if you're not here in tithes and offerings? Where do we take your tithes and offerings? To a supply depot, a storehouse. And what goes there? Levites. How can the Levites protect the storehouse? Because the Levites protect the Ark of the Covenant, which was technology from sky people. So it serves to the fact that maybe sky people can come back and forth, minding their business. That is right, MG. That's exactly who's in charge of that. The people with the technology. Shall a man rob God? How we rob thee? My storehouse, where my Ark of the Covenant is. Maybe it's a teleporter. Maybe it's a transponder. Maybe we can go to TikTok. Maybe we can go to Star Trek. Maybe we can write 5 more series about it for white people to become rich again. But it's going to be the same fucking story. And the story is, these are tall black Asians having this conversation and nobody else. A world full of little Asiatics. We're trying to figure out where the tall black ones come from. But at least we know everyone in these 7 stars are Asiatic. The rest of y'all, I need answers. I did not see this in my pamphlet. I did not expect, for real, in 40 years of American anything, that I would have to figure out who I am at the expense of everything else. If you think you're lonely now, wait until you realize what I'm really saying to you and how easy it's going to be able to tell you the difference between someone who's free and then someone who's a slave. There's no such thing as an awoke, free slave. So they'll have this NPC conversation thinking there's their NPCs and other NPCs. If you don't know where the fuck you are and who you are and where you are and what you're talking about, you're the NPC. You're a non-playable character because you don't know what character you are. You're the demo version. Your tail's without a controller plugged in. Oh, look at you, you're jumping. At least I'm not that little NPC coming out the tunnel. Nah, y'all niggas don't even have a controller in your hand if you don't know who your daddy is. That's what I'm saying. That Edamon shit is evil. It must be black magic.
Solomon and Sheba, black magicians. King James English, their damn son. I wonder if this is... It's a Venus flytrap, nigga. Even the language will trap you once you're down here. It's one thing for the firmament to trap your technology, but then the language contradicts you because you don't have another reference to another English that's not a Jew language. And that's impossible. You're not on Jupiter. So you didn't learn Jupiterian English from anywhere else but here, but you're not from here. So someone's pirating something, nigga. Y'all think this story starts in England and Europe? Hell no. We're from England and Europe. That's why there's black people here. Hence, these people are none of that. Y'all not scared enough for me. These faggots come off an orphan train, Cabbage Patch, Weird Story, World Fair, test tubes, and go straight to NASA. Let's go to space. Y'all didn't catch that. Y'all went from a bunch of new German Jew somebodies to world wars where all of our parents die and all of us got to move trellis ears to a whole bunch of people that collect in Nuremberg, Germany, to go to space? How that makes sense, guys? Einstein dad was just fucking little girls and he went straight to astrophysics when they got here? Why would they want to reverse engineer astrophysics once they see Argentina over here where Mama Inga lives? Then the story would tell itself. And then the people that came there went to Nuremberg. That's where the UFO battle was. So you notice that all of our illegal immigrants and illegal aliens who don't have real backstories went straight to where the aliens were. It wouldn't even be a crime in our Bible or in our God's eyes if I murdered them all. Because they're illegal aliens. And that's what the problem with being an illegal alien is. There's no one accountable for you. Now just do that rule planetarily. Europa. It's their last life. Because they committed blasphemy by putting their hands on us. The Indians. They worked around us and then they couldn't help but touch us. I never consented to being touched by anything that's a product of the United States. In my homeland, in my holy land, New Jerusalem. I consider that to be blasphemy. Amen. If I was somewhere else in someone else's backyard acting up, whatever. But you don't do this in my backyard where I was born? That's named after me? Wow. That's like a different type of blasphemy. That's, oh, you blasphemy. That's 3 combo bars of blasphemy right there, boy. In 40 years, too. Like, after slavery. So check that out. Nobody alive today, well, except for Epstein friends, ever had slaves, ever had plantations, ever knew niggas on a plantation. Yet all these assholes in our country today treat us like the assholes because we were slaves. What? Yeah, man. It's so evil. I don't even know, bro. You just gotta pray for you. You just gotta pray for you gotta love who love you, man. That's it. I can't even deal with this as a community no more. There's no such thing. There is no United States unity or citizenship. It's a fucking experiment for a reason. I'm not a Democrat or Republican, so it ain't that shit either. So you feel me? It's dead. Just like fucking hip hop is. But I'm setting the record straight. I knew I was an Indian since I was a baby. So I got a chance to live 40 years of life as an Indian, black guy maybe, and see how the world treated us in our history, in our word, and how I come to correct it as a royal Indian, and then people still talking to me like my God, my spirit, my story, my mother wouldn't have told me better than their guess. Because they're not pressed. It doesn't affect them being Indian or not. It always affects an Indian if we're Indian or not, right? So you can't even match our intensity about the subject. And what I'm saying is I've grown as a grown-ass man, and I encounter people in the last 10 years that just thought a grown-ass genius was going to get what Indian is wrong. There's no one. What I'm saying is, when I tell you these stories, when I'm trying to triangulate, because there's a lot of stories, but the most fucked up thing about this story that I'm telling you, if I reference Genesis, and remember, I started with angels of death. I was like, Angel, the angel of death, he was the last man I seen 7 months ago before I left. And I had this feeling when I woke up this morning, I was like, oh shit, the angels of death are already here. They spent time in Ukraine and Palestine already. They're here now. Cool. I don't know what that means on American Holy Land soil, but they are. And on top of that, I started thinking about, like, what are angels of death for? Oh, they knocking doors kingdom to kingdom to see if there's anyone righteous around. And angels of death are here. So I'm kind of like Lot. And I'm here to let the angels of death know, no, outside of the people that watch these videos, and maybe, you know how Noble Draw leaves with all the Moors on his channel, but outside of us, I don't think so, y'all. I don't know anyone righteous on this land. I'm kind of like Abraham's grandson or nephew. That's why we do judgments. We do the judgment. They shoot the Jewish space laser. There's a Call of Duty about it. We control the Jew space laser since we're the Jew with the space laser. Ark of the Covenant. We never had the controller down here. It's in our imagination. You should learn how to read. Then read Oriental Masonry. They tell you the same thing. It's wireless. They're looking for wireless technology buried somewhere. They're really stupid people, wherever planet that is. That puts monkey on spaceships and sends them to moons like Europa from Russia and Germany. '40s and '50s, ain't that what they was doing? They were symbolizing that monkeys from space were coming to a moon. Us. Didn't they? Now you understand your mainstream media started with faggot Nazis faking space. Remember World of Wars on the radio? That was all the German, Jewish, Nazi people faking space in the United States. They never went. But all their content of their news media was that. That was their primetime radio and television. Making pretend that they can go to moons in space. And they never did. And if you look at those videos now, you'll see how fake it is. So all your fucking smooth brain ass boomers and silent generation of who can't tell the difference between real and fake ass people over here, they're going to tell us that they really understand school and the Bible and Jesus. Yeah, fuck you. You couldn't tell NASA was fake. Nigga, I've been questioning NASA since I first seen it as a kid. Like, something's off about this. Oh shit, everything is a damn lie. NASA is Hebrew for deceive. Oh, okay. But a deceive is not a denial because you couldn't deny it because no one fucking asked you anyway, you dumbhead. Of course you can't go to no fucking moon, you dickhead, but you want our taxes. So what are you deceiving me? Oh, you're still taking my tax money, but you're doing something different. Thank you. Someone is sending monkeys to Europa, a moon. 1940. And then there was another UFO experiment in DC, Nuremberg, allegedly on video in the 50s, right? And Elijah Muhammad, Chicago, Nation of Islam talked about it, right? After Noble Drew talked about it in the 20s. Come on, dog. We know who aliens are. White people, you're not a natural thing from reproduction. You know that. You don't have 7 generations of blood on this planet. That's what your problem is. You call it junk DNA because it's not from here. That's why there's no match. It's not junk, it's unrecognized because y'all doing deductive reasoning slowly. I wanted to save you all the homework. Your ass ain't from here if I'm not, and I've been here longer than you. It's not a fucking guess, bitch. Y'all trying to find your way home? Adjust your little teleporter for bitch ass nigga. You're in Europa. Europa is not in Jupiter's ring. It's in Saturn's ring. You don't know that because you fucked up all the variables. You gotta go. The angels of death are here. The angels of death are here. I meet all of them. We're the only ones that can save them. That's what John the Baptist was telling Jesus. He's like, I heard that I have to come to you so you can baptize me. They don't read that Bible. John must have caught a body or something. Then he was killed, alleged, and head cut off. That energy for energy means he also killed somebody if he had to die brutally. It's implied. That's not what that's about, but I'm just saying if my theory is correctly, that explains why he was killed that way. If all you're doing was healing people, nobody would have killed him like that. And then he's telling his cousin, his little cousin, you need to save me. Type shit. No, they weren't Jesus Baptist Christians. Baptist is not a Christian denomination, nigga. Like, they're in a holy Roman empire of kingdoms. No one gives a fuck about your church persuasion, you dickhead. What did God say? And at that time, the emperors with your voice piece, your voice of God microphone. That's what God said, whatever the king said. And then people said, we don't do that no more. And we said, fuck it, New England. Get it? Hence why. All right, niggas, do it the way you want to do it. Now look at us. Dickheads. So we tried it. It failed miserably. And now we're back to 2026. What did God say? What did we learn? What could we have done better? We got the 10 Commandments. That's not enough for these niggas. You know what I'm talking about? We also do immigration a little better because the checks and balances on English is not good enough. You understand everything. If you're a bunch of electorates in a 7 heaven school or 13 degrees sitting around Mount Olympus talking and asking the shaitan and the lawyers and attorneys like, hey, what's going on down there? Like, we're looking for people we can embellish. We're looking for people we can heal. We're looking for people we can actually build up. And they're not actually down here. And instead of being a Rockefeller piece of shit Gates, it's slowing down the embryos. What we should do is create a department of growth so that we can develop them before we get to this point where we got to see everyone fucking die. That's what a Jew would have done. When it took the fucking problem and started investing interest into the future, nigga. We're agriculturalists. Northern Israel, Beasley, beehive colony. A land of milk and honey, dickhead. We're the first milk and honey. Hexagons, nigga. Milk from where? They said they didn't say cows. It could have been goat milk, could have been sheep, whatever the fuck. But just milk, produce. But if you do milk and honey in the Bible, Solomon, what did he say? He's describing a bad bitch. Now you understand how niggas talking hip hop? So the land of milk and honey is the land of what, stupid? If you're going forth and multiplying out of captivity freely by yourself, you ain't got to mix with the ugly girls no more. And there's a land full of milk and honey. There's only one problem. There's giants there. Who are giants? Niggas with technology who ain't going to like you trying to touch on their women. All right. We're going to have to knock their heads off. Absolutely. You read that Bible on King David's kids? Like, what do you think they on? They on, like, spreading the gospel of academics and washing ass or something? You dumbass. Like, the fuck they need to reproduce? They're creating a kingdom. Like, that's their intention. The book is about a kingdom being created. White people never done that because it takes hundreds of years. They've only been for 3 or less. The entire Old Testament is the blueprint of the kingdom that you guys are squatting on. That's how long it took. Dickhead. That's why there's churches and books and everything dedicated to it. There's nothing else. Like nothing raced us. Nothing competed with us. You can't compete with us in our language, in our technology. It doesn't make sense, stupid. You wouldn't have it. You get it? Like, so if you had it after or during us, you defected from us. Cool, you can do that. We would not be following your story though. Because you had to steal or take something that's not yours. IP, intellectual property. That's the only thing that matters. Library of Congress. All that matters is the origin. Except for when it comes to niggas and Indians. And that's crazy that both of those words are classified. Certain people can't say nigga, and other people can't talk about Indians. But if nigga Indians talk about it, you think we're just ignorant. No, everyone else is silent because these bitch ass niggas know better. They know where the fuck they are. It has nothing to do with how our feelings are when we hear it. They're calling us Indians, meaning they're acknowledging what we are. Wake your ass up. You don't call you don't call Tyler, just like water, a nigger. No fucking thing. No fucking way. No fucking way do you see her in Alabama trying to sit on a bus. You don't see Doja Cat either, my nigga. Cut it the fuck out. You see little black Jewish women and you see Indians. The end. Bitch. And they're the same thing. That's a crazy part about it. We've been here for 400 years before that riot. Dang, like niggas still got original mixes left as much as none of these kids are these bitches' first husbands. You know what I'm saying? Like none of these fucking kids' first mothers is the first father, like to this day. And you wondering if ass niggas, like shut up. The milkman in the land of milk and honey just dropping dick. And you called it a white boy with a bunch of black women who can't get pregnant by him. Maybe it was him. Goofy as hell. Cowboys. Well, original cowboys were black. No shit, Levi. Cowboys wear Levi jeans, you dumb dickhead. It's not so much to say they're black. Bitch, they're Israelites. The people who do agriculture, farming, and horses are Israelites. You sure? And New Israel. Right above Mama Inga Israel. The people in between New England and Israel, them niggas, Levites, they raise horses and cows and shit. Oxen and buffalo and bison. That's them niggas. All through that Bible. And my father, King John, I call him John Deere because he's they're hunting deer, like they're hunters too, bows and arrows. Like, you think there were cowboys, asshole? On Indian land? You think West African had cows on an Indian land? Like, shut up. You can't land that shit with black. That's my point. You can't land it with African. That's my point. But you change everybody to Israelites. Like, oh, they would be black and Indian, and this and that, and Afro-Asiatic, nigga, not African. Oh, that's how there's black people in America not from Africa. They're not Africans. They're Indians. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, but there's like the Siberian native. No, American Indians are Israelites. Oh, 10 different tribes of black people in Afro-Asiatic. At least, but there's 13 by 1611 at the Northeast just alone. Oh my God, so the 10 other tribes are everywhere else. Yeah, so it's all 13 bloodlines represented in the Northeast, and all the other 10 tribes have been here since 12 to 14, and they've been here fucking, and we come back in the room with our royal decrees of the same dead stock, and we go, how you doing? We're doing genetics, not making friends, nigga. We're talking about kingdoms, dudes. That motherfucker's lost in a forest somewhere after Atlantis. I mean, you didn't come from there. You didn't come from the technologically advanced society if you're stuck in a cave. It's 2026, dude. You shouldn't be trying to get decency and pedophiles out of your hair 6,000 years after that damn book is all I'm saying. The proof is in the fucking pudding. And I know where all the bullshit at. And it's the same fucking pudding of genetics. It's the same fucking pudding of genetics that makes all the fucking excuses, that causes all the fires and all the protests and all the fucking money to get fucked up. And then when you time for you to go to school, bitch, and all of a sudden niggas get quiet. I'm tired of that shit. Kill us, hang us, and take pictures of it. And then we show it to you and you're like, Nah, tell me how you feel. You don't have any feelings. Okay, that's fine. Tell us you don't have feelings about it. Tell us you do not give a fuck about what has been done to us. We already know that. But you have to admit it. This is healing. You have to admit you do not give a fuck about what an Indian, Jew, or Israelite is, and you can give a fuck if we're right or wrong. You can give a fuck what happens to us, because none of this shit's going to benefit you. Just stand in that. That's what we're asking you. We're not asking you to help us in that way. We're asking you that if you don't see it and you don't accept it and you don't believe us, cool, then stand on the fact that you're here as a hostile. You don't give a fuck about our outcome. So we can make a decision. We know your bitch ass ain't gonna do nothing. We need to know what we're gonna do about you. Once I start calling the angels of death down here. That's all. God uses judges to drive the angel of death. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. Now inverted. That's why I had to teach people law of gender. If there's an angel of life, it has to be an angel of death. Archangel Michael. He took the keys of death, but he's the one from the eternal life. They're the same thing, but there's two of them. Goodness and mercy. Venus and Mercury. Don't make us call the angels of death down here. Oh, to superior beings of Mars and Venus. Don't make us call the angels of death down here. That's what we're talking about. But we had to fix our language model so people didn't think we sounded schizophrenic and crazy. But then when we start talking about what we're talking about, it was like, if we're schizophrenic and crazy, why is it in your law library? Why do you have the UAPs in New Jersey that you don't have answers for? We're crazy and schizophrenic. It's in your law on your website, and we have the video on our YouTube of you talking about it with your white people's government buildings that Moore's built. So who's crazy and schizophrenic? It's crazy that white people, y'all don't even see color, but y'all don't see the fucking obvious playing out. Like none of you people acknowledge anything. Y'all stuck on the Epstein part. Y'all skipped over all those UFOs around here. Ask Denmark. The fuck? Ask New Jersey. What the fuck? And if you've been subscribed to my channel, duh, we've been covering it. We had Ramadan last year, the real one. And we had the Jerusalem Temple of the Mount UFO show up, just like the Bible said it would. You got angels of death down here. You gotta read rest of Revelations. That when you see those signs, that's Quran too. I didn't read that one, but I can deduce like, that's when angels of death come back. Like looking for Lot. You're like, oh, what's going on? How many righteous people do we have in this city? These are a giant city, so how many of these giants are not on bullshit? All of them are still on bullshit? Damn it, we're gonna have to kill all of them. Okay. You saw it? Read the Bible again. Read Genesis again. Genesis is telling you what Jupiter is doing, bro. How they breed. And what happens when they have to separate the wheat from the chaff. And then you have a whole movie by Marvel who stuck all black Jew lore, and it's called the Infinity. You know, he snaps and half go away. That's Revelations, right? Right. But half and half of what though? Crops, right? All right. Hold on. Half of what was what? Planted in these colonies, right? So half of what was created and blended and put together, which of those halves are worthy of surviving the next season? COVID-19. Crazy is I'm the 21st generation. So for this to be the 19th COVID reset, that means this has happened once a century since I don't either, for sure. Hence all the chemtrails and all the shit that's not going away. And not one good white person can account for what they are. I'm talking about official or unofficial. No one can tell us what those are. That's impossible, dude. We have a picture of Trump sucking dick somewhere. These planes have to take off and land somewhere, nigga. Unless they land and take off from the ocean. And if they land and take off from the ocean, they just like those UAPs that showed up in New Jersey. So, who's spraying you? Those are angels of death then. If people are getting sicker when they interact with that energy. Those are angels of death. Now, understand that the word angel is also like the word angle. Like you've seen the two angles around G. And if those are two archangels, then that's Archangel Gabriel on that Mason's logo, right? You see how fast I did that? The G stands for God. No, it stands for Lucifer. No, it stands for genealogy. No, it stands for Gabriel. I should fucking know because Benjamin Banneker's my fucking grandfather, not a bullshit ass white boy who got to take his underwear off and get fucked in the ass by a nigga with a fork. Nah, that's Archangel Gabriel's degree. Hence, Gabriel teaches algebra, and you can't do masonry without algebra, you dickhead. So the G and the square is 2 archangels, and the G is Gabriel, nigga, algebra. It's the archangels of algebra. Geometry, trigonometry. You see how common sense everything we already know is? Yeah, so Masons are practicing Gabriel degrees, and the Gabriel is the doula of Jesus. Then we're all the Freemasons are like, hey, what's happened to the bloodline of Jesus out here? We live in the bloodline of Jesus, New England, where all the Smiths are. Wonder what's going on, but we know all the Smiths and great to this Smith, and we invite them all our KKK Masonic lodges. Play golf, ass niggas. KKK racist against black Jews, boy. They're racist against niggas. We gotta figure out what that's about. Christians with a Quran. That's interesting. Dress like a Christian, but got a Quran in your temple with a dragon. Keeping you landlocked in certain regions. But you said they only did it to slaves. All right, so they only did that to immigrants. So the KKK was doing something ecclesiastical to keep certain immigrants out of certain territories. Whose territories? Indians and Jews? Or Indians and Jews in the territories of slaves? All right, so is the KKK giving a hard time to Indians and Jews, or is it giving a hard time to slaves? And if the KKK is giving a hard time to slaves, then it's not Indian and Jews, so the KKK was giving white people a hard time. They were white and they were slaves. Read about it. We're not Christians. So burning our churches and crosses wouldn't make sense. Indians don't have churches and crosses. Jews do, though. The kingdom does. Hence, it's the kingdom, but I'm saying, like, you want to burn those down. You want to burn down our churches because they're wrong and then go move into our church to teach law, right? Like, let's our church is where they do law at, by the way. Those little wooden buildings they're hunting and burning down, that's not ours, by the way. They do their law and their business in our church, nigga. Nuremberg is where our church is. Benjamin the Jew built the Temple of the Mount dedicated to Solomon, 1611. Y'all stupid. The old temple, they said they're going to rebuild the temple. Now go to the state capital, Nuremberg's capital, Jew capital, European capital, and right under it is an older temple, right? Right. And right where that old capital stands, on that city on the hills, Benjamin Franklin Banneker rebuilt Solomon's temple on top of Solomon's temple on the city of 7 hills. Correct, Jew? Yamaka. Throw in the chat if you know what I'm talking about, boy. We're trying to figure out what all these mysteries are about. Is it or is it not the state capital of Nuremberg on top of another temple that looks like a Greco-Roman copy of itself under it? On Solomon. So they already rebuilt the temple, and they said, who did that? Benjamin Banneker. My grandfather then, Banks, a Jew. Me, Banks, a Jew. Judel. We already built Solomon's temple again. In Nuremberg. Wait, Washington, D.C., District of Columbia. That's not Portuguese. Solomon was Portuguese? Solomon was Spanish and white? What the fuck is going on? Nah, that's the Temple of Solomon. That's why King James English is here. It's Solomon's language. That's why the picture of the Indian, Solomon, pointing to Virginia. That's why it all rhymes with Solomon, dude, because it kind of is. Where do you think we got this language from? Demonology, dog. Like, come on. Speed up. Demonology in King James English is after Solomon. That's who created it. This is all Solomon shit. That's why there's Masons. If we rhyming with secret societies and magic, we rhyming with the Empire of Solomon. Like, all the other shit is fancy. You gotta understand, like, Jesus is Solomon Jr. Like,
They ain't worrying about Abraham and Jacob no more. They ain't worrying about Solomon lately. Yeah, Genghis, Solomon lately. My grandfather. Solomon Smith, David Smith, Dwayne Smith, James Smith, Smith, builders, carpenters, architects, masons, square and compass, algebra, Moors, Latin, all of it. It's the same shit. But that's what I'm saying. Is like the reason why it's the same shit like that is because Jews created it. That's all. That's all it is. That's the culture of Jews. That's our culture. Is what I'm saying. We're not the only people in town. It's just it seems like out of all the people in town, we're the only people in town who has all their shit stolen. That's all. We're not the only people in town, but out of all the people in town, we're the only people in town that every color of people is stealing something from us. Black, white, and indifferent, for real, bro. They all have a warp marker reference point to the empire, but they don't know the kids of the empire, but they're in the empire to get the empire things. That doesn't make sense, bro. In their history, in their school, or their churches, or in their own personal bitch-ass hearts. You're speaking Solomon's language to Solomon's kids and redefining who Solomon is, and that's crazy. If Jesus is black, Solomon is black, because David is black, and that's ready. That's copper colored. That's us. Bronze. It's red. It's Indian red. You know how people are with different languages. But just sum it down to Jew. Jews are their own color. That's how you used to be able to tell us apart. Now there's so many half and half. You know how it is. Like niggas just be fucking. But if you have us in our habitat, we'd be this color. So Jesus this color, Solomon this color, we're all this color. David is recorded as this color. So since David, but then David got with Sheba. Then Solomon got with a Sheba. And that's all Ethiop's queen of the Moors, right? Okay, that's cool. We're cool with it. Cool with it. No problem there, kid. I'm still this color now, though. Hello. The son of the African and anything else washes out, and the French Huguenot looks like a Moor all over again. Just like his Indian cousin. Because they're Jews and Israelites. That's why the French Huguenot Moor washes out the son of African and looks just like the Indian Moor that he used to be when he was in Al-Andalusia. So they said that the Moor French Huguenots look like Indians when they were in Al-Andalusia. Even generations after they come back, they look back just like the Indian that they used to be over there. 3 to 5 generations. They even told you when it happened by saying 3 to 5 generations, nigga. The writer didn't live 3 to 5 generations, so they know that where you were last, you look just like him again. Even if they try to force you into slavery with some Africans. As a Maori. Came over here with Africans, got lost, and ended up finding Mama Inga all by himself. I guess he followed the North Star. Jew. All the slaves in the gates of New Orleans, all those patterns the slaves used to use from Africa to navigate mazes. You don't have mazes unless you have cornfields. You don't have maze without cornfields, my nigga. Don't tell me you have a subject matter in navigating mazes when you ain't got fucking cornfields. Don't tell me you mastered navigating mazes and sigils about mazes and labyrinths and North Stars and navigation and going to the drinking gourd. Don't tell me that shit's African. I will fucking kill you. That is uniquely Israelite. So those weren't African slaves then, were they? No, those are Israelites. And it's unfortunate if those are Israelites with those symbols and those degrees and they're in captivity. Oh my God, who could have did it to them in a land full of Jews? Maybe it was the Africans, since all of a sudden they transform into white people. 3 to 5 generations. So, I got this locked up. I figured out who did what to who. I can tell you when they did it too. 1828, bitch. So, that's what I'm saying. Like, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Our mothers and dads learned how to survive tyranny. Yeah, our whole book is about it though. So, you know what I'm saying? That doesn't move us. Y'all, that don't move us. Y'all don't have nothing up on us like in that world. We're not those type of people. We rather see everybody eat, is what I'm saying. Thanksgiving. I don't think most of my brothers, given the best opportunities, would do anything but share it with someone.
they might just squander it on some MC Hammer for real. Like, it's very common amongst us. All of us get in trouble for what? Overspending on everyone else that we love. We're the only people in the United States history that we have documented proof that that happens. If you take one of us Indian descendants and you put us into entertainment, athletics, or being able to freely move about your homeland and shake hands, fuck bitches, and be happy, that at the end of the day, you would have spent all your money on everybody else every last single time. And then they'll say we're foolish. And then say the men aren't in the household. And then say they don't want to be fathers. But when we're in the position to be patriarchal, when we're the protector and the provider of the whole time, the sports, remember, the athletes are competing. So they're not just them niggas. They're them niggas that are winning too. Like, you understand, they're peak performers in their profession too. So when they're peak men at peak athleticism, who have peak contracts and peak awareness and peak beaches at the fucking strip clubs, when it's peak, my nigga, what do? They give their money to everybody else. Every time. Every time. It has not happened. Every time. From MC Hammer to Michael Jackson, my nigga. Every time it gets them at least once. So telling us we ain't got nothing or whoop, 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 whoop don't make sense. Because if we were the ones who got something, we'd have been gave it to you. So, you know what I'm saying? Who you really playing, fool? Who y'all really playing with? Who y'all really playing, fool? We have an unstoppable track record documented in King James English of always giving everything, including our only fucking son and our virgin daughters, to save someone else. We're the only ones in human fucking history that we will afflict ourselves for the greater of everyone else. We're the only ones documented in human history that have that pattern. On record, Martin Luther King. On record, Malcolm X. Noble Drew Ali. We are the only people you've met on this 8 billion people in this world that have a record of giving a fuck about anyone else. So I don't know if us being fucked up the flex you think it is. Welcome to Israel. Squad. Jonathan L, Mr. Now. Demon Knowledge. There it is. Good Ocean. GG. The come together, the G is in the midst. Cooperation. 919. 19. Into the cycle. You got it. You got it. You understand it. Thank God. Thank God be the glory. Thank God I can communicate it. I don't feel like this download comes from this planet. This said 3. This now said 3 again. Yeah, I don't think these downloads are coming from this planet. Hence why we're being bombarded with radiation. If we're being bombarded with radiation in Schumann, we already know if this is Europa, that radiation bombardment is Jupiter. Jupiter too is getting bombarded with Jupiter, with the sun, with healing in its wings. Like, yeah, you use radiation to cure cancer, don't you? And it seems like genetically and agriculture-wise, the people are covered in cancer. So you're gonna bomb it with radiation, aren't you? And that radiation is coming from Jupiter. Archangel Michael's degree, EMT, isn't it? Isn't it? Fucking in it. Ain't it? Ain't it, Michael? It is an MK Ultra. MK Ultra is Ultra. That's Archangel Michael. So even when the enemy tries to use something for bad, God will use it for good. And you're like, oh Lord, why did they channel Archangel Michael in this program? MK Ultra? Oh my God, that is facetious. That is facetious. Because they ain't nothing more than Jesus. Justice, Archangel Michael. Liberty is the feminine one, Venus. She's the one like this. But Michael, he's the judge. He has the gavel, the hammer, the man, I and O, ones and zeros, boy and girl, law of gender. Ben and Judah travel together, nigga. So if Lucifer was leaving, Michael was leaving. That simple, nigga. That's not my girl. That's my sister. Michael, Lucifer. Michael, Lucifer. Mercury, Venus. Adam, Edith. Abraham, Sarah. They are from Chaldea. In a land of Egyptians, wondering if they, the Chaldeans, will have a kid. Well, at least we have this half Chaldean, half Egyptian. But what about the Chaldean? Why do we need an Israelite? And then they have a Chaldean child in the land of Egypt. Isaac, oh my God. Isaac has a brother. Oh no, you know about Esau, Essex, Esau. Twin. All right, then. But it goes through Isaac to the next one. Okay, Jacob, Yakub, the big head scientist, doing what he do with the sheeps for bad bitches. You know, like David's father or something. God damn, he had 12 tribes already. They were trying to stunt with 300, nigga. Alrighty, so same story. So boom, 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 boom. It's already telling you, like, nah, the bloodline of Yakub, the big head scientist Anunnaki type kid, is because both his parents are what? Anunnaki type kids. How you doing? And then that'd be different than his half brother, who's part what? Whatever an Egyptian is, plus him. All right, cool. I'm staying with my cousin. Gonna be close to me. His mother was fronting. Hagar's trying to run away and kill him. Like, nah, y'all can stay with us. By the time we get old enough, he coming with me. That's why Ishmael got a map of the Americas before white people. Ishmael's our brother. That ain't another tribe, nigga. These people are civilized as fuck. They didn't read that Bible. Yeah. The book ain't following Ishmael's kids, nigga. Get a Quran. 80% of the Quran is written by Israelites. That's crazy. I'm pretty sure 80% of Ishmael's kids are Israelites. Ben and Judah travel together. That's the first Ben and Judah, nigga. The fuck are we talking about? Those are the first Abrahamic tribes. Israel and Ishmaelites. Israelites and Ishmaelites are the first tribes of the oldest tribes on this planet.
The abominable snow dog. Oh no,
you understand something? I couldn't stunt on none of my damn brothers. They're my damn brothers.
Oh my God.
Like literally, like we have a tribe name. You feel me? We have a tribe name.
I don't know what kind of trail she follows.
Like in the Bible though, you feel me? Like my brothers today, my brothers on this planet today. If you're part of those tribe names, you're my brother today. You're not even like kind of related to me now, nigga. We only exist because of those tribe names. Let's be civilized. We're either descendants of Israelites or we're descendants of Ishmaelites. And you know how everybody be fucking each other's girlfriend. Same. Thus. Every Indian in America is my fucking cousin. Period. From the Mayans to the Inca empire level. Every one of them niggas. 10 tribes times 13 times. Oh, you could. If we've been here a very long time, and my daddy and my uncles is fucking bitches, everybody alive still to this day that kind of got a grandmother, kind of fucking Indian, is my family by then already. I'm the king of Indians because of my blood, meaning I'm every Indian on this damn continent's family. That's the difference between a royal bloodline and an immigrant. Royals are here so fucking long, picking any bitch they want, that they're mixed into anything that's Indian. As if where the fuck else would it come from? By the way. But indignantly, specifically, when you have a last name for 400 years in a row, we done fucked everybody, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. My daddies ran through these bitches. If they were just third cousins or distance, they ran through them hoes. I'm telling you, David and Solomon had 300 and 700 more. Can you imagine in a land full of Amazon goddesses? Notice it's always plural when they talk about that. Now, you saw the Inca Empress list. Now, that it can only be one at a time period. But you know how niggas is. They have like 20 goddamn kids. So you imagine like 9 of her sisters. And then 9 of her cousins and 9 of the nieces. Do you understand? Na 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 na. What a time to be a king, nigga. I'm every Indian. It's only me. Shaka Khan? I'm every Negro. They're all in me. I'm every Inga. They're all in me. I'm every Englander. They're all in me. I'm every New England. I'm every Virginia. I'm every Carolina. I'm every Moorish Latin empire that's ever had a name in one of our damn names, bitch. Those are my fathers. I'm King James, bitch. Type shit. You feel me? 1611. Stop fucking playing with us, boy. We are related already. I can say that horizontally and diagonally. We are related. I don't know if them niggas is related to you, but if you here with me, you related to me off GP, boy. What the fuck you talking about? Are you civilized or not? Come on, man. You remember. That's why y'all familiar with me. That's why y'all be like, oh, that nigga tall. You like, but he still feel like my cousin for some reason. Mm-hmm. Yep, you know how genetics works. Your dad, when your dad ain't there that summer, he's someone else's dad that summer. I just want you to understand everything. It wasn't that he didn't want to see you. It's that he was trying to be a good dad somewhere. It's not that your dad didn't want to see you. It's that he wanted to be a good dad somewhere. You have that story as old as cigarettes, right? Dad left to get a pack of cigarettes, never came back. And then you find out that the same dad had another family across the side of town. Question. What's so significant about that story? Fuck the cigarettes and why bitches ain't shit. No. We know this nigga wild. But think about what they said. He went across town. Listen, those fathers, it wasn't all of them. They're so fucking dramatic. But that story is real. But think about the map. A man comes to one side of town, starts a family with a woman. Y'all won't notice this because y'all don't believe in Indians. But I want you to notice this. Some men, we never know who he is. If he's black, Indian, white, it's just... Because you remember how people talk about their grandfathers and stuff. They be talking about a white man with a black woman or Indian woman. And then, you know what I'm saying, the person telling the story has a blackish mother and not really thinking that dad's a white dude or a Portuguese dude or Italian dude. You know, no one checks that. But they have that one light-skinned auntie with the green eyes and no one like checks it yet with the milkman and everything. But just unroll all of that. And let's say none of them niggas is Indians, right? And keep it real simple. Now, check this out. You have a father coming to a town that has 2 sides. In the timeline this is applied, Jim Crow and all that, they're talking about the South. So for dads to have houses with families in the South, something with 2 sides, they're talking about main streets. So they're talking about the towns that were prepared, connected to the Postal Service and the railroads. So if you go to the Carolinas, for instance, Tennessee, even Georgia, before we have the metropolises that we have now with corporations and brands, before brands, what you have is a town split by the railroad. The town split by a railroad. And today, even when you go to those towns like Henderson or something like that, you can kind of see there's a wealth gap. But then by the time I'm alive, it's black or white. And even on the black side, you can't tell which side is Indian. But even on the white side, you have some other people that are light-skinned like Indians, but they live on the white side. So you're kind of like, what I know for sure is that the immigrants that are white are on the north side, and the immigrants that I don't know if know my grandma are on the south side. So when the town is split like that, right, that town split like that now, by the way. Okay, all right. So their people from those towns said this. Their dad used to be on one side of town one day, and this is the unfortunate side because dad left. So dad was on the black side of town one day and started a family. He had a job, factory, something, so much he could buy cigarettes. He had a car. Dad can get in the car to get some cigarettes, and he has to get in the car to get some cigarettes. That means it's going to take him a little while because he's going across town. And if dad goes across town with his cigarettes and never comes back. Now, this single black woman
has to raise these 2 or 3 kids who are toddlers, because he did them in succession, by herself. And does something, right? In order for us to hear these fucking stories. Well, then what happened to the dad in that story? He found another woman. They don't have Tinder back then, nigga. This is after wars, Indians, and immigration. So they're not choosing up, my nigga. Jim Crow, racism, and hanging, and crazy white people on opium. It ain't that type of party, you whore. So he went back across town where he could work and buy a car and buy cigarettes and not come back. And no one across town noticed he ain't taking care of his kids no more. Or was that daddy white? Your daddy left you on the poor side of the city. The poor side of the city is unanimously Indian, black, or Jew. Your daddy came in. Your daddy went to the other side of the city or another city. Yeah, niggas wasn't moving about like that. Nigga. I don't know how much money you think your daddy had, bitch. If your mother that damn poor, if your daddy had that much damn money, he wanted to marry a poor woman family. So boo-hoo, bullshit. Understand everything. So probably, maybe, your daddy's a fucking immigrant. So your immigrant ass dad fucking with this little black girl who's mixing outside her race, Jungle Fever, Bronx Tale, Romeo and Juliet. She gets pregnant with 3 little light-skinned kids. I noticed your hair color. And then he didn't raise y'all. Niggas ain't shit. Granddads used to leave. Whoa, 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 whoa. If our granddad left, at the very least, we would know where his grandmother lives. Y'all don't even know your daddy's family, bitch. When y'all tell these stories, you don't know who your daddy is. You don't know where your daddy lives. You don't know your daddy's kids. You don't know your daddy's mother. You don't know your daddy's father. Your daddy in a time where niggas having 10 to 20 kids, you don't know none of them. But your daddy, one single person, the only person that knew him was your mother. Yeah, your daddy white or foreign, bitch. Stop fucking playing with me, soldiers. World War I, World War II, port cities, all that type of shit. Marine bases, all that shit. These people, these women were probably being courted by soldiers at the bars and stuff. Were probably, off duty. And then they're stationed here or doing whatever they're doing on contract, whatever the game is with the federal government of not here niggas. And then the women gets pregnant, have these kids, and then it's put in position not only to just be a single mother, but now the neighborhood she's in is looking at her, you're a single mother because you got knocked up by that foreigner. Niggas gotta be honest one day. The women have to be as honest as they need to be. Because the women are the only ones that could tell who the daddy is. And today, same women, same towns by the way, 1 out of 3 brothers who get a paternity test on their child ain't the damn father's. So now time stretch it for when there's no DNA test. Maybe your granddaddy ain't shit because he a foreigner, bitch. Anyway, I'm Indian. And my daddy raised me by himself, as fucked up as he was. My daddy's Indian grandmother was raised by her Indian Jew dad, who had multiple businesses from South Carolina to Hudson River during racist white people time in Indian Jew lands. He was raised by his daddy, that's Manly Jr. Unfortunately, they're dying in the 30s and 40s because white Jewish people are playing with vaccines again. So he dies, his daddy dies, and right before that, we get to Noble Drew Ali. You know about that daddy, right? So all the nigga daddies in my family took care of their kids. All right, let me go to the other side. We got a tiff with my daddy and his daddy. What happened to them? My daddy from Pennsylvania, Jew, Clyde Smyth-EL, that's the Holy Roman Empire. He said we're Heinz 5-7, that's Heinz 12, Tribe of Israel of the Holy Roman Empire. Okay, that's granddad locked in, look like a little Japanese man. That's crazy. Remember, they were in the internment camps during that time period? And then here goes my granddad. Here goes my granddad's dad. For some reason, he comes out of nowhere as a 10-year-old during the time of Japanese internment camps. Remember the Japanese and the Jews book I showed you? Yeah, a lot of them Japanese in America were Jews first. Can you fucking imagine Genghis Khan? But anyway, those Japanese Jews that came back, of course. Hey, my grandfather, Clyde Earl Smith, comes, you know what I'm saying? He comes through, boom, lights go out. He lives with the Hamiltons and Alexanders. You see this in American First Story. It ain't like in the same regions with the same names. I guess we're on their slave plantations with these Jews, right? And they're like, all right, so them niggas. So my dad and him, His mom, they had 4 kids, and we hope all 4 kids are his, but he was registered for 4. And they burned down their house or something, and the people had to take the kids or something, and everyone was toxic and drinking. It's the 70s, probably some drugs somewhere, maybe on my grandmother's side, but I'm not going to judge anyone. Rest in peace, because he had to do what he had to do and hit these streets. So they, Clyde, then gets another woman who has the same predicament. She has kids already. She has 3 kids, 2 boys and a girl. One of them married Neil Pogue, who mixes all your favorite R&B songs. Their story. And then he has 4 kids, so you know what he does? That's the type of Indian nigga Jew he is. He couldn't take everybody, so he took the 2 youngest kids from my grandma and combined them with these 3 other little kids with the new relationship and raised them. One went to Hollywood, one got married, the other one's a computer programmer. You get it. Like, that system was kind of fucked up. They went apart. But my grandfather put all those kids in a way better position. Now, the ones that came back that she had to grandma's house in Camden, you kind of understand this intermission. Now that Hebrew Israelites or something in Zebulon, can you imagine Jews? So that's that story. But my dad and his dad had a weird story because my dad's the oldest Jew. He was like, why didn't you come back for me? Some summer camp shit. I don't even think he got closure on that. I think he understands it. I understand it. I was like, because you're old enough to take care of yourself. You're the oldest boy. Who's going to take care of your mother, genius? And your sister, Crystal. She's getting older now. She's about to be raped. She might need her big brother. So she was raped. And my dad helped her raise her son, my cousin Marquise, ever since. So yeah, no, nigga Indians don't run away from kids. As soon as my dad, all the shit that he went through, worse than me probably for that age, he was worse than me for his age. Then he was way better than I've ever been since he had me, by the way. But before that, his shit was rougher at the start. And he had to watch his mom fall apart, alcohol, different men, 2 more pregnancies right after, 2-year-old, 3-year-old. I met them later, New York cop, and then another Hebrew Israelite that has a Jamaican dad, Bartier. Interesting story, Jew. Anyway, once they get out the orphanage where they're all fondled, she gets them back, Queens, walking through the snow. It's the only story he tells me. He remembers walking through the snow when she comes get him. And they had to stay at a store, some man there, like a storefront in Queens, and sleep on the floor until they're able to get their own place. And then the youngest 2 come back, and then they go to Camden. But my dad's old enough, teenager, to go to Newark, where his dad was with his family. And his dad was like, oh, hey, son, you can chill out in Newark for a little while. Me and my wife and our new son, your brother Chad, we're about to move to Hillside. You, Greg, and the John, you all 18, 19, you grown-ass niggas, you big-ass Indian niggas, you. Y'all know what the fuck to do. You're from New York, you're in Newark, you're from Camden, come on, dog. Just work and keep it up. My dad didn't like that. In that house, my dad has DJ equipment, and somebody robbed him on top of that. So he just get back with his dad, now his dad's already leaving. They got all these new responsibilities. He's a DJ. He has all his equipment on the 3rd floor of his little, suite or whatever. You know how, if you ever been to Victorian houses in New Jersey, you know how they're like, you have stairs to one side of it, you know what I'm saying? And then they turn them into apartments later, but my dad was at the top. Someone robbed him. I think it was his brothers. I ain't gonna cap, I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna hold you. I think his stepbrothers set that up. The ones that he was sharing the house with. That's just me though. I'm a conspiracy theorist. So my dad, embittered by losing his DJ equipment, left to his sister Crystal, who just had that kid. And they're somewhere outside of New Jersey. My dad links up with them. He runs into Tracy, who's one of the it girls, teenager, smoking weed, smoking cigarettes with hood rat stuff with friends. Tracy, a hybrid Polish looking girl. So she looked like that girl from Real World, Ruthie. but more hairy because her mother's Polish, like World War II Polish, like black hair Polish, Pollock Town, Pennsylvania Polish, Project Paperclip Polish. Her mother, Diane. Frozen. Are we back? Drove by 2 massive chopped tree mountains. Abominable snow dog. A colonymous wolf. Wow. Solar flare ramp from 6.6 to 8.1. So it's from 9.9 fully to 9. Crazy. Got a 4 helis confirmed it. Wild shit. Meanwhile, every wave they get dumber. Any radiation wave, a new download like clockwork. Always. This last week especially. I might have to 1.5x this shit because it disconnected completely. But it said resume. What's up about Polish? Oh. My aunt. My dad went to where the Polish people immigrated, civil rights, and met a girl, light-skinned girl, looks weird. Anyway, he's hanging out with her and her friends for weed, and he's doing his DJ thing again. I think he's back to a belt drive, you know, while he's getting his weight up. And that little half Polish girl introduces him to my mother, because that's her half-sister. And then the story goes. But I met, what did I say her name was? This wasn't Diane, it's Janet. Janet used to babysit me when my mother died for a few months. So I met her. I remember her. That's how I know which of a nigga she was. Obviously, she had a fucking child with my fucking grandfather. My grandfather's the nigga that shot his brother in the hand. And this bitch, fucking him. So you understand, from Poland. I don't think Poland had an issue with black people, you know, during Hitler, you know, feel me? Like, they came over here, they were fucking in Pennsylvania, so. Yeah, my grandfather has 2 official kids. The one I'm talking about, 3. And that third one I'm talking about was supposed to be his brother's. That's the fucked up thing about it. My grandfather shot one of his brothers in the hand, but I didn't ask, because no one, you know, these niggas, but did he shoot the brother in the hand that was married to this woman, Harpo? And then come to find out, the baby is his. Like, I'm gonna get this story right one day. He shot one of the brothers in the hand. And if that's a different brother, then the other brother, he done slept with his wife and had this baby. Wow. Wow if it's one brother, because what the fuck? And wower if it's 2 different brothers. Like, this nigga ain't shit. But signs of the times. 50s, 60s, 70s. And the weird thing was, my dad saw another woman that looked like my mother in Trenton visiting my grandfather's other brother. He had a lot of brothers, Bill. And Bill wouldn't let my dad look at her. Triggering. Looked just like my mother. So my grandfather has another baby mother. And then I found a cache of some of my grandfather's pictures. He probably has 30 different baby mothers. He kept pictures of all of his potential baby mothers. Over 30. He was doing that on purpose. And then it was crazy, right? Because I think I'm the only one that knows that about him. Because I'm the only one that grew up with him, you know, every summer. So I had access to his life. Anyway, so I tried to tell his daughter, his official daughter. None of them keep me in contact with the first daughter my dad met. I can't get in contact with her. She used to live in Atlanta. I saw her last in Atlanta in 2002. Now I moved to Atlanta, couldn't find her. Anyway, but her sister, my mom's whole sister and half-sister. Half-sister out there somewhere. Nothing like these niggas, because her mother's Polish. But my mom's sister, same family, I hope. I tell her, I said, yo, did you know that your dad that you hate so much, because he broke up her family, right? Because he got a divorce. You know how that was in the 80s. Like, oh my God, life sucks. My parents are divorced. This is the first time America's ever had that problem. So these are like the first generation. Oh my God, my parents' divorce sucks. And they hate the men. This is feminism coming out too, after the civil rights movement. So the divorces are new. So my grandfather gets a divorce because he's a dickhead. Obviously, shot his brother. Finds out that they didn't know he got the woman pregnant, but we know he was fucking them then. For the baby to be 15 later. So he's fucking on one of his brother's women. He shot his brother in the hand. Maybe he deserved it too, because he shot him in the hand. He didn't kill him. And then, leaves. As to break up with his wife. He left her the house with a basketball court and a car. And my mother, the oldest girl, would go back and forth. He didn't move far. He worked for the New Jersey Trenton Housing Authority. So he was barely 15 minutes away. And I'm just talking about black fathers in America. Like, even when he fucked up, he gave them the house. And my mother loved him, so she had no problem. Nikki was like socially, she's a narcissist. You know what I'm saying? Her perfect version of life was busted by this nigga. And you understand, it's weird. She became FBI, Homeland Security, and all that stuff off of that hate for him. She wanted to lock him up. Can you imagine? She doesn't even know that he's a Jew yet. No wonder. But anyway, so I want to talk to her about all of that for the past 10 years of my life and her never answering questions from UFOs and everything else, and this Delta elephant. And then I go, hold on, wait a minute. Does she know that she has other brothers and sisters? Because you're Homeland Security. You can have access to all the birth records of your family at least. God damn. And do you know how many more kids, Mr. Charlie, I get bitches, especially foreign bitches at bars? Have you considered how many of these bad-built foreign new bitches up north is ours? Wait, there's more. Same nigga. He's in Somerset, Pennsylvania. Like, that's where all of our Jew niggas are still buried right now. He went back. And so he takes me to that city for summers until he dies. 3 of them. And there's a family reunion there. There's no niggas in this city. Ain't a big enough city to even worry about that. But, I've been on their main street. There's not too many niggas here. I seen one light-skinned nigga with a white mother, I'm sure, at a thing downtown. And I saw another nigga with an afro, kind of was autistic, very autistic, riding a skateboard in the distance. By the end of the summer, we linked up with him and skated with him. Psh, weird story. Same summer, my grandfather, it's like, yo, you got a family reunion this weekend. Where? At some Somerset Park. I got it. So imagine my chagrin. I'm a black kid, Indian, in a currently dominated white county, and I have a family union in a white county. Oh shit. I get to meet all the white Smiths and white Jews and white slave masters, right? Right? I was like, cool. Wait a minute. Who? Your grandfather. Wait a minute. You talk about Clyde. My grandfather. So my grandfather is saying he's taking me to a family reunion in his city with my other grandfather's family. Like, wait, what? How come no one talked to me about this? Granddad, you grew up in Pennsylvania with my granddad? Yeah, I know them. No, that's not the fuck I asked you. You knew Clyde my whole life. My granddad. Nah. We never got an answer on that. They're in Myersdale in Pittsburgh. Berg. They're in Myersdale and Pittsburgh. Jew, right? So that's all the black Jews of the Holy Roman Empire. But this is in the 1900s. So whoever's up, my Banneker side is the only black family in that district where the graveyard is of all their family members. They're the only black Jew family left. And they had plenty of sons, as you can tell. Like, they had like 6 or 7 kids in the 50s. Already shrunk down. But Somerset, that's all the sports teams, that's them. And my other grandfather, he's in Pittsburgh. But I guess the way the schools were, or whatever it was during that time period, the diners, all that, they all rendezvoused Somerset, Pittsburgh, regardless. And I think there's a 45-mile difference too. Anyway, so through time. So my grandfather takes me to a family reunion spot to meet my other grandfather's family in the same area. I'm like, what? It's like, oh, that's like autistic kid that be skateboarding with us. You're my cousin. Interesting. On my dad's, you're my dad's family, but you're in my mom's dad's
neighborhood. Okay. Everything's impossible if anything's impossible. That's impossible, by the way. One granddad's city, another granddad's family, and they both right next to me. Can you fucking imagine? On skateboards outside, black boys on skateboards, the same black boys, the only black boys on skateboards are cousins. In a random Somerset, Pennsylvania, where 9/11 happened. Wow. So then I go, okay, all right. And I see the little light-skinned girl. I was like, oh, she's kind of cute. Damn it, she's my cousin. Of course, the only cute girl in this 60-mile radius is my fucking cousin. Anyway, cousin through who? Or is it cousin through marriage? Because you know how these niggas are. Anyway, these two little twins. Like 85, 88. It's like Nellie Bell and something else. Alexander. And I'm looking at them in person. I always had a picture, so I get to see her in person. I've never seen people in our family this small before. They have beautiful hair. It's all white and gray, but the texture, the type, is very something. It's not black, it's not white. These might be Jews. Twin Jews, can you imagine that? You know, niggas used to have twins running, it's like twins running my family. All right, Jew. Stupid ass. There's junior family in America, nigga. Yeah, Jews. A lot of them had twins, just like the fake Jewish people do the things for twins and triplets artificially, because the real Jews have twins and triplets normally. That's why you can have like John First, John II, John IV, all in the same time period. They're brothers. They're not brother, son, brother, son. They're all brothers at the same time. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're probably triplets or quadruplets. I know, it be fucking people up for real. You have your father the devil. All right, that's my uncle. You feel me? Like, you have your father the devil. That's my uncle. You know they fucking the same bitches, boy. That's the whole theme here. That's the whole theme here, too. So I go, all right, family reunion with all these other niggas. I don't know them, but they're related in the skateboard one. They're more related to him. Cool. So my cousin's bloodlines that made him. And then the light-skinned girl looked like Michael Jackson. Then the twins, who is my dad's family. My dad's dad is there. It's crazy. My mom's dad didn't stay. He just dropped me off, said hi to him. And the women recognized my grandfather. Hey, Charlie, da-da-da. I hear this nigga go. Of course they know him. This nigga a trick, bro. Anyway, so he leaves with his bum leg and left me there for a few hours, man. And I got a chance to be around their energy. It's very weird, very secretive, very bougie-ish. These are Jews of Pennsylvania outside of Pittsburgh and Somerset since the beginning of the United States history. I'm like, oh, okay. I see how this branch landed. Didn't get no answers, but I got a chance to see them face to face, eye to eye. And I know exactly what Jews are. I know exactly which of our grandmothers are Jews. They're the small ones. They're the small ones whose hair turn white. Naturally. They're the small ones whose hair turns white. It's very long. It seems like they shrink when they get old. That's the only thing that's fucked up. They shrink and they get paler. They get very light. That's that Indian part of an Israelite. But those right there with the weird eyes, those are the ones that came here from New England. That's them. The little people. I'm Judah. That's Ben in them. Benjamin Banneker, thanks. Same story. So yeah, if you got the little Jew grandmothers, you know what I'm talking about. They turn light-skinned when they get old. They're like little Asians, little Indians, little Native Americans, little something. You can't really put your finger on it. Yeah, that's the effect of all the breeding we did. But that breeding isn't from white people raping us in America from African slaves. No. That's Israelite breeding. If they all shrink, get old, get light-skinned, and it's like ambiguously not African and ambiguously not quite something you recognize, those are Jews. It's like they're mixed with a white something. No, they're not. Stop doing that. Look at their hair. That's not white people. White people have dead hair. That's not dead hair. It's white. It's white, not dead hair. So that means it didn't turn white because it died. All right. Yeah. So it's not because they're white. They could have white though, mind you. A lot of these people are fucking white people, especially in Pennsylvania. My grandfather, by the way, all his kids are with white people. Yeah, like, and I don't know because that's the default in his city at that gentrified time after Reconstruction.
to isolate these black families, and their only option is to fuck immigrants, right? Like, only option. Jim Crow and everything, bitches. And they're in the north too, but there's no other people to fuck. I saw it. I was there myself. That summer was very lonely. So imagine. So the people immigrating know that. But anyway, so my grandfather from that time period, the 50s and 60s, must have took that shit personally. Because I know personally, he has to have at least 30 baby mothers. And the majority are color way. I saw some, perhaps. I saw it really fast. I wasn't really in it. But I knew enough to know that the secret part of his life was bar hopping and impregnating women, and the further step, documenting it. Now, I hope y'all don't miss that. Like, he wasn't like a player, like, he was, but he was more like the 70s Harlem pimp player, like the badass, the jive, turkey, like he's that era. He's not the other one. He's not Harlem, he's Pennsylvania, he's a Jew. So he's more like no jive, turkey bullshit. Leather jackets, pistols, Cadillacs, them niggas. With all these foreign bitches, as potential baby mothers, documented. As a Jew, this is the only family left by the time he's around to do something like that. And his father was a soldier. They come from the Alphoids, too. So, all I'm saying is, you talk about cloning programs from Jews, you don't leave out the fact that real Jews have a cloning program, too, called fucking bitches. And my grandfather, the one I least expect, the one on my white side, he's the one that has the most baby mothers per capita. And like at least 3 or 4 women look just like my mother just by my damn dad and uncle's testimony. I could have sworn I saw Sonya. Yep. They don't know that I know that. That makes sense. Yes, you did see my mother. You saw my mother probably way more times than that. And mind you, my dad ran into my mother's sister in fucking Pennsylvania. These niggas live in New Jersey. These niggas live in New Jersey, bro. My dad found my mom's sister in a whole nother state, nigga. And you feel me? And went right back home, right down the street, because Trenton is down the street from Camden. Like it's the same migration pattern. And the same fathers from Pennsylvania. Their kids didn't have a chance in Hades. You see what I'm saying? So it's like a local pattern that all of them did, different socioeconomic, different education, different decisions, of course, but the flow of running into each other, both of your fathers, all of your families are from right there in Pittsburgh, and y'all all go back and forth, all stupid and shit. Then some have kids with him, some are just sleeping around, can't have kids, blah, 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 and here I am, right? And I'm sure that's the same for the rest of my brothers and cousins. That shit didn't happen that long ago, guys. We weren't mixed into until integration. I'm telling you something. If you have a white grandmother in Indian land, then the damn grandfather is an Indian, nigga. If you have a white grandfather in Indian land, then that grandmother and all her grandmothers are Indians, nigga. And if you have an Indian grandmother in your family, then that whole branch of her brothers and sisters and above them are all Indians too. Welcome to Indian stew. They haven't watered us down until 19, because all the hating and nigga shit was real early, so they made sure they kept them white, and then they unleashed them on niggas in the 40s. The 40s. It's the 40s. It's not the boomers. It's the silent generation. That's the first hybrid class here in our story that is alive today. That is the first swashbuckling event in modern citizenry. There's nothing but Moors and Moriscos on those charts in the 17s, so miss me with your bullshit. So 1940s, World War I, World War II is the first time they hit us with the monster mash of jungle bunnyism in the Americas, especially in the Northeast. And I'm assuming Louisiana and Texas. In California, Lord knows if we get a nigga that's a historian out there one day. But yeah. That's the first orphan train blend into our bloodline. They don't come from those places. You hear anything I just fucking said? Those white women in Pennsylvania and all that, they do not come from Poland and Germany. That's their story though. That's what their church said. That's what that city's history is. Poland, Polak town, blah 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 blah. But all these white people look different here. Whatever. They seem to do well with nigga Indian Jews, so let them have it. Except for the men, you know how the men, they're always cranky. But the women seem to be cool as shit. Like half of those are my great aunts now, you feel me? Like if I see a fucking German or Polish person that's from the 40s and after in New Jersey or fucking Pennsylvania, there's a 50% chance she's blood related to someone who has a kid from my grandfather or one of his damn kids out there. Period. You see how that's the king thing though. That's why. Like Charlie did that. I don't know why Charlie did that. I approached his daughter, and that's one of the last things I said to her by voice. I said, yo, you know your dad is like part of some type of genetic program, right? You gotta know that. There's no reason for him to take pictures of that. This nigga's like Dexter, bro. And if I had to guess, he did it again in Somerset. Right before he died. So there's a younger generation out there, I'm sure, born after the 90s. His still, to this day. Like, Banks, Jews, first colony family. So my grandfather had at least 30 kids since the 50s here. And that's just him. And then my other grandfather, Clyde, like I told you, he had 4 originally, hopefully all his, and then another one, a 5th. And then before them, weird story, same type of nigga, same type of area. He actually has an older son who is his junior with a white woman. Or another one. Oh, no, that's wrong. With a black one. How? The only other family in that damn town. His first son, he didn't stay there because that town's ghetto. Not ghetto like poor, but ghetto like Jews. Like it's weird. Anyway, so he left and had found my Indian mother, blah, 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 my dad and his family. But before that, in Pennsylvania, he had an older son. Before he went to New York. And the mother kept him. But he kept in contact with him because my dad met him. But anyway, that guy, he ended up with only white women. So my dad's big brother only had kids with white girls. I don't know what that is. He's more like my other grandfather in that way. But his dad, that was a black or Indian woman. So yeah. That's all Pennsylvania too, boy. Both of them bloodlines running through white bitches up there. For real. It's crazy. And all their friends and all their Indian associates. For real. And it's crazy because those are not white people. Those are not like the story and the racism. Those are immigrants who went straight to German Jew town names on purpose. They didn't make those towns. Those towns are already named that. We're the Holy Roman Empire. It's just after the wars, there wasn't that many of us left. My grandfather's father lived. That's why he was kind of in Somerset by himself. He fought in that war, and I'm assuming he won. He had his wife, he had his family, he had his own land, and his parents in Myersdale. Their houses are in Myersdale, and then they spread out to Somerset after the war. And then all the white immigration took up all the land in between, the federal post office, you know what I'm saying. But before all that, my family's still there, all the way to the beginning of the United States. So that's what I'm telling y'all, bro. Like, there's a lot of black people here who are like older than black people, and not only that, they do some weird shit, like have a lot of kids, and don't tell nobody why. Like, and it's not because of an addiction either. It's a little bit more worse than that, I think, because I know my grandfather. He has an agenda. That's why. He had an agenda by getting all those women pregnant. And yeah, I think if he's like that, then there's probably other brothers and cousins just like him. So that's why I'm not really worried. There's so many of us. The sad thing is they don't know who they are. That's the only thing he robbed them of. Whatever his agenda was. For me being one of his grandchildren, the only thing that those kids are robbed of is that they're going to grow up as black people with white mothers connected to liberal Democrat things from the orphanages and Catholic churches that they all come from. Ain't that right? What's your vixen name? Her mother was from one of those things. She told you they're in Canada when they touch those white girls down. Feel me? And what those first name those white girls do? Fuck on black Jamaicans and black black Jews in Toronto and Canada, right? That's how you get Melissa Fords. Same time period, by the way. Stay woke. All of these immigrants in the north are filed under fuck that. They don't even say that. They say Roman Catholic. They're all filed. Listen to what I said. Their names, their files, their passports, their information. It's not church, it's not religion, it's not the Bible, they're not Jews, they're not Israelites. It's Roman Catholic. Those are already two antonyms right there, boy. But if you put them together under the program of why there's so many Polish, German, whitish women who are not the blonde-haired, blue-eyed white women, it's because the Roman Catholic Church in programs and embassies, if you will, that's the cool way of putting it, they are the ones who flooded the America with all these white girls who are fucking on black guys as soon as they touch down. So racism is a weird fucking story because I'm the product of first generation white immigrant girls after World War I going beeline straight to getting pregnant by niggas. And sometimes fucking the nigga's brother too. I forget Janet. So it wasn't virgins and Christian church. No, they're Roman Catholics, immigrants. And no, they're not out here fucking during the Flower Girl Revolution or Woodstock. This is that time period. Beatles and everything, Tavistock Institute, and all these Roman Catholics from that time period bringing people here. That's the first Jewish communism wave, by the way. I guess Jewish people do the same thing with genetics, huh? It's a crazy fucking story when you look at it literally. So yeah, those white girls wasn't racist. They were never here to be during racism. They're fucking on black guys. I would not be here if they weren't. Janet is from Polish. Yeah, shut the fuck up. My grandmother's an Irish Roman Catholic. Shut your ass up, grandma. White people think they know everything. Your last name Beynon, and you think you're Irish from Roman Catholic Irish. They almost landed with them too. Because, you know, they get indoctrinated like that in school and through church and through influence of their community, which was all church-based in Pennsylvania, by the way. They learn these terms, they learn the word cloud from church. They see about the references in history, and then they go to school with the mysteries, and then they just start fucking. So they didn't really think about that. Like, no, you're Irish. No, they're calling redheads Beynon's Irish. The Castiles are redheads, though. I have them in a picture of my grandfather, Carlos. My grandfather Carlos is in a picture of redheaded people, just like you, Grandma. You know what's so crazy about that shit? Carlos V is your goddamn grandfather. Ireland. Oh yeah, King James is the king of Ireland. They almost had it, but we're not Roman Catholics. We're Holy Roman Empire. It has nothing to do with the Catholic Church. We're Jews. So grandmother, you're a descendant of a Jew who had a white girlfriend. Easy story. Because you had a baby with a Jew who has kids with a bunch of white girlfriends. Motherfucker, this is Pennsylvania. The pen is mightier than the sword, Benjamin Banneker. What are we gonna do with these Palatine boys? Yo, Benjamin Banks is sizing up who's coming to the island, and the first thing he says, how the fuck are we gonna Germanize them? How the fuck they gonna learn our language? My nigga, he's writing this paper about bitches ain't getting married, people ain't having kids, and he's looking at the new stock of people coming in because he's about to fuck them. How can we Germanize them? How can we mix with them? How can I put my dick in these bitches? It will change nothing. Did you hear? Did you read his last paragraph? Why should we darken these people in superior beings? Now, he's writing this as a person who's asking, why should we have kids with these bitches? Did you read it? You gotta read it, because that's exactly what the fuck he's talking about. Issues of mankind, nigga. Go forth and multiply, nigga. He's saying, yo, who are these Circassians? Who are these other people of persuasions? Like, he's asking that question in 1750. My grandfather's doing that shit in 1950. 200 years from his grandfather. Like, really think about it. That shit's creepy, bro. These Masons better tell us something. I need the Masons to tell me something. Masons, please email me. I just want to understand the genealogy of your program. That's all. Because I think my grandfather, who's not a Mason, it has a genealogy program, and my other grandfather, who's associated with Masons but denies it, I don't know. It sounds like he might also have a genealogy problem. His wife's name was Jeannie. So I understand. Rest in peace, Jeannie Flores from Florida. Yeah, Jews and Israelites. Pink flowers. Same story, bitch. South America. Puerto Rico, no, it's the whole South America, nigga. Puerto Rico's an island. We don't manifest there. We come from mainland. So wake your ass up. So yeah. Well, black Puerto Ricans. Israelites. Carlos V. Stop fucking playing with us. So yeah. Yeah, Israel has a ill-ass genetic program out here. So I'm just saying there's a lot of light-skinned people out here. You know who else did it? You know what's so funny about that shit? Let's double down and I'll sell it and we're done with it. Let's go back to Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia. And we have another famous person who has these same fucking ingredients. The rapper by the name of Logic. What do we have here? We have a guy who's black. Wrong. But we know what he means. And he wouldn't be black because he's bleached. You understand what a colored person is. Even if the drop of a nigga, you're a nigga. That's what Logic is telling you. But let's look at the nigga in his family. It is a black guy from Maryland and Pennsylvania colonies. Kind of light-skinned as he's getting older. Bald-headed. You see his nose. You see his mustache. You see his chinky eyes. And you go, oh, Logic's father's a Jew who got a white girl pregnant. And a bunch of other white girls pregnant. Ain't that a bitch? And Judah's son is a rapper. Good with words. Ain't that a bitch? With red hair. Carlos V. Carlos V. That's the gene right there, boy. Carlos V, man. Come on now. You see it. You know you see it. Now look at Logic. He got brothers. You see his brothers. His brothers are very niggerish. Different. No, one of them have. Well, the one I saw might be the same. Might be the same combo. I mean, I don't know if they're. No, yeah, he said dad. His phone calls was dad. They got the same dad. Hold up. Dude, they have the same mother though. If not, his sister does. So his brother doesn't. His brother's just as light as he is. He just has cornrows. Just as white as he is, but he has cornrows, and he's way more niggerish. Like he's the gangbanger that he's rapping about. But if you look at him, like he's trying to be white, like or black or something. Like no, nigga, that's a Jew. That's why his hair is like that. But his skin is fucked up because why? Pork, Ashkenaz. So boom, he got all the nigga ingredients. He got the hair, he got the energy, but he doesn't have the skin. So what happens when they have kids? They come out white again. So Logic's baby is white, and I'm sure his niggerish brother probably got black girl pregnant. That's on code. And it wouldn't be weird. She didn't get pregnant by a white boy at all. She got pregnant by a hybrid Jew, an Israelite. So then you're going to start to see like, oh shit, you can create white tribes of Israelites. Yes, you can. They just did, all over again. Logic's baby is a little white baby from the mountain of Caucasus. Mitochondria, mothers, but his daddy is a Jew. Granddad is a Jew. Same thing, Logic's brother. Whatever he fucked with, whoever that baby is, daddy is a Jew. Granddaddy is a Jew. And they're mixed with all these other things, Israelites. So in the next generation, Steph Curry's kids, Patrick Mahomes' kids, you're gonna see a bunch of white Israelites out here. But it won't really mean anything. It does mean something to me, but I'm saying that's not going to change the Bible is what I'm saying. It's going to be a matter of fact that we now have the capability to pass on the genes of Carlos V through white people. I'm proof of it. So you got to understand what I'm saying. I am I'm 6'3" again, so it's like, you know what I'm saying? My grandmother's not 6'3". The little people, none of the mothers actually are tall. They're all little Indian niggas, all aboriginals, indigenous, they're all the little ones.
but I'm the big one. So, but my grandmother carried that. The white little one with red hair. Castile. So, Benan. So, these kids that are white now, Logic's kids, Steph's, Patrick Mahomes, and I'm just using them as markers. There's so many people like that, especially Judean athletes. We're gonna have a bunch of white Israelite kids out here, largely Ben or Judah, especially if they're from the Northeast. Hence, but what I'm saying is, all that will have to happen. Once upon a time in the future, their bloodline as it is, it re-intersects with an Indian, it's gonna come out just like me all over again. So just keep that in mind. 2040, 2050. You're gonna have a whole bunch of Indians out here again. It's gonna confuse you. Don't be confused. That's how genes work. That's why Benjamin Franklin wasn't worried about that. He was worried about horizontal access, not vertical. He wasn't worried about like my son, our castle, our corporate, go forward, go forward, go forward. Nah, they went sideways. They're playing a different game. They're playing long. Like, well, that's why he's talking about Germanization. You know what I'm saying? He was talking about, that Benjamin Banneker, the bank Jew, is specifically worrying about his genes. That whole document's about reproduction of a certain person. Well, his name is Jew. Like, he can stop playing, right? So that's the Bible, genetics, Genesis. He's a writer, Square and Compass, Mason. Like, it's all there. It's all there. That's why I know he's Sidi Muhammad. Emperors have many kids. And also, emperors don't wear clothes. So no one who's a foreigner would even know who the emperor is. You're going to rob him, kill him, kidnap him, rape him. Like, we know the story. We wrote about him. So you're never going to know who our emperors are ever again. Benjamin Banneker. Banks. The banks. Like, the emperor has the money. He has the banks. The banks have the boats. He has a boat. The Square and Compass. He knows how to navigate by the stars. And he has an almanac. Meaning he's the most educated person in this story. In fact, he has the most degrees in the United States family. Absolutely. That's how you know that I know, that we know exactly who we're talking about. Because he's also talking about reproduction. They ain't a nigga doing backflips and shooting arrows. Or an African. And ain't no white boy teaching him. Don't do that. Ain't no white boys here yet. He just said that. Ain't no white boy taught him if he just wrote a document that says, ain't no white boys here yet. One more time. Ain't no white boy taught him if he just wrote a document that says, ain't no white boys here yet. And what I'm supposed to do with a Palatine boar. So shut up. She's a Jew Indian. He's one part indigenous, one part Holy Roman, or Europe. So some white people are carrying latent genes of that, is all I'm saying. In America. Can you fucking imagine? Which is further proof that the kings are in America if white people are carrying genes of the kings in America, right? Man, like, we just gotta keep doubling down on that, man. Like, that's what I'm saying. Y'all gotta really keep your eyes open. Pay attention to things. Everything's not black and white. So imagine if there's a whole clan of white people that did that already, like even before my grandmother's generation, but that happened before from the Civil War. You would see them now, and they'll be boomers too, because that's when most people cross-pollinated. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of boomers who seem whitish, whose daddy would be a black Jew from the north. Like one of my uncles or fathers, like one of us, like recently. And they'll be white on TV talking about politics. I'm telling you something. What I'm going to tell you about them is that if that's what I think it is, they're on our team. They know who our father is, right? They have to. And I told you something about our fathers. They teach their kids where their grandmother lives. So those white people have a grandmother from America because of their black Jew Israelite grandfather. That's all I'm saying. They're fighting for something different. Yeah, a lot of them ambiguous looking white people. Usually with the dark hair or the red hair. They're mixed with somebody in our tribe at some point after 1868. Stop fucking playing with us. Hey, none of y'all, them colors, those arrangements, and none of those paintings of England before your ass got here. So don't even do that. blonde hair and blue eyes. We got all kind of mutts out here. Don't do that. Where you get mutt from? Blonde hair and blue eyes times blonde hair and blue eyes does not get mutts. Don't Moreno us to death. Moreno means you got a Moor in your family, so don't do that. You got Moreno features, but you don't know no Moors from Holy Roman Moor Europe. That's a crazy story, bitch. Go ahead and deny your black side. Or you don't know you have a black side because you came from an orphanage. That makes more sense, doesn't it? Attack on Titan all over again, Gabbies. A bunch of white Gabbies out here with black daddies in a black daddy's homeland. You only told half of your story about your hoe ass mother fucking all those soldiers. If y'all want to know where them orphans came from, let's not forget all the wars. These girls were fucking for bread. Remember Hitler? Trying to figure out where the orphans come from. Remember, a lot of those women during the wars when soldiers were coming, they were whores. And that was normalized is what I'm saying. It's not horror as a disrespect. Like, no. There's nothing to them to fuck for bread. It's in their story. Germany, 1933, Empire. So you understand? They've been fucking foreign soldiers. So imagine all those wars. We got 700 bases around the world. Whores at 700 locations. Orphans. Who were the fathers? Then they bring some of them back to the Americas who don't have no biases. They become the perfect, smooth-brained citizens, rivaling their own people, which is the illest shit about it. Like, there's so many people that don't look like me at all, but your damn daddy, if he was a soldier, he's probably at least 6'3" tall. You or a loved one may be a descendant of an Israelite. Can you fucking imagine? A world that the Bible predicted. Abraham, all like sands all over this bitch, like stars in the sky. Yeah. Because there was no one else here, so who the fuck are you? Yeah, obviously. But if you're not related to none of us, then you're more related to the other. And both of y'all need to figure out what the fuck does that come from? Because it is not in the Bible, boy. And you're not related to me, impossibly, but you're here in my land with all my people. Weirder story. You've been having sex with my people and you're still not related to us. That's a weirder story. So, boo. That's as far as I can go with those people. I can only suggest that a good enough percentage of people who are passing white are actually Jews and Israelites and not Africans. And that's very interesting. Politically. That's what makes it feel like a civil war. Those white people know that. Those daughters of America Revolution, all that shit, they know. They know, man. They know exactly how they got colored. They know exactly which color painted them, my nigga. There's not that many options. Especially if they have to hide in public. Nobody hide if they daddy African, not even Obama. But they hide if their daddy is one of us. You remember Jim Crow ass niggas? You remember? Sammy Sosa? Y'all remember? Y'all remember that's recent history? It had nothing to do with slavery. That was people of their own colors and nationalities deciding upon themselves, socially, politically, to bleach themselves out. There's no racism in that. Like, the colored people themselves decided to bleach. Especially the island people. They preferred to have fair-skinned children all through the 70s and 80s. Like, that was self-detonation. That wasn't even like, you know what I'm saying? That wasn't social engineered because it happened down there and it happened up north. In Beyonce's Daddy talk about paper bag tests. In W.E. Du Bois, this is all political, Jewish academia installing whatever media and programs and putting whatever pale-skinned people, Ricky Ricardo, in front of everybody, and then the streets went crazy. But remember, Ricky Ricardo got a song dedicated to Yemenya. So you got Ricky Ricardo passing whatever color that is, talking about Yemenya. Are y'all familiar with the science, Irish Orishas?
an Israelite. Can you fucking imagine? In King Carlos Spanish, Ricardo, Yemaya, Yahuwah. Like, come on, my nigga. He's an Israelite, right? But he's a passing white one. Right there in front of you, just like Neville Goddard is. Who knew Abdullah, an Israelite. Come on now. I think Abdullah knew who the Israelites were. From Nassau, Bahamas, Abraham? What did Neville Goddard's mom tell him? Did you not know that you're a Goddard? And they're like, had I not known, I didn't know we had anything. What mother made it seem like our name meant a thing. So it's clear to tell that Neville's daddy was the foreigner, since he's on the island and his mother name, and she's talking about, I'm on an island in Nassau, Bahamas, and we're Goddards. Like, you know what I'm talking about? So it's quite clear to tell who Neville's mother, Nativity, from the islands, is in all likelihood an Israelite. It's the daddy, the pirate, the mariner. That's the foreigner. And that's the reason why this nigga doesn't know who he is, but he loves the Bible. Get it? Once you get that, you'll get everything. You understand what Abraham Hicks, clearly whitish, clearly Asianish, but she loves that Abraham shit. It'll start becoming very self-apparent to you in a minute. You see what I'm saying? That's culture and tradition. You don't get that just from reading English. Or white people would have it, since they invented English. What the fuck? The fuck are we talking about? Abraham. Ibrahim. Like, come on, dog. You want to tell me it's a Judaical language ass niggas? All these Judaical ass teachers and New Agers? They're descendants of Israelites. We be fucking. When that shit shows up, that's proof. It's always going to go back to the Old Testament. Genetics. It's in their blood. They landed wrong. Because that's in their blood to land wrong. You understand everything. Where they land wrong at, that's the other side of their family. The devil's side of their family landed that wrong. That's all. Can't be mad at them. They're trying. And if you recognize the signs, they're trying for you. They're making all that for you. That's why they're here. They're secret families. They're taxing white people for things that they can't use. So they're doing that for you. They're doing that for Israelites specifically. The girl did the secret. She didn't tell you the truth. She alluded to it, but she did that for y'all. So much so, that was the first type of show like that that featured black people, and also went straight to Oprah, where black people would watch. You gotta realize some of these people out here, how much they've done for us. And I want to acknowledge that, although they don't call for acknowledgement for obvious reasons, but I acknowledged it. As soon as I saw Napoleon Hill. Hill is a Jew name. I'm a Hill. From the same time period, from the same area. So, although he may have looked been, but whitish, with white hair and glasses in a black and white photo, I was like, for some reason, Andrew Carnegie wanted him following around. Andrew. That's a Jew name. Carnegie, you can imagine. But these are all passing white people, we assume, in the beginning of the 1900s. So when we move these white girls up north, same story, Reconstruction. These are first, second generation orphan baby hybrids, which is fine if their daddies are real. If those names are real is what I'm saying. They're all Jew names, so we know who their granddaddy is, you know what I'm saying? They got the name from a Jew, then we know who their daddy's daddy is at the very least. So, you feel me? So, a lot of that hit us a certain way is because it's our frequency. They're carriers, you know what I'm saying? They're one drop that shit. You feel me? They're one drop that shit. And that shit is us. So they're helping us, you know? Whether they know it or not. I do. I can tell the difference. I'm good at hearing things. It's a different pitch too. Who else is like that? Tony Robbins, obviously.
You see he has a weird tint to him. He's kind of tall, more chiseledish, kind of like Arnold Schwarzenegger is. Yeah, we were in Germany, bitch. So, but it'll be different than Indian. So you can kind of still see it. They still deal with that space. Ease, right? It's easy to see. Who else is like that? You can see it. I mean, fucking Hoover, man. Right? He's half. You can't tell. I can tell, but most people can't. I mean, Eartha Kitt, look at her. Strange story, right? Her story is kind of like some plantation, white rapist, slavery. He's always a white rapist daddy. No, he's not a rapist. He's your father. Because the little girl grows up on the plantation being raised by foreign women. So like your mother and the other girl with kids and this mean white man, and they're working real hard. It's like, nah, that's your mother, bitch. And that's your aunt. They Eskimo sisters. They might not be blood sisters, but they're Eskimo sisters. That white man's your daddy. He didn't rape your mother. It's considered rape because when you look at the ages, like before consent came into play, bitches were getting pregnant at 13. So this old white man with these 13-year-old virgins started fucking them to have kids that remember these stories on a plantation of their father's house. Yes. Yep. That's exactly what that was. But that's the 1800s. We're talking about Eartha Kitt. So that's had nothing to do with Africans, right? Eartha Kitt ain't an African. So like, wow, is she being raped by a white man on a plantation? Like, really think about it, bitch. Clearly Afro-Asiatic. Clearly small Aboriginal. Clearly Pacific side of the trade, which means her mother was likely Filipino. And that makes sense. There's nothing but Filipinos that came in from the west side, all the way down to our islands. Philippines is an island, so they'd find islands, stupid. So yeah, of course. Of course Eartha Kitt's mother and sister wives and all those people would be this immigration of Asiatics, of dark-skinned people. If her father is white and she's still that colorful, like, let's do this fucking science on that one, bitch. Impossible. But unless you want to say the mother was white, ooh, that's weird. A white slave master with a white mother that came out with this little Afro-Asiatic woman, like, cut it out. We already know the daddy ain't white. She can't say she mixed and come out that color unless the daddy black. You know what I'm saying? We Negroologists in this bitch. I don't care if there's a rape involved. No. You're not going to tell me there's a white person involved and you're that color and then your daddy's the rapist white guy. Fuck you. Hell no. Never in human history. Never has that ever happened. Her colors and her Asiatic features do not come from a white father. Do not do that. Nah. Hell no. Hell no. Can't be nobody white in her ingredients if the slaves or the women or the croppers are South American or Asian. You put a white man into that, that's not Eartha Kitt. No, that's not Eartha Kitt. No, we have too many white men now going to Lady Boy Island getting those little Filipino Mexican girls pregnant, and they come out here whiter Mexicans. Don't do that. Nah, if a white boy sleeping with any of those Latinos and Hispanic girls now, those kids come out whiter Hispanics. Like, they don't turn into Eartha Kitt, bro. Nobody white sleeping with no Mexican or Latina or Asiatic in any of our lives in real life has a kid with a white daddy, and it turns out Eartha Kitt color. Never. You can't do that. You can't shapeshift like that, bro. Then you have to ask yourself, well, wait, let's keep the daddy white. She's Asiatic as fuck. What dark-skinned Afro-Asiatic people would be in America for her to have a story like that near the islands and the continents of America? What little dark-skinned Asian people will be all around these islands near America where a white guy can be there, Epstein? Get it? Get it. Yeah, you gotta get that. Hold that. Yeah, I get that. Like, oh shit, there's a little black Afro-Asiatic people on plantations in America. What's an Afro-Asiatic person? A Semite. What's a Semite person? A Jew. What's a Jew? An Israelite. And how many tribes of Israelites came to America? About 10 of them. Where did they come from? Tartaria. Is that near Asia? It is. And we're saying, somewhere in Eartha Kitt's family history, one of the 10 tribes of Israel ended up on a plantation in Imperial Majestic Land, and a white daddy slave master driver, because only a slave master could be white at this time, with this Jewish media spin after she went to school with them. I was like, oh, the Jewish daddy I never met was a white? No, the Jewish daddy you met that you never met, that you heard about, if he's a Jew nigga in 18 any fucking thing, best to fucking know he's my color. So your father's a Jew with mad bitches. Did you read that Bible? How did you let the white boy fool you about who the Jew is and let the white boy tell you who the slave is? When all we know is that the white people were slaves. We're Indians. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. No white boy would have motion over here anyway to get these badass bitches on this plantation to begin with. Not with all these niggas and barbers and Muslims here. Cut it out. Bullshit. On crip, nigga. Like, what are you talking about? That's bullshit. They don't do that now. So Rihanna, wrong story. Eartha Kitt, wrong story, wrong story, wrong story. Y'all niggas are Israelites. That's a long story, but that's the only story. Everything else a wrong story. Your Asiatic features in black don't come from Chinese, don't come from Japanese. We're older than both. And we are Afro-Asiatic first. So imagine, you're in Afro-Asiatic territory, you use the Afro-Asiatic language, you have plantations, Afro-Asiatic culture and tradition. If you remove white people and foreigners, you understand it's your dad's house. And then your mother inherits. And then your kids go, where's grandma's house? The one that dad built with his bare hands. The fuck is wrong with people? You live on a plantation that your dad built. And then when he died, your mother and all your sisters inherited it. That's why you have land in Mississippi and Alabama, bitch. That was slavery. Stupid. You weren't a slave then, nigga. Grandma was Indian. It was her land, stupid. Grandma's land, daddy's hands, your plantation. Victims. Ripped my grandmother because when I read about it, he had got her pregnant at 14 and there's no way that he had 10, 14-year-old wives. But right now, today, you can go with Kai Cenat and ISO Speed and get a bitch for 6 pigs. Are those bitches being raped for bacon, you dickhead? Or are they starting families? You're gasping for your grandmother because she didn't get to exploit her virginity? Y'all some dickheads. Anyway, very common for every other year in human history before white people for you to have kids when you're like 14. Now go back to Ancestry.com and you'll notice it. That's how they had 20 kids, bitch. That's what I'm saying. Y'all not like us. Y'all worry about how shit look and feel. Like, nigga, they had 20 kids. You waited till you 40 to have 3. You can't do that at 30. You have to do that at 14. That extra 6 to 7 years, bro, is 6 extra kids. And the earliest ones are usually twins, stupid. That's why they had so many more twins back then, goofball. Because they were younger, fresher, eggs and everything. It was age. There's more twins and triplets because of their age. It wasn't fucking everybody. It was their first eggs. What the fuck is going on, bro? There's no condoms. There's no protections. Like, oh my God, what if I can't go to college? Your father built the plantation that you're crying about. And if your father's a foreigner, he knows how to drive a fucking boat and build a plantation you're crying about. What the fuck's that to do with white people? They're mean, racist, and crazy about that politically, socially on TV because they're trying to scare you. It's just sad that their kids believe it. But they don't know where their grandmother lives, so bear with them. We do. My grandmother's Indian. So, yeah, yours too. Most of you. But that was the conditions. Whatever that soldier was, whatever that Moor, Barber, anything other than grandmother's kinfolk, if it's dark skin, it's a Moor anyway. So grandma who has a land and a Moor, obviously because all these battles are over water, birth, then if those soldiers compromise and the mothers had to compromise with foreign men, which is really what it is, then your grandmothers, if the victim of it is the land, then all those wars are victims against the women of the land, which are Indian women. Nobody other's women has a net gain benefit being a victim here. Only Indian women who own the land. So if a bunch of people are coming here encroaching on land, then their main prize is to get an Indian woman that has name, land. Because that's the only way they can get their green card. Get it? They have to find an Indian woman in order for their child to be what? A Native American. So all these people are talking about they're Native Americans because you have white daddies? Cool. Show me your black grandmother. Then the crowd goes wild. Everyone's quiet. But 1828, your black grandmother Indian is copper colored. So you can have white daddies and have mixed tribes, yes. But y'all know that your tribe name comes from a black grandmother, right? On black grandmother lands, right? You can do your woo and do your frying pans. No, your name, bitch. Mother, matrix, native, titty, to this land. It has to be a black woman, stupid. Y'all worry about black people who become Cherokees. What the fuck? How can fucking white people, light-skinned people become something that's Arabic? More? Like, come on. Let's be reasonable, dickheads. It don't make sense because these niggas cap. When you look at it literally, it makes all the sense in the world. You're right. No one pale like that from somewhere else near Siberia could be Arabic Moors. So they cannot be Alchilique. Thus far, they cannot be Cherokee. And they cannot be the Cherokee or the cherry tree because the cherry tree is me. We're red bones. That's not the hair, nothing. The beard's nothing. Braids, nothing. Backflips, nothing. Calf muscles, nothing. For 3, nothing. Street fights, gun fights, sword fights, nothing, nothing, nothing. Bad bitches, 0. So, why would all the kings of England rush to this? Fuck out my face. Anyway, on King James Smith, my grandfather, I'm Dwayne Smith. So, they're not more Indian than me. And not one motherfucker alive today is more Indian than me. We can start there. We can deviate from me, an Indian, like the king of Indians and the queen of Indians. All deviations of Inga. How you doing? Thus, they're capped. Thus, they can't get DNA tests. Thus, the federal government was just babysitting niggas to set the stage for some bullshit to fuck with us, the Indians. And they're so used to doing it that even if they're not targeting us, their system and their what's that shit called? Their momentum is just railroads us, even if they're not conscious of what the fuck I'm saying yet. Like, I know this is lost, nigga. Desmond was just pushing the button. You don't know why the fuck he was pushing it, but we both saw it. They were counting down some Egyptian shit. Oh, you niggas is lost in Egypt. Come on. You ended up dead with the pharaohs of the dead. Ain't that a bitch? And you see how it keeps saying the same story? It doesn't have to be spooky and invisible. It's right in front of you. Once you understand that, black people wrote all of that. I'm not talking about perspective. Black people perspective wrote that. So when you read it and see it from a black people perspective, you go, oh, it's not even that deep. I know. You feel me? It's like it's the book of the dead. Like, niggas don't read. It's a dead language. Is it not written? Ah, that's a dead language. Niggas ain't even reading that no more. Tower of Babel. It's like, it don't even mean nothing to them. So saying that and giving those degrees won't even hang anywhere. Now would it? Nope. Shit. What are people talking about now? I just feel like I'm isolated and I just can't talk to no one. And I feel like, people are just not waking up. And I mean, I just want you guys to clock it. I just want you guys to really think about that. Like, let that sink in. Like, y'all know what I'm talking about. That's all there's left. Like, I've seen so many let that sink in. So I was like, why the fuck does this surface level bullshit have to sink in? It ain't deep to begin with. Bitch, you 20 years late about it anyway. Like, let that sink in. Oh my God. Back in Wakanda, there wasn't really Africans there since Wakanda is in the middle of America. Let that sink in. Like, what kind of CIA code word is that, bitch? Why only black girls use it? Let that sink in. No, this ain't a Titanic, faggot. Unsink it. This ain't that ain't deep. That is not what your problem is, Israelite Jew, bitch. You're in the kingdom of Israelites and Jew, bitch. Why the fuck are you here? Your grandmother Indian? And what the fuck you think that means? Hence why she loves the Bible, silly. Not because she's Christian, because your Jew Indian grandmother knows that the Bible was written by Indian Jews, stupid. King James English, 1611, Virginia. Mary Andrew, South America, England. So your Indian grandmother probably, well, obviously, all of our family knew this book's about us. But we're Christians. Shut up. Show how easy it is to miss when you don't know who you are. The black people in America, known as Indians, grandmothers, are descendants of Israelites. The end. So no matter what the politics is, or what the church says, or what the white boy says, or what the mean new black guy says, that grandma right there know that book better than everyone on this land. Uncontested. 3 in the chat. The black Indian grandmother of these lands is the only person of these lands that emphasized what's in that damn book ever in the last 100 years. Let's start there, please. Who wants to be a millionaire? Let's start with whose grandma is it anyway that's even gotten people quoting Psalms and Proverbs and John 3:16 and everything you ever heard, Thessalonians. Like, let's be very square and very clear. Let's skip the bullshit, my dear. Whose grandma is that from the 60s forward, besides the Indian grandmother? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't tell me it's an African. Shut up. Don't do that. Don't tell me it's a European. Like, black people give a fuck. It would have to be a dark-skinned person. Okay, so which dark-skinned person in the Americas is always quoting the Bible? And go. Do you think they have to be Christians, Bruce? If the people quoting the Bible are the people in the Bible? Stupid. Of course not. So if the people in the Bible are quoting the Bible, do you know that the people in the Bible, in the land quoting the Bible that the Bible is about, have been quoting that Bible and whatever precepts are in that Bible for at least since 1611? Way before you get Christians in America. Way before you get your churches built. You see how old and shitty they are. About 200 years of tops. And you see the county names? Those are Jews. My father's in them. That's not us doing that. You see our buildings, bitch. You go to court and you go downtown. That's the ones we built, bitch. On King James Victorious, nigga. Don't do that. The Victorian era is ours. All right, so that this ain't that. All right, cool story, bitch. Oh, you can. So you understand? You see everything so fast. Oh, it's the Indian mothers that have the thing for the scriptures. The scribes, a black Jew woman wrote Shakespeare. Wait, let me guess. An Indian near Virginia, where demonology, Shakespeare, and King James Bible all coexisted with the same printing press with the same fonts? Or is it Toronto, London? Either way, East Coast, New England, right, where all the European Jews are during that time period. Oh, okay, cool. My family. Shakespeare, demonology, and King James. That's my family. You gonna tell me a Jew woman wrote it? I know shit, Sherlock. Nigga, King James is a Jew, nigga. So what are we saying, class? During 1611, King James colonies in New England, North America, were King John Smyth-EL, a Semite, Smith, King, Lord of Lords, hence why he can name it King James anything. Him, his son, he's in America with Shakespearean writers, demonology writers, and the new King James Bible writers. Yeah, that's my father. I got him. Why would our Indian mothers know about all the precepts and scripts out of the Bible that my grandfather brought here? All right. Let them have it, Shogun. Let them, sure, they can have it. If they believe any other version of history, let them have it, bro. Reprobate mind. We cannot save them. I landed that one right there, bro. That's how I know what I'm talking about. That's my dad's Bible. Check the date. I want you to check the date. Check the date of the Virgin Maryland colonies. Check the date of John Smith the Explorer. Check the date of King James English. Check the date. It's all the same. I'm John Smyth-EL.
of, Sir, Knight, Prester, Priest, John, Smyth-EL, Smith, Carpenter, Builder, Mason, Moore, bloodline of fathers from Judea, up through Jesus. You'll get to David, but don't skip Solomon. It's the same damn fathers in a straight line, 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 in a straight line. Dwayne DeyZan Smith, the 13th of that same straight line since New Testament. The New Testament is 13 generations ago. My father is in it. The Holy Roman Emperor. I'm the grandson of the Holy Roman Emperor. I'm the grandson of the Pharaoh of this world. Back in their day though, like if they had this many grandsons, I have my own little island somewhere, you know, I'm humble. I'm like, yo, granddad Genghis, can I get like Japan or Hawaii? Easy, bro. Don't tell nobody I'm there. Amen. King Kamehameha. King Jamaica ass nigga. Like all his sons named James. James 1, 2, 3, and 4. Different mothers if they're all the same. Huh. That's what we do. We're Jews. So that's what I'm saying. Joke's on you niggas. Hawaii, Jamaica, all of it. Those are all my fathers. Those are his sons. He had mad bitches. They're all named James or John. They're named after their fathers, stupid. They created kingdoms and empires where their mother lived. Hints, 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 hints. 10 tribes of Israelites. He needs at least 10 kids. Wake your ass up. We already know who lives in whose land because it's in the Bible already. Goofy. Jews would know that. I don't know about the world of white people rewriting our history. I don't know if they know that the Bible tells you where our lands are. So if we're going looking for the women and the matriarchs of those tribes and they understand the handshakes and the gang signs, they're like, oh yeah, where the bad bitches at? Oh, let me get one of those. All right, I'm gonna give you a whole bunch of gold or snow or whatever the fuck you need, bitch. We got electricity. Now look at them welfare buildings again. Only an emperor can do that. That's my grandfather's buildings, those in particular. Those are the kings and his sons and their brothers. That's our family. That's why they're in America. That's why there's so many. Niggas be fucking. When you have all those kings and all those kingdoms, they all have the same granddaddy. Who is that? He's the king of kings. Why? Well, that's my damn daddy. What you talking about? I'm a king. So who's the king's dad? The king of kings. Why? Because the king has brothers that are kings. I'm a king, he's a king, he's a king. We're all kings here. Well, who's above us? Our dad. Why are we kings? Because our father's an emperor. So King James is an emperor. All right. So the King James Bible shows up where? In all of his kingdoms. Who's in all his kingdoms? His sons. Who's in this kingdom? John. Who's in that Bible? King John, John 3:16, John, Prester John, Jacob, John, Joan, Ark, John, Archon, John, Ark, or Prester John, or you can say it in our actual language, Hakata. Connecticut, Hakata. Massachusetts, Hakata. John. Oh, there's no J in Hebrew. I know that's right. Johann. Nope. There's no vowels in that shit either. Y, H, N. That's an I. Yin. Dwayne. Yin. Yang. Yin. Yang. Hakata. We're Japanese. Stop fucking playing with us. You understand what I just said to you? We're Japanese Jews. Genghis Khan. A Japanese Jew. Japheth, nigga. Shem, nigga. Ben and Judah. God damn. Big Coco.
That's us. That's us. Yakuzas. Hmm. What if that was J? Jacuzzi? Jacuzzis? Hmm. Get in the jacuzzi, nigga. Yakuza. There's no J in either. What is that? They use a Y, didn't they? Who uses Ys? Israel, Ingas, niggas. So it's the Black Dragon Naki Necker Society? The Emperors. Benjamin Banneker. Wake up. Hi, how you doing? We're always mixed with something. It's Japanese. Jesus Christ. Open your eyes. I'm Afro-Asiatic. I'm Japanese. With a Y. Japheth. That's a tribe in the Bible, right? Bethlehem is, come on now. Japan is from Japheth. They're Jews, Afro-Asiatics, yes. I am. I'm of Japheth's bloodline, obviously. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm Japanese. The real ones, the first ones. That's why their letters are Hebrew. We had emperors in Japan. Mm-hmm. Last samurais. Mm-hmm. Last Moors. Came back to America. How you doing? All of the fallen empires are ours. So all the sons who can escape came back to America. This is whose sons we are. What you're going to keep hearing me say is that every other emperor who was colonized or terrorized in the last 250 years, I'm his son. Mm-hmm. Because they all came to America. They all ran away and hurried to bring their ass back home to the promised land to reproduce before they were killed. I am their son. I am their last resort. New England. Resort, vacation, their last resort, New England. Their last known resort is the northeast of the Americas. Genghis Khan's kids' last known resort. And then the story stops. No more Khans, no more Tartarians. That's what I'm telling you. It stops in New York. I'm telling the white people who love history, I'm fucking telling you. The reason why Buffalo looks like that, because that's Tartarian. But I'm fucking telling you, no more fucking time. My father John did not come from no fucking Europe, dickhead. That's how we know you're liars. We're from Japan. Prester John came from Tartary, nigga. He came from the west, Siberia, Bering Straits ass niggas. Alaska, Maghreb al-Aqsa. It's funny how we named it on the way down, bitch. Named by Moors. From Alaska? From Russia? Oh yeah, Russia showing you, oh yeah, the Moors were here, faggot, and they're all Israelites and they lit up and nigga, they're Judeans. Yeah, the Judeans came from where Vladimir has the paintings. That's what the fuck we're talking about, nigga. Most of those guys are Japanese. Solomon's kids. The fuck? What do y'all think? Why do you think all the Asians have our shit? The fighting, the magic, the script, the dragons, the lore, the anime. Like, Jesus Christ, dudes, we are their emperor. And we live there. His son came here, 1611. That's why I keep asking you. If I had a baby in Japan with a girl from here or Japan, would the baby be Japanese? Well, my grandfather's the emperor of Japan. Who in Japan is more Japanese than me? Smith. No one. If Japheth is their grandfather. Japheth is my grandfather. Ensham, Orientalis, in hand. The Afro part, I guess. Not African. They're not Jews and Israelites. Don't do that. All right, we back. All right, so out of those three giants, of pretending their father's the same, so they're half the same thing, and their mothers are different. That'd be the only way you get three different mixes with three brothers. So we got the same father. Who's their father? Noah. All right, let's go up one more. Noah, who's his father? That's the perfect question. We're not sure that Noah's dad is human. Because how else could a man of renown that we know now build a giant boat as a little nigga? So Noah's a giant. There we go. Like that. Possibly because his dad is one of the fallen angels. That's the ingredients in our book. Well, quite likely. That's why Lamech went to his dad and he not. Like, don't worry about it. And then obviously, mama, nativity, mother, was the most important ingredient in that story. That's how that shit worked. And then they're the nativity of whoever their mother was, so we know who she is. Not the main fathers, because the father might be an angel. Now, how does that fuck this story up? It doesn't. Because what we're saying is that if his father is one of those, then one of those are already an Enoch. So here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Noah, Shem, Ham, etc. And then they spread on the land, whatever planet that was, and then they start all over again. And swashbuckle, swashbuckle, here goes Egypt. Notice something. You don't have that without those three. Notice something. Judeans, Israelites are out of that after those three. Notice something. We would all be the same thing. Noah's children. But not everyone's Abraham's children, not everyone's Judah's children. Do you see the differences? You see the expansion, the collapsing that's happening here. And by the time everybody else's children is everybody else's children, we probably fucked them already. We have kingdoms and empires. So then it doesn't even matter about who the other characters are, because the guy that's fucking everybody because they're the king of the empire are the ones that come from this story, and that's our book. How you doing, guys? How you doing? I'm glad to be here. 13 generations after they killed all of our family members. All because they can't read. They suffered from narcissistic abusers. I can almost guarantee it, bro. That people who couldn't understand that yes was yes and no was no. Like people who couldn't understand that it wasn't a trick, it wasn't something special, it wasn't something we controlled, it wasn't something that we could transfer, it wasn't something that we're hiding. We have a very simple strategy. Meet bad bitches, make badass kids, and just have fun. Nah, the UFOs, the powers and technologies, that is third party. Sometimes they come, sometimes they go. We have been taught for thousands of years to mind our business. There is no story of us even trying to raise our hands against it. And then you go, why? Bitch ass niggas. Wait, who are you and where were you in all these stories? First of all, bitch ass niggas. But second of all, bitch ass niggas, why would we be fighting our fathers? We wouldn't be. No story about it. But you show up and you're fighting us. Claiming that you come from our father. And that's fucking impossible. Because Jesus is not a white boy. The ending. And no other God is either. Egyptians created their pantheon. I'm Egyptian. I'm a pharaoh from Egypt's grandson. I'm Egyptian as fuck. My family created their ideas of what gods are. So much so, their god and son of God is Heru the falcon, and me, an Egyptian, I have his feather. Now, that's how Egyptian I am. I have the god of Egypt's feather while I live in Egypt today. As a direct descendant of the Emperor of Rome, from Egypt, by the way. They're all the same thing. There's only one son of God at a time, chief. Only begotten. There's Esau and Isaac, but they only chose one. All right. And the crazy shit is, if there is other ones, they would be my brothers, genetic brothers. They would have to look so much like me. And if they're not, they're similar. They're my cousins. Well, all I'm saying is I'm directly from Pharaoh. I haven't heard no one claim that yet. Delta 19. Star Force, Space Force. Look at the logo. It's an Etruscan Pharaoh. So Space Force, Trump, knows that the Pharaoh is what? An Aphrodisiac. Why? Because their Pharaoh has what? A fully connected beard. And what color is it? Blue? So who's it represent on that flag? Judah, the Jews. The Etruscan Pharaoh is a Jew. Why? Because Jews are the sons of God. They're the bloodlines of God. Why? Because of Enoch. Why? Noah. Why? Chaldea. Why? Abraham. Why? Jacob. Why? Gabriel. Why? Mary. Why? Genghis. Why? Tamuja. Why? Hakana. Why? John. Why? New England. Why? United States. Why right now? 2026. Dwayne DeyZan Smith. 13 generations later. Same story. You ever wake up thinking about what happened to the Holy Roman Empire? I can tell you about it, since white people were thinking about it 2 years ago. I've been talking about it for the past 2 years, actually. Did we ever get the answer? Like, what was their conclusion when they thought about it?
Because I know a Holy Roman Emperor. Pope Innocent and Hakkar. Carlos V and Johnson. Azamori and Mansa. I know all the emperors that you've been thinking about. What about them? You wonder what happened to us? You.
No sex.
The only thing wrong or bad or different since my dad was in charge is you, the person asking. Final answer. And the only way that could have went, for it not to be an answer, it would have to go to a place where it was never a question. And for that to never have been a question about what happened to us, you would have to be dead right now. So I think people need to be very fucking careful. Especially the joint psyche collective is very disrespectful to Moors, very disrespectful to Indians, very disrespectful to Israel, the real one, the God of the Bible, the real one, and disrespectful to the Holy Roman Empire. Not knowing that's all the same story. Since the book is the Holy Roman Emperor King James Bible about Hebrewites and Jews and how they become emperors. Yeah, you notice how like we're all those things because after all that time and all those struggles and all those captivities, we end up becoming all their kings. We don't have kings anymore, but they still have kids. Game of Thrones, really? Jon Snow. If Jon Snow never knew what he knew, and he kept going, had a kid, and eventually the one that became the king, the little wheelchair kid, if he would have found one of his grandnephews or something and told him something, like, you're my nephew, like, oh my God, my father, he was the son of a king? Oh my God, John? With his own dire wolf, I'll send a wolf amongst the sheep. For the wolf shall lay down with the lamb. So Jon Snow, a wolf. Snow, Smith, what? Ashkenaz, Snow, what? Snow White, what? John Smith, a wolf. The winter is coming, the White Walkers are coming. You talking about the giant wild men in the Moorish paintings? You're talking about the Game of Thrones is about my grandfather. The Game of Thrones, everyone's vying for who's the actual emperor. Yeah, plot twist, Jon Snow, nigga, my grandfather. Pressure John. He's the last Holy Roman Emperor. The real one, my grandfather. So he can write that Game of Thrones books if he wants to. He should axe the damn grandson of Jon Snow. So Game of Thrones was 400 years ago. The North, Canada, the wild men, Winnebagos, tall white giants, based on a true story. Indians, based on a true story. Moors versus wild men. It's the truest story that they've ever told. That's why we're here, nigga. That's why Jon Snow, John Smith is here, nigga. That's our story. Dragons and everything. Oh my, Khalifa. Fucking Barbary coast. Don't fucking listen. And there's walled cities around this bitch. Can you help us, y'all, you money changers? I don't know. Wait till the bitch with the dragons come on Sheba. They don't invent nothing that don't invoke my damn family. That's my attitude problem. They don't know where they are. To me, it makes sense. Like, you came to that kingdom to ravage our libraries. We heard you burnt them all down. I think you stole some books, trains, and then you've been reverse engineering those in caves. Iron Mountain, Pennsylvania, where the black Jews and Israelites came, and you're reading all their books. Ass niggas, fuck you. Library of Congress is all it took, huh? You get to read all the patents and keep it to yourself. Ooh, big bad national security scientists. Get to steal ideas from niggas, from East Orange, with Edison. Bunch of faggots and idiots. You don't even have a person smart enough to make a fucking super soaker or a video game yet. But slaves and shit. Slaves created their 90s. Too bad I ain't a fucking idiot. You talking about Jews, faggot. You talking about the tribes of Israel who created everything since that book 6,000 years ago. No shit, Sherlock Holmes. I wonder if that's a Jew. It is. Stupid. dumb fucking people, boy. They don't know what words mean. That's the only thing that got me tight. Is that the word tell you what it mean, bro? The etymon, the matrix, the mother of the word. What's the nationality of the word, nigga? What's the nationality of America? More, nigga. Like, what are we talking about? What's the nationality of America, nigga? More, nigga. Like, the end, my nigga. What's the nationality of Africa, nigga? Afrique. What was he? An atheist. What is that? An Ethiopian. What are Ethiopians? Moors, nigga. Let's keep on going. Europa. What is that one? I don't know. It sounds like European. Is it first? It is first. And what's the story of Europa? She's a black titan. Oh my God, she's a Moor, nigga. What are the kingdoms of family crescent? Europa, the giant Moor, nigga. A bunch of little Moors, niggas, and some blacker Moors too, since they wanted more niggas, light-skinned Jews. All right, here we go, nigga. I'm like, come on, dog. What is California? What's that? What's the etymology of that? California. All right, caliphate, khalifa. Oh, that's a Mohammedan thing. A khalifa and a caliphate is definitely Mohammedan. Annexation of Texas to the Moors and associates in which the land properly belongs. And remember Alamo, Talamo, and Calabasas and Calabasas and Almaroc, Beverly Hills, all over there where Queen Caliphate is. I wonder if there's Moors over there. Like, come on now. We supposed to be stupid. Like, we didn't go to college or something. Like, the fuck? What do we need to go to college for, nigga? To learn what the words don't mean? Why to use them in a fucking paper about our feelings? A bunch of faggots from Germany. What the fuck wrong with y'all, bro? That's anti-Semitic. Alright, what's the gender of that word, bitch? It's a Semite. My last name is Semite. So what's a Semite mean? It's a language family? Alright, a language family. So a language that's related by blood types. Or it's a bloodline of people that have different dialects of the same root bones of a Semite. Mm-hmm. So that's indentured to describe something above it, something a little bit more ancient. Mm-hmm. What's more ancient than a Semite? Well, it's a language group family. I didn't ask you where that shit is. I asked you what that shit is. Who came up with it? Well, if we had to describe the family in the blood of it, we weren't going to have to give you an answer that rhymes with a pedigree. I know you did. So what pedigree, when you show up what a Semite is, what pedigree for this family shows up? Oh, the Afro-Asiatic subgroups. Oh, shut up. What are the Afro-Asiatic subgroups? Israelites. So how can I be an anti-Semitic, whatever the fuck a white bitch-ass nigga is, if they're not Jews or Israelites? Israeli is not Israelite. Mossad is not Jew. Jewish ain't Jew. And none of them bitches are from Jerusalem or Judea. Them niggas are from Germany, Switzerland, and Poland. Fuck out my face, nigga. Fuck out my face, bitch. Those Jews that's supposed to be there, you stupid bitch, we already came to America in 1611. Why the fuck are you behind? And why the fuck are you white when you finally show up, bitch? You missed the call 400 years ago, Batman. Exactly, suck my dick. So anti-Semitic don't even mean shit. You're anti-Dwayne Smith? I don't look like none of them niggas. Cut it out. That's our problem, bro. You be wondering why niggas have an attitude for like 100 years in a row? Because a lot of us know Noble Drew Ali taught us. And Noble Drew Ali is my family. So imagine how many more niggas I never met that I'd probably be on some same bullshit. Like, I can't believe it. Like, this shit is stupid. New York, this shit's stupid. New Jersey, this shit. Chicago, Detroit, California, Texas, everywhere. This shit's stupid. Atlanta, this shit's stupid. Florida, these niggas in the islands. This is a girl from fucking the surfer girl. She's down there in a little Israelite in fucking Venezuela or somewhere around there somewhere. This shit's stupid. Like, I got brothers in England. I got brothers in Denmark. I got brother in Italy right now. North Italy talking about this shit stupid. Like, how come all the people who resonate with me all say the goddamn thing? Like, wherever I live in this goddamn territory, we know it's the same goddamn thing. These motherfuckers are stupid. And you know the only reason why we know they stupid? It says they don't know what the fuck words mean. Oh, you trying to get brolic? What you trying to kick knowledge? You went to school with words in it? Ooh. Ooh. They graded you for buying a book that you didn't read, passing a paper that they didn't read. Peer reviewed. Peer
peer-reviewed COVID and mRNA, and like damn near everyone's dying of it. That's so crazy. You gotta be careful with your peers, jurymen. Shout out to Shogun L, 3 feathers. Mark them for insolvency. They think it's disrespectful to say you're yapping. Meanwhile, it's exactly what speaking Japanese is. Yap yap. Chun Li. Come on, nigga. Their conclusion has to become more gay. Oh, no more Roman Empire. Increased sexiness by 300 since 2023. That's crazy. Kiroshin says, work with 2 Johns today. One was wearing a Etruscan blue I am hat. Come on. Come on. The Matrix is matrixing this escape room, bro. Kiroshin 3. Retards are infuriating. Chronically late. One nation under God, aka the word. Come on. And it's in the Pledge of Allegiance. One nation under God. But the Big Bang Theory, but atheism, but Luciferians and Crowley can be here. How can you have everyone who's disrespecting God in a constitutional republic under a God? So how the fuck are they we? And how the fuck are they part of us? If they don't believe in God, you dumb bitch. One nation under God. Indivisible. One nation, one blood, under God. One nation, one blood, under God. One nation, one nativity, one heritage, one mother, under God. Mother, indivisible, with liberty, God, justice, Jesus. One nation, one blood, Israel, under God. You gotta believe in that. Indivisible, same blood, same families. With liberty, Venus. Injustice, Jesus. Mercury. For all, surely goodness and mercy. One more time. I pledge allegiance to the flag, Israelite, of the United States of America. It's the flag of New England. We're empire already. We came here as an empire. We didn't come here from villages. We didn't start from the bottom. We're from the top, horizontally. We started as an empire, so why would we be pledging anything to a fucking corporation, dickhead? The corporation is to us. We're not under our corporation, stupid bitch. We are the board, the electorate of any corporation on our grandmother's land. Which is why I said they cut us out. They cut us out. We created the United States. They cut us out. Black people. For real. Dead ass. They're writing letters to my family. Imperial Majestic. That's us. Holy Roman Emperors. That's us. Smiths. So Benjamin Banneker has our address, stupid. That's our family. So yeah, it's all family members here. It's a united kingdom, one nation, one blood, one father, one mother. We're all starting from here, nigga. John Smith. So under God, King James Bible, indivisible. You can't do nothing. You can't even go nowhere else. With liberty and justice for all. Anybody can get it, nigga. On us, anyone can get it. That's what we're talking about, niggas. We're knights with swords in Japanese. We're ninjas, fighters, anime. That's who John is. I don't know about anybody else's daddy, but that's who that guy is. Samurai Showdown. The last samurai, nigga. The last samurai emperor. The shoguns betrayed us, remember? The shoguns betrayed us. The chiefs betrayed us. You remember the world? Come on, guys. The pastors, the churches betrayed us. Come on, guys. They betrayed us all at once. Conspiracy Masons and Illuminati. All at once, you betrayed the empire. It's the same empire if it's all betrayed at once. That means you only betrayed all the black Japanese people at the head of all those Japanese-looking Tartarian castles. Those are Smiths. That's the tribe of Judah from the Bible. There's other people talking about they're Jews in Judah. No. You didn't hear anything I fucking said. The tribe of Judah in the Bible are the Afros or Shao Kahn. That's Judah. That's Judah no matter what. No matter what all the variations are. You didn't hear any fucking I said. You need to listen to me. You look at that Emperor of the Moon again. You don't look at it. You don't say that look like Shang Tsung right there. That's what the fuck my point is. Even in someone else's depiction of who the god of the moon is, they draw a fucking Afro-Asiatic. In French. They draw a black Japanese person in French, dog. Emperor de Luna, look it up, 1700s. Look at his eyes. Look at his connected beard, dead giveaway. He's bald, I know. Look at his eyes, look at his skin color, look at his beard. And then one has an afro. And then one has Gucci on, just like the Portuguese did in Japan. Did you pay attention to which ones were Japanese, or did you assume that the light-skinned people were Japanese? Who were the Japanese in those paintings? Who were the Portuguese in those paintings? Nobody was white in those paintings. It said Portugal was visiting Japan. All right. Who's being carried on an elephant? The person visiting and traveling, or the person who's already in their castle? So someone brought someone from Portugal on an elephant. Okay. Remember, Japan's a fucking island, bitch. So the elephant's already on that island. Who say with elephants, nigga? Who say with elephants? In the history of empires, who has elephants in his empire besides Genghis Khan? All right, so go to the Nambian art of Japan, 14th century. Why are there elephants in Japan? Because Genghis Khan loves elephants. Deltas. Delta 9. Divine 9. Shut the fuck up, Jew. So Genghis Khan, the Jew, loves elephants. So when you look at the Nambia paintings in the 14 and 1500s of the Portuguese visiting Japan, did you notice something? That there's a light-skinned Asiatic-looking person riding an elephant to somewhere, right? He's the visitor from Portugal. That elephant's not from Portugal, and he sure would be a waste of time to bring him on a boat. So when he got off his boat to visit the Emperor of Japan, the emperor who loves elephants sent an elephant for the Portuguese. And the Portuguese look like what you call a light-skinned Japanese person. That makes sense, because the Moors who ruled Spain and Portugal and that Holy Roman Empire were Japanese people. Judah Smith were Japanese. My name is Japanese. DeyZan is Japanese. Smith is Japanese. Dwayne is Irish. Well, that's my Roman side. It's right there. Bay Coco. It's right there. The people in Bay Coco ought to be black. So the tall black people escorting a Portuguese guy on an elephant, look at it again. And there's a tall Portuguese, little Latin, Tino looking Japanese woman with another one with an umbrella. They need umbrellas because they're light skinned. So who's the Japanese? Those are elephants. Genghis Khan. He's an Afro-Semite. He's a tall black guy. What's in that painting? With the elephant, with the Semites. The tall black guys, right? Those black guys look Japanese. Look at the Nambian cover. They don't look Japanese because a Japanese person drew it, you dickhead. The person who drew it knows that black people look Japanese in Japan. That's why he looks like that. Because that dark-skinned person is the Japanese kid coming back with Portugal with this light-skinned nigga. And he's the one that needs to ride in on an elephant. Not because he's a king, he's a visitor. He's a visitor being summoned on an elephant. The emperor loves elephants. An emperor on an elephant wouldn't be visiting his own kingdom from a boat, you dickhead. And he wouldn't be surrounded by Africans. He'd be surrounded by his own guard. He's surrounded by black Portuguese. Ooh, we haven't seen a white Portuguese in any of these Portuguese shit yet. So it wasn't white Portuguese that came to the Caribbean, is it, you dumbhead? Now you wonder why all those black Asiatic people are down there. Now go back to Japan with the Portuguese. They're tall, black Asians. Japan, tall black Asians. Now do you understand why Portugal, tall black Asians, know how to get to Japan? You know how far that is? Why did it take that long to get to fucking America if you go from Portugal to Japan, no problem? And you're still tall black Asians. An empire of tall black Asians. Now when you go back and look at those pictures again and you get black African slave out your fucking head, then you heard what the fuck I said. Semites, Smiths are tall black Asians. It doesn't matter what the religion or the country or the king is. When you look at those pictures and you see tall black Asians, those are Khans. They're all over the world. It's an empire. Elephants, it's Khan. Deltas, Khan. Pentagon, Khan. 5-point star. That's us. 13, 5-point stars on our blue con mosaic, not a flag. It's our blood, not our corporation. Red and white, North and South America, and blue. The Holy Roman Empire Jews. Japanese people. Japheth. It's us. Y'all speculate about who is cursed with black skin. Dickhead. They're brothers. They are black skin. So if they are black skin and Noah may be a hybrid, then the cursed one would be light-skinned. Dickhead. Stupid. Don't know what nativity is. If they're all black people and one of them is cursed because Noah's kind of off, then if Noah's kind of off, according to his father, then how does the father who goes, this baby ain't the right color, then how is the cursed one the dark one? You dickhead. Their mother's still black. Do you know how this shit works? And his dad, Noah's mother is still black. And Noah had 3 kids, and their mother's still black. Why would the cursed one be black, you dickhead, if Noah's already light-skinned? And don't forget we're talking about giants. Noah's a giant that's light-skinned with a black mother who fucked on angels. And then Noah has 3 kids with another black woman, because that's all that's in this fucking story besides angels. His 3 sons have the same fucking pedigree of mothers, black women. So why would the cursed one be the black skin? And why do you keep thinking he's cursed if Noah already resolved the sins? You're talking about Ham was the one that's kind of like that? Why are you saying we're the Hamites then, faggot? You see how disrespectful it is? It's like, oh, no, Ham is cursed with dark skin. Tell the whole story, bitch ass nigga. The supposed idea is that Ham is cursed with something because he saw the nakedness of his father while he was drunk. And that's gay, nigga. On Sodom and Gomorrah, the next chapter. Or was it the previous chapter? Or is that why the world got flooded? So it makes sense that a person in the world that got flooded for faggot shit is on the boat, and we're taking a snapshot of the fact, like, see, even the faggot shit got on the damn ship. This nigga's cursed. It's like bringing a cursed item with you. So what we're saying is the remnant, the blood, the persuasion, everything about that nigga, proof that he brought that with us. Had nothing to do with gay, father, dad, anything. No. They're saying out of those 3 sons, 1 out of 3 is going to bring that bullshit with them. Doesn't matter what the color is, doesn't matter what the curse is. The book is so much deeper than that stupid shit from 6th grade. Listen again. 3 sons on a boat. 3 nations, 3 kings, 3 khans. It's a reoccurring theme, nigga. One of those 3 kings, 3 khans, 3 giant niggas is cursed with something, or something different about the others. The curse is inherited from before the flood. Do you know why God flooded everything? Okay, now you would understand why Ham would be considered cursed after God ever already flooded everything based on what Ham's behavior ought to be. Like, damn, nigga. Get it? It's the same thing. It happens again, by the way. This is after captivity in Egypt, when they're in the desert. Moses goes to the mountain by himself, and what did the 10 tribes do? Build a gold calf right after they saw they saw the sea split, Pharaoh get swallowed, and all the arrows and everything that went down is like, woo, let's get back to worshiping Baal. You get it? Sodom and Gomorrah. The kings go out there and like, yo, they already got their warning. The kings got the warning before the angels of death showed up. And these kids are on bullshit about to rape sons of God. You already know they dripped. And they don't even give a fuck about that. So their kings don't give a fuck about that. Do you understand what the Bible keeps saying about authority and how people don't fucking listen? First of all, you fuck if he's gay, fuck if he's black. Did you get the fucking message? 1 out of 3 of his fucking sons brought that bullshit with him. And in 1 out of 3 stories, future, through this Bible, you're going to see that bullshit with us. How you doing? How you doing? Do you know how braid works? Do you know how braid works? Indian cornrow? Do you know how braid works? 1 out of 3 sons. Now let's see how this braid works. And then where you stop at, one of those 3 strands is going to have that bullshit with it. Now read the Bible again, dickhead. Doesn't matter what color they are, nigga. They're braiding. It's going to show up 1 out of 3 times. King James the IV. Seth. See how like there's a restart? Even when God created son, God created, Elohim created man and woman, DeyZan created them, God created Adam in the garden. You don't notice how many resets are in the created part of the next nigga? It resets while it's resetting. Did you read the Bible? There's man and woman's created, then Adam's created by himself, and he shouldn't be lonely. Wait a minute, you just said he created man and woman. How's he lonely? Elohim created man and woman. Elohim is plural. All right, so Elohim created man and woman. And then next time, God created Adam and he was lonely. Is that the same creation? Or is that 2 different stories? Because one's Elohim and one's God. So the Elohim made men and women, and then this God, Adonai, made its own thing. Y'all know how to read? Made a boy, begotten son. God only made a begotten son in the beginning. Did y'all read that book? Y'all skipped to John 3:16. Did y'all notice that God only made a son? David, you're a son after my own heart. God only made a son. 3 in the chat if you understand what the hell I just said. The God of the Bible only made a son. Only begotten son, nigga. The bloodline of his only begotten son, my nigga. The bloodline of Adam, nigga. Otto, Abraham, Jews. For God so loved this whole world and only gave it to his only begotten son. That's Adam, bitch. Jesus came to redeem Adam's kids. That's Adam, bitch, and those are Jews. For God loved the world that he gave it to the Jews. Woo, New England. New England. So God loved the world that he gave it to the Jews. Roman Empire. The fuck is it's all based on the Bible that said that. Y'all goofy as hell. Crazy as hell. They didn't know how to read it. And they said they had 6th grade education, mean white people. I believe them. But let's read it. Let's read it all over again. Knowing what a Jew is this time on Dragon Ball Z. Now you know what a Jew in Israel is. Now let's read it. How many black Asians and samurai swords can we count here? Genghis Khan had a lot of those. Everybody who knew Jesus had a sword. Everyone who knew Genghis had a sword. What time is it? The last samurais. Like, you forgot the samurais in Tartaria, bitch. The shoguns are in Tartaria, bitch. Everyone got dynasty warriors, bitch. Y'all playing it now, Elder Rings and all that, but just switch it from that bullshit to samurais. White people made up all the white people shit based on the samurais. They didn't whitewash African or black anything. They whitewashed Japanese everything. We're calling it Japanese. That's not really what it is. They're Hebrews. You know, they're Jews, but I say Japanese before 1800s because you'll see the culture in Japan, because that's when we were there. So Japan as of 1611, like in back, those niggas are Japanese. We are those niggas' kids. Remember, we're here in 1611. So when we're in Japan, Dynasty Warriors, before 1611, those niggas were no Shogun Knights. You see the houses? Tartarian. They had the kings and the princes in them. There you go. That'd be, all 20 of them niggas would be brothers for that king. Then the next island, Korea, whatever they were called then. Remember, these flags come up. These flags came up recently, and all the people stopped being black. I want you to notice it. This is a worldwide phenomenon. But in those places, but they turn light like that, there's still dark-skinned Asians there. They just hide them, just like Dominicans do, just like Puerto Rico resorts do, just like everywhere around the world. Since imperialism. Imperialism is to get rid of the Genghis Khan isms. Period. That's why Vietnam, Japan, and all of them catching strays. They're going after the Khan Empire. And that's why they're going to die. Because I'm not a stupid person. I know what real Jews are. I know what Khan is. He's a Jew. All right, so you're telling me that the real Jew emperors are Japanese. Cool. And that just helps you blend correctly. You know what Japanese is. You know what black Japanese is. And you just use your imagination. You go, okay, that's all the people they targeted in the last 100 years of wars. Who they drop nukes on? They didn't drop nukes on Hitler. They didn't drop nukes on Poland. They didn't drop nukes on Germany. They didn't drop nukes anywhere in Europe. They didn't drop nukes on Russians. They didn't drop nukes on China. They didn't drop nukes on North Korea. They dropped nukes where Genghis Khan lived. And then that's where they did that is where all the studios are giving us back our lore. We call anime, correct? You ever notice the correlation that's just through time here? Just 100 years, keep up. And the Yakuza are behind those studios? Keep up. Keep up. The Black Dragon Society is behind all that shit, getting to you black dragons, nigga. Genghis Khan's kids are out here, nigga. Genghis Khan kids are over there. Genghis Khan kids, he got a few in Africa, obviously. Genghis Khan's kids in Europe still, obviously. Genghis Khan's in China and Italy, obviously. Genghis Khan's in Canada, ought to be. Genghis Khan's everywhere, because John is just one of his 7 brothers. John came here. His other 6 brothers ain't had to come here. I'm sure they got some bitches and sent some kids over to his uncle's house for the summer, like we all do. But you understand, so like those other empires that are falling down one by one, technically, what you're watching happen is each of Genghis Khan's sons be betrayed by their own culture, one at a time. Fall of the Red House, fall of Casablanca, fall of, you know what I'm saying? 7 houses. Seven houses, meaning the mothers, the women. The father built the house on the land of the mother. So if the house, the red house fell, the red house represented the father, the Moor, the builder, but the land that's left is still the mother's, no matter what. This is civilization. So if those castles are still standing, and that land is still there, but the people inside changed, what is that called? Right? Right. Israelite culture. If we're going to someone else's castle that's not one of us, we burn it to the ground. Like we start over. These people moved into castles they didn't build. And more importantly, they moved into them after a century or 2 of them being abandoned. So you understand what I'm saying? They didn't cause no damage. Like, you know what I'm saying? There was no scuffle. Look at them. Look at them. Let's be serious. And look at our weapons. And now look at them. Cut it out. They squatted. We are already out for whatever reason, whatever disease, whatever giant, whatever plague, whatever human drug, you know, what we see now. When it's all said and done, the royals said, fuck you, we're going this way. That's how we have a Bible, because the royals brought it, not regular people and not slaves. Please, spare me the gory details. It's a royal language for the time, 1611. Please, spare it. These are Solomon's kids. Please, shh. Everyone say Solomon's kids. Now, you have them in Hindu, in India, you have them in Japan, you have them in Sri Lanka. They forced them all south. The Israelites, the 10 tribes that been there, stayed there, and still there. Of those 10, those combinations of them who moved around with Jesus and Peter, them, the big ones, came to America. Aboriginal, indigenous, Jew, European. Jews have been taught in all those stories. No one in those stories we're writing have any question about which one's the Jew and which one's not. They keep trying to allude to you that Jesus was tall. Jesus was tall. So stop. Compared to who? Everybody else. Okay, Jesus is what? A Jew. He's a descendant of who? Judah. So Jesus is around 6'3". I know, bitch. So anybody of his timeline in Tartaria, the little ones, the aboriginals, the indigenous, the ones who are in servitude, those little guys, they would know Jesus is not like anybody else a mile away because he's at least 6 feet tall. That is not common even today. So imagine a 6 feet tall nigga in a do-rag with big gangster niggas with some hoes and some swords. Answering questions to the officialdom and the coons and the people who forgot where their grandma stay and their daddy the devil from across town, the north side, approaching him like, what he doing gonna fuck up what they got going on. And all he's trying to do is wake niggas up and get them to do their hustles better and cleaner so they stop breaking the commandments. And they killed him for that. He came back, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, the period of the sentence of the whole tension of the whole book gets to, we finally get one of those. Listen, we, the Jews and Israelites, finally get one of those after Joshua, after Noah, after Moses, after the betrayals, after everything, after Nebuchadnezzar, after Ahab, after the kingdom captivities and Trojans and all that, you know, the little bit here and there. After all of that, we get to the Holy Roman Empire. And we finally get one of those, a real direct descendant of Judah and of Pharaoh, and we killed him. That's the end of the Bible. The Bible is written by Jews for Jews. Don't miss the message here. The people categorizing it and canonicalizing it are Jews. So the beginning of the Jew Bible, the Tanakh or the Septuagint, is like, hey, this is how we got our estates to build our kingdoms. The end. New Testament goes, oh shit, Holy Roman Empire. Says after the kingdoms and everything's spot. There's other people, other factions, other hybrid kids. We said don't do that. They did it. You know how it is. Da 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 da. Now finally, shit scrambled, fucked up like it is right now. And then Genghis comes or Jesus comes up at 33 years old now. Up until that point, did everything he did up until that point with his own people. The Cohen of the Jews or with other Jews. Sadducees and Pharisees. They're all Jews. These are titles within the Roman church. He's not in that. They're doing money changing. He's not with that. He knows how to read. Is it not written? Meaning you got that book and you haven't read it. That's what I be saying. So, out of all those people and the people that saw it, the people that he was actually doing this for, to see that it's easy to defeat these niggas because they're not readers. But second of all, this is fucked up. What are y'all talking about? If it's work for me to heal them and you'll let them suffer, then it's work for you to be following me to see what I'm doing. How you like that? They wanted to kill him. They wanted to kill him for anything besides proving that they were stupid. His own people, the Cohen of the Jews. What killed him was the fact that he was fucking up the official business, but they had to keep their hands clean, so they gave the option to those people that wanted to kill him for embarrassing him, making them look stupid, and proving them wrong. Narcissistic trigger. And then they let the regular goofy people who do American Idol every week go, hey, this week, Saturday, is it going to be Jesus Barbaros or Jesus of Nazareth? Which one do you vote for? And you know how it is in the street, telephone game. Jesus Barbaros healed everybody. It's that other Jesus that killed that guy. No, one of them's mother is a whore. And said that God had her pregnant. And you know, that's the chatter, that's the democracy. Let's log on to Twitter. And which one you want to free? Well, if you think about it, Jesus Barbaros only killed that nigga because he was fucking his bitch. And you think about it, the other guy said he was healing people, but he did that shit on Saturday. And my grandmother, she go to church on Saturday and said, you ain't supposed to touch anything. We don't even cook on Friday. Like, you know what I'm saying? So all that cute and clamorous Democrat and Republican little stupid bitch nigga shit that we've been dealing with is in the fucking Bible already. And that's what get real niggas killed. That's probably why you don't know what a real Indian is. Because you done killed us all. Being niggers. That's what Jesus was pissed off about. No Roman or white person did anything to them. It was all Jews in the ghetto in captivity. The 10 tribes of Israel died and went to hell because they refused to go to the promised land. So they were in captivity with Salmanassar because they never finished going to America. Lazy niggas. They went backwards. That's why they're in Tartaria. And my father had to go back however many years later and then go get them again. 10 tribes of Israel who were in captivity in Tartaria are the same 10 tribes of Israel who were stuck in the fucking desert, who never made it back to America. Do you understand the story now? It's these Mongolian ramen noodle loving niggas today. Third time in a row now on the same story, ain't they? Celebrating golden bullshit, money.
It's not even real.
I don't care. You go talk to your God then. Anyway, we gotta do a ritual, beloved chosen one. Because we need to pay rent in a couple of days. Because we refuse to move into our promised land. And movement starts with your brain. So if you didn't even move into the promised land and your proclamation of I am in your own brain, then your ass is never gonna go there, now is it? 12 years of what, nigga? 12 years of fucking kid who never learned how to read. It's like they took 12 years to program these fucking slaves. How you doing? Shout out to German Jewish people out there. I see what y'all did. Y'all good, boy. Y'all, but look, if y'all slick, I am hot oil, nigga. Well, we getting our degrees this time, boy. I ain't sleeping on these niggas for the rest of my life. They're slick, boy. Their witchcraft is mad slick, fam. I like it. I actually like these niggas better than I did yesterday. Because, like, it's so easy to trick niggas if they're emotionally connected to the wrong meaning of something. Just because they don't like the way you said it or who said it, they'll become even more attracted to defending the wrong thing because it ain't about the thing, it's about what the fuck they said. Oh my God, I love this. It's like dealing with a woman. A bad woman. They involuntarily taught the new tricks, he said. They think shit started in Tartaria. This is why Grandma's house 2 generations prior to South America. Exactly. Phonetic version of agent is Asian. It is. Shout out to PT. Shout out to Kiddo shit. Abraham Davis Alcadabra. TBFB 13 Brad. 10th dentist point doesn't support this toothpaste. Fantasy Imagination 3. Magi. Same story. Kiddoshin. Yep, you're getting it. Kiddoshin says the root plant originates from the ancient Greek phanian, to show, to bring light, or to make appear. And in Fantasia, it means to make visible. So from the thought to the physical space. Font. To bring to life. Font. To bring to visual spectrum. To bring a thought to something you can see. Font. Got it. So you're able to explain it or show it. A hierophant. Got it. Got it. It's a degree. It's a word that explains degrees. To visual, yeah. To 3D. Got it. It's not surface level. If it goes from one stage or phase to another in its definition. To bring forth to light. Like a Tribe Called Quest. That's a few steps right there. I like those words. We should learn a dead language, I guess. I ain't got time for that shit. They don't listen to us in King James English, so fuck them. But maybe one of our nerd-ass kids or grandkids will do it. Bookmark that. 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3 are gonna do it, boy. Because out of 3 had it be ain't fucked up on the first damn page of the first damn story. So they're giving you variables, bro. Like if you want to go ahead and run a game with some kings, you gonna need at least 3 of them boys. And you wonder why you have a King James a 4th, like just in case, Seth, just in case. We saw what happened on the last 3, right? Look, the first roll of 3 off of Adam, the only man that God ever created. We have you notice that Adam is the only man that God ever created, right? I just need y'all to understand that Bible a little bit differently. Whether God's a boy or a girl, and whether God, a boy or girl, gave the world to Jesus, the descendant of the only man that God ever created, you do have to understand, like, just because that's the only boy that God ever created, doesn't mean that all the rest of the projects weren't created by God, aka the women. Which is why that same God would be mad that all the other brothers and angels would be fucking on the women that God created for Adam, right? There you go. Stack it to the moon, please. But God was positioned as Elohim, meaning it was plural. That means it was a couple of girls who did this. And it was their brothers or their sons or whatever male horizontal to them who got them pregnant. I can almost guarantee that's what the real story is, because it's the Elohim created man and woman. The Elohim is plural, and Elo or Aloha or Ola or Hello or Halale or Eloha or Elohim It's a plural of Ohalale, so it's a plurality of Allahs then. So it's a polarity of moon goddesses then. So it's a plurality of America, Asia, Europa, and the other one. Stop fucking playing with me, nigga. They created women on their own territories. You call them Aboriginal. Yes. Because the only Aboriginal that matters anywhere is the first person there, and that would have to be the mother, womb, matrix, nurture, nativity, bloodline, mitochondria. Bing, 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 bing. Our women have that. Facts. But that ain't got shit to do with a Jew, though. Their fathers have Adam. That's all. The thing with the indigenous women is true. They're the god of that crew. That's not the story of Jews, though. So just understand that part, and we're good. For 99% of the population, the black woman is God. Mitochondria DNA thing would have to be an Afro-Asiatic woman mitochondria DNA. So then we get that very clear on what a god could be if you're looking at your species god, which is what the book did. It calls them lords and stuff. It's like your grandfather or your grandmother is your lord because you literally do not exist without them. It's honor your mother and father. Well, what's a more higher honor than Lord, you dumbass? We are not civilized. You understand? And that's why you have to get the version of the Bible it has when it's God, capital G, it's a name there. The capital G and little g thing is substitutes. That's not how it was written. We have to guess because some other faggot substituted the words because you realize right away that God's name is always Arabic. God, Gut, is German. We didn't do that. We're not idiots. King James, bitch. So someone else after King James, shit. They referenced King James Bible and they substituted Adonai out of all of it and Elohim and all that. All the other degrees and all the other names are subtracted. And all the Apocrypha, hence Enoch, has all the names there and they removed it altogether because it'd be too messy to try to edit it. Because they're faggots. And they did that after the Civil War. They didn't have an English, King James English printing press until they came to Virginia, remember? And what the white boys do to all the Indians in Wilmington. Threaten them, burn them down, chase their daughters, and steal their printing press in King James English, you stupid bitch. So why would black freed slaves have a King James printing press before white people? All right then. We're going to take history seriously one day in these Indian territories. Tuscarora, Etruscan, Arabic, Charlotte, Charles, Ottoman Empire, Arabic. You notice something right there? You're going to notice that Japanese, Hebrew, Arabic, and Greek. You're going to notice something right there. You understand everything I just said one more time in King James English. That King James is Kan Yamaha, and Kan Yamaha is Japanese. And we just ride from there, man. We'll just ride from there. It's not a big deal. It does hurt, though. Because we have language models, not language models, we have picture models and visual models and stories and movies that reference these things that we're more connected to. But the truth is the truth, bro. A Semite is an Afro-Asiatic, and Afro-Asiatic is a Jew. Afro-Asiatics are the Japanese people in all these stories. 500 years ago and prior. Genghis Khan. I know they'll tell you he's Tartarian, he's Mongolian, and all that. I know that. What does that all mean 500 years ago? How many different versions of people is there if they're all the ones he's creating? Jacob Part 5, like, wake your ass up. Those Mongolian hordes are his goddamn spotted sheep, first of all. Which ones do you think a black, tall Asian is picking, first of all? If he gets to pick a nationality from scratch, he's picking all the baddest bitches he can catch them. So please, with that shit, Ashkenazi Asian, don't fucking play with us on Asia. That's where we get Afro-Asiatic from. That's the titan of his genes. Lord have mercy. But they said we were Greek and Romans and forgot about the story about the Titans. Oh, I guess that's a little bit older than what you stole, huh? If you go a little bit older than that, you have to know that you only get those stories from us. It's in our language. Stupid Afro-Asiatic languages, Semitic languages, all over again, isn't it, bitch? That you could only get Greek and Roman stories in a language that was given to you by black Japanese people. There we go. You don't have no story about no time before black Japanese people because all your stories about before time is a black Japanese people language. True or false? That's all you had to do right there. You see? No more schools, no more degrees about all that bullshit right there. You gotta start with, well, how come these people ain't black Afro-Asiatics no more when we tell the story? How come you ain't got none of their stories? That's what I want to know. On Jackie Chan and Jet Li, how come they don't got none of our stories, bro? It ain't fair. dig up the oldest Buddha. He gonna have some braids and some copper colored skin and a big belly. Like that nigga could be 6'3". Absolutely. Just like Jesus. Absolutely. Just like Solomon. Absolutely. It's just like Judah. Absolutely. Just like Jews. Absolutely. Just like Jupiter. Absolutely. Just like Egyptians. Absolutely. Just like the Moors. Absolutely. And the Moors and Egyptians that came and left are Hebrews. Absolutely. And they went everywhere else. Absolutely. And when they come back, they're prodigals. Absolutely. Absolutely. Prodigies. A whole new bloodlines. Go sow your royal oats, you Jew. That is the Holy Roman Empire. It's an empire of Holy Romans. Jews. That's who the Holy Romans are. There's other Romans. Oh, that's who the Holy Tartars are. There's other Tartars. Oh, that's who the Holy Mongolians are. There's other Mongolians. Oh, that's who the Holy Indians are. There's other Indians. Ah, that's the Holy Americans are. There's other Americans. Oh, that's the Holy Europeans are. There's other Europeans. Pagans, witches, conquistadors, Catholics, Christians, I don't believe, Wiccans, like the United States of America. Cut it out, bitch. It's just like right now. Ain't nothing changed for real. Ain't nothing changed but the brands and the logos and what people believe. The motherfuckers can't fight, so I know they wasn't fighting me. There's more politics and people and the shit we see. It's American Idol, nigga. Since the Bible. American Idol episode, Kill Our Savior. Because we don't honor our mothers and fathers, nor are we our brothers' keepers anymore. 1611. That was the good news. Niggas still hate themselves. Yeah. You remove all the white people and everyone else from it. You take all the white people and everyone else interpretations from it too. I'm telling you, that book was written by Jews about a king of Jews who was betrayed by Jews. Judas. It's encoded so many times you can't miss it. Who betrayed us? Jews did. Who betrayed us? Judas. Who betrayed us? Jews did. Who betrayed us? Judas. Who betrayed us? Jews did. Who betrayed us? Judas. Who betrayed us? Jews. Who voted against us? The Jews did. Who got democracy? The Jews did. Who voted for it? The Jews did. Who paid the republic? The Jews did. Who voted against us? 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 The Jews. Who's killing us? The Jews did. Who's killing us? Some Jews. Who told them this shit? The Jews did. Who gave them copy? The Jews. Who told them where the mountain is? Who told them where the Jews? Who gave Corsica his map there? It had to be a Jew. Oh, shit called named Jesus. Who built it? A Jew. How you learn about that Jesus? You must have knew a Jew. Then the Africans had Judah, a white kingdom. They Africans, not Jews, but they called it a Jew then, so they must have knew a Jew. That wasn't that damn Jew. If you think you are a Jew, you ain't black Japanese too. That is kind of weird. My family was betrayed by Jews. Not Jewish people. Like people who look just like me, but they're like their father, the devil, and sin. Nothing has changed in 2026 years, it appears. My family is the Smiths. We're the royals of Jews. We're the Holy Roman Jews. All the other ones were Romans. Ready, copper-colored Indians. So how did the Indians who had a whole empire in America end up with white people with the HOA? Well, the Indians in those wars, and you know niggas won those wars because white people can't fight. So those Indians that fought against the North was fighting against Israel and Jerusalem. So them niggas got what them niggas asked for. Poverty. Now go to Mississippi. Go to Louisiana. Go to Alabama. Those are the Indians that turned against us. Now look at their progeny. Look at Indianapolis. Look at Tennessee. That's Mizraim right there. You can't have Mizraim, Memphis, without Egypt or Israel, stupid. That's in our fucking language on top of that. Mizraim, dumbass. That's what a Jew is, you dickhead. But all those Indians there don't know they're Jews or Israelites. That's what I'm saying. Now you can tell who the sellouts are. You know they're Indians. Well, if you know they're Indians in Egypt on the Israel River, then you know they have to know that they're Jews and Israelites since the king of Jews is just in New Jersey right there. So how the fuck all these black Indians here talking about, ooh, federal, ooh, is my TV, beware, oh my God, I need my reserve lands and my little benefits cards. Wait, oh my God. You're Indian? Somebody, you need a Federal Reserve note? What? Somebody capping this motherfucker, and you know it's not King James Smith grandson, so you understand everything. Like, those are the sellouts. That's why the first book about this time period is what? Uncle Tom's and the spook that sat behind the door and Sambo's. Like, we are talking about Indians. We're not in Africa, faggot. So the people who are selling out the niggas in America in the log cabins of Indians is that the Indians are selling out Indians. One more time, just run through the logic of that. Take out Africans, take out black, take out white people opinions. And you're in America full of land of Indians, 1828, with Moors and other types of black people from Europe. Yes. Little ones, medium ones. But which ones is Judah? The tall ones. They look the most Japanese. Yes. And all the other niggas and all the other cousins, all the bad bitches you know we have. Same story, bitch. Look at A-Marie, part 5. Now, come back to live and you go, okay, that story ain't about nobody else alive today. Cool, let them mind their business. What am I talking about? Who betrayed the New England Kingdom if all the England wars is with Indians? New England is Indians. So there's a French and Indian wars, right? So there's French Indians versus who? Whose harbor was attacked? Boston, Massachusetts, Essex, Esau, Israel. It's in Essex County. You understand? You can't skip that shit. Miss me with the Christian shit. Miss me with all the other bullshit y'all talking about. You got to start there. They're doing parliaments. They have tariffs. That means they have registrations. They have written language. So they know they're in Boston, Massachusetts, in Essex, Esau, New England, Jews, Israelites. They know who they're talking to because they know what kind of paperwork they need to overthrow. They're in a lodge reviewing these things and framing a constitution. These niggas are almost accelerated readers. And there's a whole story about Indians. Okay then, all right. So talking about who? They wrote this, nigga. Come on now. It's on their website to this day, nigga. And that's a land full of Indians with Jew names. Where? Okay, let's just say they're Israelites. It's so confusing. If they're not tall, they're definitely Israelites, all right? But a lot of Israelites can be half baked with the Judah genes because Judah could fuck all the Israelites. You see what I'm saying? But when we're talking about Judah, Judge, Genghis Khan, kings, and rulers of Jerusalem, just in degrees. Those are degrees. It doesn't matter where we are. That's our degrees because of the degrees to how close we are to God. When you put Jerusalem or Mount Zion in your name, that's where the degree is. It doesn't matter what you have. It's saying, no, one of them niggas from Mount Olympus is my granddad. I know shit fucked up for real, but yeah, I seen movies like this. The whole Bible is one of them. You understand? Like Jesus was left down here with his single mother without his dad, a God who could have snapped his fingers and fixed everything. They made his little son figure out for himself. Even faced death for 3 days. But he came out a fucking emperor. Feel me? So the empire, the royals were betrayed by others. So the royal families were probably usurped by the noble families. And that's how these stories go, fam. And I guess the noble families, we call them decoy families when you do history, who are half of something else. Grandfathered in, get it? They get grandfathered into the thing. They probably wasn't sophisticated enough to keep up with it, didn't have a bank, didn't have resources. Not all the Indian mothers agreed with them, right? Because they know that their dad is foreign. And so on and so forth, all through the 1800s. Barbary Wars, pirates showing up, Suave. You can pull them up, camel riders, all that kind of shit. Everything going on live at once. But it's not billions of people here, you feel me? So we're only following where those buildings are built by Tartarians anyway. Lynn, Massachusetts. So you see what the booty is. So right there, where the fly bitches would live, understand everything. So you're only focusing on those areas. Because there's no dense population. Especially after the Civil War, right? In the famines 200 years before, in the earthquake in 1812, we are trying to populate it. And what I'm saying is, we start planting bricks in 1751. Benjamin Franklin was like, what the fuck are we gonna do with this cut brick? And he said the population is already dying off. So when he's writing about it, he knows the population is gonna die off by the next generation. And he's saying, we're bringing this cut brick. How is that gonna help us? This is his whole document is why this is dying off. And new people are coming. And he's saying, why them? Whatever they are. Why them? Like, bro, like, we dying off already. Like, this ain't gonna help us because if this population or this plantation or these Merinos are already dying off already, then mixing with something extra or out of the ordinary is not going to help us survive or sustain anything. You know what I'm saying? Like Benjamin Franklin's a Jew, so you understand the whole book about Jews is about preserving their bloodline. So he's saying in his own fucking document, his own fucking words, why? Fuck all the edits and alliteration to try to play it off and make something white or black because they're fucking idiots, even the damn government. But you can catch it. It's like double dutch. No, he's frustrated. He's frustrated with foreigners coming here to breed with because his original colony that he came with is dying off. First paragraph, who's dying off? Next paragraph, why? Marriage rates, 1 out of 100. How a foreigner comes here and takes over a colony from over there, over here, of the native populace. I don't know, as the 1700s, they're still fucking Indians, meaning they're all black people. How do they lose out on the foreign black people? Well, they move in and do this, but then those foreign black people come here and don't mix in and look down on hard work, so they lose everything by the time they die, and they kind of turn gay all the time. Very European of them. And then you go, okay, let's do this one more time. And by the time he gets to the end, he's saying, well, at this time of my writing, just to, make it real nice, I'm only talking about black people. Benjamin Franklin is talking about all these populations and displacements and what happens when they become bougie and what happens when they're lazy, what happens to indigenous, because he's in America, he's talking about Indians, what happens to the Indians that were here first, how come they populate out, what happens when they get international trade going and the kids get lazy. And then he said, to sum it all up though, all of the world is swarthy and tawny at this time. So rewind. His whole story is about black people. And he's telling you, fast forward, BET with a fast forward. So the people I was talking about that came here from this land, they're swarthy, right? And the people I was talking about who getting lazy and stuff, I mentioned them. Them people, those are tawny. All right, now everybody in America currently, even after I wrote this, they are largely swarthy, including myself, lamenting about all the swarthy people who populations are dwindling in the Northeast. And I just summarized that all of them are swarthy, including me, because I'm in America that is largely swarthy. So I cannot be a white boy from anywhere, whiteware, and have a name named Benjamin Franklin next to the Delaware Moors. I must be swarthy my damn self if I just had said then right then there that I did an analyzation of a largely Western world of swarthy people, and the population of not swarthy people is very small. So when everyone's dying in these colonies, it's not the population that's very small across the world, because he mentioned all the places from around the world that has nothing but black people. So he's saying that the black people from around the world, when you code switch the nationalities, you're not talking about crayons. You're talking about that time period, what that blood was in the land that they were standing on. He said all them niggas that came to America didn't last that long. So you have a lot of mixed black European bloodlines if they lasted long. But on the top of that, by 1751, something's wrong. What the fuck's a Palatine board? How the fuck's that gonna help the bloodline? 24 years before 1775, the United States of America. 25 years mixed in with Palatine Boers, and we still don't know what those are. But the population of the whites is really small. So give it 25 more years, huh? And all the White House is white? Shut the fuck up. Anyway, then you get to the Civil War. Then you get to Reconstruction, and white people get to be in all of our stories. But you were not in the story about America. Why y'all keep skipping that chapter? White people, y'all are nowhere in America as of Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin is talking about dwindling black European populations in Northeast America, where New England, New Netherlands, New Dutchland is. He's saying all those new colonies from 1611, 140 years later, they're not populous enough. They displaced a lot of the Indian populations that used to be there, but by the time the third generation got there, which he's a member of, these niggas are bougie. They're not having enough kids. They're trying to keep up with the Europeans over there. They're not taking this opportunity of this land serious. So now we have new immigrant groups coming in to do the work in the labor force. This is the North, not antebellum slavery. And he's saying, hey, this shit ain't adding up no more. And then he mentioned an antidote about the people doing slavery from Africa, I guess. It's usually South America. And he says, we noticed something because of the rates of insurance, cost of food, travel, and all these things. And then he opened your eyes. In 1751, the slaves, they were like, it's really expensive. You had to pay for their Ubers. You're sending slaves to go work somewhere and come back and forth, their outfit, their food, like you're paying an employee, like as of 1751. as of 1751. He's describing the cost of a slave. It included food, a place to stay, Ubers, and all this stuff. And you're paying for this skilled employee X amount of dollars, but by the time you add up the cost of how much they're sustaining them are, like a warden with prisoners, but understand, they describe wardens and prisoners. They describe foreign immigrants who are signed into bondage and paid their bondage off with some silver ingredients, and until they pay that silver back off through their laborer has to pay for their Ubers. And I know you're wondering, like, damn, if they get a ride anywhere to do the things and come back to pay off, because they're doing trade routes. There's a lot of infrastructure happening that you need physical people doing. It's not cotton, bitch. Anyway, so by the time they figure out they have insurance for these kids, writing languages and contracts and bottomry instruments, needing a Federal Reserve. My nigga, as of 1751, they're taking Ubers to work. The slaves of the story, black or white. But Benjamin Franklin says it's a net loss. They're not making any profit. That's crazy. 1868, Lincoln in the prophecy was like, yeah, this is a net loss. We need some greenbacks. Nah, we don't want a bank, bitch. What do you mean? We can't have slave shit. You're already losing money on your treasury. No shit, nigga. But we can't let them go yet. Why? Because these Indians will take them in. And then they'll grow and get big with them. And what if they come back after us? Freedmen's Group, Freemasons. That's right. If you would have went through the war and not went to a war and told the slavers to go fuck themselves, the black Indians would have took you in our damn selves. And then you would have got with us without them having no help at all, and all your racist worries would be dead already. But you wanted to be Dred Scott. Like I said, the Jews voted for this. Slavery was a choice. Obviously, they don't remember the damn dates or the damn Constitution. Now do they? Peace, brother. How you doing, Jonathan? Oh, Jonathan pulled up. Jonathan pulled up all weird. He said, peace, peace. What's going on, brother? Let me come down there. Let's check out Jonathan in real life. So imagine, this is going to be a magical moment, I think. Because I'm Shah Rukh Khan, and I want you to see Jonathan. I want you to see Jonathan for yourself. I'm Shah Rukh Khan's kid. Jonathan, here's a ChatGPT script for it. I want to show you how Genghis Khan is. And you understand why black people are in the way of it. Because it's going to dismiss everything that we think about that Bible. They don't believe in it anyway, but it's going to dismiss the history too, because then the slavery and the Bible and Christianity thing, you're going to see how stupid that all is to begin with. What do you want to? I know. You're about to find out. Gotta figure out who Jews are first.
How you doing?
I'm great.
It actually is delayed. It's probably about like 5 o'clock.
How you doing here?
What about you?
I don't know. I got the very special needs guest up there. But besides that, another day in paradise.
Got here a little bit later than I thought.
Shit, man.
But always on time.
Better late than never. Better safe than sorry. Shout out to Mr. Now. Shout out to Shogun. Now YouTube can't freeze. Are we serious right now? Hold on, legendary moment. There we go. Y'all so silly. These are true stories, right? You don't be capping out here, brother. And sending me, how you doing, sir? See what I be talking about? You can't make it up. Because if you made it up, it wouldn't synchronize. Shogun, you're a silly dude, man. I'm trying not to blow the smoke on Jonathan, man. What's going on, partner? What brings you to the far west?
Man, I come from foreign lands. You think about it, it's pretty crazy, isn't it?
That
all the way from Canada, to Texas to here. I don't know, man.
You start there, but you don't start there.
True story.
And then the people that start there, they don't start there. And then you find out that they all start in South America. And then you're asking me, like, isn't it weird in the same 400 years, you did a full circle to where your family started?
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Same story, though.
Up next, the other loop.
Grand Canyon. Yes, the Kenye, Kimye, Yay West. That's what he was trying to channel. That's why Obama Kenyan tried to channel the same energy. But they keep landing it wrong because those are not black African faces. Those are black faces. You feel me? Kanye's mother has a very particular face. No offense, but more Barbara. That's not Venus. So she cannot give birth to a Jesus. She would have to be Venetian. We know how to do Greek and alphabeted down. We know how to do Greek and Hebrew, bro. It's the same story. It's just using a different algebra. They're saying they're the same. Yeah. That's why those names and those themes rang for the last 20 years. But then you see how like they all go to Japan to do it. Yeezy in Japan, or who else? Everybody. They all know to go to Japan. Or whatever that does in real life, but they follow the same map, like a Trail of Tears or a Tryon Road, like a pirate map or underground treasure map or underground families map. And we have books about them talking about it too. They don't, but the book wouldn't include maps, so you wouldn't know how detailed or how deep or how many maps there are that cover different paths. Everybody ain't trying to be a king. Everybody ain't trying to be a good guy either. Kingdoms, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But it all starts here. That I'm almost certain of. Because of the name, Nevada. Then Sin City in the middle of it. Sin is moon, so the city of the moon. A moon city in Nevada. It's like David, Diva, there's all the Hindu stuff. And then the Canyon of the Kings, Khans, Afro-Asiatics, so it's right down the street. So they have hoovered down. So they adjusted the water and cut off California from being an island. You feel me? And all those people are suffering water problems up North California because you're idiots. it's karma. Like, you weren't supposed to cut that off. But anyway, Khalifa, California. Granada's here. So the fall of Granada, if you're clear about it, 1492, 1592, King Felipe's on the west side, Philippines, Christopher Columbus somehow. Hawaii will tell you that they were invaded by pale people, 1700s? Late 1700s on boats. And didn't have nothing. And they came here making demands like they need food and stuff like we don't even know you, But they're like, come on, help us. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's in the late 1700s in Hawaii. That means if they just got to them in the late 1700s, that means they just got to us. The West Coast after. You know what I'm saying? Like they're on their way down. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. They didn't name none of that stuff. These actors came in the late 1700s. That's my point. So they came through the west side. So when you had the San Francisco gold rush, they were meeting in the middle. The people who weren't minding their business on this way, train tracks were coming this way, but they said the Asians built it. Crazy. The Asians come from the west side. So the Asians didn't build it from New York going west. The Asians built it from the west going east. That great barrier reaches Bravo, Texas. So the Moorish people and their Indian associates, cool story, who are the Indians, the Afro-Asiatics. So they said the Asians on the west side, where the Moorish and Indians are, built the train tracks. Yes. And you look at America, we don't have that many train tracks compared to the countries. So it's very easy. We travel from the west inward and then go east, then up. We move around the world like a sine wave. So we go Silk Road, Japan, Alaska, California, Texas, Florida, east to Canada, to Greenland, and up again, Scandinavia, and Russia. Da, 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 da. It's the same path. They call it a ley line. Or like birds, they can see it. It's a radiation thing. Well, Jews say, follow the North Star. The only question is, what North Star? Mind your business. White people say there's Polaris.
Jews know the difference between stars. I mean, they mapped them. But which star is the North Star according to a Jew? The six-pointed star. Which one's the six-pointed star? I think it's Saturn. It would sound like Saturn because the sixth Sabbatean. A bunch of Sabbateans saying following the sixth star, which is the star of David, the Saturnite, I guess. I don't know. They would say, like, just follow Saturn. Follow Jehovah, man. Follow God. If you ever get lost, look north to the North Star. I'm talking about the star of stuff? The star of David, the star of Israel? Yeah, that's Saturn. Oh, they worship the devil. No, they don't. That's Saturn, though. Saturn is not any of that. What are you talking about? Oh, y'all got a different version of an Afroasiatic story. Saturn's not a devil to Afroasiatics. Saturn would be a devil to pedophiles. Saturn's accountability, Saturn's discipline, integrity, affliction, pain for progress. Saturn asks you to put down payment of pain for infinity of progress. Saturn's a tester, an accuser. There is no courthouse fight. So it's not, when you see that word like shaitan, the accuser, in the context of before courts. So he's an accuser. Or if he's accusing you of something, you have to prove yourself innocent, right? So he's accusing you of not doing the things that you say you're doing to get the things that you say you want. So he's going to hold you to it. So the accusation part is actually the accounting part of accountability. Satan's an accountant. He's keeping an account of your actions. Santa Claus keeping all this, checking it twice. No, he's an accountant. Satan is an accountant. Saturn's an accountant. He keeps an account of your karmic bullshit. That would be like a devil to a person who's always on karmic bullshit and doesn't want to follow the rules. 10 of them. Very Saturn, very evil. Don't kill, don't steal, don't cause bullshit, love your parents, honor your family, and take care of your neighbors. Your 10 tribes. The devil. Okay. They secretly worship Lucifer, who says, go forth, plant these gardens, Venus, Lucifer gardens, ice these devices, have a lot of beautiful kids, take care of them, be willing to crash out about bullshit, don't let no one disrespect me or your parents. And yeah, you can have whatever the fuck you want. Ooh, evil. But follow those commandments. Don't make me come back. Whoa, all right, we got it. Ooh, evil. They worship an evil force that wants them to be accountable. Yeah, that's both Lucifer and Saturn in that book. Who said they were bad guys? If their God isn't in that book, how can their God be a good guy? You understand the law of polarity now? All the gods of that book is their bad guys. The secret is, ooh, what we call bad guys are the gods of their book, the Hebrew Israelites, the black people, the demons. Get it? They don't read your book. They pretend like they do. Demonology, they demonize you. Mongols are considered demons too. Well, for the Mongols from Tartaria, they're calling us demons too, since they knew us as Mongols. Don't miss it. Mongol is like saying a nigger, by the way. Mongol, same story, by the way. It's an assessment, a judgment. It doesn't make it true. Because these people are talking about they're Jews, but they don't know how to read. You cannot be a Jew and not know how to read. Jews create these languages. So you can't be a Jew who can't read, who don't know what a Semite is. And the whole book is about them. And I'm a Smith. And my father wrote that book. King James. We're Afro-Asiatics. It's like we're Japanese. Everybody's cat. Everyone else has a copy of that story, and they call them decoy families. Because they're squatting on the same territories. Like, oh, we're in the Israel of Africa, so this is how we found things. Wrong colors, weird tassels. We don't have fringes. Stop it. We are the Chalike Cherokees, and we're blonde, and we have powwows, and we're dance off feet. By the water. You live in the middle of nowhere. We're builders. Our Chalike, we built Bonneville's. How come you live in a teepee? Wrong people. All right, you see what I'm saying?
It's a cancellation. And everything that's wrong are the ones who have federal designations. Everybody outside of that, like, nah, Choctaw Nation, nah, Muskegon. Now, they don't recognize us, but, like, I'm trying to hold on to our heritage at least. Keep going. But understand that everyone that has a federal agreement with federal benefits attached to proving federally, a bunch of foreign immigrants, because we're writing about my grandfathers, they're not smarter than anything. They're just causing you not to reproduce care. Yeah. Zeppelins, not teepees, not dots. Manners. Their God is the Antichrist. You got it. Christianity, Antichrist. That's what that word is. There's no Christians in the Bible, by the way, guys. It's weird that they believe in a black Jew God, but they draw white Jesus. That's all I'm saying. There's no Christians in the Bible. Thus, there's no white Jesus in the Bible. Yet all the Christians have a Bible that think it's about Christians being saved by a black guy named Yeshua, who was a descendant of David, a Jew, tall black Asian. All right. Okay. I guess. Wouldn't be the first time we saved everybody, but Tartaria. We'll do it again. Like, what the fuck? We already did that, though. So what's our excuse now? He literally, last page, he did that already. Hove did that. Hopefully we have to go and do that. And we have a book, Muhammad the Conqueror. They did that. Hey, Ottoman Empire, Ottoman, Charlemagne, Charlemagne Empire. How y'all doing? Holy Roman Empire, too. Same story. Maybe a different son doing a different version of it, but it starts with him, his daddy, Charles. Charles in charge is our dad before all the bullshit churches. King Charles I is my grandfather. That's like Carlos V. The fifth is my grandfather. So all their kings of the Holy Roman Empire starts with Charles, and that's why I'm Charles Smith. The 21st. 21st century, Charles Smith. Same story. Same story, actually. We're always tall black Asians with beards. We're the smallest population on this planet at all times. Because we're Judah. There's 12 other tribes. They always trying to kill us, though. That's what I just want to get across. Help us. We're the last of understand. There's a lot of little black Asians. Not too many tall ones. Let me get out of here. Talk to Jonathan. Appreciate you guys coming through. Support the sport, like, comment, subscribe.